My master feared I'd grow old alone on the mountain, so he arranged a blind date for me with the daughter of a wealthy family. To my surprise, on the day we met, the woman didn't say a word, she just dragged me straight to the registry office to get married. But as I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with the red marriage certificate in hand, my master called in a rage, "You little rascal, the other person has been waiting for you for half an hour. Where are you?" Staring at the marriage license, I was utterly confused. Who on earth had I just married? Half an hour earlier, I arrived to meet the blind date my master had arranged. A woman wearing sunglasses walked into the cafe, dressed in a black miniskirt with legs as fair as jade. Even with my steadfast discipline, my gaze was inevitably drawn to her. Under my astonished stare, she sat down across from me, gave me a once-over, and finally relaxed slightly before saying coolly, "You're passable. Hurry up and ask whatever questions you have." I was stunned. How could a woman like her possibly need a blind date? Could she have some kind of physical flaw? Just as my mind wandered, Shin Yuchu frowned and asked, "What are you thinking about?" I quickly coughed twice to cover my awkwardness and replied, "I don't have any questions, it's just that." Before I could finish speaking, Shin Yuchu interrupted me. She glanced at her exquisite wristwatch and said, "The Civil Affairs Bureau closes in half an hour, we still have time. Did you bring your household register? Let's go get our marriage certificate now." I was even more dumbfounded. A marriage certificate? I had just met this woman 3 minutes ago and didn't even know her name. Yet we were supposed to get married? Could she be part of some scam ring aiming to harvest my kidneys? But I quickly dismissed that thought. Judging by her demeanor, this woman was clearly no ordinary person. Shin Yuchu frowned at my startled reaction and said impatiently, "We already agreed on the terms online. Why hesitate now when it's time to register? If you won't do it, I'm leaving." Seeing this, I abruptly stood up, slapped the table, and declared, "Fine, let's do it. Who's scared? Even if my kidneys get harvested today, I'll take the risk." That old man might be unreliable most of the time, but he wouldn't trick me about something as serious as a blind date. At my dramatic resolve, Shin Yuchu's icy expression cracked into a sudden laugh. I froze instantly. Her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. No wonder the old man always said the prettier the woman, the more dangerous she was. If this woman ever decided to scam someone, she could probably swindle them out of their very bones. Half an hour later, I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau holding a red marriage certificate, still feeling like I was in a dream. "Shin Yuchu, what a nice name," I murmured, staring at the name on the certificate. Getting married before even knowing my wife's name, I must be the only person in the world to experience this. "Alright, I have a meeting to attend. I'm leaving now," Shin Yuchu said, casually tossing the certificate into her bag before stepping into a white sports car parked by the curb. I couldn't help but gape. I'd secretly looked up the car's price on the way here, $5 million. Turns out the woman before me isn't just a stunning beauty, but also a wealthy heiress. Just as Shin Yuchu started the sports car, she suddenly remembered something and threw me a key from her bag. "Move into the villa before dinner, the address is written on the key." With that, the sports car roared to life and sped off. Staring at the key in my hand, I couldn't help but gulp. A sports car? A villa? So I just had a whirlwind marriage with a gorgeous, rich woman. Right then, my phone rang. "Hey, old man, quit nagging. Your boy's already gotten married." The other end fell silent for several seconds before erupting in a furious roar. "You little brat, who are you trying to fool? The match I set you up with just called me saying you were half an hour late and never showed up. Wherever you're hiding, get your ass to the cafe in 10 minutes, or you'll regret it." With that, the old man hung up, leaving me utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? Completely baffled, I had no choice but to rush back to the cafe. Sure enough, a woman was sitting at table 6. Compared to Shin Yuchu, her demeanor was noticeably lacking. She seemed impatient now. "Hey, sorry about," I tried to explain, but she cut me off. "Your mugu?" She looked me up and down, her eyes full of disdain. "A penniless guy like you dares to show up for a blind date with me? What a toad lusting after swan meat. I don't know what kind of spell you've cast on my family, but they actually forced me to come on this blind date with you. Disgusting." "Alright, now that the date's over, I'm thoroughly unimpressed with you." The woman sneered, picked up her bag, and walked away without another word. Her rapid-fire words left me momentarily stunned. "Hey, wait a second," I called out to stop her. She turned back, eyeing me with disdain. "What more could you possibly have to say? My time is precious, and I've no interest in hearing your flattery. A penniless guy like you dreaming of marrying me? What a waste of my time." I frowned. Though this woman was attractive, her sharp tongue and condescending attitude were utterly repulsive. With a cold smirk, I pulled out my marriage certificate and tossed it onto the table. "Sorry to disappoint, but I'm already married. Frankly, someone like you is beneath my standards." Any lingering guilt I had about missing the arranged date vanished the moment I witnessed her behavior. When she saw the marriage certificate on the table, her face instantly changed. "Are you messing with me?" I smiled and shook my head. "If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them, but if they do, I won't let them off easily. However, I see your forehead is dark, and your eyes lack spirit. You might face a bloody disaster tonight. My advice? Buy a peachwood charm for protection. Unexpectedly, she burst into laughter. Who are you trying to scare? You look decent, but turns out you're just a fraud. Bloody disaster? Pa! The real misfortune today was coming to this blind date. With a cold snort, she turned and left the cafe without looking back. I sighed helplessly. This was my first fortune-telling attempt since coming down the mountain, and I got mocked for it. Well, good advice falls on deaf ears. But then, right after she stepped outside, a car sped past her. She screamed, lost her footing, and fell, cutting her arm on broken glass. Blood gushed out instantly, and she fainted from the shock. Kind passers-by rushed her to the hospital. Standing there, I sighed again. Had she listened, this senseless misfortune could have been avoided. I pocketed the marriage certificate and left the cafe, my head throbbing as I clutched the villa keys. Clearly, I'd mistaken the blind date and somehow ended up married. I wondered when she'd figure it out. Meanwhile, Shin Yuchu stood in her office, phone in hand, utterly stunned. What do you mean? It was a mistake? After a brief exchange, she hung up, dazed. She'd hired someone online for a sham marriage to escape family pressure, only to realize they'd sent the wrong person. Her expression darkened. Had that man known her plan and tricked her? A sharp ringtone abruptly cut through her thoughts. Chairman, something terrible has happened at our new headquarters building. You need to come to the site immediately. The voice on the phone was filled with urgency, clearly indicating a serious situation. Shin Yuchu was the chairman of the Shin Group. This year, the company had invested in constructing a new building as its headquarters, which should have been in the topping out stage by now. How could something have gone wrong? Hanging up the phone, she immediately drove to the construction site. On my way, I happened to overhear two workers chatting, and their conversation immediately caught my attention. Did you hear? There was a fatal accident at the Shin Group construction site today. Luckily, we weren't working there, or we might have lost our lives. I heard the foreman is contacting a feng shui master to try and resolve the issue there. After they left, I had a thought feng shui problems sounded quite intriguing, so I quickly asked for the address of the Shin Group's new headquarters and hurried over. Unexpectedly, I ran into Shin Yuchu again at the entrance of the construction site. How did you find this place? I'm warning you, I'm busy right now and don't have time for you. Stay put and wait until I'm done. With that, she didn't give me a chance to speak and walked straight into the construction site. I shook my head helplessly. This woman was truly domineering, not even giving me a chance to speak. I turned and walked to the security office, handing 2 packs of cigarettes to the guard. Hey man, has something happened at this construction site? The guard glanced at the soft-packed chumwa and chuckled. I don't know much, just heard things from others. Don't spread it around. I nodded with a smile. Don't worry, just asking casually. The guard looked around to make sure no one was watching, then whispered, this site is really eerie. When they dug the foundation, they unearthed a pile of human bones. Later, experts came and said it was an ancient burial pit with no archaeological value, so they left it alone. Later, the Shin Group paid for monks to perform rituals, but according to the workers, a few accidents still happened, so they stopped night shifts. But just last night, a worker was taking a midnight bathroom break and got crushed to death. After hearing the guard's story, I stared thoughtfully at the building for a while, frowning slightly. Accursed place, this was going to be tricky. Qin Shen smiled and walked towards the construction site. The security guard was just about to stop him when Qin Duan suddenly said, Dude, you've had a fortune lately, I suggest you go buy some lottery tickets. After saying that, he walked into the construction site without looking back, leaving the security guard to froze in place. The roof of the building. Gu Yaming looked at the empty hole left by the collapse in front of her, her face ugly to the extreme. What the hell is going on here? Gu Yaming asked in an icy tone to the contractor beside him. Gu Dong. I'm not sure. All processes were in compliance, and for quality assurance, I was there watching the whole time. It's really evil. The roof of the building suddenly collapsed in the middle of the night, and even the chief technician couldn't find the problem. Speaking of this, the contractor gulped and said cautiously, Gudong, you say, the feng shui of this place, is it? Gu Yaming glared at the contractor and said in a cold voice, Gu's group is in the construction industry, and after so many years of doing this, how come we haven't run into this kind of thing before? Pay the dead workers first, then continue the capping, this time under my personal supervision. As soon as the words left her mouth, a voice sounded behind her, keep capping the roof, it will collapse again, I advise you not to rush. Gu Yaming was startled, and when she saw that it was Qin Shen, a flash of anger appeared on her face. Who told you to come here? Do you know anything about engineering? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Someone get this man out of here. Gu Yaming said angrily. She had already felt that she had been tricked into marriage by Qin Shen, and now that she had met him again, her heart was even more disgusted with him. If it wasn't for the fact that the construction site was more important, she was afraid that she would be dragging Qin Shen to go through the divorce procedure right now. Oh, I don't know much about engineering, but I do know a little about feng shui. While Qin Shen was speaking, his gaze was not looking at Gu Yaming in the slightest. Instead, he kept sizing up the collapsed floorboards. 1,000 years of resentment is indeed difficult to handle. Qin Dust muttered. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the contractor hastily said to Gu Yaming, "Donggu, I think this little brother has a point. The big monk I invited last time said that this place is heavy with grievances and suggested that we give up building the building and develop it into a cemetery." Gu Yaming frowned slightly and said, "This is all nonsense from them. Can they prove whether there is a grievance or not, or is it just a matter of touching the top and bottom of their mouths and opening their mouths? This construction site is owned by the Gu Group. If I say seal the top, I'll seal it right away. And didn't you hear me when I said get rid of this guy?" When the contractor saw this, he could only sigh helplessly. It is reasonable to say that those who are in the engineering business would rather believe in this kind of thing than not. But the chairman of the board is not the least bit reverent about such things, making it difficult for them to do the same. "Little brother, look at." The foreman of the contractor looked at Qin Duan, and a look of difficulty appeared on his face. Qin Shen laughed and said, "It's fine, it's understandable to be a little short-tempered when you're on your period." Hearing these words, Gu Yaming froze. She was on her period this morning. How did the other guy know? At this moment, Qin Shen waved his hand and said to the contractor, "I'll leave first. If you want to solve the trouble at the construction site, you can just ask this Gudong to contact me." After saying that, Qin Shen turned around and left in a dashing manner. He could already tell that the one who could clap and make decisions here was his own cheap wife, Gu Yaming. Since Gu Yaming didn't believe in herself, there was no need to continue wasting time. When she suffers, she will naturally remember herself. Just as he stepped out of the construction site, his cell phone rang again. "Old man, are you done? 8 calls a day, I'm running out of cell phone bill." Qin Shen cursed and growled. "Off, it's the old man's phone bill that's being deducted for calling you bugger." Taoist Dustless roared. Seeing Taoist Dustless get angry, Qin Shen immediately wilted. Not because of anything else, just because he really wasn't a match for others. Taoist Dustless had once said that with Qin Shen's strength, it would be difficult to find an enemy in the secular world. Then, just after saying those words, he knocked Qin Shen to the ground with only one hand. After so many years of cultivation and countless sparring matches, Qin Shen still hadn't been able to force Taoist Dustless to use his second hand. After a pause, Taoist Dustless slowly said, "You kid, are you sure you don't want to go on a blind date with that girl from the Wu family?" "What Wu family's girl?" Qin Dust asked suspiciously. These words instantly angered Taoist Dustless again. "You don't even know the name of the person you just went on a blind date with?" Taoist Dustless roared. Qin Shen scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Cough cough, I really don't know." Taoist Dustless sighed and said, "Alas, 20 years ago when I was traveling in Jiangcheng, I fought with my enemies and was seriously injured. It was the chairman of Wu Group who saved my life. I had made an appointment with him to marry his newborn daughter if he had an apprentice or offspring of the right age. But who knows? Ugh, forget it, you can't force this kind of thing. Since you can't tie the knot with the Wu family's girl, go to the Wu Group and help me return this favor." Hearing Taoist Dustless words, Qin Shen's expression also became serious. No wonder the old man was so angry after hearing that he had gotten a license with someone else, so there was this hidden agenda in there. "Okay, I'll take care of this," Qin Dust assured. After inquiring a little bit, Qin Shen learned the location of the Wu Group's headquarters and took a taxi to rush over. Along the way, he chatted with the cab driver and learned a little bit about the background of Wu's Group in passing. This Wu Group is a family business. Decades ago it was one of the largest companies in Jiangcheng. It's just that in recent years, Wu's Group doesn't know why, but their business has gradually gotten worse, and they've slowly been reduced to a second-tier company. After letting the company's front desk inform, it didn't take long for a woman who claimed to be the chairman's secretary to come to the front desk and lead Qin Shen to the chairman's office. "You are Master Dustless's close disciple, Qin Shen? I am the chairman of Wu Group, Wu Dong, hello." With that, Wu Dong stood up and shook hands with Qin Shen to greet him. Chapter 4 Inexplicable Love Enemies. Qin Shen shook hands while sizing up the Hanyu in front of him. By all rights, Wu Dong should be in his 40s now. But his face was full of wrinkles and his hair had all turned gray, looking no different from a 60 or 70-year-old man. Hello Uncle Wu, old man. My master asked me to pay you a visit, by the way, to ask you if there is anything I need to help. Xin Shen's attitude was respectful. After all, Wu Dong had saved the old man's life in the first place. Wu Dong sighed and said, "Alas, I just heard about you and Minnie as well. Let's just say, you two aren't meant to be." Wu Dong was truly sorry about this matter. After all, 20 years ago, he had seen Taoist Dustless manifest his divine abilities with his own eyes. Even the splendor of the Wu group was inextricably linked to Taoist Dustless. Even if this young man in front of him could learn a tenth of Taoist Dustless's techniques, it would still be extremely terrifying. It was just a pity that, on the one hand, his own daughter was very resistant to this marriage, and on the other hand, the young man was already married. In fact, I really do have one thing to trouble little brother with. 20 years ago, Master Dustless once said that something had gone wrong with my Wu family's ancestral tomb, and that the Wu group would gradually decline. I didn't believe it at the time, but after a few years, Wu's group started to go downhill, and by now, it has been completely reduced to a second-rate company. Speaking of this, a forlorn look appeared on Wu Dong's face. When Taoist Dustless said that there was something wrong with the Wu family's ancestral tomb, he even offered to help the Wu family solve the problem. However, at that time, the Wu group was in the ascendancy, so Wu Dong did not take this matter to heart. When Dustless Taoist left soon after, Wu's group began to go downhill, when by then he had already regretted it. Over the years, he's had a number of people who know about feng shui come to see him, but without exception, they're all liars. When he saw Qin Shen at this moment, he couldn't wait to bring up this matter. "No problem, when do we leave?" Qin Shen did not hesitate and directly agreed. The old man had once said that his ability to tell fortunes and read feng shui was no less than his. It shouldn't be hard to feng shui an ancestral tomb. I have something to take care of at the company in the next 2 days, why don't we leave in 3 days? A flash of joy appeared on Wu Dong's face. Qin Shen nodded and exchanged contact information with Wu Dong. The Wu family's favor must be returned. The old man had brought himself up with great difficulty, and it was only right that he should return the favor for him. However, Qin Shen had just bid farewell to Wu Dong and arrived at the hall when he happened to run into two people head-on. Qin Dust? How did you find your way here? Woman stared at Qin Shen, her eyes wide as a trace of panic flashed across her face. After saying that, she hurriedly looked at the man beside her and explained in a panic, "Honey, don't misunderstand me, I don't have anything to do with him at all, it's him who has been stalking me." The man beside her, tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit that at first glance looked kind of svelte and scummy. However, in Qin Shen's eyes, this man had a gloomy look, his eyelids were slightly drooping, and he looked at people as if he was scrutinizing them, so he was not a good person at a glance. "I heard from Mandy that you have a baby date with her and are pestering her to get married? Oh, what a time to be doing that whole doll bonding thing. I'm warning you, in the future, if you dare to harass Mandy again, I promise I'll break your legs myself. If you don't believe me, you can try." The man sneered, mock threateningly. When Wu Min heard this, a look of adoration appeared on her face. "Honey, you're so bossy, that's my favorite thing about you." With that, she tightened her arms around the man, rather like a little birdie. The man seemed to be enjoying himself immensely and looked at Qin Shen with even more disdain. "By the way, I think I forgot to introduce myself. I am the only son of Qian Sanjin, chairman of the Qian Group, Qian Feiyang." After he finished speaking, he looked at Qin Shen in triumph. What only disappointed him a little was that Qin Shen's face remained unchanged. It was important to know that the scale of the Qian Group could be ranked in the top 3 among all the enterprises in Jiangcheng. Even Wu Dong, the chairman of Wu Clan Group, had to be polite in front of him. Unexpectedly, this kid in front of him was indifferent after knowing his identity. Hubris. Looking for death. Chen Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face suddenly turned cold. Those who knew him well knew that this was a precursor to his anger. Those who offend Chen Feiyang will only end up one way. Either dead or maimed. But right at this moment, Qin Shen finally spoke. "It doesn't matter if you're money flyer or money fatty. As for Wu Min, I have nothing to do with her." Saying this, Qin Shen paused and looked at Chen Feiyang with a smile or not, saying, "However, I advise you that there are some things that you should still abstain from abstaining from. You're always taking pills, it's going to have an effect on that area of function. You can't last 5 seconds, don't you have an inferiority complex?" Hearing this, Chen Feiyang's pupils shrunk violently, and his hair stood up in sweat. "How do you know?" Chen Feiyang subconsciously wanted to ask, but halfway through his words, he instantly swallowed the latter half of his sentence. You fart. Who are you talking about for 5 seconds? Qian Fei Yan looked like he had been poked in the sore spot and directly broke into a curse. On the side, Wu Min's face was a bit complicated. She fell in love with Qian Fei Yang only because of his background. That's why Qian Fei Yang repeatedly proposed that the two of them go out and get a room, but she politely refused. She knows that what you can't get is the most expensive. If Qian Fei Yang really got his way, it might not be long before the other party got tired of playing with him and dumped him. So she wanted to wait until the two of them were in an open relationship, or even engaged, before thinking about that sort of thing. But, looking at Qian Fei Yang's reaction just now, it seemed that he had been spoken to by Qin Shen. 5 seconds, that's too short? However, thinking of the tens of billions of assets of the Qian group, she gritted her teeth and made an instant decision. Playing dumb. So what if she can't do it? As long as there was money, she could put up with it. Big deal, just sneak a little white boy out there yourself. Qin Shen, shut up. You publicly slandered young Qian, are you tired of living? Hurry up and apologize on your knees. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the entire river city. Wu Min pointed at Qin Shen and threatened loudly. Oh, slander? Just ask him yourself if you don't believe me. I don't have time for your bull here, goodbye. After saying that, Qin Shen turned around and left. Young Qian, you're letting him leave like this? Seeing that Qian Fei Yang did not stop Qin Shen from leaving in the slightest, Wu Min asked suspiciously. In her impression, Qian Fei Yang was a vindictive person. No one who offends him has a good ending. At the very least, you'd have to break an arm or a leg. Qian Fei Yan looked gloomy and said in a cold voice, I will make him regret his words today. When he finished, he waved his hand. The bodyguard behind him nodded and chased Qin Shen out. Chapter 5, Sleeping in the Wrong Bedroom. After leaving the building and walking out not too far, Qin Shen smiled helplessly. He took 7 turns to an alleyway, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The bodyguard who had been following him saw this and froze. He had been professionally trained and his strength was comparable to that of a special forces soldier, so how could he lose his target? What's more, the target is just an ordinary person. Just then, he suddenly felt a strong wind flash behind him. Bang! The bodyguard only felt a huge force coming from his neck, and in the next moment, he was pressed against his head and his whole body was pressed against the wall. Even because of the excessive force, his head was cracked and blood flowed down his face. Qian Fian asked you to follow me? Qin Dust said indifferently. A look of pain flashed across the bodyguard's face, but he still clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. Oh, quite a backbone. As soon as the words fell, Qin Shen stomped on the bodyguard's ankle. Click. A crisp bone crack sounded. The bodyguard couldn't hold it back any longer and let out a cry of pain. Ah! Even though he had been professionally trained, a flicker of awe flashed through his heart at this moment when he had his foot stomped off by a human being. Himself this time, I'm afraid I've kicked the bucket. I'll ask you once more, did Qian Fei Yan send you here? A harmless smile appeared on Qin Shen's face. Seeing that Qin Shen raised his foot again, the bodyguard couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly shouted, Don. Step on it, I'll talk. If both feet were stepped on and broken, even if they could be connected, their strength would be reduced by half, and I'm afraid they would never be able to work as a bodyguard again for the rest of their lives. Young Qian asked me to follow you and figure you out before I clean you up. The bodyguard said with some trepidation. Qin Shen smiled disdainfully and then threw the bodyguard aside. Go back and tell him to forget it this time. If you dare to mess with me again, you'd better be prepared to be crippled by me in advance. As soon as the words fell, Qin Shen's figure flickered and instantly disappeared. The bouncer rushed to look around, only to realize that he was the only one left in. Qin Shen realized that he had forgotten to charge his cell phone before going to bed, and at such a critical moment, his phone had automatically shut down without power. After charging his cell phone, he pulled back the curtains, only to realize that it was already cloudy. The time now is estimated to be just about 5 o'clock in the morning. Is it possible that Gu Yaming didn't come back to the villa all night? And what is this madness about calling yourself so early in the morning? While Qin Shen was preparing to take a nap, the bedroom door was violently pushed open and Gu Yaming slowly walked in. Gu Yaming was still wearing the same clothes from yesterday at this time, and her delicate face still couldn't hide the exhaustion on her face. It looked like she had actually stayed up all night. Thinking of what Gu Yaming said when he was at the construction site, Qin Shen was a bit curious. It couldn't be that this woman had really supervised the construction site all night? Are all the big bosses nowadays so desperate? Just then, Gu Yaming yelled with a face full of anger, "Qin Shen, who let you sleep in my bed?" Qin Shen was stunned. He hadn't paid attention to the decorations in the house yesterday, and now he was. The decor of the house was simple but extremely refined. The quilt and curtains on the bed are a soft pink color. On the nightstand, there was a bouquet of flowers in full bloom. Directly across from the bed sat a fine dresser. A discerning eye could tell it was a woman's bedroom. Qin Dust had a mouthful to say. To say it wasn't intentional in this situation, he couldn't believe it himself. "You rascal, to sleep in my bed. I'm calling the police on you." Gu Yaming gritted her teeth and roared angrily. The man in front of her was simply bold enough to sneak in and sleep in her room. Moreover, her own personal clothes were in the closet of her room, so maybe Qin Wan had done something out of the ordinary last night. A wave of nausea washed over her at the thought. But just then, she suddenly felt an instant pain in her belly as if she had been hit by a speeding car. Ah! She couldn't help but cry out in shock as the intense pain left her without the strength to even stand, instantly crouching on the ground. Seeing Gu Yaming's forehead oozing a layer of cold sweat and her face turning pale, Qin Shen frowned. He stepped forward and grabbed Gu Yaming's wrist. Gu Yaming wanted to break free but felt unable to use a single ounce of strength. "You rascal, what do you want to do to me?" Gu Yaming was horrified. If this man in front of her took the opportunity to do something to her, I'm afraid she wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. Qin Shen said helplessly, "What's going on in your head when it's already time? You should be having menstrual cramps, can't you feel it yourself?" Gu Yaming froze. She did have menstrual cramps. "I got my period yesterday morning, and after running around all day and staying up all night at a construction site, I didn't realize that the menstrual cramps would be stronger than any I've had before." Now she felt a fiery pain throughout her belly, like someone had been hammering away with a hammer. "In the nightstand drawer, there are painkillers, bring them to me." Gu Yaming barely even had the strength to speak, and in just a few minutes, the clothes on her body were already soaked with sweat. "Ugh, never mind, who let me meet?" Qin Shen helplessly squatted down, then picked Gu Yaming up horizontally. Gu Yaming's eyes widened at once, and a look of horror filled her face. "What are you going to do? I'm warning you." Before he could finish his words, Qin Shen placed her on the bed. "What's the warning? Be honest," Qin Duan said with a fierce face. Gu Yaming hurriedly closed her mouth, but the trembling of her body still revealed her inner fear. "Taking painkillers won't fix what's wrong with you, and you'll still be in pain after it wears off. Want to be cured of this for good?" Qin Shen looked at Gu Yaming and said indifferently. Chapter 6, Get Your Filthy Hands Off Me. How to cure it? Gu Yaming blurted out, but then, she regretted it. She has been to a number of hospitals to see this disease. The doctors, without exception, said that she should be treated conservatively and take some traditional Chinese medicine to regulate her body. But she has taken a lot of Chinese medicines with no effect at all. So many doctors couldn't help. Could this man cure himself? How is that possible? The other party must be trying to take advantage of himself. Can't let this pervert get away with it. I'm feeling much better now, you go out first, I'll rest myself for a while, Gu Yaming said as she endured the pain. She quietly gripped her cell phone, ready to call for help as soon as the other person left the bedroom. Qin Shen shook his head helplessly. In the practice of medicine, there's an unwritten rule. Those who keep their illnesses to themselves are not treated. In other words, patients who do not trust their doctors will not be treated. Since the woman didn't believe she could cure her, forget it. Thinking of this, Qin Shen headed out of the bedroom. Seeing this scene, Gu Yaming let out a sigh of relief. But just then, another sharp pain came from the small of her back. She stifled a grunt and a cold sweat seeped over her body. Even the cell phone in his hand, he didn't have the strength to hold it. Qin Shen sighed slightly when he heard Gu Yaming's agonized voice. The old man used to say that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If this woman isn't saved, she could really die of pain alive. It's not like I'm breaking the rules. After a few mumbles, he turned back to the bed. Seeing Qin Shen return, Gu Yaming was startled. Why don't you go away? Gu Yaming said weakly. After she finished her sentence, she actually didn't have the strength to continue, as if she was going to faint at any moment. Someone once described what menstrual cramps feel like. It felt as if someone had taken a dull knife and cut flesh from their body, slice by slice. Some people can just pass out from the pain. Right now, Gu Yaming, that's how she felt. Life is worse than death. Qin Shen did not speak, but lifted Gu Yaming's blouse, revealing her belly. Gu Yaming's eyes were filled with horror, as if she had already thought of what would happen next. But she didn't have the strength to resist at all. 2 lines of tears ran down from the corners of her eyes. She had even thought about killing this man and killing herself after this incident. The next moment, a palm pressed against the small of her back. Gu Yaming closed her eyes in despair. Helplessness and humiliation spread. But after a few seconds passed, she opened her eyes in shock and looked at Qin Shen. Not only did that palm not move anywhere else, it even gave off a warmth that eased his pain. How is that possible? But the warmth coming from her belly made her believe it. Qin Shen couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he stroked Gu Yaming's jade-like smooth skin. Although his purpose was to heal and save people, his eyes inevitably saw places he shouldn't. This woman's body, it's just perfect. There wasn't an ounce of fat around his waist, and he even had 2 waistlines because of his long workouts. And further up, although it was covered by the clothes, you could still vaguely see that proud figure. The proportions of this body are so unbelievable. I'm afraid I'm going to make a fool of myself if I keep looking. Qin Shen hurriedly turned his head and calmed his mind, which forced down that fire in his body. Move up a bit too. Gu Yaming twisted her head, biting her lip and whispering. Although I don't know what tactics the other person is using, my own menstrual cramps are really decreasing. However, it seemed as if only the area covered by Qin Shen's palm could relieve the pain, and the part that leaned on it was still currently in immense pain. But after uttering those words, Gu Yaming instantly regretted it. What are you doing to yourself? Never in my own life have I said such a thing to a man. Qin Shen did not speak, but his palm moved upwards slightly. A moment later, Gu Yaming took a deep breath and finally felt the unbearable pain disappear. I'm better, get your dirty hands off me. Gu Yaming resumed the cold demeanor she had at the beginning of the meeting and said in an indifferent tone. Qin Shen retracted his palm, but his tone was somewhat doubtful as he asked, You woman, you are too ungrateful, aren't you? I cured you, it's just as well if you don't say thank you, why do you have such a bad attitude? Gu Yaming pulled her clothes down while sitting up from the bed. She snorted coldly and said faintly, Tell me, what exactly is your purpose in approaching me? Did my family send you, or is it my competition? I can double what they're paying you. Qin Shen smiled helplessly. This woman turned out to be treating herself as a commercial spy, huh? Would you believe me if I said that I got the wrong blind date and married you by mistake? Qin Shen said with a bitter smile. You got the wrong blind date? Gu Yaming's eyes widened at once, her eyes filled with an incredulous look. She looked Qin Shen up and down, and when she saw that Qin Shen's expression did not look like a fake, she was speechless. Is it possible that after all this mess, the whole marriage thing is a big oops? Mistakenly identifying yourself and the other person as a blind date at the same time, and then getting married with a license? If this hadn't happened to her, she wouldn't have believed anything that was said. Alright, you'll get some rest and you should be back on your feet. When you recover better, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Gu Yaming hastily spoke out to stop it. Although she didn't want to cross paths with the man in front of her, there was something that she had to check with the other woman. How do you know that the roofing of our Gu Group's building will fail? Gu Yaming's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression became serious. She had called Qin Shen early in the morning just to ask about this matter. Last night, Qin Shen had said that the building would continue to collapse if it continued to be capped. At that time, she did not take Qin Shen's words to heart. Until this morning, when the roof of the building, which had just been sealed, collapsed without warning. Mind you, she's been staring at the site for this capping. Both the workmanship and the materials used are top of the line. But the capping still failed. It was then that she remembered that Qin Shen had once said that there was 1,000 years of grievances in this building, so no matter how the roof was sealed, it would not be successful. That's why she called Qin Shen. It was just that he didn't expect that Qin Shen had sneaked into his villa and even slept in his bedroom. It's simply audacious. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Qin Shen shook his head helplessly. I knew it, did you cap it again? And failed again? They say the current building is shaped like a coffin to suppress that resentment, right? Seeing Gu Yaming's shocked expression, Qinshen continued with a smile. Unfortunately, they're not up to par and didn't see that this resentment has been accumulated for at least 1,000 years. Merely changing the design plans does nothing. It didn't have much of an impact at first, but now that the building is getting ready to be capped, it's getting ready to be casket for the grievances, and the grievances are never going to sit still. If you continue to try to cap it, you're sure to fail again, and maybe even kill someone. Qin Dust explains seriously. 1,000 years of grievance. A flash of shock passed through Gu Yaming's beautiful eyes, and her face became ugly. It looked like Qin Shen's words had touched her greatly. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Qin Shen. Since you can see this 1,000-year grudge, is there a solution? As much as you can fix it. Gu Yaming said in a deep voice. Money? Money means nothing to me. Qin Shen said to himself. So what do you want? Gu Yaming's eyes changed as she continued to ask. Qin Shen's gaze flicked to Gu Yaming's body. Gu Yaming was stunned and said in a cold voice, Don't even think about it, it's impossible. Qin Shen said helplessly, What are you thinking about? I just want you to impersonate my wife and talk to my master on the phone. Gu Yaming froze, impersonating. Your wife? Qin Shen said with a straight face, Of course. The blind date my master arranged for me was spoiled by you. You have to be responsible for this matter, right? Gu Yaming's face was like frost, and her entire aura was cold. She was at least the chairman of the Gu Group, managing a business empire with tens of thousands of employees under her command, and the company's daily water flow amounted to hundreds of millions. Let yourself go and pretend to be a wife for someone else. How is that possible? It's simply whimsical. No way. I'll never promise you that. Gu Yaming's tone of refusal was extremely firm, her expression icy cold. Qin Shen laughed and said, That's right, how could a big shot like you agree to pretend to be my wife? If you're free, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me now to get a divorce. By the way, I see that you still don't die, kindly advise you, that building, you'd better give up, I dare say, except for me and my master, no one can solve that resentment. After saying that, Qin Shen directly left the bedroom. However, after he waited in the villa's living room for half a day, Gu Yaming didn't follow him out. Just as he was wondering, the bedroom door was pushed open and a figure slowly walked out. Seeing Gu Yaming's outfit at this moment, Qin Shen looked directly dumbfounded. In just a few minutes, Gu Yaming had actually changed her clothes. Now she had black high heels on her feet and a slim black suit that showed off her slender figure, and she didn't need to see it to know that it was a haute couture style. A brooch in the shape of a flying bird was faintly visible on the lined white shirt, otherwise there was no jewelry on the body. As the saying goes, a man is only as good as his clothes. But in Gu Yaming's case, it was just the opposite. Such a dress that didn't look special was instantly elevated several notches when worn on Gu Yaming. In Qin Shen's eyes, there were only two words that could describe Gu Yaming at this moment. Elegant. It's really elegant. Even with a cold face, you still can't hide that unique charm. Are you sure you can solve that 1,000-year-old grudge? Gu Yaming stared at Qin Shen, her eyes fluctuating without any fluctuation. Qin Shen felt that in just a few minutes, Gu Yaming looked like a different person, and the aura on her body had become extremely powerful. That's fine, but... Qin Shen's words were only halfway through when he was forcefully interrupted by Gu Yaming. I don't want to hear the reason, I only look at the result. If you remove the resentment, I'll agree to your terms. Qin Shen froze. Conditions? What conditions? Just as he finished, he reacted instantly. You promised to pretend to be my wife to deal with my master? Qin Shen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Gu Yaming, who had just firmly rejected himself, would change her mind again so soon. Gu Yaming gritted her teeth and said in an icy tone, In the future, you are not allowed to mention those two words again. Although she had agreed to Qin Shen's conditions, she still couldn't accept the man in front of her who she hadn't known for long to call her wife. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't solve the matter of the construction site, then the agreement between us will be null and void. After saying that, Gu Yaming did not even look at Qin Shen and walked towards the gate. Wait. Qin Dust hurriedly blocked the way. Anything else? Gu Yaming's tone was icy cold, and she seemed to be a bit impatient. Give me 100 million. Qin Shen justifiably extended his hand. What did you say? Do you know how much money $100 million is? Gu Yaming's brows furrowed in disbelief as she asked. Is this man crazy? As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for $100 million. Did he really think that his money came from the wind? You know, $100 million in cash is not something that even a lot of large companies can afford to take out right away. You don't think you can solve 1,000 years of resentment without spending a dime, do you? I'm taking this money, but I'm prepared to give you a solution to your problem, so forget about it. Sheen Dust said arrogantly. You better not have lied to me or I'll make you regret it. After saying that, Gu Yaming took out a black bank card from her bag and flung it into Qin Shen's hand. There's over $100 million in here, take it. Gu Yamin snorted coldly. With the strength of the Gu group, Qin Shen would be able to get him back within 10 minutes if he dared to run. After giving the bank card, Gu Yaming turned around and left. But who knew that before he could take a few steps, Qin Shen's voice came from behind him again. Wait! Qin Duan shouted. If ice could kill, I'm afraid Qin Shen would have already died 800 times. What's the matter, can't you finish at once? Gu Yaming said coldly. Aren't we going to go through with the divorce? Pretend to be my wife, you don't have to show my master a marriage license. Qin Shen took out the marriage license and asked carefully. Chapter 8, you don't have what I want to buy. Just for now. Gu Yaming put down a word and hurriedly left, leaving Qin Shen alone and depressed. This woman, what does she think? Obviously got married to the wrong person and ended up not wanting a divorce. It's not going to depend on me, is it? Qin Shen muttered, then shook his head again. Unlikely, and subsequently the woman who can come up with $100 million in cash, I'm afraid I can't look at me with two blind eyes. Forget it, don't think about it, just find a wife and deal with the old man anyway. Qin Shen played with the exquisite bank card in his hand for a while and then put it away. He took a cab and had the driver drop him off at the largest jewelry store in Jiangchang. Radiant Dreams, that's a good name. Qin Shen looked at the name of the jewelry store and walked into the store with great strides. Sir, what are you going to buy and would you like me to introduce you to it? As soon as he entered, a shopper greeted him. Qin Shen could not help but secretly nod his head. Worthy of being the biggest jewelry store in Jiangcheng. This body of clothing is cheap at first glance, and the guide in front of the eyes but not a little contemptuous look, but also went forward to take the initiative to receive their own. Get your boss out here and I'll talk business with him. Sheen Dust said. The shopper was just about to speak when a woman in an OL uniform came over with a frown. Looking for our boss? I'm sorry, our boss only receives customers who spend more than $1 million in a single transaction. The woman said faintly. This woman's chest hangs a badge, written on the top of the manager two big words. It seems to be considered the leader of these shoppers. The business I'm looking for from him is $1 million or more. Before Qin Shen could finish his words, the female manager on the opposite side of the room suddenly looked as if she had changed her face. A smile instantly appeared on his just now indifferent face before ignoring Qin Shen and walking towards the pair of men and women who had just walked through the gate. Young Qian, what kind of wind has blown you over today? That Xiao Zhang, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring out my treasured De Hong Pao to make tea for young Qian and Miss Wu. And little Li, hurry to the boss's office and say that Qian Xiao is here, and tell him to put whatever urgent matters he has on the back burner and come to see Qian Xiao first. The female manager was respectful, a 180-degree reversal from her attitude when she had just spoken to Qin Shen. Seeing these two people, Qin Shen smiled helplessly. The world was so small that he had actually bumped into Chen Fei Yang and Wu Min again. Wu Min, on the other hand, had obviously seen Qin Shen as well. She came to Chen Fei Yang's ear and softly said two words. With that, Chen Fei Yang looked up at Qin Shen, the corner of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile if any. What does that man do? Looking like a beggar, it affects our mood to buy things. Chen Fei Yang asked, pointing at Qin Shen. The female manager was stunned, then explained, Young Qian, that person is probably brain dead. As soon as we walked in the door, this man was clamoring for our boss, saying he wanted to talk business. He doesn't look in the mirror to see what kind of a man he is, and he's worthy of meeting our boss? Don't worry, I'll kick him out right away and keep him out of your way. The manageress had worked in the jewelry store for so many years that she still had a knack for reading people. She could tell at a glance that the two parties knew each other and seemed to have a bit of a history. And which side to take doesn't even have to be considered. The one in front of you is the only son of the chairman of the Chen Group. Every time you come to a jewelry store to buy jewelry for a woman, you start with at least $100,000. The commission she earned on Qian Fei Yang in the past 2 years was almost enough to lift a car. It's not too much to offer such a big god of wealth. Thinking of this, the female manager walked up to Qin Shen and said indifferently, "I'm sorry sir, please leave now." Qin Shen frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Are you driving me away?" "If I remember correctly, blatant discrimination against guests is something I can go to the officials to complain about you." The female manager laughed, seemingly not taking Qin Shen's words to heart at all. "It's our store's freedom to receive what kind of guests we want. You're welcome to complain if you're not satisfied. But before you do, please hurry up and leave or I'll call security." The manageress warned with a cold face. After saying that, she also looked at the two security guards at the door. The threatening implication was very obvious. Woman stepped on her high heels and walked over proudly. "With a bottom feeder like you deserve to spend money here?" Woman's face was filled with disdain, and his mocking expression was not hidden at all. Xian Feiyang said indifferently, "Xiaomin, don't bother with him. Talking to someone like that would be degrading yourself, just have the manager blow him out." Yesterday, he had wanted to have his bodyguard tail Qin Shen, find out where he had landed, and then clean up Qin Shen's mess. It's just that the bodyguard came back and surprisingly told him that there were too many cars on the road and he lost the target. He was just looking for a place to take out his anger, but he didn't expect to run into Qin Shen again. This time, he wanted to let Qin Shen know that the other party was no different from the trash on the ground in his eyes. "What if I just don't go?" Qin Shen looked at the female manager and said in a deep voice, "Think about it, I'm here to talk business with your boss. I'm afraid you can't afford the responsibility if you mess up this deal." Hearing this, Woman raised her eyebrows and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Qin Shen, I found out that you're quite good at lying, telling lies without a draft, just opening your mouth. You don't even look in the mirror to see what kind of virtue you have, and you're still talking big about talking business with the boss of someone else's radiant dream?" The clothes on Qin Shen's body appeared to be from the ground. Rich people don't wear this crap even if they are low-key. Therefore, Woman would never believe that Qin Shen had the strength to talk business with a jewelry store. Seeing that Qin Shen did not want to leave, the female manager waved to the two security guards outside the door and pointed at Qin Shen. The two security guards entered the door and immediately surrounded Qin Shen with one on the left and one on the right. Qin Shen snorted coldly, "Forget it, you guys probably don't have anything I want to buy here, no need to send it off, I'll leave on my own." With that, Qin Shen turned around and walked towards the gate. Woman disdainfully skimmed her mouth and mocked, "Poor stickman who wants to save face and live to suffer, all the money she earns in this life can't afford to buy a ring on my hand, she deserves to be poor for the rest of her life." And at that moment, a stern cry suddenly came from the stairs, "Stop right there." The crowd followed the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man slowly walking down the stairs. This person was short and fat, and his appearance was unimpressive, and could even be said to be a bit ugly. But this person had the aura of a superior person without anger. "What did you just say? I don't have anything you want to buy in my store? Tell me instead what you want to buy. If I don't have it here, I'll apologize personally and send you out the door respectfully. But if I had it here, I'd break your legs myself and show you what rules mean." The middle-aged man stared at Qin Shen and said in a cold voice. Chapter 9, The Dragon Turtle. Seeing this person, Xian Feiyang hurriedly greeted him. "Mr. Jin, why affect your mood for such a loser? In that case, I'll have the bodyguards take him out and break both legs, so as not to get in your way." Xian Feiyang's voice carried a few hints of respect and currying favor, and then he gave a look to the bodyguard under his hand. But the middle-aged man known as Mr. Jin waved his hand and stopped it. "No need. That's the temper I have as a person. It's okay for you to talk about me, but not about my store. I'd like to see what this kid wants to buy that he dares to blabber in front of me." Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this. However, he did not answer Mr. Jin's question, but pointed to a pendant on the counter and asked, "Mr. Jin has a study of the sayings of feng shui? This dragon turtle is really good." Woman interjected from the side, "Qin Shen, what are you babbling about here? Hurry up and answer Mr. Jin's question." However, Mr. Jin waved his hand, stopping Woman, then said smugly, "Not bad. You do have some vision. This dragon turtle is a high people have opened the light, auspicious attract wealth, some people have offered $30 million high price, I did not sell." Hearing this price, the crowd couldn't help but be taken aback. How could they not have expected that the ornaments, which were usually placed on the counter in an unobtrusive manner, would be worth so much money? Qin Shen shook his head and said indifferently, "The dragon turtle is not bad, but unfortunately, it was placed in the wrong place." Hearing this, Xian Feiyang immediately grunted coldly, "Kid, who do you think you are? Dare to tell Mr. Jean what to do. Besides, Brilliant Dream is the largest jewelry store in Jiangcheng, a day's turnover, top you do a lifetime. If, as you say, the dragon turtle is in the wrong place, how can Mr. Kim make money day in and day out? Mr. Jean was obviously very flattered by Qian Feiyang's compliments. He smiled and nodded, not bad, I've had someone look at this location, it's perfect to put a dragon turtle. Xingshan shook his head and said, this tall man, his level is indeed high, but he seems to be unkind to Mr. Jean. In the past few years, did Mr. Kim have many dreams at night and was depressed? Always feel like you don't have enough energy? Mr. Jean snorted coldly, nonsense, I'm not a god. I've been overworked these past few years, it's normal that I don't have enough energy. Qin Shen was not amused and came over to Mr. Jin's side and whispered, when Mr. Jean dreams at night, does he often dream of snakes wrapping around his body and then being swallowed in one gulp by a large turtle? Upon hearing these words, Mr. Jean was as if he had been struck by lightning and instantly froze in place with his eyes wide open. How did you? You know that? Mr. Jin's voice trembled, and a trace of fear even appeared on his face. Wu Min and Qian Feiyang didn't know what was happening and looked puzzled. Oh, Mr. Kim, can we talk about business now? Qin Shen's words changed, and he shifted the topic back to business matters. Seeing this, Wu Min quickly said, Mr. Jean, don't let him fool you. This man is good at flowery language, he must be a liar. Mr. Jean glared at Wu Min and said in a low voice, it's not your turn to meddle in what I do. After saying that, he looked at Qian Feiyang again and said faintly, Feiyang, at least you are the successor of the Qian group, and you can't even manage a woman? Qian Feiyang's face was a shade of green and white, extremely unsightly. Knowing that she had said the wrong thing, Wu Min hastily shrunk back. Sir, let's go to my office and talk more. Saying that, Mr. Jean made a please motion and his tone became respectful. Qin Shen was unceremonious and swaggered away after Mr. Jean. Before going upstairs, he also gave Qian Feiyang and Wu Min a disdainful look, causing the duo to clench their teeth in anger. Young Qian, Mr. Jean must have been tricked by that punk. Shall we? Before Wu Min could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by Qian Feiyang. Shut the up. You punk, do you know how important Mr. Jean is to our Qian group? Mr. Jin's jewelry group is inherently no weaker than our Qian group. Yesterday, he announced another $8 billion for investment. Do you know how much the Qian group needs this money? It was so hard for me to use the excuse of buying jewelry to talk business with Mr. Jean, and now it's all spoiled by you. Qian Feiyang's face was hostile and hideous, staring Wu Min so much that she turned pale and didn't dare to say a word. Wu Min had grown up as a pampered child, where had she ever been yelled at like that? She was just about to turn around and leave, but then she remembered Qian Feiyang's identity. Qian Feiyang is the sole heir of the Qian group. If we get another $8 billion of investment from Mr. Jean, I'm afraid that Qian's group will become one of the largest groups in Jiangcheng. At that time, as Qian Feiyang's girlfriend or even wife, she would also be able to enjoy the scenery and become the wife of the chairman of the Qian group. Thinking of this, she held back her aggression and hurriedly took Qian Feiyang's arm. Honey, I was wrong. I also didn't expect Mr. Jean to be fooled so easily by that loser. Don't worry, when I see Mr. Jean in a while, I will definitely fight for you to get the investment. Wu Min clipped her voice and pouted. Qian Feiyang snorted coldly and simply ignored Wu Min. The other side. Coming to Qin Shen followed Mr. Jean to the office. However, Mr. Kim's office is different from the average person's office. In his office, all the furniture is made of wanwali and looks antique. The painting hanging on the wall is by Tong Pak Fu, the teapot on the table is of purple sand, and even the burning incense can be smelled as a flavor of ambergris. Understated, yet luxurious. Kim has a nice office. Qin Shen quipped, then sat down on the chair with a big grin. Mr. Jean quickly smiled and said, Mr. Qin, don't call me Mr. Jean, just call me by my first name, Jean Huan, from now on. I'm not going to lie, I did have a lot of nightmares in the past 2 years about exactly what you said. I've also tried taking sleeping pills, going to the temple to offer incense, and even seeing a psychiatrist, but it didn't help at all. Since you can see it, is there a way to break it? Jean Huan had recognized the other party as a master. Although Qin Shen was not very old, the fact that he could accurately tell what he had dreamed meant that he must have 2 skills. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. He hadn't had a single good night's sleep in the past 2 years, tortured by this dream, and his energy had been drained as if it had been drained out of him. It was also because he didn't have the energy to continue running the company that he was ready to take the money off the books and invest it. And hearing Jean Huan's words, Qin Shen nodded. I just said that the one who set up the dragon turtle for you wants to harm you. As the saying goes, if you want fast hair, fight the three furies. This dragon turtle was supposed to suppress the three furies' position in the jewelry store, but it ended up suppressing your fate. In other words, this jewelry store, right now, is trading your lifespan for fortune. If it continues, you'll die a violent death in less than a year. Sheen Dust explained indifferently. Kim Hwan sniffed and was completely dumbfounded. Trade my lifespan. For fortune? Kim Hwan's voice trembled and his face was filled with fear. Chapter 10 Tarzan Stone Spirit. Suddenly, he gave Qin Shen a serious bow and said, Master Qin, please still save my life. No matter what conditions you have, I will agree. Just as well, eradicating harmful things is also the rule of my division. Qin Shen said indifferently. With that, he stretched out his right hand, pinched up his fingers, and mouthed the words. Seeing this, Jin Huan hurriedly held his breath, not even daring to breathe. A few moments later, Qin Shen took a long breath and looked up. I've already calculated the position of the three evils of this store of yours. In a moment, you can dissolve it by pointing the tail of the dragon turtle at the fish tank in the southwest direction. Kim Huan froze. That simple? Qin Shen rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, the dragon turtle has a spirit. It's still more than enough to suppress this small store of yours. Just make a good offering in the future. Jin Huan hurriedly said respectfully, Master Qin, I'll remember. Qin Shen nodded slightly, then asked, I came here because I want to talk to you about a business deal. You deal in jewelry and jade. I wonder if you have any Tarzan stone essence? Kim Huan pointed to the ink stone on the table with some confusion and said, Are you talking about this Taishan stone essence? This thing, it doesn't seem to be very valuable, right? Tarzan stone essence is a special kind of stone produced in Tarzan Mountain. It's pricey, but not rare. Even many big families will use the Taishan stone essence made of stone daredevil, standing outside the door of the house, to ward off evil spirits. How could a feng shui master like Qin Shen not be able to find the Tarzan stone essence? Qin Shen laughed and said, What I want is not a side piece. I'm going to make 2 stone lions out of Tarzan stone essence. I wonder if Mr. Jin has any goods? Hearing this, Jin Huan finally realized why Qin Shen had said in the beginning that he couldn't buy what he wanted from himself. The stone that can be made into a stone lion needs to be at least 2 meters high. You know, Tarzan stone essence, the bigger it is, the more valuable it is. A 2-meter high stone can be considered a sky-high price. What's more, even if you want to buy it, such a large Tarzan stone essence can be found. Master Qin, this. A look of difficulty appeared on Kim Huan's face. Qin Duan said, Don't worry about the money, I can give you the deposit right now. With that, Qin Shen placed the bank card on the table. Seeing the bank card, Kim Huan was shocked. There are no more than 10 bank cards of this kind, which are black in color with a golden edge, in the whole Jiangcheng. Deposits of at least $100 million are required to qualify for this type of bank card. The young man in front of him had taken out $100 million right out of the gate, and was by no means an ordinary person. Kim Huan gritted his teeth and pushed the bank card back. This money, Master Qin had better take it back. Tonight, I'll send you the Tarzan stone essence as a way to make friends. Jin Huan had just seen Qin Shen's strength. If one can befriend such a person, the benefits that come with it can't be measured in terms of money. Qin Shen also didn't expect Jin Huan to be so generous, giving away Tarzan stone essence worth hundreds of millions of dollars when he said so. Oh, Mr. Jin, I'm a person who is not used to owing favors. Since you're not taking any money, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Your heavenly cord is red and your eyebrows are glowing, so you should have a not-so-small fortune lately, except that the tips of your eyebrows are black, during which time you will be haunted by a villain, so keep that in mind. After saying that, Qin Shen stood straight up. Mr. Jin, there's no need to send it, just contact me when the stuff arrives. Without waiting for Jin Huan to react, Qin Shen had already left his office. When they saw Qin Shen hurriedly coming down from the upper floors, Shen Feiyang and Wu Min immediately revealed a disdainful expression. From the time Qin Shen went up to the time he left, it was less than 10 minutes combined. Definitely got kicked out by Mr. Kim for breaking up the scam. So quickly revealed by Mr. Jin's true colors? Oh, a waste is a waste and can't get on the stage for the rest of his life. Saying that, she held up the diamond ring in her hand and mocked, See? This is the diamond ring that Qian Xiao just bought for me, it cost $800,000. You, a dirtbag, can't afford it in your lifetime, right? Qin Shen was naturally too lazy to pay attention to Wu Min. A diamond is just a diamond, $800,000 to buy the hand, the store does not come out of the store door will be directly depreciated to less than $100,000. This stuff, proper IQ tax. What's more, he now had a bank card with hundreds of millions of dollars in his pocket. He could buy every diamond in this store if he wanted to. Ignoring Wu Min's provocation, Qin Chen directly left the jewelry store. Chen Feiyang had wanted to ask his bodyguard to teach Qin Chen a lesson, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Jin Huan hurriedly running down from upstairs. "Where's that young man just now?" Kim Huan asked eagerly. Chen Feiyang and Wu Min thought that Qin Duan had lied to Jin Huan and Jin Huan was ready to take revenge. Wu Min quickly said, "Mr. Jin, don't be angry, it's not worth it to be angry because of a liar. Don't worry, leave this crook to us, we'll definitely take care of him and take the heat for you." Wu Min wanted to curry favor with Jin Huan, but who would have thought that as soon as the words left her mouth, Jin Huan slapped her in the face. Snap! The crowd was stunned by the sound of a crisp slap. Especially the clerk of the Radiant Dream jewelry store, they had worked for so many years, but it was the first time they had seen Jin glow so furious. "Mr. Kim. Kim, what are you?" Wu Min covered her face, her eyes filled with an aggrieved look. "Asshole. When was I ever cheated? If you can't talk, you can keep your mouth shut," Kim Huan coldly rebuked. After saying that, he simply ignored the duo and turned towards the cash register. He carefully moved the dragon turtle on the cash register and aimed his tail at the tank. At once, Jin Huan felt a coolness in his body and his spirit cleared up. It really works. Jin Huan was overjoyed. If he had only believed Qin Chen's word 7 or 8% just now in the office, now it was 10% trust. On the side, Wu Min looked at Qian Feiyang in aggravation, but Qian Feiyang's face was extremely ugly. "Are you out of your mind? Even if Mr. Jin was cheated, you can't just say it? Isn't this slapping him in the face? Shut up in a moment or I won't spare you if you delay the investment," Qian Feiyang reprimanded. Wu Min blanched in fear and nodded repeatedly. Qian Feiyang snorted coldly and walked towards Jin Huan. "Mr. Jin, I'm sorry, just now it was Wu Min who said something wrong, I've already taught her a lesson. I came over today because I wanted to discuss the investment with Mr. Jin. As you know, Shen Group's position in Jiangcheng, if our two families join forces, we can definitely make a big profit," Chen Feiyang said sincerely. Kim Huan nodded and was about to speak when his eyes snapped. He thought of what Qin Chen had said to himself when he was leaving. One is about to have a fortune and is talking about an investment that should be made. And in the meantime there will be a villain in the making. Could it be? Jin Huan suddenly raised his head and sized up the Qian Feiyang duo. "You go away, my money is not going to be invested in the money group." With that, he made a gesture of sending off. Chapter 11, Carving. These words directly made Qian Feiyang freeze. By all accounts, the money group is an excellent investment. How could Kim Huan just reject himself without even talking? Did Kim Huan have a better investment? Just as he was wondering, Kim Huan had already gone up the stairs. "Young money, why don't we go talk again?" Wu Min carefully glanced at Qian Feiyang and said, "Talk. People have put it this way, and I'm still going to go up there and put a hot face on a cold ass? I can't afford to lose face." Qian Feiyang gasped for air and walked towards the door of the jewelry store with immense anger. Seeing this, Wu Min hurriedly followed. At this time, the female manager, however, stopped in front of the two of them and said with some difficulty, "Qian Xiao, the money for the ring." Qian Feiyang snorted coldly, "Go ask for it with that woman." After saying that, he left without looking back. Wu Min held the diamond ring worth $800,000 in her hand, her face unsightly. She loved the ring, but she simply couldn't afford it if Qian Feiyang didn't pay for it. Although none of the jewelry store clerks said anything, she felt that the eyes of all of them were mocking her. "Qin Chen, it's all because of you that I've lost face. Just you wait, I'm going to make you pay 100 times over." Wu Min gritted her teeth and cursed Qin Chen in her heart. She felt that the culprit for her being so humiliated today was Qin Chen. Qin Chen, who had left the jewelry store, didn't look back at Yiming's villa, but instead arrived at a busy street. The street is lined with tall office buildings, and the road is filled with hurried white-collar workers. Qin Chen looked at a brand new building and suddenly quieted down. "Oh, things are different, so that's what it means." Qin Chen let out a self-deprecating laugh, and the expression on his face could not be said to be crying or laughing. 20 years ago, the Qin family was considered one of the top entrepreneurs in Jiangcheng. It was only a fire that buried the Qins. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man was passing by and happened to save the young Qin Duan from the fire, the Qin family would have been annihilated. Of course, Qin Shen was too young at that time and his memory of that period was very vague. He only remembered that the Qin family seemed to have offended someone at that time, and not long after that, the building of the Qin family's company. This time, Qin Shen returned to Jiangcheng. On the one hand, he had come for a blind date, on the other hand, he was investigating the real culprit who had killed his parents back then. The hatred of my parents is not shared. A terrifying fluctuation emanated from Qin Shen's body, and passers-by cast astonished gazes before carefully circling around. He investigated around the area but had little luck. So much time has passed that many people have little recollection of what happened back then. While Qin Shen was thinking, Gu Yaming called him. "Hey, you're not going to run off with my money, are you? I've already asked the site side, they said you didn't even go to the site today. I'm warning you, if you can't solve the problems at the construction site within 3 days, you'll suffer the consequences." Gu Yaming threatened in a cold voice. After saying that, without even giving Qin Shen a chance to speak, Gu Yaming directly hung up the phone. Qin Shen held his cell phone with a helpless face. This woman, she doesn't know where she got her anger from, and she's taking it all out on herself. He was just about to dial back the phone to explain about the stone lions when it rang again. "Master Qin, are you free now? I've already sent someone to get the Tarzan stone essence, and the location will be sent to your cell phone right away." Kim Huan said respectfully. "Prepare my tools for carving, I'll be there in a moment." Qin Shen looked at the time after hanging up the phone. It had only been a few hours since he had left the jewelry store. In such a short period of time, Jin Huan had gotten 2 such large pieces of Tarzan stone essence, worthy of being the owner of the largest jewelry store in Jiangcheng. A few seconds later, he received an address on his cell phone. A large warehouse, not very far from where he was. Taking a taxi, Qin Duan went straight to the warehouse. Since his parents' blood feud is now clueless, let's settle the matter of the construction site first. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Kim Huan was already waiting at the door. As soon as Qin Shen entered the door, he saw 2 huge Tarzan stone essences in the middle of the warehouse. Good stuff. Qin Shen couldn't help but marvel. Being praised by Qin Shen, a hint of smugness flashed across Jin Huan's face. Master Qin is too kind. In fact, these 2 pieces of Tarzan stone essence, I was going to wait until I died to build them into tombstone beasts, to tend to good fortune and avoid misfortune. But now since Master Qin has a use for it, I'll just have to endure the pain. Kim Huan said with bravado. Qin Shen looked Jin Huan up and down and smiled. Mr. Jin has plenty of blood qi and still has at least 40 to 50 years of life left in him. I'm afraid it would be a waste if these 2 stones continue to be put away. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Jin Huan's eyes lit up. The strength that Qin Shen had displayed was definitely the strongest among so many masters he had seen. He said he had 40 or 50 years left to live, and it was 100% true. Thinking of this, he laughed out loud and said, "Then I'll take advantage of Master Qin's auspicious words. By the way, I've also found the carving tools that Master Qin wanted, so take a look." With that, Kim Huan carried out a large box and placed it on the ground. When I opened it, I saw a box full of various hammers and chisels of different sizes and shapes. Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Mr. Jin has taken the trouble." It was also fortunate that Jin Huan was in the jewelry business, so he was able to find a set of carving tools in such a short period of time. Qin Shen picked up a set of hammers and chisels and walked straight towards the Tarzan stone essence. Kim Huan froze and was about to stop, but then he shut his mouth in a hurry. As the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west, he had contacted 2 master carvers and was going to carve the stone lion for Qin Shen. It was just that he didn't expect that Qin Shen would want to do it himself. Is it possible that he knows how to carve? But the Tarzan stone essence is so precious that if you make a mistake in carving it, it will all be ruined. Just as Jin Huan was worried, Qin Shen had already slammed his hammer down. The hammer made of alloy was immensely powerful, and a loud bang rang out in the warehouse. And as if this loud sound was the horn of battle, the next moment, a loud sound as dense as rain resounded throughout the warehouse. 2 hours later. Dangling! Qin Shen threw the tool in his hand to the side and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. And during those 2 hours, Kim Huan's eyes were round and his mouth never closed from start to finish. Looking at the 2 stone lions molding in front of him, Jin Huan swallowed hard. And in the next moment, Qin Shen was seen waving his arm across his body, and a strong wind blew across the 2 stone lions, and the crumbs of stone on their bodies were instantly blown away. How is this possible? Kim Huan muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Because the 2 stone lions in front of him had already finished carving. Not only that, the hair on the stone lion's body was lifelike, and even the expression of unruffled authority on its face was clearly visible. Just by looking at the two stone lions, Jin Huan had the feeling of being targeted by a wild beast. Chapter 12, Sheep into Wolves. Mr. Jin, I still need to trouble you to find a truck to help me transport the stone lions to a place. Shin Dust said. Kim Huan nodded repeatedly and immediately called for 2 vans. In Jin Huan's eyes, Shin Shen's identity became more and more mysterious. Not only was he so knowledgeable about feng shui at such a young age, but he was even proficient in carving. You know, even if you have decades of experience, master, want to carve these 2 stone lions, I'm afraid you have to fight for several days in a row. And even if they were carved out, they would certainly not be as good as the 2 in front of them. He had been in the jewelry business for so many years, and it was the first time he had seen such a skilled carver. After the truck drove up, a dozen workers came down from above. Tarzan stone essence is far heavier than the average stone. Want to lift the stone lion to the truck, have to do a dozen people together. But right at this moment, Shin Shen waved his hand and said, Mr. Jin, no need, I can do it myself. Saying that, he bent down and clasped the base of the stone lion with both hands, then lifted it up with unparalleled ease. Everyone was outright dumbfounded. Some even rubbed their eyes as if they felt they were dreaming. Lifting a dozen tons of rock with your bare hands, is that still human? However, Shin Shen acted as if nothing had happened and lifted the second stone lion onto the van. Mr. Jin, I'll have to borrow this van for a while and send it back to you after use. Shin Shen sat in the driver's seat and started the van. Master Qin, this car is for you, feel free to use it. If there's anything I can help you with, just ask. Kim Huan said in a hurry. Although he was also a little curious about where Shin Shen was going to send the stone lion, he knew better than to ask about things he shouldn't. Shin Dust waved his hand and drove the truck away from the warehouse. When he arrived at the construction site, he found a large group of people already gathered at the entrance of the site. Almost all of this group had shovels, hoes, and other farming implements in their hands, and they were constantly shouting. The only few security guards in the construction site were completely overwhelmed by their mere aura. It's just that there are quite a few workers on this side of the construction site, and the other side doesn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, Shin Shen spotted a familiar figure behind the security guard. It was his wife, Gu Yaming, with whom he had a license. Gu Yaming took a loudspeaker handed over by her bodyguard, came to the front of the crowd, and shouted loudly, "Folks, we can discuss any problems we have. Don't get excited." Before she could finish her words, someone in the confronting crowd shouted, "Ing cheating us out of our land and telling us not to get excited?" Sure enough, those who run companies are all black-hearted. Many people followed suit. Take our land and don't pay, and we'll tear down your building. Pay up or you'll stop work. If we don't pay today, we'll fight them. The crowd held their weapons aloft in an aggressive manner. Although there was an electronic sliding door blocking the center, the security guards were still scared and backed up, their faces white. Several bodyguards protected Gu Yaming tightly in the center, their expressions grim. There were too many people on the other side, and they were all armed, so in case of a conflict, Gu Yaming's safety could not be guaranteed. Gu Yaming was squeezed to the ground, so she hurriedly picked up the loudspeaker and continued to shout, "Folks, you must have been tricked. I've already paid all of the compensation for this piece of land into Mr. Chen's account." A big man at the head of the group immediately pointed at Gu Yaming and shouted, "Bull. We are all members of the Chen clan, counting, Mr. Chen is still my second uncle. Can we not know whether Mr. Chen took the money or not? This money is what you've coveted. It seems like you don't know how powerful our Chen family is until we show you guys some color today." With that, he raised the iron pick in his hand and smashed it straight down. The electronic door was instantly slammed and cut off, emitting a burst of electricity. Seeing this, the crowd followed suit and began to do the same, and in a matter of seconds the electronic door was smashed. Dozens of people rushed into the construction site with shouts and killings, and the security guards and workers scattered in all directions. After all, the site's owner's life is his own. Moreover, the other party had weapons in their hands, so in case they were smashed, they would be injured if they were lightly smashed, or they would be directly killed. Even Gu Yaming, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but blanch in the face of the situation in front of her. But before she could withdraw, the troublemakers surrounded her. "Hurry up with the money. Don't pay or don't leave. Such black-hearted women will be honest after a beating. Yeah, this woman needs a beating." The crowd shouted in a chorus of voices. Although the bodyguards that Gu Yaming had hired all knew kung fu, after all, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and the other side had weapons in their hands. didn't even have time to resist before he was knocked right out with a shovel. Gu Yaming was alone, surrounded by dozens of people, as if a lamb had fallen into a pack of wolves. If it really got chaotic in a while, she, as a woman, would definitely be at a great disadvantage. At the moment, her heart was full of regret. She had only received a message from the construction site that there was a disturbance and hurriedly rushed over with her 2 bodyguards, not having had time to understand the situation at all. What will you do with yourself if something goes wrong? Suddenly, Gu Yaming shrieked. All she felt was someone wrapping their arms around her from behind and even pressing their entire body against hers. She lifted her heels and kicked them hard behind her. But the next moment, she felt her ankles being grabbed, unable to move in the slightest. Honey, you're too cruel, aren't you? Are you going to cut me off from my grandchildren? A familiar voice came from Gu Yaming's ears. At the same time, however, she was secretly relieved. I'm afraid that man is the only one who calls his wife. Sure enough, Gu Yaming slightly turned her head sideways and got a good look at the man beside her. The man, who usually looked a bit hangdog, was surprisingly smooth at the moment. In the midst of a mass of so many people, she finally found a glimmer of security. You let go of me first. Gu Yaming gritted her teeth and whispered. Only then did Qin Shen release his grip on Gu Yaming's ankle and coughed awkwardly. Cough, cough, my hands felt so good that I almost forgot. After saying that, Qin Shen sized up Gu Yaming with interest and said curiously, I thought you've always had that ice cube face, so you're scared too? Gu Yaming's face chilled as she glared at Qin Shen. What's going on in this man's head? He didn't even look at what kind of situation was around him now, but he still had the heart to joke with himself. At that moment, the big man in the lead pointed at Qin Shen and threatened viciously, Kid, who are you? Get the hell out of here, or I'll even clean you up. These days there are those who rush to pick up money, but I've never seen those who rush to be beaten. With that, he raised the scythe in his hand and gestured twice towards Qin Shen. It was dark, but the scythe still flashed a chill in the light of the scythe's headlights. Gu Yaming was so shocked that she stepped back, but she didn't expect to run right into Qin Shen's arms. Qin Shen wrapped one arm around Gu Yaming's shoulders, while his other hand was waving in front of the crowd. The crowd only felt a black shadow flash before their eyes, and before they could react, they saw an additional scythe in Qin Shen's hand. Chapter 13 The Chen Family. The big man at the head of the group looked down, and his eyes instantly widened to the maximum. The scythe in his hand was unexpectedly taken away by the other party at some point. Dare to rob my scythe? Brothers, fight for me. The big man pointed at Qin Shen and roared angrily. But at that moment, Qin Shen smiled faintly and broke the scythe directly in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd. Almost everyone swallowed hard and stopped hard. Broken steel with your bare hands? Is this still human? Don't blame me for not reminding you that anyone who dares to make a move will end up no better than this scythe. Qin Dust said indifferently. Seeing that the crowd was subdued by Qin Shen, the big man at the head of the group hurriedly said, Don't be afraid, he's just one person, what waves can he make? Everyone together, he's definitely not our match. Qin Shen laughed and said in a cold voice, You're quite good at inciting people's hearts, but how are you afraid of yourself when you're letting others come to die? The crowd took a look at it. At first the man stood at the front of the crowd, but now he had sneaked 3 or 4 steps back. At this moment, Gu Yaming suddenly pointed at the man and said, I remember, your name is Chen Wentao, you are Qin Dong's henchman. At that time when Qin Dong collected the money, you were right next to him, do you dare to swear that I didn't give him any money? When the crowd heard Gu Yaming's words, they immediately looked at Chen Wentao. A look of panic flashed across Chen Wentao's face, but he instantly calmed down again. I'm not even sure what you're talking about. Mr. Chen never took your money, you're just trying to renege on your debt. As soon as Chen Wentao's words fell, Gu Yaming raised her cell phone and loudly retorted, Everyone, look carefully, this is the record of the money transfer I made to Qin Dong. Qin Dong took my money and didn't give it to you, even if you want to make trouble, you should go to Qin Dong. Now that you have destroyed the site's property and seriously affected the site's construction progress, I will use all means to recover the damages if you continue with your nonsense. These powerful words directly froze the crowd. They were just a group of ordinary people who had come over to cause trouble after hearing Chen Wentao say that the Gu group had used the Chen family's land without paying compensation. But only now do I realize that things don't seem to be that simple. More importantly, because of them, such a large construction site is now shut down, and the loss is at least several $100,000. If they were really asked to pay for the damages, I am afraid they could not afford to do so even if they lost all their money. Thinking of this, the group's aura weakened. Someone must be responsible for this money not reaching us anyway. That's right, this is our Chen family's ancestral land. All Chen family members are entitled to a share of the money. It's not over until this is cleared up. Although the crowd was still speaking harsh words, no one dared to continue. Seeing the situation, Chen Wentao hurriedly pointed at Gu Yaming and said, "This matter is not over, wait for Mr. Chen to find you guys for a confrontation." After saying that, he turned around and walked away, leaving the rest of the Chen family hanging out to dry. The crowd, without a leader, suddenly lost their courage, and hooted and hollered as they all left. Only after seeing the figure of the last Chen family member disappear at the gate of the construction site did Gu Yaming let out a long sigh of relief, her entire body finally relaxing a bit. "What's going on? What the hell?" Qin Dust asked suspiciously. Gu Yaming's pretty face turned cold and said faintly, "Does this have anything to do with you?" Qin Shin didn't spoil Gu Yaming's temper in the slightest and said, "It seems that you don't want to solve the feng shui problem of the construction site. Since that's the case, I'll leave." He knew that Gu Yaming valued this project extremely highly and would definitely not let himself go easily. Sure enough, before he could turn around, Gu Yaming clenched her silver teeth and said in a cold voice, "Stop." A smug smile hung on the corner of Qin Shen's mouth as he looked at Gu Yaming with his arms wrapped around him. Gu Yaming stared at Qin Shen in silence for several seconds before finally losing the battle. Facing an opponent in the business world, even if the opponent was strong, she had an indomitable aura. However, in front of Qin Shen, she had a feeling of powerlessness. This man is, quite simply, his own nemesis. She took a deep breath, then said, "The land we use for our construction site is the ancestral land of the Chen family clan." At first, the Chen family elected an agent, Chen Dong, or Mr. Chen as they call him, to discuss the compensation payment with me. After negotiating the price, I transferred the money to Chen Dong. I just didn't expect that the Chen family's people would come and cause trouble again now. Speaking of this, Gu Yaming's face looked like it had a layer of frost hanging over it, and a hint of murderous aura flashed in her eyes. Looking at those Chen family members, it seems that they didn't come back to blackmail again after getting the compensation money without knowing what to do. In other words, that money was swallowed by Chen Dong and not given to the Chen family members. This Chen Dong, not only did he take the money, but he also dumped the pot on the Gu group. Thinking of this, Gu Yaming took out her cell phone and dialed out a call. "Hey, go and investigate. The compensation we gave to the Chen clan, Chen Dong in the end sent down no. Have news immediately tell me." After hanging up the phone, Gu Yaming looked at Qin Shen and said indifferently, "If it's alright, you can leave. I still have to direct the workers to restore the construction site." Qin Shen, however, smiled and pointed at the van at the entrance, saying, "Just in time, have the workers lift the stone lions off the van and place them at the entrance of the building. After tonight, the site will be ready for normal construction." Gu Yaming froze, and then a flash of joy appeared on her face. "You're telling the truth? 2 stone lions, that's all it takes to solve the 1,000-year-old grudge you're talking about?" Gu Yaming stared tightly at Qin Shen and asked in a deep voice. "Don't worry, I can't explain it clearly to you in a sentence or two. Anyway, this stone lion is definitely useful as all. If the capping fails again, you'll throw me off the roof." Qin Shen smiled and assured. "By the way, you'd better find 2 people to specialize in protecting these 2 stone lions. 1,000 years of resentment is not that good to suppress, at least for a month. These 2 stone lions can't move." Qin Dust added a serious exhortation. Gu Yaming nodded, and then called a dozen workers to carefully move the stone lions to the entrance of the building. As expected, after placing the stone lions according to the directions specified by Qin Shen, the crowd immediately felt that the gloomy and cold aura on their bodies was swept away. "It's really working. It's amazing. Now the building will finally be topped off. I don't know what these 2 stone lions are made of, they are much heavier than ordinary stones. Be careful with your voice, this thing must be a treasure that the boss spent a lot of money on, don't touch it and break it." The workers gathered around the stone lions and whispered. "The yang is strongest at midday, so tomorrow we can start capping at noon." Qin Dust left a word of advice, then drove the van and left the construction site. By now, it was completely dark. Qin Shen didn't rush to return the van, but drove directly to Gu Yaming's villa. Picking a room at random, Qin Shen fell asleep. Tarzan stone essence, far harder than normal stone. It took a lot of energy for him to carve 2 stone lions in that short period of time. When he was done, he couldn't think of anything else but a good night's sleep. It was not known how long it had been before Qin Shen was awakened by a sound of talking. Chapter 14 Looking for Dong Chen. "What did you say? He didn't pay back the money and beat up our guys? Okay, you guys stay out of this, I'll handle it." Outside the door came Gu Yaming's angry voice. Qin Shen climbed up from the bed and had just opened the door when he saw Gu Yaming angrily hanging up the phone. At this moment, Gu Yaming's face was frosty and her eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. Seeing Qin Shen, Gu Yaming was startled. "Why are you sleeping in my house again?" Gu Yaming said in a cold voice. Last night, when Qin Shen came back and slept in a random guest bedroom, Gu Yaming didn't notice. It wasn't until he saw Qin Shen that he realized that Qin Shen had slept in his villa for another night. "Hey, we're at least a legal couple with a license, so it's just a matter of not sleeping in the same bed, not even in the same villa? You have at least a dozen bedrooms in this villa and you can't even give me one to sleep in? Besides, I helped you with the trouble at the construction site, so you can't cross the bridge, can you?" Qin Dust complained. He doesn't know anyone else in Jiangcheng except the Wu family and this wife in front of him. Instead of going to a hotel, it would be better to continue to linger here at Gu Yaming's place. What's more, the old man was always pushing to meet his disciple's daughter-in-law, and he was already annoyed by the urging. Definitely can pass to get this done as soon as possible. No, I can't accept a man in my life. You go and stay at a hotel, and I'll just reimburse you for the cost of the room when the time comes. Gu Yaming said coldly. She's used to being on her own. She always felt unsettled when a man, especially a strange man, stayed in the villa. Hotel beds aren't as comfortable as yours. Qin Dust said. Seeing that Gu Yaming looked like she was about to lose her temper, Qin Shen's eyes turned and said before him, "How about this, let's make another deal. Last time I said I'd help you solve the 1,000-year resentment at the construction site, you promised to pretend to be my wife to cope with my master. How about this time I help you out with the troubles you just had on the phone in exchange for my residency at the villa, and you do one more thing for me that you can?" Gu Yaming coldly said, "An ordinary person can't solve this trouble. I sent someone to find Qindong to ask about the land compensation money, but I didn't expect Qindong to not only admit to embezzling that money, but also beat up my people. Now he's threatening that the $10 million he gave at the time wasn't enough, and he wants me to give another 100 million, or he'll let people go to my construction site and cause trouble." Speaking of this, Gu Yaming was furious. No wonder it was so easy to negotiate in the first place, so it turns out that Qindong still has this in mind. Really think she's a bully? However, she had heard a little bit of gossip. Not only did Qindong keep a group of thugs, but he also had an unusual relationship with a certain bigwig in Jiangcheng. If they really clashed head-on with Qindong, the Gu group would not necessarily take advantage. More importantly, in case the construction site was delayed, the Gu group would lose even more. Thinking of this, Gu Yaming sized up Qin Shen. If someone had stepped in for the Gu group, they might have been able to avoid a lot of trouble. "Are you sure you can help me with Qindong? I have to remind you that Qindong is not to be messed with. In case something happens to you, I can't protect you," Gu Yaming said seriously. Although she didn't have much love for the man in front of her, she wasn't enough to watch him go to his death. And after these 2 days together, especially Qin Shen's protection of her last night when the Chen family stormed the construction site, it made her feel an inexplicable affection for this man she had gotten a license with. "Don't worry, it's not just getting the money back and warning that Qindong to stay away from the construction site. I'm the best at this kind of thing. But if I get it done, you have to remember our agreement." Qin Shen waved his hand and then left the villa. Gu Yaming also hurriedly washed up and rushed to the construction site. According to Qin Dust, 12 noon was the best time to cap the roof. She's going to the site to keep an eye on it herself. This time, nothing must go wrong. Qin Shen, on the other hand, took a taxi with a big grin and rushed straight to the nocturnal city bar. According to the only intelligence Gu Yaming had, he only knew that Qindong was the behind-the-scenes boss of the nocturnal city bar, and that the chances of finding Qindong by coming here were the greatest. And Qin Shen stood on the street, looking at the huge building in front of him, slightly dazed. The City of Night Bar, said to be a bar, but in reality, it is a complex of bars, KTVs, billiard halls, and even gambling houses. Qin Duan did not expect this nocturnal city bar to take up a whole half of the street. Where to find someone? At that moment, a car pulled up to the curb and several young men stepped out. After checking around a bit, a few of the men furtively headed towards a small door. Qin Shen immediately followed. Just as he entered the unassuming small door in front of him, a big man in a burly suit instantly blocked in front of Qin Shen. "Membership card, please," the big man said faintly. The man was at least 1.9 meters tall, his body was full of muscles, and just standing there. Coming to a window, he handed the bank card to a young man inside and said in a deep voice, "Little Lee, check how much money is in this card." Xiaoli took the bank card and operated it while asking curiously, "Brother Zhou, how did you get it on your face?" The big man's face sank and he said in a cold voice, "Cut the crap and hurry up and check." He picked up his cell phone and found out Dong Chen's number. While hesitating to ask Shandong, Xiaoli inside the window let out a gasp. Chapter 15, Dusty Memories. 10, 100, 1,000, a million. Holy, how much is this? Li stared at the computer screen and swallowed hard. The big man hurriedly poked his head through the window. He was also dumbfounded when he saw the large series of numbers on the screen for his bank balance. The two men counted 3 whole times before they could figure out exactly how many digits there were. 100 million in cash. The two looked at each other, too shocked to even speak. I'm afraid there are only a handful of people with this kind of financial power in Jiangqing City. Thinking of this, the big man hurriedly put his cell phone away. Since people dare to come to the boss's venue with $100 million, can they not know the boss? You're still stupid enough to go to the boss and ask him yourself, isn't that out of your mind? In case you annoy your guests, you won't know how you'll die when the time comes. Holy, I'll never make a fraction of this money in my life. Li exclaimed. The big man urged, stop dreaming and make a membership card. What level do you want? Li asked. The big man slapped the back of Xiaoli's head and angrily scolded, you're blind. What level can a customer with $100 million in cash in his hand be? The highest level. Xiaoli covered his head and gave an operation, then handed the big man a golden membership card. The big man didn't dare to stop at all and took the 2 cards and ran all the way back to the entrance. When he saw that Qin Shen was still in the same place, he let out a sigh of relief. Sir, here's your bank card and membership card. The grading of our members, from highest to lowest, is gold, silver, and bronze, and since you're a friend of the owners, I've taken the liberty of getting you a membership card for the highest level. The big man said carefully. He bowed slightly as he spoke, his posture extremely low. Qin Shen snorted coldly, took the 2 cards, and without saying a word, walked in on his own. The big man then breathed a long sigh of relief, his hanging heart finally letting go. It's only normal that people don't think of little people like themselves. After walking through the long corridor and arriving at the hall, Qin Shen finally realized what this place was for. Surprisingly, it's a gambling house. No wonder people come over early in the morning. In the eyes of a gambler, I am afraid that there is only winning and losing, and there is no concept of time at all. After exchanging 1 million chips, Qin Shen sat down at the gambling table with a big grin. He had never been to a gambling house and didn't understand many of the rules. So, he plays with the simplest and crudest of rules, the color toss. After the dealer rolls 3 colors, the points are added together and less than 10 is considered small, greater than or equal to 10 is considered large. Gamblers just bet on the size. Qin Shen directly threw out 100,000 chips and bet on small. This hand caused the crowd to faintly stare. Gamblers who play the color toss are usually out hundreds or thousands of dollars. It's rare to see a $10,000 chip, let alone $100,000. After all, it takes less than 3 minutes to gamble a game, shake the color plus the time to settle. If you're unlucky, you can lose tens of thousands of dollars in an hour. Many people's eyes were red and they looked depressed, and it looked like they had lost a lot of money. After the crowd placed their bets, the big man sitting at the bank picked up the compost cup and shook it. A few seconds later, the compulsion cup thunk, heavy landing on the table. Big. 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 3 times in a row it's been big, this time it's definitely small. Drive on, what's the holdup? The gamblers burst into curses. The big man laughed and uncovered the lid. The 3 colors are 4, 5, and 6 points. 15 points in all, big. Hell, evil, 4 big ones in a row. I'll bet all small next time, I don't believe I can go big 5 times in a row. Hurry up and settle, next hand. The crowd shouted. The corner of the big man's mouth hooked up with a cold smile, don't be in a hurry, the next hand right away. But just then, a few large 100,000 chips were thrown directly onto the table. $900,000? Many people were dumbfounded when they saw this amount. What kind of a young man is this? However, when the crowd saw the number of points Qin Shen had bet on, they were even more dumbfounded. Qin Shen bet on the 666 leopard. In the color toss, you can bet on other combinations besides size. In this case, 3 colors that have the same number of points are called leopards and the payout is triple. And if you bet on a leopard of a specified number of points, the odds will be a staggering 36 times. It's just that the chances of that happening are so low. This gambling house, since its opening, has only won the leopard a handful of times. This person is on top, right? $900,000, even if it's a hit there's still a ring. Sick in the head, I thought it was some rich kid coming to play, but it turns out to be a cutie. Let's see him lose all his money later. The crowd taunted as they threw chips onto the table. Since there were already 4 big bets in a row, there were a lot of people betting on small this time. The big man holding the compost cup glanced at the tabletop with disdain, and then shook the compost cup. Knock! The compost cup falls to the table. Many people put their heads on the table just to be the first to see the points of the color. There were also quite a few people whose mouths were whispering silently, and the look on their faces was even more pious than those who went to the temple to offer incense. However, the moment the lid was lifted, everyone turned their gazes to the comb-faced Qin Shen. 666. Panther. The gambling house was instantly abuzz. No one had expected that it would really let Qin Shen bet on it. 36 times. More importantly, Qin Shen had bet a full $900,000. With this calculation, the gambling house will have to pay him more than $30 million. What kind of unbelievable luck is that? With this money, the rest of your life is straight-up wealth freedom. Hey, do the math. Qin Dust said indifferently. The big man then woke up like a dream. He glanced deeply at Qin Shen and whispered a few words to the waiter beside him, who changed his face slightly before quickly leaving. Sir, I've arranged for someone to fetch the chips for you, just wait a moment. The big man said respectfully. Sure enough, 2 or 3 minutes later, a waiter came by pushing a cart. On top of the cart, all the red chips. Many people subconsciously gulped. Red chips, 1 for $10,000. Over 3,000 red chips put together in a dense mass is just shocking. All in on the 666 leopard. Qin Shen's simple words silenced the entire gambling house. $30 million, all in? That's $11 billion if you really bet on it. But betting on it once is already luck against the odds. 2666 leopards in a row. How is that possible? I'm afraid this man has gambled himself silly. At that moment, several bodyguards flanked a middle-aged man and walked out. The staff of the gambling house bowed and saluted when they saw this person. Oh, it's true that young people are very energetic. Black Tiger, go, you shake this color. The middle-aged man said faintly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thin man stepped forward, replacing the big man who had shaken the color before. This man called Black Tiger had not said a single word from the beginning to the end, giving off a gloomy and cold feeling. His right arm was a full circle thicker than his left arm, and he looked like a master at shaking the color. However, Qin Shen didn't pay any attention to the Black Tiger, but instead stared at the middle-aged man and stayed where he was. That dusty memory was revealed. He's seen this guy before. 20 years ago. The Qin Group building is in flames. The sardonic smile on the man's face was something he would never forget in his life. Black Tiger picked up the compost cup and shook it. His face was incredibly grave, and a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Knock. The compost cup falls to the table. Everyone held their breath and looked nervously at the compulsion cup. But right at this moment, Qin Shen's cell phone rang in an untimely manner. Qin Shen looked at the caller ID and frowned slightly. Hello? What's going on? Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Qin Shen picked up the phone. Qin Dust. You quickly come to save me. Shen Wentao brought a group of gangsters over and smashed a lot of things, and now he's threatening to smash the stone lions as well. Gu Yaming's voice broke, her tone filled with panic. I know, I'll be right there. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. With that, he raised his head and looked at Black Tiger. Uncover it. Qin Dust narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Chapter 16 Chendong's Pride. A trace of nervousness unexpectedly appeared on Black Tiger's face in a rare manner. He let out a deep breath and uncovered the lid of the compost cup. In the next moment, a chorus of voices sucking in cold air resounded in the gambling house. 666, leopard. Surprisingly, Qin Shen bet on it again. The crowd's eyes changed when they looked at Qin Shen. They were basically gamblers who had been hanging out in gambling houses for years, so of course they understood how big the probability of having 2666 leopards in a row was. It's almost impossible for that to happen. Qin Shen, on the other hand, bet all his money as if he knew the outcome already. Then there's only one explanation. Shin Dust has cheated. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Dong. As the owner of the gambling house, they did not believe that Chen Dong would tolerate the act of cheating under his nose. Thinking of this, many people revealed sympathetic gazes at Qin Shen. This young man doesn't even ask who Dongchen is, and he dares to cheat? I'm afraid he won't even know how he died by then. Previously, there was a person who was caught cheating in a gambling house, and was thrown out of the gambling house after his limbs were directly broken by Qin Dong's minions in front of the crowd. No one even dared to call the hospital emergency number for him at that time. By the time he was taken to the hospital, the amputation could not be attached. I've heard that it's still lying at home paralyzed and worse than death. However, what the crowd did not expect was that Chen Dong ignored Qin Shen and instead walked over to Black Tiger. Snap! Chen Dong raised a slap and struck Black Tiger's face. The Black Tiger lowered his head, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Rubbish, I spend so much money to feed you and this is how you work? Chen Dong said coldly. Then, he pointed at Qin Shen and commanded, take this kid to the darkroom and ask him nicely how he cheated under Black Tiger's nose. Several fighters stepped forward and surrounded Qin Shen. The gamblers around Qin Shen hurriedly hid far away for fear of being affected. Dark room, and many people shivered in fear at the mere sound of the name. Many gamblers with dirty hands in the gambling house would be taken to the darkroom for interrogation by the house's thugs. I've heard from people who've been in there that in the darkroom, the thugs will torture by any means necessary, and even use torture devices, and it's bloody as hell. Even the strongest willed person can't hold out. Qin Shen, on the other hand, only glanced at the several people indifferently as a cold snort escaped his mouth. It seems that you, the gambling house, are very unruly. When a guest wins money, he says it's cheating and tries to use lynching. Who will dare to come to your place to gamble in the future? Shin Dust said indifferently. Chen Dong took out a cigar, slowly lit it and sneered, lynching? Oh, when I enter the gambling house, I am the sky. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. The words were like a signal, and as soon as they were spoken, several of the beaters moved in unison. But suddenly, the crowd felt a blur before their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Shen's figure disappeared. Before several people could react, a sharp pain came from their stomachs and they flew backwards. Knock! 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 Several people knocked over several tables and chairs in quick succession until they hit the wall, which stopped them. Many people rubbed their eyes, only to realize that Qin Shen did not seem to have moved at all and was still standing in the same place. I'll leave the money with you for now, I'll come back for it. After saying that, Qin Shen looked at Chen Dong, a smear of killing intent appearing in his eyes. As for you, I will take my time to settle the grudges between us. Until then, you have to live well. Qin Shen left behind a cold snort, and then his figure hurriedly disappeared into the gambling house. Chen Dong's face was cloudy as he looked at Qin Shen's back. This person had simply eaten bear's heart and leopard's guts and dared to threaten himself. What's more, the man ran away from his own territory without even hurting a hair. It's been a humiliating day. Check, all of you, go check for me. I want to know who gave him the nerve to clamor with me. In 3 days? No. 1 day. Within a day, I want to see him on his knees in front of me begging for mercy. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and ruthlessly slammed the cigar on the ground. On the other hand, Qin Shen took a taxi and went straight to the Gu Group's construction site. When the Qin family was exterminated back then, it was by no means as simple as it appeared to be, and it was certainly not something that a single Chen Dong could do. Now that the clues have been found, none of the group can escape. The first priority now was to save Gu Yaming. Just after arriving at the entrance of the construction site, Qin Shen saw the smashed gate, and shouts were still faintly heard from inside the construction site. 2 punks with steel pipes in their hands squatted in the doorway and immediately stood up when they saw Qin Shen. What's for? Get out of the way. The 2 punks pointed at Qin Shen and threatened with disdain. However, Qin Shen walked slowly towards the 2 as if he hadn't heard their words. You're dead. The punk cursed while raising the steel pipe in his hand. But at that moment, Qin Shen took the lead. Bang! Bang! With 2 kicks, the 2 punks flew straight out as if they had been hit by a truck. The 2 men hit the wall, their eyes rolled back in their heads, and they fainted. Qin Shen stepped over the 2 men and entered the construction site. At this time, many workers with a variety of tools in hand, blocked in front of the building that has just been roofed. And Chen Wentao, who he had just met yesterday, was leading a group of gangsters who surrounded the workers. The punks were holding metal baseball bats and steel pipes, and some even brought machetes. I say, Mr. Gu, are you going to pay or not? $100 million, we'll take the money and leave, absolutely no more entanglements. Otherwise, we'll tear this building down today. Saying that, the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile, looking towards the two stone lions behind the workers. I heard that these two stone lions can avoid good fortune and evil if I smash them, hey. Gu Yaming immediately blanched. Just an hour ago, just as Qin Shen had said, the building was successfully topped off. But before she could be happy, Chen Wentao rushed in with a group of punks. In the blink of an eye, all the equipment at the site was smashed. At the critical moment, Gu Yaming promised the workers that as long as they kept the two stone lions, they would each be given a bonus of $10,000. It took a heavy reward for the workers to risk their lives and protect the stone lions. But the gangsters were very ruthless, plus they were all armed, so I'm afraid the workers wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Could it be that the Gu Group building, just like that, is ruined? Gu Yaming was in despair when she suddenly saw a familiar figure appear behind the group of punks. Qin Dust. You don't come over. Gu Yaming shouted anxiously. There were so many people on the other side, and Qin Shen was still moving forward. Wasn't he looking for death? As expected, upon seeing Qin Shen, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Chen Wentao's mouth. Mr. Gu, it seems like you care about this kid. Can't it be that he's a gigolo you've raised? Men, arrest him and break both legs in front of Mr. Gu. Chen Wentao said playfully. Chapter 17, Wash Your Neck and Die. Qin Shen's face didn't change at all when he faced so many punks, and he let out a light laugh. It's not too late for you guys to roll if you roll now. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Chen Wentao could not help but burst out laughing. The rest of the gangsters followed suit and laughed as if they had heard some kind of joke. Kid, do you know who I am? Dare to say such words in front of me, living out of patience? Chen Wentao said with a mocking face. You? Aren't you just one of Dong Chen's dogs? What, want to bite? I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, and by the way, go back and tell Chen Dong to wash his neck and wait for me to take his dog's life. Qin Dust said indifferently. The room erupted at those words. Even Gu Yaming couldn't help but worry about Qin Shen. Chen Dong was a vindictive villain. Qin Shen insulted him in front of so many people, he was in big trouble. Ignorant thing, dare to insult the boss? Someone, in 3 minutes, I want to see him on his knees in front of me begging for mercy. Chen Wentao commanded in a cold voice. This person was so rampant, one must show him what happens when one provokes the majesty of the boss. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 thugs stepped out of the crowd. These 2 men were holding all-metal baseball bats, which looked like they had to weigh more than 10 pounds. If this thing were to swing up and hit someone, I'm afraid the bones would immediately break. Kid, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. A punk sneered. Oh, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? I can't wait to clean him up. The other gangster did not hesitate and picked up a baseball bat and smashed it down towards Qin Shen's head. When Gu Yaming saw this, she let out a shriek and covered her eyes in fear. But just when everyone thought that Qin Shen was going to be hit. Accident, sudden birth. Qin Shen flickered to the side, so fast that he actually pulled out a residual shadow. At the same time, he threw 2 punches. Only 2 muffled sounds were heard from the field, and the 2 punks fell straight down as if they were struck by lightning. When the crowd looked, they realized that the 2 had already rolled their eyes and fainted. It all happened so fast that the crowd only reacted after the 2 punks had already fallen to the ground. Qin Shen remained standing blandly in place, looking at Chen Wentao with a look that was 3 parts sneer and 7 parts disdain. What did you? You just do? Chen Wentao pointed at Qin Shen and roared with color. The 2 gangsters who had just been knocked down by Qin Shen were usually experts who could fight 3 or even 5 at a time. As a result, he was knocked out without even touching Qin Shen's clothes. The speed was so fast that even he didn't see how Qin Shen struck. There's definitely something weird going on. Why don't you get lost and stay here to die? Qin Dust said indifferently. Chen Wentao gritted his teeth. It was difficult to ride the tiger at this time. With so many of them, how could they just run away in disgrace? If it got out, Chen Wentao, would lose his face. I'm rolling your mom. You really think you're invincible? Brothers, listen up, go together. Whoever injures him will be rewarded $500,000. Chen Wentao waved his hand and spread his blood. As the saying goes, a heavy reward is a good reward. When many punks heard $500,000, their eyes instantly filled with blood and became red. With so many of them, how could they not beat one person? If you're late, I'm afraid you won't get a penny. Kill. Get him. Don't grab it from me, watch me smash him with a stick. The gangsters scrambled to raise their weapons and rushed towards Qin Shen. In just a few seconds, Qin Shen's figure disappeared into the crowd. Gu Yaming covered her red lips, her eyes filled with guilt. If she hadn't called Qin Shen over, Qin Shen wouldn't have been under siege. In case Qin Shen had an accident, he himself would be the biggest sinner. But just then, a series of muffled sounds suddenly rang out from the crowd. Immediately afterward, there were screams and the punks flew out one after another. The room went silent as the last man fell to the ground. Chen Wentao stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Is this still human? One man taking on dozens of armed punks with his bare hands and winning? It looked like the punks hadn't even touched his clothes. Qin Dust had surprisingly not had a single speck of dust on his body up to this point. Horrible, just horrible. Seeing Qin Shen walking slowly towards him, Chen Wentao stumbled in fear and directly fell to the ground. He rolled over and suddenly fell to his knees. Bang! 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 I'll lead the way now. Chen Wentao kowtowed while begging for mercy in terror. Qin Shen shook his head and said, I gave you a chance a long time ago, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Chen Wentao's pupils shrunk, and he raised his head violently, you. But before his words fell, Qin Shen's foot stepped down. Click. A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out, and Chen Wentao's right arm instantly snapped from the center, bending into a bizarre arc. Ah! My hand, my hand! Chen Wentao was filled with pain and rolled on the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, Qin Shen put his foot on Chen Wentao's chest. Scream again and I'll waste your other arm too. There was a hint of a smile on Qin Shen's face as he said this. It was as if he wasn't threatening Chen Wentao, but stating a fact. The smile on Qin Shen's face was like a devil's smile in Chen Wentao's eyes. He clenched his teeth until they creaked, bean-sized cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and the expression on his face was hideous, forcing him to swallow back his miserable screams. He had no doubt that if he screamed again, he would never be able to keep his left arm. Go back and remember to tell Chen Dong to wash his neck and wait for me, I'll find him to collect the debt. Qin Shen laughed and kicked Chen Wentao off. Chen Wentao climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, didn't even dare to put a harsh word, and ran away with a group of henchmen limping in the gray. The workers let out a cheer at the sight. Gu Yaming also finally breathed a sigh of relief, her taut nerves relaxing as a hint of exhaustion appeared on her face. She looked Qin Shen up and down with some curiosity. Same as the first time we met. It looks a bit cynical, yet there's something about it that makes you feel grounded and safe. Perhaps it was because of this that she had so decisively dragged Qin Shen to get a license at that time. Thinking of this, Gu Yaming froze. She almost forgot that she and the man in front of her were legally married. No injuries? Qin Dust asked. No. I'm tired, and now that it's settled, I'm going back to rest. Gu Yaming said coldly. With that, she took a few bodyguards and left the construction site without looking back. Qin Shen looked at Gu Yaming's departing back with a puzzled expression. He had at least done her such a great favor, and he didn't even say thank you? Only what Qin Shen did not see was that on Gu Yaming's face at this moment, a rare blush appeared. If someone who was familiar with Gu Yaming saw this scene, I'm afraid their jaws would directly drop in shock. General Manager Gu, who was known for being high and cold, would actually be shy as well. Chapter 18 Master Kudo. Evening. Gu Yamin took a careful bath. Her mind had been on the construction site for the past few days and she hadn't had time to take a proper shower. She was relieved that the roofing of the building had finally come to an end. She has already contacted the remodeling team and will begin work on the building tomorrow. Aim to move Gu's group into the new headquarters within half a month. She couldn't help but sigh at the thought. If the family hadn't pushed so hard, they wouldn't have been so stressed themselves. Let's hope there are no more surprises in this next half of the month. Gu Yamin walked out of the bathroom while thinking about things. By the time she got to the living room, she was jolted to see a familiar figure. Qin Dust? Why are you here? Gu Yaming let out a shriek and covered her chest. Qin Shen's eyes straightened as he looked at the woman in front of him who was wearing only a bath towel all over her body. What the hell did this woman grow up on? Skinny where it should be, big where it should be, and not an ounce of fat. The body proportions are just unbelievable. However, when he saw Gu Yaming casting a gaze that looked like she was trying to kill, Qinshan finally came to his senses. Didn't we agree? I'll help you settle Qingdong, so I can live in the villa from now on. You're the chairman of the Gu group, you won't keep your word, right? Qinshan coughed twice and said with a straight face. For a moment, Gu Yaming unexpectedly did not know how to refute Qinshan and froze. Immediately afterward, she said coldly with a frosty face, you don't need to provoke me, don't worry, I will keep my promise. However, I only agreed to let you stay at the villa at that time, and before that, we made a pact. Qinshan waved his hand and said casually, I know, isn't it just that I can't enter your bedroom as I please, I have to lock the door when I go to the restroom, and I have to be fully dressed in the villa that are the requirements? Don't worry, even if you get naked in front of me, I won't even look at you more than once. Hearing Qinshan's words, Gu Yaming's face chilled, pointing at Qinshan and just about to reprimand him, but the bathrobe instantly slipped off as a hand left. Gu Yaming shrieked in surprise and hurriedly pulled her bathrobe up. Luckily, he reacted quickly enough that the bathrobe didn't fall on the floor. However, Gu Yaming snapped her head up and looked at Qinshan. Only to see Qinshan's eyes unblinking, staring right at himself. Gulp! A gulp suddenly sounded in the quiet space. Qinshan, you bastard! Gu Yaming was so angry that dirty words came out of her mouth. Ahem, it's getting late, I'm a little sleepy, I'm going to bed first, good night ha! Leaving only one sentence behind, Qinshan fled as if he was rushing towards the stairs. Gu Yaming gripped her bathrobe with vigor and stared at Qinshan's back with anger in her eyes. If eyes could kill, Qinshan was afraid that he had already died 800 times. Early the next morning, Wu Dong, the chairman of the Wu clan group, called Qinshan. Within these 3 days, he took care of the company's affairs briefly before coming to Qinshan to deal with the matter of the ancestral tomb. This matter had become a thorn in Wu Dong's heart, and after so many years, he had finally found someone who could pull out the thorn. So on the phone, he sounded a little agitated. Qinshan had wanted to say hello to Gu Yaming before leaving. He just didn't expect Gu Yaming, the workaholic, to go to the company a long time ago and didn't give him a chance at all. So Qin Duan wrote a note saying that he had something to do and that he would be back the same day if he was quick. After throwing the note onto the coffee table, Qinshan left the villa and headed to the Wu clan. Grandmaster Qin, it really is hard work for you this time. Wu Dong had long been waiting at the entrance of the company, and as soon as he saw Qinshan, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Helping Mr. Wu to solve the problem of his ancestral tomb is also a way of repaying the favor you did to my master back then. Qin Dust replied. Hearing Qinshan's words, Wu Dong secretly sighed. The young man in front of him, whether it was his ability or the confidence he showed in the process of dealing with people, could be said to be the best among his age. At the age of 20-something, not being the least bit intimidated in front of himself, the chairman of a public company would have surpassed the vast majority of people. And he had also obtained the true transmission of Taoist dustless. If this matter was publicized, I'm afraid that people who came to solicit Qinshan would break through the threshold. But his own daughter didn't know what to think, and she didn't have the slightest good impression of Qinshan. He also knew that his daughter had recently gotten close to that kid from the Qian family. But she didn't think about it. What other advantages does Qian Fei Yang have besides being a bit rich? He's not even 30 yet, and I've heard that he's had 5 or 6 women give him abortions. Although Qinshan was not as rich as Qian Fei Yang, there were many things in this world that were much more important than money. Qinshan's ability is one of them. Mr. Wu, besides Wu Min, do you have any other children? Qin Dust suddenly opened his mouth and asked. No, I only have this one daughter. Wu Dong was a bit puzzled, not knowing why Qinshan asked this. Then let's call her as well. If the Wu family's ancestral grave wants to be moved, all of the Wu family's direct bloodline must be present. Qin Dust said. Wu Dong froze. This was the first time he had heard of such a statement. However, he had no doubt about Qinshan's words and hurriedly called Wu Min. A few minutes later, a luxury car slowly pulled up to the curb. The driver ran out of the car and respectfully opened the door. With that, the 3 men stepped out of the car. In addition to Wu Min, there was also a familiar face to Qinshan, Qian Fei Yang. In addition, the dry and thin old man behind the 2 men also made Qinshan unable to resist looking at him twice more. This person had a special aura about him even though his presence was extremely low. The old man raised his head, and his gaze met Qinshan's. His eyes narrowed slightly and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just then, Qian Feiyang stepped forward and bowed slightly. Uncle Wu, I heard from many that you are preparing to move your ancestral grave, and as a junior, I would like to contribute. This is Master Kudo. His greatest specialty is the doctrine of feng shui. I'm sure you've heard of Master Kudo's great name. Hearing Qian Fei Yang's introduction, Wu Dong was stunned. He had been a bit dissatisfied with Qian Fei Yang's uninvited behavior, but he hadn't expected him to invite Master Kudo. Master Kudo, but one of the few most famous feng shui masters in Jiancheng. Building opening, company location, mansion feng shui, these important things, the rich people will ask the Kudo master to guide some. It's just that ordinary people can't hire Master Kudo if they want to. When the Wu group wanted to ask Master Kudo to calculate the company's location, Master Kudo refused. Unless a person of top status personally came out, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to even see Master Kudo. Hearing Qian Fei Yang introduce himself, Master Kudo nodded slightly and said indifferently, moving an ancestral grave is not a trivial matter. A well-chosen location for an ancestral tomb can keep your family rich for generations. But if the location is poorly chosen, within 3 generations, the family will be destroyed. Chapter 19, Corpse Vine. Master Kudo's words were like a thunderclap, shocking Wu Dong beyond measure. How can the consequences of choosing the wrong location for an ancestral grave be so serious? He suddenly froze and realized why Qian Fei Yang had paid such a large price to invite Master Kudo over. If there is really something wrong with the ancestral tomb of the Wu family, 3 generations will be exterminated, and he is afraid that he will be extinct if he marries his own daughter. No wonder Qian Feiyan, an outsider, is so attached to the Wu family's relocation of their ancestral graves. It turns out that he is still afraid that the Chen family will be affected. At this moment, Wu Min hugged Wu Dong's arm and pouted, "Dad, young Qian has already invited Master Kudo over, are you still not assured? Even if this kid has some strength, is it possible that he can still be more powerful than Master Kudo? He's just a crook. If he talks nonsense and our ancestral graves are moved to the wrong place, then our Wu family will be finished. Let him go wherever he came from, the few of us will just accompany Master Kudo to take a look at the ancestral tomb." Wu Dong's face was a little hesitant. It was reasonable to say that Qin Shen was the only disciple of Master Dustless, so his strength must not be bad. However, Master Kudo had been famous for a long time, and I'm afraid that his strength was still above Qin Shen. For a moment, he had trouble deciding. At this time, Qian Fei Yang, however, suddenly said, "Since this brat has to go, then let's go." At that time, Master Kudo can also instruct him. Hearing Qian Fei Yang's words, Wu Min was a bit surprised. Qin Shen had already embarrassed Qian Fei Yang several times, and not only did Qian Fei Yang not clean up Qin Shen, but instead he wanted Master Kudo to instruct him? What's going on here? Qin Shen, however, smiled faintly. Qian Fei Yang's mind, he couldn't be clearer. It was nothing more than wanting to use Master Kudo to make a fool of himself and humiliate himself. However, it's not certain who will make a fool of themselves and who will be humiliated. The crowd got into the car and drove towards Wu Dong's old home. Wu Dong's hometown, a small village on the outskirts of Jiangqing City. It was only an hour's drive before the crowd arrived at their destination. Great place. Just as soon as he got off the bus, Master Kudo exclaimed, "I didn't realize that Jiangcheng, there is such a heavenly place, it's really rare." Master Kudo surveyed his surroundings and muttered as if he had discovered some treasure. Afterward, under Wu Dong's leadership, the few people walked for another 10 minutes before finally arriving at the Wu clan's ancestral tomb. There are dozens of large and small graves in the graveyard of the ancestral tombs of the Wu family. Each tomb, with a monument in front of it, had constant tributes and looked as if it had been cleaned regularly, with no weeds to be seen. Master Kuta nodded, "Not bad, there should be a high person to point out. This cemetery selected position is exactly the eye of the dragon of this place, gathered the spirit of the mountains and rivers, is an excellent piece of blessed land." Wu Dong hurriedly complimented, "Master Kudo has good eyesight." It is said that more than 100 years ago, the ancestor of the Wu family met a Taoist master, and upon his guidance, he selected this place as his ancestral grave, which has continued until now. I come by every half-month to clean it myself and change the tribute. Unfortunately, the Wu family, however, is losing people and business is getting worse. Speaking of this, Wu Dong sighed with a gloomy expression. In the tradition of the Wu family, the family fortune is passed on to the male, not the female. Unfortunately, in Wu Dong's generation, only a daughter was born. After his wife passed away due to illness, he had a number of mistresses outside, but without exception, none of them got pregnant. He had also been to the hospital for a checkup and there was nothing physically wrong with him. Thinking about it, I'm afraid it's the ancestral graves. As long as the issue of the ancestral graves was resolved, it would only be a matter of time before the Wu family transformed back into a top-tier consortium and spread their branches. While Wu Dong was talking, Master Kudo had already walked around the graveyard. He took out a compass from somewhere in his hand and looked at it while reciting words in his mouth. Suddenly, he stood still under an acacia tree, and a cold grunt escaped his mouth. "This is it," Master Kudo said indifferently. "Master Kudo, is there something wrong with this tree?" "But this acacia tree has been growing here for hundreds of years." Before Wu Dong could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Master Kudo. "What, you doubt my level?" Wu Dong hurriedly said, "Don't dare, don't dare." Master Kudo coldly grunted, "The acacia tree, also known as the ghost acacia. The yin-chi is extremely heavy. This tree is so close to the graveyard that it has long since had its yin-chi converge and form corpse vines at its roots. If you don't remove it, I'm afraid all of your Wu family's fortune will be sucked up by this corpse vine." Upon hearing Master Kudo's words, Wu Dong's face instantly changed drastically. It turns out that the Wu family's luck has been so bad in the past few years, and even almost cut off their children and grandchildren, because of an acacia tree? He immediately found a shovel and dug down towards the location pointed out by Master Kudo. Until after digging more than half a meter deep, a red vine-like tree root appeared in front of the crowd. Although this section of the tree root is connected to the acacia tree, but it is extraordinarily abnormal. Not only does the body show a weird bright red color, but also thicker than the normal acacia tree root for a whole circle, and even emits a faint smell of corpse. This is the item. Wrap it in sun-dried lotus leaves, and after burning it to ashes, sprinkle the ashes into the river in front of you, and the Wu family's bad luck will dissolve itself. Master Kudo said. Wu Dong nodded gratefully and was just about to act when Qin Shen stepped forward and pressed him. "Uncle Wu, this thing, you can't move it yet," Qin Dust said with a frown. While Wu Dong was puzzled, Wu Min did not give Qin Shen a chance to explain at all and opened his mouth to mock. "Qin Shen, with Master Kudo sitting here, is there a place for you to speak? We've been heavenly gracious in bringing you here to see the world. Do you think just anyone can observe and learn at Master Kudo's side? Not only are you ungrateful, but you even dare to talk nonsense. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Master Kudo?" Wu Min looked disdainful. In her eyes, at this moment, Qin Shen was a jumping clown. Chen Feiyang laughed. Qin Shen, you are really bold. How dare you doubt Master Kudo's judgment? Could it be that you have some brilliant ideas? You can say it, so that everyone can hear it. Although he said that he supported Qin Shen, everyone understood that Chen Feiyang was trying to make Qin Shen continue to lose face. Qin Shen ignored the provocations and taunts of the duo and instead squatted down, pointing at the corpse vine in the pit and said, "Look, on this corpse vine, white patterns have appeared. This is the characteristic of a 1,000-year corpse vine." Wu Dong took a closer look and snapped to attention. He had dug up this corpse vine, but hadn't noticed this detail. Now, after Qin Shen said it, he really saw circle after circle of white patterns on this corpse vine. "Oomph, do you mean to say that this corpse vine is 1,000 years old? Now I suspect you're out of your mind. Can't you add or subtract so simply? My Wu family's ancestral grave is only a few hundred years old. Where did I get a 1,000-year-old corpse vine? Come on, lie and be able to justify it." Wu Min mocked with a disdainful face. Chapter 20, Corpse Breath. Oh, I've already said what needs to be said, believe it or not. However, this 1,000-year-old corpse vine has been bound to the Wu family's fortune. If the corpse vine is cut off, the Wu family's last shred of hope will also be cut off. Uncle Wu, the words are already here, you see to it. Qin Dust said indifferently. At that moment, Chen Feiyang suddenly laughed out loud. Qin Shen, who on earth gave you the courage to talk nonsense in front of Master Kudo? You weren't even born yet when Master Kudo was giving feng shui readings. If you're a bit more humble, maybe Master Kudo is in a good mood and can even give you a few pointers. But you're so arrogant, it seems like you don't put Master Kudo in your eyes at all. Chen Feiyang's words had hidden meanings, deliberately pointing the contradiction at Master Kudo. However, when he looked at Master Withered Vine, he realized that Master Withered Vine was staring at the 1,000-year-old corpse vine in a daze. No, how is this possible? Master Kudo muttered something under his breath, his eyebrows knitting together. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Qin Shen. "This little brother, can I borrow a step to speak?" Hearing this, Chen Feiyang thought that Grandmaster Kutu was going to instruct Qin Shen alone, and hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Kutu, you don't have to save face for him. This person is most skillful at trickery. If there is anything he says that is wrong, you can just point it out directly." Chen Feiyang was determined to make Qin Shen make a fool of himself in front of the Wu family. But Master Kutu's face sank as he said in a cold voice, "Chen Feiyang, pay attention to your identity. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare yell at me. Next time, have your father come and apologize to me in person. Master Kudo's words made Qian Feiyang startled, and he quickly bowed. Master Kudo, don't misunderstand, I am not against you, I actually. Before he could finish his words, he realized that Grandmaster Kudo and Qin Shen had already walked away, not listening to him at all. Qin Shen, you deserve to die. Qian Feiyang gritted his teeth and muttered. In the face of Master Kudo's disregard, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction and could only take his anger out on Qin Shen. In his eyes, Qin Shen was the culprit who had caused himself to suffer yet another defeat. The other side. Master Withered Vine was the first to speak up and asked, Little brother, can you be sure that it's the 1,000-year corpse vine? Without hesitation, Qin Dust replied firmly, of course. I once saw this in an ancient book. He's not lying. When he was on Castle Peak, the old man didn't let him play with his cell phone or watch TV, and his only entertainment was reading books in that dilapidated bookstore. According to his estimation, there were at least thousands of books in the library, which contained all sorts of strange things. It was also fortunate that his memory was far beyond normal, and he could not forget the books he had read. In one of the books, there was a detailed account of the corpse vine. Ancient books? Master Kudo's eyes snapped wide and his voice rose a few degrees. He grabbed Qin Shen's shoulder with some excitement and hurriedly asked, Where is the ancient book you mentioned? Can you let me take a look? Qin Shen said helplessly, Those books are in my master's library and are not for others to read. There were once people who wanted to come and steal the book, and they were all beaten to death by my master. Hearing this, Master Kudo's expression darkened. If what Qin Shen said was true, then that ancient book was most likely an orphan book, the only one of its kind in the world. Because he had lived for so many years and collected countless ancient books, he had only seen just a few words about the corpse vine, and there were no books detailing the corpse vine at all. Just then, Qin Shen suddenly asked, Master Kudo, have you been down to the tomb recently? Master Kudo was first startled, then relieved. Since the other party could recognize the 1,000-year corpse vine, it must be easy to tell this kind of thing. Not bad, I went down to the grave once the other day in search of an elixir to cure a disease. Unfortunately, I almost lost my life and didn't find that legendary elixir. Master Kudo sighed, a forlorn look on his face. Qin Shen, however, shook his head and said, Perhaps Master Kudo still doesn't know that when you went down to the tomb, you were inadvertently contaminated with corpse gas, and if you don't take care of it, I'm afraid that within 3 days, you'll be. Qin Shen's meaning was obvious, within 3 days, Master Kudo would surely die. Master Kudo was violently startled, a fine layer of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Tainted with corpse breath? And surprisingly, you didn't realize it yourself? Qin Shen pointed at the pit that Wu Dong had just dug out and said, But Master Kudo doesn't need to worry, there is a life-saving medicine right in front of him. All you need to do is take the vermilion sand and dissolve it in water, then pour it on this 1,000-year-old corpse vine, wait for the white pattern to subside, remove the corpse vine and burn it, and the resulting smoke will drive away the corpse gas. Master Kudo was thrilled. Mr. Qin, are you telling the truth? Unconsciously, Grandmaster Kudo's address to Qin Shen changed from little brother to Mr. Qin. The method has been told to you, and it's up to you to believe it or not. Qin Shen said with a smile. Master Kudo hesitated, then his eyes became firm, as if he had made some difficult decision. With that, he turned around and walked back to Wu Dong and the others, saying in a deep voice, Mr. Wu, let me handle the matter of the ancestral tomb, you guys can go back first. Wu Dong froze, and a look of difficulty appeared on his face. This is the Wu family's ancestral tomb. Give it to someone else to dispose of? What? You don't want to? Master Kudo faintly said. Wu Dong hurriedly nodded his head and said, No, willing. Then it will be a hard day's work for Master Kudo. After saying that, he fetched the things to offer to his ancestors and knelt down with Wu Min to burn 3 incense sticks before reluctantly leaving. Qian Feiyang saw Master Kudo's attitude and didn't dare to interrupt and speak from the beginning to the end. However, the moment he turned his head to leave, his lips moved slightly and he spoke a wordless word to Qin Shen. You're dead. Qin Shen smiled, seemingly not putting Qian Feiyang in his eyes at all. Master Withered Vine burned the corpse vines in the way Qin Shen said. As he inhaled the first wisp of smoke, his face suddenly changed and an abnormal red color emerged. Pust. Master Kudo violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. A fishy odor permeated the room. This is... Master Kudo was filled with shock. The fishy stench was surprisingly faintly necrophilic. Well, the corpse chi has been removed, and there will be no major problems after a few days of recuperation. Qin Dust said. Hearing these words, Master Kudo solemnly bowed to Qin Shen. Many thanks to Mr. Qin for saving my life. At this moment, Master Withered Vine's heart had turned over in shocking waves. At such a young age, Qin Shen was so proficient in the art of feng shui and pharmacology, and he didn't know which hermit or high person's disciple he was. I'm afraid that this person's entry into Jiangcheng is going to stir up a storm. Chapter 21 The Gu Family. After resting for a while, Master Kudo recovered and personally drove Qin Shen back to Gu Yaming's villa. As soon as he entered the door of the villa, Qin Shen saw several people sitting on the sofa in the living room. Seeing Qin Shen, a girl was the first to speak. Cousin, is this your husband? It looks so average. Gu Yaming coldly dragged Qin Shen over. Just as Qin Shen was wondering, Gu Yaming suddenly took the initiative to take his arm and said to the few people on the sofa, Grandpa, and the two uncles, this is the Qin Shen I told you about. The two of us are in free love, and we have not been open about it before for fear of family opposition. He asked me to marry him a couple days ago, so it just made sense for us to get married. While saying that, Gu Yaming also raised her hand and showed off the big sparkling diamond ring on her hand. At this time, Gu Yaming poked Qin Shen and said, Honey, where's the marriage license? Take it out and show it to Grandpa. Qin Shen pulled out his marriage license, and Gu Yaming took it and handed it, along with her own, to an old man sitting in the main seat. Grandpa, look, this is a real marriage license, legally binding. Gu Yaming said with a smile. Qin Shen couldn't help but give Gu Yaming a thumbs up in. Qin Shen was instantly shocked. If Gu Yaming breaks the contract, what about Master's side? I've sent the pictures myself, but I'm just waiting for a chance to get the two on the phone. You can't say you just got married and divorced, can you? I'm afraid the old man could just fly over and beat himself up then. Don't worry about it, but you'll have to cooperate with me a little bit in order not to show your face. Qin Dust said. Before Gu Yaming could react, a hand wrapped around her waist. She was just about to resist, but then she remembered the occasion. Now, if one were to fall out with Qin Shen, wouldn't all one's efforts be wasted? She held back her anger and pinched the flesh around Qin Shen's waist with 2 fingers. I told you to get your hands dirty and strangle you. As the saying goes, 3 women make a man, and it's true. These 3 women in front of me were saying one thing to each other, not giving anyone else a chance to speak. Chattering and noisy. And this family, there's something wrong with them, isn't there? What kind of elder speaks to his juniors like this? Isn't this bullying? What's more, Gu Jingda, who had the most say in the family, didn't say anything from the beginning to the end, as if he had acquiesced to this behavior. I've said for a long time that the two of us were in a relationship from a very early age, and that marriage was a matter of course, as far as what you're talking about. Gu Yaming's words were just in mid-sentence when she suddenly felt a warmth coming from her face. Boo! Qin Shen withdrew his lips in satisfaction and said with a smile, everyone should believe it now, right? The two of us still have a strong bond. Don't look at Yiming as a strong woman outside, but at home she has to kiss me every day. Feeling the residual warmth on her cheeks, Gu Yaming froze, even forgetting to wipe the drool from her face. This man, who had kissed himself in front of so many people. Does he want to die? At this time, Qin Shen came to her ear and whispered, you mustn't show your face, or else you'll lose all your previous efforts. If you feel that you're losing out, the big deal is that I'll let you kiss back. Gu Yaming gritted her teeth and forced herself not to curse. Not only did this man take advantage of his situation, but he even tried to get himself to kiss him? Death is not even an option. The Gu family also froze slightly as they watched the scene. In their impression, Gu Yaming was repulsed by men. Not only had she never been in love, she didn't even have friends of the opposite sex. Now that Qin Shen had kissed her, she hadn't even resisted? It seems like you're determined to take control of the Gu group in your own hands? Eldest uncle Gu Guahai asked with a cold face. Gu Yaming raised her head and said firmly, eldest uncle, it's clearly written in my father's will that as long as I can get married before the end of this month, all the shares of the Gu group will be transferred to me. As for the company, don't worry, in the past, my father could make the group among the first-class companies in Jiangcheng, so naturally I can too. Gu Yaming's voice was not subdued, and her expression was incomparably confident. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Gu Guojiang gritted his teeth and said 3 good words in a row, then slammed the coffee table, his face full of anger. Gu Yaming, don't forget, you're just a woman, how are you going to fight with those old foxes who have been fighting for decades in the business world? When Gu Group goes bankrupt, don't come begging to us. Also, there are 20% shares in Goose Group between me and my big brother, and the property rights of the building are not yours. Now, we demand a withdrawal of capital, and at the same time, we demand that Goose Group move out of the current building." Gu Guojiang's face was ugly to the extreme, his voice cold and threatening. Gu Yu hurriedly poured Gu Guojiang a cup of water and advised, "Dad, don't be anxious for a moment." My cousin, she was also confused for a moment. Speaking of this, she looked up at Gu Yaming. "Cousin, look how angry you've made my father. Why don't you hurry up and apologize? And what's the point of always holding on to that crappy company when you're already married to someone? Wouldn't it be nice to transfer the company to my dad and uncle so they can give you a ton of money and you and my brother-in-law can go enjoy life? Think about it, we're doing you a favor." Chapter 22, Competition for the Family Fortune. Gu Yaming's face sank, and she said in a cold voice, "Gu Clan Group was founded by my father with a lot of effort. I will never hand it over. As for what you said about the shares and the building, Uncle Sam, I have no problem with that. For the money, I'll transfer it to your card in 3 days. The Gu Group's new office building is being renovated, and in less than a month, the space will be vacated, and someone will contact you to hand it over at that time." Hearing Gu Yaming's words, several people's faces were a bit ugly. The Gu Group, despite the word Gu, was indeed founded by Gu Yaming's father, Gu Guotao. Only at that time, taking into account the brotherhood, Gu Guotao gave each brother a gift of 10% of the shares. The company's office building is settled in the name of his father Gu Jingde. But heaven forbid, the Gu Group had just grown up when Gu Guotao and his wife were both killed in a car accident. And Gu Yaming was completely dumbfounded when she saw the will forwarded by the lawyer. Gu Guotao's will left all his property to Gu Yaming. But on one condition. From the day of his death, if within 3 months, Gu Yaming was still in an unmarried state, he would gift all his assets to the two Gu brothers. Gu Yaming couldn't understand how or why her father had given the inheritance to those two vampires. These two guys don't know how to run a company except to spend their time. She was extremely resistant to the idea of getting married at first, but as the 3-month deadline approached, she had no choice but to compromise. She found someone from the internet and was going to sign a private contract in fake marriage before inheriting the Gu Group under the will. But on the day of the blind date, she recognized the wrong person and got a license with Qinduan in confusion. But now that I think about it, marrying Qin Chen was a crooked move. If it wasn't for Qin Chen, I'm afraid the new building wouldn't have been able to be topped out by now. By the time Goose Group is driven out of the current office building, there won't even be an office space. That's right. She had anticipated that the two brothers, Gu Guohai and Gu Guojiang, would come to compete for her family fortune, so she had started preparing for the new office building since Gu Guotao's death. After all, when their father Gu Guotao was alive, these two had managed to get a lot of money from the company and spend it outside, and they definitely wouldn't let go of such a large sum of money after seeing the will. Only by dealing with these two people would the Gu Group be considered truly in her hands. Gu Yaming looked at Gu Zhengde and said with some disappointment, "Grandpa, do you have the same attitude? I'm your own granddaughter, are you going to take the Gu Group away from me and give it to someone else too?" During the time the two Gu brothers were fighting over her family fortune, Gu Jingde never stopped them. Not stopping it is also an attitude. Yaming, they are your eldest and third uncles, not the so-called others. Besides, even though your last name is Gu, what about your children? In a few decades, Gu's assets, I'm afraid, will have to change their last name. Gu Zhengde said faintly. Gu Yaming froze when she heard this. It turned out that the real reason Grandpa didn't stop the Gu brothers from competing for the family fortune was this. At this time, Qin Chen suddenly interjected, "Old master, you're being overly concerned. Don't worry, when Yaming gives birth, you can take her surname, I don't care." Qin Dust was smiling, looking harmless as a human animal. "You?" Gu Jingde pointed at Qin Chen, a trace of anger flashing across his face. "Is he allowed to talk here? How dare you go against yourself? It's a death wish." He said in a cold voice, "Yaming, I won't stop you if you want to get married, but it must not be him. This kind of arrogant brat with no upbringing and no strength should never enter my Gu family's house." You should have also heard that Jin Huan, the chairman of the Radiant Jewelry Group, is preparing to make an $8 billion investment and has arranged a banquet to exchange projects on the side. Speaking of this, Gu Jingde took out a black invitation with a gold border and threw it onto the table. "Here's the invitation to the party. According to reason, with the size of the Gu Group, it's not qualified to attend this banquet, but the Qian family took the initiative to send over an invitation. Your task is to attend the banquet as the female companion of Qian Feiyang, the sole heir of the Qian family, to get to know a few more bigwigs from the upper echelons, and in the meantime, cultivate a relationship with Qian Feiyang." As far as I know, if the initial 8 billion works out well, Mr. Jean will most likely invest an additional 20 billion or more, and it's very likely that Qian's group will get the money. If you can get together with Qian Fei Yang, the Gu family can follow suit. Gu Jingde said with an expressionless face. Gu Yaming looked at the invitation on the table and asked incredulously, "Grandpa, do you know what you're talking about? I'm married now, and you even want me and Qian Fei Yang to go and join forces? And surely you've heard of Qian Fei Yang's reputation, right? He's already ruined several girls, how can you let me be with such scum?" Gu Jingde said lightly, "People change, it's understandable that Qian Fei Yang was young and reckless and made a little mistake, now he's much more composed. This matter is not negotiable, if you don't go, I'll send someone to the company building tomorrow to evict them, and don't you forget that the title of the company building is still under my name." After saying that, Gu Jingde didn't give Gu Yaming a chance to speak at all, stood up and left, and the rest of the few people saw this and hurriedly chased after him. Gu Yu stayed at the end, looking at Gu Yaming's expression, revealing a touch of indignation. At first, the Gu family had wanted her to go and marry Qian Fei Yang. But Qian Fei Yan let out the word that he only has eyes for Gu Yaming, other women, all are exempted. Upon learning the news, she nearly gnashed her teeth in anger. What's so great about that Gu Yaming woman? In front of anyone, she always looks high and mighty, like an ice cube, how can she know how to please men as well as she does? Gu Yaming, everything you have now, I will snatch it away bit by bit. Gu Yu swore in her heart. When all the people from the Gu family had left the villa, Gu Yaming collapsed onto the sofa as if she had lost her strength. She looked ahead with her eyes lifelessly, her heart was filled with 100 feelings that were hard to describe. Suddenly, a finger wiggled in front of her eyes. Is everything okay? Qin Chen asked with concern. Looking at Qin Chen, Gu Yaming's face turned cold, suddenly remembering the kiss she had just received. Asshole, who just asked you to kiss me? Gu Yaming questioned through clenched teeth. Qin Chen replied with an innocent expression, wasn't it you who asked me to cooperate? The art of medicine emphasizes on looking, hearing and questioning, and the first step is looking, that little problem on his body, with a casual glance, you can see it. By the way, your menstrual cramps have not been eradicated, in a couple of days I'll prescribe medication for you, after you eat it, you'll never have menstrual cramps again. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Gu Yaming suddenly remembered the night before. I had menstrual cramps myself and almost fainted from the pain. At the critical moment, Qin Chen lifted up her skirt and placed her hand on her belly, and in just a short while, the symptoms of menstrual cramps disappeared. Available at. Although he cured his menstrual cramps, he looked at his underwear and touched his body. Thinking of this, a hint of redness flashed across Gu Yaming's delicate face. Gu Yaming was already stunningly beautiful, plus she had put on a layer of light makeup, and with this hint of shy blush, she was even more seductive. Coupled with her cool and haughty temperament, there was even a different sense of contrast, directly causing Qin Chen to look dumbfounded. Seeing Qin Chen's appearance, Gu Yaming immediately reacted and said in a cold voice, "What are you looking at? Turn your head away. Besides, when did I say I want to fall in love with Qian Feiyan?" Saying that, she picked up the invitation and said, Gu's group is also having a very difficult time with funds right now, and if my eldest uncle and third uncle withdraw their shares, I'll have to take out at least $5 billion to repurchase the shares they're holding, but the company's account simply doesn't have that much liquidity left. If Gu's group can get an investment from the Radiant Jewelry Group, it will be able to survive the current crisis. Speaking of this, a look of determination surfaced in Gu Yaming's beautiful eyes. Gu's group was the only asset left to her by her parents, and she would never let Gu's group close down. Qin Chen couldn't help but admire this strong woman in his heart as he listened to Gu Yaming's words. As far as he knew, the Gu group, in the thousands of enterprises in the entire Jiangqing city, the overall strength could not even enter the top 50, and was barely considered a second-tier enterprise. Trying to get an investment from the Radiant Jewelry Group is almost impossible. But she was still willing to try for that slim hope, and there was no telling how much pressure her thin body was under. I'll find a way to help you if I get the chance. Qin Dust suddenly said. Gu Yaming froze, then smiled and said, You can't even get into the banquet, so I'm afraid you won't be able to help much in this matter. After saying that, she picked up her delicate handbag and turned towards the gate of the villa. As she was about to leave the house, Gu Yaming suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Chen and said, Still, thank you. Qin Chen looked at Gu Yaming's distant back and smiled faintly. This woman, I'm afraid, had to develop a cold and strong character because her parents were dead and her only remaining relatives were still thinking about her family fortune. But it's just a shell she uses to protect herself, and she still manages to show her soft and kind side once in a while in the face of the kindness of others. This woman, she's getting more and more fascinating. Just then, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller, he smiled slightly and then picked up the phone. "Oh, Mr. Kim, have you been sleeping well lately?" Chin Chan asked with a smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kim Hwan's excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Master Chin, you are truly divine. I've been sleeping better and better these past few days, and this sleep last night was the most comfortable I've had in months. I slept from 9 o'clock last night, until now." Kim Hwan was laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. 2 days ago, he had turned the dragon turtle on the cash register as Chin Chen had instructed. That night, he began to stop dreaming. This night yesterday, he slept even more soundly and woke up refreshed. However, when he thought of Chin Chen's words, he also felt a pang of fear. If he didn't happen to meet Chin Chen, I'm afraid that within a few months, he would have to die. "By the way, Master Chin, I'm organizing a banquet today, do you have time to attend? It just so happens that there is something else I would like to ask of you, and I would ask you to do me the honor of doing so," Kim Hwan said sincerely. The fact that he was prepared to take out $8 billion to invest had long been rumored throughout Jiancheng. In the past few days, at least hundreds of companies have submitted plans requesting him to invest. But in business like this, there are risks. In the event of a loss, the money would be the equivalent of a broken heart for the Radiant Jewelry Group. So he wanted Chin Chen to help do the math and find a profitable project to invest in. Chin Chen had wanted to refuse, given his character, he didn't like to show his face. But he suddenly remembered Gu Yaming, he might be able to help her if he went over there. "Okay, you tell me the location and I'll be there in a few minutes," Chin Dust replied. Jin Hwan was delighted and quickly said, "It's at the Radiance International Hotel, which is also my property. When the time comes, I'll have someone wait for you at the entrance and lead you directly to my office." After hanging up the phone, Chin Chen took a cab. "Master, go to the Radiance International Hotel," Chin Dust said. "Young man, why don't we change the place? The Radiance International Hotel has been chartered by someone today, saying that it's going to hold some kind of banquet. It's a waste for you to go there, they won't be open for business normally until tomorrow," the driver's master kindly advised. Chin Chen laughed, "I know, I'm just attending that banquet, drive." The driver master was surprised and glanced at Chin Chen, who was sitting in the back row. As a cab driver, he has a wide range of sources. He had long heard that the big boss of the Radiant Jewelry Group was going to hold a banquet, saying that he was going to make some kind of investment, several billions. The guests attending the banquet were all the chairmen of major corporations, and ordinary people were simply not qualified to attend. This young man, dressed in a casual outfit, where does he look like a boss? Besides, what boss would take a cab? People have full-time drivers. He's seen a lot of these young men, and they're definitely into live broadcasting. When the time comes, we'll have a live stream in front of the hotel and take a picture, so we can go out and brag about it later. Thinking of this, the driver master suddenly snorted coldly, "Sit still, I'm going to drive." Chapter 24 VIP Access. After coming to the entrance of the Radiance International Hotel, the driver master was not in a hurry to leave. "This young man, I don't think he'll be here long before he's kicked out of the house. You'll be able to make another one for yourself when the time comes." As he was thinking this, he saw in his rearview mirror a man in a suit quickly run out of the hotel and bow to the young man who had just taken his car. "Master Chin, hello. I'm Mr. Jin's secretary, He Jun, you can just call me Xiao He." He Jun, who was wearing a suit, said respectfully. Although it looked like he was still several years older than Chin Chen, there was not the slightest hint of disdain when he uttered these words. Mr. Jin has already specially explained that this is an honored guest he has invited. If the hospitality is not good enough, one will not have a chance to explain oneself at all, and one can just resign. "Well, okay, take me to Mr. Kim first. By the way, will I be in trouble if I don't have an invitation to the party?" Chin Dust asked. He Jun smiled and hurriedly said, "Master Chin, you're joking. You coming to the banquet is giving our boss face, talking about invitations, that's slapping us in the face. Mr. Jin is in a meeting right now, otherwise he would have come to pick you up himself. It's a little crowded at the main entrance right now, so I'll take you in through the VIP only lane." He Jun sidestepped, made a gesture of invitation, and led Chin Chen towards the hotel. The driver's master was directly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Is it true what that young man said? Is he really here for the banquet? What do rich people think these days? Taking a cab to a top party? And at the same time, a luxury car slowly stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and Chen Feiyan walked down from the car. Many people cast envious glances at him. Because on either side of him, there were two top-notch beauties. Wu Min glared at Gu Yaming on the other side, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. With the size of Wu's group, he wasn't qualified to come to this banquet. Her invitation, given by Qian Feiyang, said he was bringing her to see the world. But what she hadn't expected was that Qian Feiyang had brought another woman, Gu Yaming. She had long heard of Gu Yaming's name and was said to be the first beautiful chairman of Jiangchang. I don't know what tricks this woman used to seduce Qian Feiyang. She immediately felt a sense of crisis. So as soon as she got off the bus, she took the initiative to take Qian Feiyang's arm, and even gave Gu Yaming a provocative look. Gu Yaming shook her head and didn't even bother with her. She just wanted to mix into the banquet with the help of Qian Feiyang's invitation, and she hadn't paid any attention to Qian Feiyang from the beginning to the end. If it wasn't for the fact that the invitation in her hand belonged to the Qian family and she had to enter with Qian Feiyang, she wouldn't even want to see Qian Feiyang's face. Right at this moment, Wu Min suddenly pointed at a back in the distance and said in surprise, "Young Qian, look. How come the more I look at that person, the more I feel like that punk Qin Chen?" When Qian Feiyan looked in the direction of Wu Min's finger, Qin Chen had already disappeared. "You're looking at it wrong, aren't you? You don't even look at what kind of occasion this is he qualified to come? I'm afraid he can't even be the security guard for this banquet. Besides, can't you see that's a VIP passage? Even I'm not qualified to enter through there, do you think he is?" Qian Feiyang said disdainfully. Wu Min nodded her head repeatedly. "That's right, then I should have been wrong." Gu Yaming, who was on the side, smiled to herself. She almost thought that person was Qin Chen as well, but in retrospect, it really wasn't possible. That smelly man doesn't even have the money to stay in a hotel or take a cab, so how could he possibly come to such a high-end party? "Yaming, let's go, it's time to enter," Qian Feiyang said as he looked at Gu Yaming with a smile. Gu Yaming nodded faintly and took the lead towards the front door of the hotel. Seeing Gu Yaming's cold attitude, Qian Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly and a cold snort escaped his mouth. "There hasn't been a single woman that I, Qian Feiyang, have set my eyes on that has missed," Qian Feiyang said in a cold voice. After entering the hotel, Gu Yaming found a corner and quickly separated from Qian Feiyang. One more second with this scum makes it even more disgusting. Qian Feiyang didn't rush to launch an attack on Gu Yaming. He may be a rich dude, but he could still tell the difference between what was more important. This banquet was a rare opportunity, and if utilized well, Qian's group could develop a lot of business. He took Wu Min and climbed into conversation with the other bosses. On the other hand, Qin Chen arrived at Jin Huan's office under the leadership of He Jun. As soon as he entered, Qin Chen saw a room full of jewelry. The huge office was like a small exhibition hall. Hundreds of pieces of jewelry were placed in bulletproof glass cabinets, glittering seductively under the sunlight. "Master Qin, you're here." When Jin Huan saw Qin Chen, he hurriedly rose to greet him. With that, he instructed He Jun, who was at the side, "I want to have a private chat with Master Qin, so go and announce that the banquet has been delayed by an hour to start." He Jun froze and said with some difficulty, "Boss, the guests have almost all arrived. If we announce the banquet's postponement now, I'm afraid that many people will be dissatisfied." Kim Huan snorted coldly, disgruntled. "Then hold it in. All of these people together are not as important as one of Master Qin's little fingers, got it? Anyone who dares to make trouble, just blow him out and tell him to get lost." A superior aura erupted from Jin Huan's body, causing He Jun to shiver. "Yes, boss, I know." After saying that, He Jun hurriedly left the office, bringing the door with him in the process. He felt a sudden chill on his body as he was blown by the wind in the corridor. He then realized that in those few short seconds just now, the shirt he was wearing had been soaked in cold sweat. "It seems that Master Qin's identity is more important than I thought." He Jun hurriedly walked towards the hall, ready to announce Jin Huan's notice. In the office, Qin Chen surveyed the jewelry in the glass cabinet with interest, and couldn't help but sigh. "General Jin has very strong financial resources. This room of jewelry of yours is worth at least a few $1 billion, right?" Jin Huan proudly introduced himself. "Master Qin has a good eye. I usually don't have many other hobbies, I just like to collect these things. If Master Qin likes it, feel free to take your pick." Qin Chen smiled and was just about to refuse when his gaze was drawn to a pair of earrings. The earrings are seen to be made of 2 diamonds, 1 blue and 1 pink, and are extremely beautifully shaped. Not only that, as Qin Chen moved, no matter from which angle he looked at it, he could see the flickering light on the diamond's facets. Seeing that Qin Shen seemed to be interested in this pair of earrings, Jin Huan hurriedly opened the safety and took the earrings out. "Oh, Master Qin, these two diamonds, one is the Apollo blue diamond and one is the Artemis pink diamond. The production is extremely low, and even more precious is that these two diamonds are all natural unadulterated diamonds, extremely rare. Since Master Qin likes it, I'll bear the pain and give it to him. I wonder which beautiful young lady is so lucky to receive a gift from Master Qin," Kim Huan said with a smile. Chapter 25, Guess who I'm going to give these earrings to? Kim Huan wasn't lying. These two diamonds, even if they were put into the world, they would still be a one-of-a-kind existence. A few years ago, there was a similar diamond auction that fetched a whopping $300 million. And this pair of earrings in Jinhuan's hand was not only bigger than that diamond, but it was also matched as a pair, which could be worth at least 5 or 6 times more. Qin Shen was not polite and directly put the earrings away. Seeing this scene, Jin Huan was instantly delighted. As long as the gift was received, there was hope for his own affairs. "Master Qin, there's something else I'd like to trouble you with. As you know, I'm organizing this banquet to find the right investment. But after all, it involves such a large sum of money, and I'm afraid that with the upfront plus the later investment, it's going to be close to $50 billion. Can you read my fortune to see which project would be better to invest in?" With that, Kim Huan took out a form. There are at least dozens of project names on it, all of which are plans submitted up by major groups. Qin Shen didn't look at the project table, but smiled and said, "Since I've received a gift from Mr. Jin, it's not easy for me to excuse myself in this matter. Except that the project list doesn't need to be looked at. If Mr. Jin trusts me, then invest directly in the Gu Group." Jin Huan frowned and said, "Gu Group? I think I've heard of it. It seems that the chairman of the Gu Group died in a car accident some time ago, and his daughter took over the company. Master Qin, I'm not doubting you, but can a girl with no management experience run a company well?" Qin Shen laughed, took out the pair of earrings and waved them in front of Jin Huan, saying, "Mr. Jin, guess who I'm going to give these earrings to?" When he finished, he waved his hand and headed for the office door. "I don't think I'll be needed for the rest of it, will I? It's just about time for lunch, so I'll go down and get something to eat." Qin Shen left the office, leaving behind only a confused Jin Huan. Only when Qin Shen left did Jin Huan react, a look of realization appearing on his face. No wonder Master Qin had just chosen a woman's earring, so it was meant for the girl from the Gu family. Then what are you waiting for? If you don't invest now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to invest if you want to in the future. With Master Qin sitting on the Gu Group, the rise of the Gu Group was just a matter of time. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up his cell phone and called He-jun. "Hey, He-jun, you now immediately go and print an investment contract. The content will be written as before, but the amount of the first investment, change it from 8 billion to 20 billion. Right, the name of the investment enterprise is also added directly, it's Gu's Group," Kim Huan commanded. Hearing Jin Huan's words, He-jun directly froze. The party hasn't even started yet and the investment target is finalized? And the amount of the first investment has gone up so much. Obviously this wasn't finalized half an hour ago. Thinking of this, He-jun suddenly remembered someone. Master Qin. After he finished his secret talks with his boss, the boss immediately settled on a business to invest in. Could it be that all of this has something to do with Master Qin? However, as a secretary, He-jun naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. He said nothing, hung up the phone and rushed off to print the contract. The other side. After Qin Shen went downstairs to the banquet hall, he went straight to the dining area. However, he had just picked up a piece of cake, and before he could eat it, he heard a shriek from not far away. This voice seems a bit familiar. He twisted his head to look, only to see that in the corner, Gu Yamen was covering her neck with an angry face. In front of her, Qin Shen saw another familiar figure, Wu Min. The two women were facing each other with swords drawn for some reason. And Wu Min seemed to take advantage of the situation as she raised her palm as if she was going to make a move on Gu Yaming in public. Gu Yaming was startled and subconsciously blocked her face with her hands. But the next moment, the expected slap didn't fall. She slowly lowered her palms, just in time to meet Qin Shen at eye level. Qin Shen laughed, a sunny smile on his face. How could Gu Yaming not expect that the one who appeared to save her at the critical moment was actually Qin Shen? Right at this moment, Wu Min also recognized Qin Shen and immediately cursed. Bastard, get off me. You punk dare to make a move on me, are you tired of living? Wu Min gritted her teeth and threatened fiercely. At this moment, her wrist was grasped in Qin Shen's hand, and she could not break free in the slightest, as if it was clamped by an iron vice. "Oh, apologize to her first and I'll let you go." Not only did Qin Shen not let go of his hand, he even used a bit of force. Wu Min immediately let out a cry of pain, her face filled with agony. "Sorry too, okay?" Wu Min said indignantly. "Just apologizing is nothing, huh? People's necklaces were ripped off by you, you have to pay for the damages." Qin Shen had just noticed that there was a string of necklaces scattered on the ground, and a ring of strangulation marks appeared on Gu Yaming's neck. Obviously Wu Min had just forcefully yanked Gu Yaming's necklace off in the course of the argument. This woman, she's really ruthless. At this time, Chen Fei Yang finally noticed what was happening here and walked over. Once she saw Qian Fei Yang, Wu Min instantly came to her senses. "Honey, you gotta help me. This punk is trying to hit me." Wu Min put on a pitiful look and begged for help. Chen Fei Yang frowned, looked at Qin Shen and said in a cold voice, "I'll give you 3 seconds to let her go, otherwise I'll make you regret what you did today for the rest of your life. Don't worry, I'll do what I say." The corner of Qin Shen's mouth curved up into an arc as he mocked, 3-second man, you're the one who should be regretting it, right? If you didn't take too many pills in the past, how could it be only 3 seconds? As soon as the words fell, Qin Shen's hand suddenly fired. Click. An inaudible bone-cracking sound rang out, and Wu Min's hand was actually directly broken. Only after doing so did he let go of his hand. Wu Min looked at her own hand, and her eyes widened. The whole person was in pain that she couldn't even make a sound, and crouched down on the ground in agony. "Consider this as compensation for the necklace you broke. If you want to blame it, go blame this Qian Daoxiao. After all, I for one dislike being threatened the most," Qin Shen said with a smile. Qian Fei Yan looked at the scene in front of him, and anger surged to his heart. His fists clenched tightly, and his gaze toward Qin Shen took on a bit of killing intent. This kid, how dare he break his woman's wrist in front of him? Looking for death. Even if the god of heaven came today, he couldn't save him. Good, very good. Daring to go against me, Chen Fei Yang, you really are living out of your mind. Chen Fei Yang smiled back in anger and threatened through clenched teeth. He had once inquired with Wu Min about Qin Shen's identity. He had thought that Qin Shen was some ungrateful rich second generation from the company who dared to provoke himself 3 times. But what he didn't expect was the news that Wu Min had gotten from Wu Dong, saying that Qin Shen was just an ordinary Taoist priest on Qingqing Mountain. A stinking Taoist priest, who gave him the courage to offend himself. It is simply outrageous. Chapter 26, Kneel and Apologize. Qian Fei Yan was just about to call out, but Gu Yaming suddenly stood up and blocked in front of Qin Shen. Qian Fei Yang, wait. Gu Yaming hurriedly blocked it. The hotel's lobby was huge, and a few of them were in the corner, so not many people noticed what was happening here at the moment. But if Qian Fei Yang shouted and alerted the people from the Radiant Jewelry Group, it would be troublesome. At that time, not only would Qin Shen be in danger, but I was afraid that my own plan to find an investment would also have to fall through. Qian Fei Yang, haven't you always wanted to ask me out for dinner? I promise to have a meal with you tonight if you promise to leave the matter alone, Gu Yaming said through clenched teeth. Although she was incredibly disgusted with Qian Fei Yang, she could only do so in order to protect Qin Shen. After all, Qindan had offended Qian Feiyan by standing up for herself. She couldn't abandon Qindan and leave him alone. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Qian Fei Yang was first stunned, then his gaze flicked over the two of them, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Gu Yaming, this kid isn't a gigolo you raised, is he? Why else would you defend him so much? Only, do you think you can get rid of me by having dinner with me? Oh, here's the room card for the room upstairs, and if you don't come at night, I promise you I'll get him myself. Qian Fei Yang took out a room card and dumped it on the table in front of Gu Yaming. Qian Fei Yang, what do you mean? Gu Yaming coldly stared at Qian Fei Yang. Isn't my meaning obvious enough? Qian Fei Yang smiled smugly. Gu Group's funds are very tight right now. I'm afraid they won't make it through the end of this month if they can't get any investment, am I right? Tonight, as long as you serve me well, after I get Mr. Jin's investment, I might even be able to share some of it with you. Otherwise, you can leave the party now and go back to waiting for the company to go bankrupt. He knew that Gu's group had recently had a lot of things happen to them, and their funds were very tight. Even the Gu family had fallen out over the family fortune. The reason why Gu Yaming had agreed to accompany herself to the banquet was also because she wanted to pull an investment so that the Gu group could survive the immediate crisis. He only needed to threaten Gu Yaming with this matter, and he wasn't afraid that she wouldn't agree. Gu Yaming looked at the room card on the table, and her heart was sad. Gu Group's capital situation was kept secret from the public. Why would Qian Fei Yang know so clearly? There was only one explanation, and that was that someone in the Gu family had told Qian Fei Yang about the Gu Group's funding. Better to bankrupt the company than to inherit it yourself. Though the same blood runs in their veins, they treat themselves as enemies for the sake of profit. Gu Yaming trembled as she reached for the room card on the table. She knew that as soon as she took this step, she was afraid there would be no turning back. Qian Fei Yan looked at the scene in front of him, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a smug smile. What kind of high-cool female president, in the end, but still have to obediently climb into their own bed to serve their own? But at this critical moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Yaming's hand. Qin Chen? Several people were shocked in unison, not expecting Qin Chen to dare to intervene at this time. Qin Chen held Gu Yaming's hand, and his heart was very unfavorable. He could feel that Gu Yaming's hands were still trembling slightly now, and they were incredibly cold. If it weren't for herself, she wouldn't have been pushed to this point. Don't worry, you can get the investment without relying on money flyer. Qin Chen stared at Gu Yaming, his eyes firm. Xinduan, who do you think you are? Where did you get the courage to say she could get the investment? Our Qian's group in Jiangqing strength ranks among the top, are not afraid to say that 100% to get investment. She is a fast closing down of the small broken company, or the bottom of the air to find investment? I'm putting my word on it today, if she gets the investment without relying on me, I'll eat in front of everyone. Qian Feiyan was imposing and spoke in a tone full of confidence. Gu Yamin sighed. She knew that Qian Feiyan was not as rough as his words. Even if she stood in front of Kim Huan, I'm afraid they wouldn't recognize who she was, so how could she invest in herself? Don't worry, we'll see if we can get the investment in a little while. But before that, it's better to let Wu Min pay for the necklace. Qin Dust said indifferently. Wu Min laughed as if she had heard some funny joke. Make me pay for it? Are you dreaming? Yes, I admit it, I ripped her necklace off on purpose, so what? A woman who doesn't know her place in the world needs to be cleaned up before she recognizes her place. Wu Min said disdainfully. Just now, she did come to pick a fight on purpose, in order to give Gu Yaming a hard time. It was not easy for himself to make progress in his relationship with Qian Fei Yang, but then Gu Yaming showed up and attracted all of Qian Fei Yang's thoughts. This Gu Yaming, to rob what belonged to her, beating her up. Gu Yaming's face stiffened. What? Kneel? Gu Yaming looked at Qian Fei Yang in disbelief and snapped. I'll only give you 5 seconds, huh? I'm a man of my word. Qian Fei Yang said triumphantly. Wu Min, who was on the side, also came to her feet and chimed in. Young Qian is giving you a chance, why don't you hurry up and grab it? Come on, get on your knees. Otherwise, with the strength of the Qian group, not to mention 3 days, it would only take 1 day to bankrupt the Gu group. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, towering over Gu Yaming. She even wanted to take out her cell phone and record the image of Gu Yaming kneeling to herself. After all, Gu Yaming is also a little famous high-cold female president. Such a person to kneel down and apologize to himself, and later take it out can also be used as a talking point. Chapter 27. Even a fairy can't save you. Gu Yaming's face was pale, obviously frightened by Qian Fei Yang's words. 5, 4, 3, 2. Qian Fei Yang laughed and counted down. But just as he was about to count the last number, Qin Shin suddenly stepped forward and slapped Qian Fei Yang's face. Snap! A crisp slap rang out, knocking Qian Fei Yang directly dumbfounded. Not only that, but the slap was so loud that quite a few people were attracted to it. Isn't this Qian Fei Yang, the son of Qian Dashan, chairman of the Qian group? How did he get beaten up? Who is the young man who hit the man, who dared to hit Qian Fei Yang? He should also be a rich second generation, how come I haven't seen it? I've long heard that this kid from the Qian family doesn't do anything serious every day, he just knows to mess around with women, and I guess this time there was a conflict because of the women as well. Well, not bad, the girl over there is Wu Clan Group Wu Dong's daughter, and the one on the other side is Gu Clan Group's just appointed chairwoman, Gu Yaming, both women are first-class good-looking. It's just as well, the banquet was postponed, it's boring to see the youngsters fight to relieve their boredom, haha. This group of people, the lowest position was the vice chairman of a major group, and the youngest was in his 40s. Watching the fun, though, is human nature, and even this group of executives is not exempt from it. Qian Fei Yang's face became even hotter when he saw so many big shots surrounding him. I can't believe I got slapped by a punk. Disgraceful. Kid, you're dead today, and like I said, no god can save you if he comes. Chen Feiyang pointed at Qin Shen and said through clenched teeth. Oh, I'd like to see how you're going to get me killed. Qin Shen stuck his hands in his pockets as if he didn't put Chen Feiyang in his eyes at all. Gu Yaming hurriedly pulled Qin Shen back and anxiously whispered, Qin Shen, are you crazy? Do you know Chen Feiyang's identity? If he wants to retaliate against you, I can't even stop him with. The two of them were very close together, and with Chen Feiyang striking out suddenly, everyone did not react. Watch out, get out of the way. Gu Yaming shrieked in shock and hurriedly pushed Qin Shen. But it was too late, the vase was already less than 2 centimeters from Qin Shen's head. And in that instant, Qin Shen's arm cut a residual shadow in the air, and in the next moment, the vase in Chen Feiyang's hand suddenly disappeared. Bang! A muffled thud was followed by the sound of shattering glass. Wow! Shards of glass fell all over the place. However, the crowd was shocked to find that the person who was beaten was not Qin Shen, but Chen Feiyang. A stream of bright red blood slowly flowed down from Chen Feiyang's head, obviously broken by the vase. Chen Feiyang didn't even see when the other party snatched the vase away. Before he could react, he was hit by a vase. Qin. Dust. You're dead. Before Chen Feiyang finished speaking, Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh out. Are you going to say next that even the gods and goddesses can't save me? I say, have you never been to school? I'm tired of hearing those two phrases over and over again. Hearing Qin Shen's mockery, many people directly laughed out. It really let Qin Shen guess correctly. Chen Feiyang in high school when the girl's stomach to get big, that time the strength of the Chen group is far less than now, coupled with the girl's family is also a little bit of power, and ultimately this matter to Chen Feiyang was expelled from the school ended. Among so many rich second generation in Jiancheng, Chen Feiyang was the only one who was expelled from school without even finishing high school. Qin Shen's words stunned Chen Feiyang, and his eyes were filled with rage, as if he wanted to tear Qin Shen directly into pieces. And just then, 2 security guards trotted over. They found out about this place a long time ago. But those who could enter the banquet were not ordinary people, they were just small security guards who could not afford to mess with anyone and could only pretend not to see. However, now that there was actually a bloody clash, they did not dare to continue pretending to be invisible. In case of more serious consequences, they will have to follow suit. Mr. Qian, are you alright? Do you want us to call an ambulance for you? The guard asked cautiously. Chen Feiyang had obviously been beaten out of his mind. He kicked away the security guard in front of him and angrily cursed, Are you guys blind? How did you let in this kind of trash who doesn't even have an invitation? This man still dares to commit murder in public, why don't you guys hurry up and arrest him? I'm going to clean him up myself and break his limbs. Chen Feiyang grimaced in pain, he could even smell the blood on his body. Those who dared to offend themselves would never have a good ending. He had to step on Qin Shen and break the other party's limbs amidst his pleas before he could give this bad breath away. No invitation? The 2 security guards looked at each other and both saw shock in the other's eyes. If they really let people without invitations mingle into the party and beat up people, then the 2 of them would be screwed. Sir, please show us your invitation, we need to check your information. A security guard said with a serious look. An invitation? No. Qin Shen spread his hands and said indifferently. Hearing this, the crowd was all dumbfounded. How did this guy get in without an invitation? Gu Yaming swallowed hard and asked, Are you blending in? There was no invitation in your hand? Just after asking, she regretted it. She was most aware of Qin Shen's situation. Qin Duan didn't have any background at all, and was rumored to have been a Taoist priest on what was known as Mount Qingcheng before. Now you can't even afford to stay in a hotel and you have the cheek to live in your own villa. How can such a person have an invitation? Thinking of this, Gu Yaming instantly panicked. Now Qin Shen, not only had he beaten up Chen Feiyang and offended the Chen clan, he had also offended the Radiant Jewelry Group by blending into the banquet without an invitation. Qin Duan, there's no way to live at all. Chapter 28, The earrings are stolen, right? Looking at the flustered Gu Yaming, Qin Shen smiled and comforted, Don't worry, I didn't mingle in here, Jin Huan invited me. Hearing this, many people laughed out loud. This young man has quite a lot of guts, he dares to brag about this kind of bull in front of so many people. Those attending the banquet submitted their qualification certificates 3 days ago, and invitations will only be issued after they pass the verification. It seems that this kid is really mixed up, and doesn't even know about this kind of thing. Let's see how Mr. Jean will clean up this brat in a while. He dares to take Mr. Jin's name to pull the tiger's skin. He's really not afraid of death. The crowd was all over the place. And at this moment, the two security guards pulled out rubber sticks and carefully surrounded Qin Chen in the center. The two were just about to make a move when Qin Chen laughed and pulled out an invitation, waving it in front of the two. I was just teasing you guys, but are you serious? I've come to the party, and of course I came in with an invitation. The two guards breathed a sigh of relief. However, Gu Yaming was wide-eyed, her eyes filled with an unbelievable look. She was closest to Qin Chen and saw the name on top of the invitation. Surprisingly, it was Qian Feiyang. When did Qian Feiyang's invitation reach Qin Chen's hands? But Qin Chen only took the invitation and shook it before putting it back into his pocket. There's nothing more for you here, we'll just take care of it ourselves. Qin Chen said as he waved his hand at the two security guards. The two guards looked at each other, then turned around and walked away. Nonsense, people have already given a step down. If you don't hurry up and get out, I'm afraid they will even clean up their own. After all, those who could get an invitation, with their status, it would be no trouble at all to clean up a small security guard like himself. After the two left, Qin Chen took out the invitation and threw it at Qian Feiyang's face. I just picked up an invitation off the floor, and when I looked at it, it had a clown's name on it, which is just right, so here you go. Qin Chen said with a teasing face. Qian Feiyang picked up the invitation and his eyes widened. This invitation, surprisingly, had his own name written on it. He hastily touched his pocket, and sure enough, the invitation was gone. When did you steal my invitation? Qian Feiyang asked incredulously. What do you mean by stealing? I picked this up from the ground, don't slander me. I was kind enough to return your things to you, and you've even turned the tables on me, you're really a clown. Qin Dust mocked. This invitation, which he had just taken in passing when he was beating up Qian Feiyang. Sure enough, it came in handy. Qian Feiyang was already a bit concussed by that vase, and now that he was angry with Qin Chen, his blood and qi surged, and his eyes went black. Young Qian, what's wrong with you? Wu Min hurriedly held Qian Feiyang and asked with a concerned face. Kill him for me. Qian Feiyang pointed at Qin Chen and said in a weak tone. Wu Min hurriedly helped Qian Feiyang to a side chair. Qin Chen, you've caused a big trouble today. Offending young Qian is offending the entire Qian clan. I'll see how many lives you have that can withstand the Qian clan's pursuit. Wu Min colorfully threatened. However, Qin Chen didn't care about her threat at all, but said indifferently, Wu Min, don't forget that you took the initiative to start this matter. Also, Gu Yaming's necklace, you pay for it first. Wu Min snorted coldly, so what if I started it? She doesn't even look in the mirror to see what she looks like, and she's worthy to come and rob me for less money? Just her necklace, it's only worth $30,000 to $50,000, not even as good as one of my bracelets, and she has the nerve to wear it out. Saying that, she took out a check from her bag, directly wrote a figure of 100,000, signed it, and then threw it at Gu Yaming's feet. Here's $100,000, take it and get the hell out of here. Next time if you show up in front of me, watch out, I'll disfigure your face. Wu Min said disdainfully. If it was the Gu group in its heyday, she might still be a bit apprehensive. But according to Qian Feiyang's information, the Gu group is now on the verge of collapse. A tiny Gu Yaming can step on it as much as he wants. Gu Yaming looked at the check at her feet, and a look of sadness appeared on her face. How had she ever been so insulted? But now, in the face of Wu Min's insults, she felt a sense of powerlessness. One simply does not have the strength to fight back. She looked around the circle, and a few partners who used to have a good relationship with the Gu group lowered their heads when they felt Gu Yaming's gaze. No one was willing to offend the Qian group for a business that was about to close down. Gu Yaming smiled ruefully. Is this, like, a dead man's tea? But just as she was despairing, suddenly, a hand pressed on her shoulder. Don't move, it'll be over in a minute. Qin Chen was holding two earrings and was clumsily putting them on Gu Yaming's ears. It was the first time he had ever given a woman an earring, and it took him half a day to put it on Gu Yaming. Well, that's nice, I knew this stuff would go well with you. Qin Dust said with satisfaction. He had felt that the pair of earrings matched Gu Yaming from the first moment he saw them, which was why he had asked for them with Jin Huan. Now that I look at it, I was right. What is this? Gu Yaming asked in shock. Nothing, a pair of earrings I just brought in, they fit you quite well, I'm giving them to you. Qin Dust said with satisfaction. Humph, Xinhuan, I knew that a dog can't change its ways. You're a liar who can't do anything but cheat. If I'm not mistaken, these two earrings of yours, they're both made of diamonds, right? How can there be such a big diamond in the world? And even if there is one, it's not something that trash like you can afford. I'm afraid you're not even qualified to look at it. Woman mocked disdainfully. And just then, a sudden cry of surprise came from the crowd. Isn't this those two earrings from Mr. Jin's collection? I said, why do they look more and more familiar? When you said that, I remembered too. Mr. Jin once said that these two diamonds are worth several $100 million. A few $100 million, Mr. Kim is really luxurious, two tiny earrings are worth so much. I can guarantee that these two on Gu Yaming's ears are definitely not fake, counterfeit earrings would never have such a texture. There was a lot of chatter. Koda Qin Chen, you've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. You even dare to steal from Mr. Jin. And you, Gu Yaming, it looks like you're Qin Chen's accomplice, the two of you blended into the banquet just to steal Chief Jin's things. You too, wait to pass the rest of your lives in jail. Wu Min said with a cold smile. Hearing these people's words, Gu Yaming was instantly shocked. Sheen dust, what they said can't be true, right? Gu Yaming asked with a trembling voice. Chapter 29 Announcement of Investments. Oh, don't worry, although the item is real, it was personally given to me by Mr. Jin. Sheen Dust explained with a smile. As if she had caught Qin Chen's pigtail, Wu Min did not budge at all. How dare you argue? Who do you think you are that the Jin General Association would send you such an expensive item? The way I see it, you've just lied to people so much that you've lied to yourself in the end. I'd like to see how you'll die. Wu Min was in a very good mood. This is something that can literally kill two birds with one stone. The trash who had a marriage contract with himself and offended the Chen Group and the Radiant Jewelry Group would never be able to live. And Gu Yaming, who was a threat to his position, would also be affected, and maybe the company wouldn't last more than a few days before it had to close down. Just then, He Jun hurriedly ran down from upstairs. Honored guests, you've all been waiting for a long time. Mr. Jin will be here soon. He Jun's words caused the crowd to all turn their attention over. Although it was fun to watch, they had all come here for Kim Hwan's investment. Whoever gets Jin Hwan's investment will be able to soar, and it's not impossible for them to become the top 3 groups in Jiangqing's comprehensive strength in a short period of time. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Kim Hwan walked down the stairs with a red face. I'm sorry, there was just an unforeseen situation that delayed the time. In a moment I'll punish myself with 3 cups and apologize to everyone. Kim Hwan said with a smile. Hearing Kim Hwan's words, the crowd couldn't help but think about what had just happened. Unforeseen circumstances. Maybe those earrings were really stolen. Just then, Chen Fei Yang squeezed through the crowd and came to Jin Huan. Mr. Jin, I've been beaten up in your territory, you have to do something for me. Chen Fei Yang covered his head and cried with a snotty nose. The crowd couldn't help but skim. Everyone's ready to talk business with Mr. Kim, but you grabbed the chance to talk about your beating? It's so humiliating to be beaten over the head by a thief that you have to say it in public. Shen's group, what kind of trash did they raise? Jin Huan said with a serious look on his face, Fei Yan, your father and I are old friends, hitting you in my territory would be a slap in my face. You tell me who hit you and I'll take it out for you. Hearing Jin Huan's words, Chen Fei Yang hurriedly pointed in Qin Chen's direction. The few people who were pointed at immediately panicked and dodged aside, revealing Qin Chen who was standing behind the crowd. Seeing Qin Chen with a smile on his lips, Jin Huan froze violently. The one who hit was Master Qin? Wu Min hastily added, Mr. Jin, you just said something unexpected, was your treasure stolen? You see, this is the man who did it, and even stole the stolen goods and gave them to that Gu Yaming woman to wear openly. Mr. Jin, this is a provocation to you, you cannot. Snap. Before Omin could finish his words, he received a slap on the face from Kim Hwan. Who the are you, did I tell you to talk? What's stealing, that's me giving it away of my own accord. Where's the security, where are they? Drag this woman out, now. Now. Jin Huan broke into a rage. Is this woman out of her mind? How dare she call Master Qin a thief? It was so hard for him to send out an item that Master Qin could barely see eye to eye. When did it become Master Qin's stolen item? It's just a matter of looking for death yourself, but you dare to let yourself clean up Master Qin, you are really sick. As soon as Jin Huan's words fell, 7 or 8 security guards instantly ran over. The men grabbed Wu Min's arm and dragged it towards the door. Wu Min was directly dumbfounded. What's going on here? Not only does Kim Hwan not clean up the thief, but he has to throw himself out of the party? Young Qian explained to Mr. Jean. I'm innocent. The one called Qin Shen is the thief. Even if we have to throw him, we should throw him out. Wu Min struggled and yelled at the same time. Shut her up. Kim Hwan growled grimly. A security guard picked up a smelly rag from somewhere and hurriedly stuffed it into Wu Min's mouth. Chen Feiyan looked at Wu Min, who was dragged away inside, not daring to plead for her. He could see that right now Kim Hwan was in a rage. If he pleaded for Wu Min, I'm afraid that he himself would be thrown out of the banquet hall. What's more, he didn't even know why Kim Hwan lost his temper, so how could he plead for mercy? Seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared at the corner of many people's mouths. This Wu family's girl is not at all emotionally intelligent. This girl looks like she was spoiled since she was a child. She can't even speak. Even if Mr. Jean really had something stolen, can this kind of thing be said in public? Isn't this slapping Mr. Jin's face? That's right, Radiant Jewelry Group's security system is notorious. To make General Manager Jean admit to being stolen, isn't that hitting his own face? It was at this moment that Jean Huan walked towards Qin Shan, and the of them is the. Can it be that this ear pendant is really what Qin Shan said was given to him by Mr. Jean? But how is that possible? While she was wondering, Jean Huan waved at He Jun. He Jun jogged 2 steps and came to Jean Huan, then respectfully handed out 2 contracts. Ms. Gu, I've examined the Gu Group and I think your group has a lot of potential for development. This is the investment contract. I've already signed it, and as soon as you put your name on it, the contract is in effect. Within 3 days, I'll put the first batch of $20 billion of investment into your company's account. What do you think? Jean Huan smiled and placed the contract in front of Gu Yaming before handing out the pen in his hand. Investment? 20 billion? Even though Gu Yaming had always been calm and collected, she couldn't help but breathe heavily at this moment. The investment company chosen by Kim Hwan is actually the Gu Group? This is not a joke, right? And isn't the legendary initial investment $8 billion? When did it become $20 billion? Chapter 30, I Become a Robber? Everyone present was frozen in place at the moment. Kim Hwan actually chose the Gu Group to invest in? Isn't the Gu Group on the verge of collapse? What's this all about? At this time, Chen Feiyang hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Jean, you may have made a mistake. The old chairman of the Gu Group just died in a car accident a few days ago, and now the group is in a precarious position, so it might go out of business in 3 or 5 days. Moreover, the entire Gu Group is only worth $2 or $3 billion combined, and the assets have to shrink after the bankruptcy. You invested $20 billion at once, you can buy the Gu Group directly. Xian Fei Yang was bitter and full of consideration for Jean Huan. But just as he finished speaking, Jean Huan snorted coldly, do I need you to remind me if I've made a mistake? Don't say you're just a trashy rich second generation, even if you're the chairman of the Qian Group, it's not your turn to speak here. Say another word and don't blame me for not giving your father face and throwing you out too. Upon hearing Jean Huan's words, Chen Fei Yang immediately turned pale with fear and hurriedly closed his mouth. However, he had long since cursed Jean Huan in his heart. I was kind enough to warn you and you scold me? $20 billion and a splash in the river. I'm afraid that if I invest in Goose Group, I won't even be able to recover my capital. I'll see how you'll regret it the day Goose Group closes down. Jean Huan simply didn't bother to continue to take care of Qian Fei Yang. He looked at Gu Yaming and said with a smile, how about it, has Mr. Gu considered it well? Gu Yaming bit her lip and said in a deep voice, Mr. Jean, I've thought it over, I'll accept your investment. Don't worry, I'm definitely responsible for your money, and I take full responsibility for any problems with this investment. After saying that, Gu Yaming picked up the pen and firmly signed her name on the contract. She still feels like she's dreaming though and can't believe getting a $20 billion investment. But this is the only chance to save Goose Group. Even if there was a trap, one couldn't just give up. Oh, then I look forward to our next cooperation. In fact, just now, when I came downstairs so late, I was convincing the company's investment think tank. After all, none of them were optimistic about the Gu Group. But I'm sure Goose Group will surprise me. Kim Hwan said with a smile. In fact, he didn't have much confidence in Gu Yaming. After all, before today, he didn't even know who Gu Yaming was. And when he told the company about his investment decision, he got a unanimous vote against it from the think tank. But he trusted his vision. Or in other words, he trusted Qin Shen's vision. He had already seen Qin Shen's strength, and although he was young, he could definitely be called a feng shui master. If he said Gu's group was worth investing in, then he would never lose money. As soon as Jin Huan left, everyone swarmed around Gu Yaming. Since he couldn't get Jin Huan's investment, working with the Gu group was a good choice. After all, Gu's group is not big enough to eat such a large investment alone, and definitely needs to find a partner. If the Gu group eats meat, it's okay for them to have a mouthful of soup. Mr. Gu, we have a project in our hands that is very suitable for cooperation with you. This is the plan. Would you like to take a look at it? Mr. Gu, I have a deep friendship with old Mr. Gu. Do you still remember that I even hugged you when you were a child? This cooperation must be given to us. Don't listen to them, Mr. Gu. Our company has the highest sincerity. This is our lowest offer. Take a look. A group of company executives, like grandparents grabbing bargain eggs in a supermarket, are desperately trying to squeeze forward to introduce their company's projects. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Fei Yang's face was gloomy as he turned around and directly left the banquet hall. With the way he had just treated Gu Yaming, there was no need to think that the Gu group would never cooperate with the Chen group. Staying on would just be more humiliating. As soon as he stepped out of the hotel door, a figure greeted him. Young Qian, you finally come out. How's it going? Did you get Mr. Kim's investment? Wu Min held Qian Fei Yang's arm and asked with a compensating smile. Qian Fei Yang, however, directly shrugged off Wu Min and roared with a cold face, You still have the face to ask? Do you realize how much trouble you've caused? Is it your turn to say that Mr. Jean lost something? Aren't you slapping him in the face by saying he had something stolen in front of so many people? If it weren't for you, I would have gotten the investment long ago, and it would still be Gu Yaming's turn, that little? When she heard Qian Fei Yang's words, Wu Min was stunned. Gu Yaming. She got the investment? How is this possible? Wu Min's face was filled with disbelief. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? However, daring to rob my bag, Gu Yaming is tired of living. I'll go back now and tell my dad about this, so he can step in and clean up the Gu group. Chen Feiyang threw Wu Min on the side of the road and drove straight away. Wu Min's face was unsightly to the extreme. She stomped her foot fiercely in anger and cursed, Qin Xuan, Gu Yaming, you pair of dogs, I won't be able to spare you. She cursed before huffing and puffing and taking a cab away. Inside the banquet hall, there were more and more people around Gu Yaming, and even Qin Shen was pushed aside by the excited crowd. He smiled helplessly, then turned around and left the banquet hall. The purpose of this visit had been achieved. Not only did Gu Yaming get the investment, but he also rubbed a meal on the way. The task was considered to be overfulfilled. After leaving the house, Qin Shen first found a pharmacy, grabbed some herbs, and bought a casserole along the way, before taking a taxi back to the villa. As soon as he pushed open the front door of the villa, an aroma of shower gel hit his face. Gu Yaming got home so quickly and took a shower? As Qin Shen was wondering, a girl walked out from inside. Sis, why are you back so early today? The man said as he wiped his wet hair. And in the next moment, she and Qin Shen looked at each other, and both of them froze in place. Ah! Just as the girl shouted out, Qin Shen rushed up with an arrow step and directly covered her mouth. Don't yell, Qin Shen said subconsciously. But then, he reacted. I'm not a bad guy, why do you cover his mouth? Ahem, don't get me wrong, I actually live here, While saying that, Qin Shen loosened his hand. The girl was fully clothed in nothing but a bath towel, which almost slid right down her body after what she had just been through. The girl hurriedly pulled on the bath towel and begged for mercy with a horrified face. Big brother robber, I didn't see anything, feel free to take anything of value, I promise I won't tell. With that, she also pointed to a painting on the wall and said, there's a safe behind that painting, the password is 4/8, so hurry up after you take it. Xiaoning Yue was really frightened, speaking shiveringly, afraid that the next moment this man in front of her would kill and exterminate her. However, when she saw the other woman's eyes roaming over her body, she remembered that she was only wearing a towel over her entire body. You don't mess around. I'm warning you, this is a villa area, if you stay a little longer, you'll be in more danger, I advise you to take your things and run. Xiaoning Yue forced herself to calmly threaten. She prayed silently in her mind, expecting the man in front of her not to see color. Otherwise, one could not let the other party succeed even if one fought with them. But she also knew that with her looks, she was afraid that not many men would be able to resist the temptation. You really misunderstand, actually. Qin Shen was just about to explain when the door behind him was pushed open. Seeing the person who opened the door, Xiao Ningyue instantly panicked. "Cousin, run!" Xiao Ningyue shouted. Chapter 31 Xiao Ningyue's Shame. But Gu Yaming not only didn't run, but instead frowned at the two people in front of her. The two of them were sticking so close to each other, and Xiao Ningyue was wearing so little. "Ningyu, what brings you here? What are you?" However, just after she finished speaking, she suddenly froze and looked at Gu Yaming with wide eyes. "You two know each other?" Gu Yaming was just about to speak, but Qin Shen jumped ahead and said, cough cough, "Hello, not only do the two of us know each other, but we've just received our marriage license. Gu Yaming is your cousin, right? You can just call me cousin-in-law from now on." "Alright, since the misunderstanding has been explained clearly, you two continue to chat. I'll go to the kitchen to boil the medicine first." After saying that, he didn't even give the two of them a chance to speak and ran into the kitchen in a flash. Looking at Qin Shen's back, Xiao Ningyue asked Gu Yaming incredulously, "Cousin, when did you get married? When I came over last month, you were single, and in less than a month, you're flash mobbing?" Gu Yaming let out a bitter smile and explained both the will and the flash mob. After listening to Gu Yaming's explanation, Xiao Ningyue swallowed hard. "That is to say, if you don't get married, you won't get the inheritance?" After saying that, she glanced in the direction of the kitchen and lowered her voice to continue, "Then you can't just find a random guy and get married. If you want to get married, I have quite a few quality youths around me that I can introduce to you." Gu Yaming said helplessly, "The man I found from the internet before was a homosexual and got married to cope with my family, who would have thought that I was too anxious at that time, and recognized the wrong person, and as a result, I got a license with Qin Duan in a confused manner. But marrying him was the right move by mistake. When the Gu Group's new office building was topped out before, it kept failing to be topped out, and he was the one who helped to fix it, and then when the Chen family came to cause trouble, he was the one who drove them away." Xiao Ningyue looked carefully at Gu Yaming's face and said with a smile, "Sister, you don't like people, do you? Why do I remember, you don't have a lot of love for men, and you haven't even been in a relationship in all these years. Now that you've got the inheritance, not only did you not divorce him, you even let him live inside the villa." Speaking of this, Xiao Ningyue's face changed. "Sister, you two wouldn't be living together already, would you?" Gu Yaming gave Xiao Ningyue a knock on the head and said, "At a young age, what are you thinking about? I'll still sleep in my bedroom and he'll take the guest bedroom." Xiao Ningyue rubbed her head and complained, "What's small about being small? I'm already 20, okay? Besides, in some ways, I'm almost older than you." Gu Yaming froze before she realized what Xiao Ningyue meant. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Ningyue's bath towel and pulled it downward. Xiao Ningyue instantly let out a cry of surprise and hastily pulled on the bath towel. But it was too late. Gu Yaming glanced at her and said smugly, "If you want to catch up with me, you still have to work hard. Sis, you're a bully. I'll see how old yours is too." With that, Xiao Ningyue turned defense into offense and grabbed towards Gu Yaming's chest. And while the two were jostling, they inadvertently saw a figure not far away. Qin Duan had already walked out of the kitchen at some point, with a bowl in his hand. With a gulp, Qin Shen gulped and broke the silence between the three. Would you guys believe me if I said I didn't see anything?" Qin Shen said carefully. "Ah." Xiao Ningyue let out a shriek and pulled up her bath towel in a panic, not even being able to put on her shoes as she ran barefoot towards the stairs. Gu Yaming blushed slightly and sidestepped her head, not daring to meet Qin Shen's eyes. Since Xiao Ningyue was a child, every summer and winter vacation, she would come and stay here to be a companion to Gu Yaming. The two were cousins, but better than sisters. The usually high and cold Gu Yaming would only remove her mask in front of Xiao Ningyue, becoming the sister who loved to play around with Xiao Ningyue. Usually the two were so used to joking and fooling around that today they forgot there was a man present in the room. I didn't mean to." Saying that, Qin Shen handed out the medicine bowl and hastily changed the topic. "Last time, I said that your menstrual cramps had to be eradicated by taking medicine, and this is the medicine I've concocted for you." Gu Yaming skeptically sized up Qin Shen and said doubtfully, "Do you really know how to catch medicine? This medicine is black, it won't be dangerous after drinking it, right?" Qin Shen smiled, "I'm my master's close disciple, and with his medical skills, he is able to bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones. I'm barely close, but I can give back any that have breath." With a thud, Qin Shen directly placed the bowl on the table and said, "The medicine, I'll put it here, if you can't trust it, then pour it." With that, he turned around and walked away. However, when he walked to the position at the corner of the stairs, through the reflection of the glass on the wall, he saw that Gu Yaming still picked up the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one go. Qin Shen smiled and went upstairs with satisfaction. When Gu Yaming returned to the bedroom, she found that Xiao Ningyue had long since gotten under the covers. "It's only noon, why are you lying down?" Gu Yamin said helplessly. "Sis, you're so heartless, you just got married and forgot about your sister." "I'd been on the bus all morning, rushing all the way from the imperial capital to Jiangcheng, and I didn't even rest when I got off the bus, so I came straight to find you." Who would have thought that I would have just taken a shower and stumbled into it. Xiao Ningyue blushed, embarrassed to continue. Just now, when she and Gu Yaming were fooling around, I'm afraid that hateful man had seen them. Dead man, stinking man, dog man. Xiao Ningyue grabbed a pillow and wrestled with it on the bed. Only after Xiao Ningyue had vented for a while did Gu Yaming say helplessly, "Who told you not to tell me in advance before you came?" Xiao Ningyue said in dissatisfaction, "Sister, how long have you only been licensed, and you're starting to turn your elbow outward? How dare you speak for that man? Besides, I didn't tell you because I wanted to surprise you." Gu Yaming dotingly touched Xiao Ningyue's head and comforted, all right, it's all my fault alright. By the way, what made you think of coming over to Jiangcheng now? Shouldn't you be in school?" Xiao Ningyue's small mouth pouted, and she shouted in exasperation, "Gu Ya Ming. You wouldn't even know that I graduated this year, would you? I'm out of college now, I don't have to go to school." When she finished, she took out a card and threw it on the bed. "Look, here's the card I stole from my family, it has $300 million in it. I've heard that the Gu Group is in a bit of trouble, so take this money for emergencies first," Xiao Ningyue said. Chapter 32 The Rich Miss and the Cold Young Man. Gu Yamin couldn't help but slap her head. This girl stole 300 million from her family? Although for Xiao Ningyue's family, this 300 million is nothing. But for Xiao Ningyue to be able to bring this money out, it should also have gone through her uncle's acquiescence. Gu Yaming's mother, Xiao Lihua, was actually the daughter of Xiao Hanyuan, the head of the Qiao family in the imperial capital. When Xiao Lihua and Gu Guotao fell in love at first sight, but suffered strong opposition from Qiao Hanyuan. After all, the Qiao family was one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, and they were powerful. And the Gu family was just a small, unimpressive family in Jiangcheng. The disparity between the two families can be nothing short of staggering. But when Xiao Lihua was not married to Gu Guotao, she and Gu Guotao eloped to Jiangcheng and gave birth to a daughter, Gu Yaming. Eventually, Xiao Hanyuan and Xiao Lihua severed their father-daughter relationship. However, over the years, Xiao Lihua's elder brother, Gu Yaming's great-uncle, Xiao Guanqing, had been secretly funding the Gu family. This time, Xiao Ningyue stole money from her family to help out, and I'm afraid that her uncle Xiao Guanqing knows it very well in his heart. When I'm done for the next couple of days, I'll give my uncle a personal call to thank him," Gu Yamin said seriously. Xiao Ningyue pouted and said, "What's the point of thanking him? It's obviously the money I stole." Gu Yaming smiled, stroking Xiao Ningyue's head and said, "Then thank you too. But then again, I just went to an investment banquet, and Gu's group got a $20 billion investment, and the money will arrive within 3 days, so that means you don't have to worry about it." Speaking of this matter, the corners of Gu Yaming's mouth lifted up, obviously in a very good mood. $20 billion? Sis, you're not lying to me, are you? Or are you being lied to? Xiao Ningyue opened her mouth wide in shock. She may be young, but her family's business is not small. After so many years of hearing and seeing, I naturally know what a concept of $20 billion is. The Qiao family, as one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, basically wouldn't invest more than $50 billion. In a small place like Jiangcheng, how could there be an investment of $20 billion, and it was still invested in the Gu Group, which was about to go out of business? Her first thought was that Gu Yaming had been tricked. "Don't worry, the man who can fool me hasn't been born yet," Gu Yaming said confidently. Only then did Xiao Ningyue breathe a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, she hugged Gu Yaming's arm again and pouted, "Sister, your company has gotten such a big investment, so it must be especially short of talent. I'm a financial management major from a prestigious university in the imperial capital, and I usually work at my dad's company regularly, so I have work experience. Why don't you arrange a job for me?" Gu Yaming was instantly puzzled. "It's easy to arrange a job for you, but can your family agree to you coming to Jiangcheng to work?" Xiao Ningyue laughed out loud, "Sister, the leg is on me, they can't control me. Besides, when my aunt eloped to Jiangcheng with my aunt for true love, the family couldn't do anything about it. I'm just coming to Jiangcheng for a shift, can they still remove me from the family tree?" Gu Yaming said helplessly, "Fine, then hang out with me for a while. But I'm going to the office right now, and you'll have to come with me and get you an induction on the side." Xiao Yue immediately jumped down from the bed, dressed in 3 tries, then waved her small hand and said, "Depart." Qin Shen heard the two leave the villa before he dared to come out of the house. Just then, though, he remembered something else. The crisis of the Gu group had been resolved for the time being, and it was time to put the matter of revenge on the agenda. He took out his cell phone and just wanted to take a taxi to Dong Chen's gambling house, but realized that he had no money. Qin Shen cursed angrily. The last time he left from the gambling house, he was in too much of a hurry and didn't have time to take away the $11 or so billion he won. I spent a lot of money on cabs and meals in the past 2 days, and when I wasn't paying attention, I was surprised to have only 68 cents left in my balance. He looked around the room and his eyes suddenly landed on a van not far from the doorway. The last time I pulled the stone lion from Jin Huan's warehouse to the construction site, then I forgot to return it after parking it in front of the villa, and I've thrown it away until now. The corner of Qin Shen's mouth lifted as he took out the key and directly started the van. A few minutes later, a number of drivers on the road saw a scene they will never forget. A medium-sized truck, weaving in and out of traffic to overtake, was a dead giveaway. This car is rushing to its death, how dare it overtake? This car skill, it can't be a professional racer, can it? Damn, I just bought a sports car today and I'm being overtaken by a crappy van? Are you kidding me? Many people were so overwhelmed by the humiliation that they directly chased after them. But whether it's a highly skilled modified car or a sports car with unbeatable acceleration, they all end up losing out to the exhaust fumes of the truck in front of them. 10 minutes later, Qin Shen blocked the van at the front door of the gambling house, and with a pull of the key, jumped straight down from the car. But before he could walk out a few steps, 2 gangsters called out to him, "Hey, who told you to park here? Do you know whose turf this is? You're blind? I'll give you 1 minute to move your car or I'll beat you to death." The 2 punks threatened disdainfully. This kid doesn't even know where he is, and he's blocking the door. Looking at these 2 people, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Qin Shen's mouth, and then he threw the key in his hand over. The gangster standing in front subconsciously caught the key, and before he could react, a foot kicked him in the chest. Like being hit head-on by a large truck, the punk flew directly out for about 10 meters and fell to the ground with a thud. "Help! Help!" The punk was on the ground, not even having the strength to get up. He just felt like all the bones in his body were shattered as if he had fallen, and it hurt like hell. "Here are the keys, move the car yourself if you want to." Qin Shen put down a sentence and directly entered the gambling house. The other gangster saw Qin Shen leave, and only then did he muster up the courage to help the injured gangster up and asked, "Brother, what should we do?" The injured punk cursed angrily, "What else can we do? Can't you see he's done it? Go yell for someone to get this kid when he comes out and get him. If I don't break his legs today, I'll take his surname. Agu, it hurts me to death. I broke my ribs." The punk got so worked up that he involved the wounds on his body and bared his teeth again. Qin Shen had just walked through the small door of the gambling house when the figure of a big man appeared in front of him. "Excuse me, membership card please," the big man said in a deep voice. Seeing this big man, Qin Shen couldn't help but smile. "What, forgot about me? You still got my membership card yourself. By the way, what did you do to this head? Get hit?" Qin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 33, Gambling Again. At this time, the big man's head was wrapped in a layer of gauze, and the color of blood could still be seen vaguely. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the big man's eyes widened violently, apparently recognizing Qin Shen as well. He gritted his teeth and crunched his fingers, looking at Qin Shen with anger in his gaze. Last time, Qin Shen had left peacefully after making a scene in the gambling house, causing many of the security guards in the gambling house to be cleaned up. As the person who took it upon himself to let Qin Shen in and also gave him a membership card, the big man was cleaned up the worst, almost getting a concussion. "Kid, you even dare to come? I think you're really tired of living. I'll show you the consequences of playing me today." With that, the big man clenched his fist and swung out violently. If this punch hit, he was confident that the other party would directly lose the ability to resist. But the man in front of him acted as if he didn't even put himself in his eyes, and just stretched out a palm, not even dodging it. "Seek death." The big man gritted his teeth and roared, adding a few more points of strength to his fists. Knock! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. The two were fixed in place, as if time had stood still. But in the next moment, the big man's eyes widened and the smile on his face gradually began to twist. "My hand. Ah! My hand!" The big man cried out in pain, covering his hand as he slowly fell to his knees. He felt as if his punch had struck a concrete wall, and the tremendous recoil caused his knuckles to break directly. With just one punch, all 5 of his own fingers were fractured. Yo, hit so hard? Not bad for strength, but unfortunately, not for brains. Qin Shen shook his head and laughed. After saying that, he walked straight past the big man. The big man wanted to sneak attack, but feeling the pain drilling through his hands, he instantly wimped out again. He hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Attention, attention, the kid who came to cause trouble last time is here again, hurry up and inform the boss. Also, this kid knows Kung Fu, he broke my hand, so be careful." Every security guard was equipped with a walkie-talkie, and when they heard the big man's words, all the security guards immediately surged towards the entrance of the gambling house. As soon as Qin Shen entered the lobby of the gambling house, a dozen security guards surrounded him. "Shun!" Several security guards made a pathway and a figure slowly walked out. Qin Shen laughed. This was still an old acquaintance, Chen Wentao. "Kid, I was going to go looking for you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own. What, you know the strength of our boss and have come to beg for forgiveness and apologize? Unfortunately, it's too late. You cheat in our gambling house, winning a few $100,000 is just fine, we'll take it as alms for beggars, but you even dare to win more than $1 billion, isn't this looking for death yourself? Someone, chop off both of his hands, I'd like to see how he can cheat without them." Chen Wentao said with a cold smile. The last time he fought at the construction site, he had his hand broken by Qin Shen, and had always held a grudge over the matter, wanting to find a chance to take revenge. He didn't expect the other party to come to his door before he could go for revenge. What's this if not asking for death? The commotion here attracted the attention of many gamblers, who looked over. Chen Wentao hurriedly smiled and explained, "Don't be afraid, everyone, we caught one cheating in the gambling house and we're about to clean him up. In a moment, according to the rules of the gambling house, those who cheat, chop off their hands." Many people were shocked, they were just ordinary gamblers, where had they seen such a bloody scene as chopping off a hand? But right at this moment, many people also recognized Qin Shen. "That's him, I remember, 2 days ago this kid won 2666 leopards in a row here and ended up winning $11 billion. It stunned me. Holy, $11 billion? That much? What did you expect? That's 2 leopards in a row, the capital doubled over 1,000 times. I just didn't expect this kid to be a hustler, his skills are just too high." The crowd murmured. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Shen smiled blandly. "Cheating? Do you have proof? You can pull up the surveillance and show everyone how I cheated. Otherwise, it means that the gambling house slandered me and tried to embezzle my winnings." Qin Shen sat down on the sofa as if no one else was there, leaning comfortably against the backrest with an emboldened expression. Hearing this, many gamblers were also suspicious. "That's right, he cheats, does the gambling house have proof? This kid is betting on color, the whole time the people in the gambling house are shaking the color, even if he is a cheater, there is no way for him to cheat, right? Hee $1,100 million, if I were the owner of the gambling house, there's no way I'd let him take the money away, I'd definitely find a reason to finish him off." The gamblers whispered. Chen Wentao's face instantly became gloomy. Qin Duan was right, they really didn't have any evidence. After Qin Shen left that day, they had scrutinized the video. Even underneath the high-definition video, they didn't find any traces of Qin Shen's cheating. After all, Qin Shen had left his hands exposed the entire time, not even touching the gambling table. But they could be certain that Qin Shen had definitely cheated. Because during the second color shake, it was Black Tiger himself who shook it. With Black Tiger's skill, if he wanted a few points, he could shake out a few points. But that time the Black Tiger but failed, actually in front of the crowd, shook a 666 leopard. That is to say, not only is Qin Duan a swindler, his skill is even above Black Tiger. This kind of person, if we don't find a reason to waste him, I'm afraid he can win all the money in the gambling house. Seeing that Chen Wentao didn't say anything, Qin Shen laughed. You also know that you guys don't have any evidence, right? In that case, why don't I bet with you guys again? If I lose, I will be at your disposal. But if I win, I only need to ask Shindong one question. When Chen Wentao heard Qin Shen's words, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven, you're almost finished and you still dare to talk about gambling? None of those who dare to cause trouble in our nocturnal city will be able to walk out in one piece. Men, give him to me." Wait. Before the words were finished, a voice suddenly interrupted Chen Wentao's words. The crowd looked towards the source of the sound, and Chen Dong happened to be slowly walking over with a few people. "Boss!" Chen Wentao and the security guards bowed and made way. Chen Dong sneered as he looked at Qin Chen, then slightly beckoned. A middle-aged man with a thin figure stood out from behind him. As soon as this person appeared, he stared tightly at Qin Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. "Oh, your offer is somewhat interesting, I agree." Chen Wentao just wanted to go forward to persuade him, but when he saw Chen Dong's cold eyes, he hurriedly held his words back. Chen Dong pointed to the middle-aged man beside him and smiled at Qin Chen. "The black tiger that was placed in your hands last time is Master Lu's close disciple, and he has come here this time because he wants to spar with you. If you win him, I'll not only agree to your terms, but I'll let you take the money you won last time. But if you lose, this little life stays." Chapter 34, Lost? Chen Dong's voice suddenly turned grim and his face sank. "If you dare to come to his gambling house to cause trouble, you have to be prepared to leave your life behind." When Black Tiger lost last time, he immediately contacted Black Tiger's master, Lu Quan. Lu Quan is not an ordinary person. He has been learning thousands of arts since he was a child, and he has almost never met an opponent in the world. Later, he created his own school and took on many disciples, Black Tiger being one of them. This time, his disciple had been punched in the face, and he was up in arms to win, wanting to see the other side's level. However, when he saw Qin Chen's age, he laughed coldly in his heart. "A brat who's learned a little kung fu, and he's here to kick ass? It's so uninformed." "Boss Chen, don't worry, I can make him kneel and admit defeat in one round," Lu Quan said confidently. Chen Dong looked at Qin Chen and asked indifferently, "Kid, Master Lu has already given his word, do you dare to bet?" Qin Chen laughed and stood up. "Since you've already come to the gambling house, why don't you gamble?" After saying that, he looked Lu Quan up and down and said lightly, "You have done a lot of sins, your lifespan has been greatly reduced, I'm afraid you don't have a few years to live, I'm not going to bully you, let's bet on the simplest color toss, the one with the biggest points wins." Lu Quan snorted coldly, "Trying to interfere with my mind? How can you? I've looked for a high-ranking person to calculate, living a long life is never a problem, winning an ignorant junior like you is just a matter of faith." The two men went toe-to-toe, and many gamblers gathered around when they saw this. Both of them are definitely masters. It's an extremely rare event when a high roller goes head-to-head, and it's much more exciting than gambling. A lot of people even started calling and started asking their friends to come over and watch the fight. A few minutes later, the security guards cleared out a gambling table, with Qin Chen and Lu Quan each standing on one side, while next to them were the densely packed gamblers watching the battle. Not only did the gamblers want to see the results, they also wanted to see how the masters of the 1,000 tricks cheated, and their eyes were wide open, staring at the hands of the two men. Chen Wentao temporarily acted as the referee, and with a wave of his hand, he directly announced the start. As soon as Chen Wentao's words fell, Lu Quan picked up the compost cup, closed his eyes and started shaking it. Everyone held their breath, staring tightly at the compulsion cup in Lu Quan's hand, not even daring to blink. After a full minute, Lu Quan snapped his eyes open. With a thud, the compote cup fell onto the table. However, when he saw that Qin Chen was standing still and hadn't started tossing the dice yet, he was stunned. This kid, has he given up? The corner of Lu Quan's mouth lifted into a smug smile. "Ignorant kid, you want to compete with me? You don't know how much you weigh." At this time, Chen Wentao, who was on the side, frowned and urged, "Kid, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and roll the dice? If you dawdle any longer, I'll directly rule that you've lost." Qin Chen smiled faintly and said, "Throwing colors? Oh, no need, I won't roll in this game." The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Did I hear him right? He said he doesn't roll the dice? Is that an admission of defeat? How do you win without rolling the dice? I guess that kid knew he couldn't win when he saw Master Lu's technique, so he simply didn't roll to save some face. What a dead duck. The crowd mockingly looked at Qin Chen. Many people still thought that Qin Chen and Master Lu had the power to fight. As a result, I didn't expect the bet to be over before it even started. Right at this moment, Chen Wentao directly stepped forward and uncovered the lid of the compulsion cup in front of Qin Chen. 1 point, 1 point, 2 points, 4 points in all. Chen Wentao was stunned when he saw the number of points in the compulsion cup. This was followed by bursts of laughter throughout the room. Did I read that right? 3 colors rolled a 4? Told him to pretend, now he's flipped, right? Even if he's throwing around with his eyes closed, it can't be a 4. People still have a chance to win. What if Master Lu's 3 colors are all 1 point? The crowd jeered. Right at this moment, Lu Quan suddenly felt a wave of abnormality. His opponent rolled a 4, and surprisingly, his face didn't change, and he even looked at himself with a smirk in his eyes. Could it be that there was really something wrong with the color he rolled? But he had obviously rolled a 666, could it be that the other party had used some means to change all his colors to 1 point? Chen Wentao was obviously a bit nervous as well. When things go wrong, they go wrong. His face was tense as he slowly uncovered the lid of Lu Quan's compulsion cup, revealing the colors inside. 6 points, 6 points, 6 points, 18 points in all. Chen Wentao took a long breath and announced loudly. Lu Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression finally relaxing. Kid, I gave you the chance to admit defeat a long time ago, but you didn't grasp it. You've humiliated my disciple, that's slapping my face. Today's battle is considered even. As for how Boss Chen is going to clean you up, that's none of my business. Lu Quan said coldly. Chen Wentao said smilingly from the side, Master Lu, don't worry, for those who cause trouble in our gambling house, we have ways to make him regret it. Next, leave it to us. Men, take this boy to the dark room and treat him well. Especially this mouth of his, pull out his teeth first, I'd like to see if he can still talk tough without them. Hearing Chen Wentao's words, the crowd was so frightened that they hastily took a few steps back. Chen Wentao smiled coldly and pushed the two people's compost cups to the center of the table, and then prepared to announce the winner. But just then, Qin Shen pointed at Lu Quan and said indifferently, he cheated. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the crowd couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Isn't that bull? You two are both cheats. What else can you do if you don't cheat when you're comparing your strengths? Do you want to fight for luck? Chen Wentao was like looking at a little cutie. Generally looking at Qin Shen, he said in a cold voice, Kid, you've already lost, don't think you can escape by messing around. Say Master Lu cheated, do you have proof? As soon as the words fell, Qin Shen immediately pulled out a cell phone and placed it on the table. A video was playing on the phone, and it was clearly the video of Lu Quan shaking the color just now. Suddenly, Lu Quan's face changed drastically as if he had thought of something. When did you videotape this? Lu Quan asked with an ugly face. Qin Shen, however, ignored Lu Quan and dragged the progress bar, then paused the screen. He picked up his cell phone, zoomed in on the image, and showed it to those around him. Look everyone, it was at this point that the other side secretly switched the colors. That is to say, the real color, which is now in the dark pocket of his clothes, and which is now in the compulsion cup, is filled with lead. Qin Dust said indifferently. On the screen, it was Lu Quan's action of sticking his fingers into the compulsion cup and secretly changing the color in the process of throwing the color at high speed. I don't know how Qin Shen did it, but he actually aimed his cell phone at this position in advance and captured all of Lu Quan's cheating moves. Whether it's cheating or not is easily verifiable. Saying that, Qin Shen took out the 3 colors of Lu Quan's compulsion cup, placed them on the table, and slapped them down. Lead grains the size of grains of rice appeared at once. Lu Quan's face instantly turned pale. Master Lu, the color in your clothes, do you still need me to take it out for you? Qin Dust smiled faintly. Lu Quan's eyes were lifeless and his lips began to tremble. He couldn't figure out how the other party had recorded his cheating maneuver. The angle at which he cheated was extremely tricky, and it would have been impossible to record himself cheating if he hadn't been prepared in advance. I lost. Lu Quan laughed miserably and pulled out 3 grains of color from the hidden pocket of his clothes and threw them onto the table. Chapter 35, The Truth of 20 Years Ago. Lu Quan's action was clearly an admission of cheating and admitting defeat. Cheating in a gambling game is fine if you don't get caught. But when you're caught red-handed like this, and there's even a video of the cheating, then the winner is clear. Who the hell are you? Who sent you? Lu Quan snapped his head up and stared at Qin Shen as he asked. He couldn't believe that a brat with 1,000 tricks was above him. The other side must be coming for themselves. But Qin Shen just snorted disdainfully and said indifferently, Master Lu, you don't think I'm here to target you specifically, do you? I'm sorry, but you're not worthy. Hearing this, Lu Quan was instantly enraged. A junior in the district, how dare you taunt yourself? Die for me. Lu Quan Qianzhou lost to Qin Shen, already embarrassed to the extreme, and now by Qin Shen taunted Emil, actually lost his mind. One hand slapped the gambling table, directly jumped up, towards Qin Shen attack. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a silver needle came out of his hand, shooting toward Qin Shen. Seek death. Qin Shen's eyes glazed over as he caught the silver needle in a swift motion and threw it back with his backhand. Lu Quan was in the air at the moment, not expecting his sneak attack to be neutralized so easily. He blushed instantly. This silver needle is unavoidable. Puff! In the next moment, Lu Quan directly fell to the ground. Ah! Lu Quan let out a hiss of pain and grabbed his wrist as if he was experiencing great pain. It's just a matter of not being as skilled as the others, but you're still annoyed and want a sneak attack, shame on you. If you waste one of your hands today, you won't be able to cheat again. Sheen Dust said indifferently. That needle just now had pierced the meridians in Lu Quan's right hand. Unless he finds a physician of his caliber, he will never use his right hand in his life. Not only that, Lu Quan's 1,000 tricks are all in his right hand. This shot not only ruined one of the opponent's hands, but also ruined all of the opponent's 1,000 techniques. Lu Quan looked up at Qin Shen, his eyes filled with fear. Only after exchanging hands did he realize the terror of his opponent. With the other party's strength, I'm afraid that he could crush himself to death with just one finger. You wait for me. This revenge, I, Lu Quan, will avenge. After saying that, Lu Quan kicked the table in front of him and took advantage of the chaos to drill into the crowd. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the gambling house. Qin Shen shook his head disdainfully. This kind of person, if he dared to mess with himself again, it wouldn't be as simple as scrapping one of his hands. When Qin Shen came back to his senses, he was realizing that several bodyguards had protected Qindong in the middle and were quietly walking towards the gate. He laughed, rushed into the crowd with an arrow step, picked up the back of Qindong's collar, and lifted him up. Boss Chun, you're a bit bad at keeping your word, leaving in such a hurry. Do you want me to give you a ride? Sheen Dust said indifferently. Qindong was considered to have seen many big scenes, but listening to Qin Shen's words, he felt a chill run down his back. Mr. Qin, there's something to discuss. Qindong hastily showed weakness. Qin Shen Dust threw Qindong to the ground and said, Tell your men to disperse, they can't stop me if I want to kill you. There's something going on, I need to talk to you alone. Qindong hurriedly waved his hand at the people around him and yelled, Didn't you hear what Mr. Qin said? All of you hurry up and get the hell out of here. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and eventually stepped back. Mr. Qin, it's crowded here, why don't we go upstairs to the office to talk? Qindong bent down and said with a pleasing face. Qin Shen nodded and followed Qindong to the office. As soon as he entered, Qindong attentively poured a cup of tea for Qin Shen and said with a compensating smile, Mr. Qin, it was my people who offended you before, I apologize. If you have any conditions, just mention them. If I say the word no, my name is not Chen. Qindong knew that he was afraid that he had underestimated the strength of the young man in front of him before. At this moment, in order to save his life, he could only make a rash promise. Since Boss Chen is so atmospheric, I'll get right to the point. Speaking of this, the aura on Qin Shen's body changed violently, and his eyes became sharp. Qindong was so frightened by the changes in Qin Shen's body that he suddenly held his breath, and his calves even began to tremble vaguely. 20 years ago, you set a fire in the Qin Group's building and burned many people to death, didn't you? Qin Dust stared into Qindong's eyes and asked word for word. Qindong's pupils snapped, subconsciously asking, How did you? You know? After asking that, he regretted it. Isn't that an admission in disguise? I didn't put out a fire, I'm not sure about that one, you must be mistaken. Qindong hurriedly denied it. Qin Shen sneered and picked up an antique vase on the table and smashed it on the ground with a bang, which immediately split the vase into pieces. He slowly picked up a piece of porcelain and pressed it against Qindong's throat. The sharp section directly cut a shallow wound in Qindong's neck, and Qindong could even feel the warm blood already flowing down his neck. Puff! Qindong directly knelt on the ground and cried out, Mr. Qin, don't kill me, I'll say it all. He had no doubt that if he did not give a satisfactory answer, Qin Shen would not hesitate to kill himself. 20 years ago, I did go to the Qin Group's building, but I didn't set the fire. Back then, I was still a punk, and that day my boss drove me to the entrance of the Qin Group building, which was already on fire, but my boss asked me to go in and make sure that the Qin family was alive. I was scared to death, but I still rushed into the building and ended up finding the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Qin in the chairman's office. Mr. Qin, it really wasn't me who set the fire, nor did I kill anyone. I can swear. Speaking of this, Qindong suddenly froze in place. A horrible thought slowly surfaced in his mind. Mr. Qin. Qin Group. All surnamed Qin. Qin Shen slowly said, You're right in thinking that I was the only survivor of the Qin family back then. Tell me everything you know, or you won't be able to keep this life. Chen Dong was instantly paralyzed with fear. The only survivor of the Qin family, and now that he had appeared in Jiangcheng, one could think with one's toes as to why he had come. Say one wrong word and I'm afraid I'll die here today. Mr. Qin, I'll tell you everything I know, I only beg you to spare my life. According to my guess, there were two groups of people involved in this back then. One of the groups, the Su group that has a rivalry with the Qin group, they have the greatest motive for committing the crime, and according to my speculation, the ones who asked my boss to confirm whether your parents are alive or not are the Su family. The other. Chen Dong looked up at Qin Duan, then carefully said, the other group should be people within the Qin group. This person should have reached some kind of agreement with the Su family. The condition is to kill your parents. Otherwise, if it was the Xiao family that killed the man, there's no way they'd still be looking for someone to confirm the scene. Chapter 36, The Only Clue. After listening to Chen Dong's words, Qin Chen fell into deep thought. He had just been staring at Chen Dong's eyes from the beginning to the end, and he could be certain that Chen Dong was not lying. Come to think of it, back then, Chen Dong was only in his 20s and was a freshly minted punk, so how could the Su family possibly let him go and do such a big job? Moreover, when he met Chen Dong in the Sea of Fire back then, Chen Dong was obviously very flustered as well and did not lay a hand on his young self. So, Chen Dong's words were very believable. By now, things were becoming clearer. The Su family colluded with the Qin group's mole, had the mole kill their parents, and then set fire to the Qin group's building. However, the Su family is not 100% trusting of the mole and asked Chen Dong's boss to go to the scene to confirm it, but as a result, Chen Dong's boss was afraid of death and ended up letting Chen Dong into the building. However, as far as he knew, all of the top management of the Qin group had died in that fire. In other words, after the mole completed his mission, he was either exterminated by the Su family or left the country afterward, and the trail was temporarily broken. And Su's group annexed Qin's group's business, became the industry's leading boss, has now gone to the imperial capital to develop Jiangcheng's business to the old chairman of the youngest son to take over the operation. This clue cannot be investigated for the time being. It seems that the only clue left is Dong Chen's boss. When he was in direct contact with the Su family's people, he definitely knew much more inside information than a minion like Chen Dong. Who's your boss? Qin Chen asked with a frown. My boss is Chao Ho. After that incident, he washed his hands of the business, and after handing over the power in his hands to me, he went to the harbor himself and opened a shipping company called Speed Shipping. Mr. Qin, that's really all I know. Please, give me a way out. Chen Dong was completely shocked by Qin Chen's appearance. This is a man with a blood feud against his parents. Although he himself was not involved in the overthrow of the Qin family back then, but after all, he had dabbled a little. In case Qin Chen looked at himself with displeasure, he was afraid that he would directly take his own life. But just then, Qin Chen let go of his hand and threw the porcelain tile to the side. Chen Dong hurriedly covered his neck, and after confirming that there was only a small wound, he suddenly gasped for air. Luckily, the other party didn't lay a hand on him and left him alive. Chen Dong was as if he had been pardoned, as if he had regained his life, and his entire body was paralyzed on the ground. I'm giving you a chance to make it right, and if it's done right, you'll still get to keep your little life. Next, you use all of your connections to find out about the fire at the Qin group back then, and once you have any news, tell me at the first opportunity. But if you dare to ventilate, I promise, you'll die a horrible death. Qin Chen said with a smirk. Chen Dong hurriedly said, Don't dare, don't dare. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I definitely won't tell anyone about this. He had already made up his mind that even if this matter rotted in his stomach, he would not go and tip off the Su family. After all, ventilating the information will not do him any good, and in case something unexpected happens in this link, I'm afraid that Qin Dust will be the first one to suspect himself. It's still your own little life that counts. Thinking of this, Chen Dong hurriedly took out a bank card from the nearby safe and respectfully handed it to Qin Chen. Mr. Qin, don't worry, I'll immediately arrange for my men to investigate this matter back then. There are 20 billion in cash in this card. Last time you won 11 billion in the gambling house, the rest is counted as my apology to you. Chen Dong said carefully. Well, then I'm welcome. Qin Chen took the bank card and said indifferently. One happens to be broke, and this should be enough for one to spend in a short time. Chen Dong was instantly relieved. As long as the other party took the money, it meant that his life was completely saved. As the saying goes, spend the money to get rid of it. It's more than appropriate to lose a little money of your own and get a little life in return. However, just as Qin Chen was about to leave, he suddenly turned around again. Chen Dong was so frightened that he almost directly knelt on the ground. Mr. Qin, you have something else? Chen Dong shivered and asked. In the future, tell your men to go to Gu Group less often to cause trouble, especially that Chen Wentao. Next time I see him, I'll directly abolish him. After saying that, Qin Chen directly turned around and left Chen Dong's office. In the corridor, Chen Wentao was blocking the door with a group of gambling house thugs. Seeing Qin Chen come out, the crowd was just about to make a move when Chen Dong's roar came from inside the office. Hell, stop it all. Chen Dong hurriedly ran out from within the house and made a lowly gesture of invitation to Qin Chen. Mr. Qin, my men don't know any better, don't bother with them, please. Chen Dong said with a compensatory smile. At this moment, in his heart, he had long since cursed this group of men. For his sake, he had managed to save a small life, and he was almost dragged down by this group of losers. If this group of fighters made a move against Qin Chen, I'm afraid that the first one to die would be himself. Qin Chen laughed and walked through the crowd, leaving the corridor. Boss, what are you? Chen Wentao asked with a puzzled expression. There were at least 20 to 30 fighters present, and they were all armed, so it wasn't easy to clean up a single Qin one? What kind of wind had the boss drawn, that he had let Qin Chen go? Snap! Chen Dong directly swung his arm and slapped Chen Wentao on the face. This slap almost made Chen Dong use the strength of his entire body, hitting Chen Wentao's eyes. Do you realize you almost got me killed? In the future, you remember, this person, never mess with. This is an outlaw, understand? Also, none of you should go to the Gu Group's construction site to cause trouble in the future, and if anyone goes there again, I'll break both of his legs. Chen Dong roared loudly at the crowd. Qin Duan was alone and had his parents' blood feud on him, who would dare to mess with such a person? If you mess with this kind of person, I'm afraid you don't even know how you'll die. At this time, Chen Wentao snapped his head up and said in a panic, Bad, boss, I am afraid that he will escape from other exits, and I have arranged for someone to squat him at the door. Chen Dong froze, and a big mouth directly smacked Chen Wentao's face. What the are you babbling about? Hurry up and stop it. If you offend Qin Chen, you'll just wait for death. Chen Dong angrily cursed. Seeing this, Chen Wentao rolled and ran towards the stairs. The other side. Qin Chen had just walked out of the door of the gambling house when a dozen or so punks carrying baseball bats surrounded him. At the head of the group, it was clearly the gangster who had come up to stop Qin Chen when he drove the van and blocked the door, only to be kicked away by Qin Chen. Oh boy, you finally came out. Brother Wentao said you've caused trouble, you kid is not small in guts, you don't even look at whose territory this is and come to cause trouble? I've already checked, 3 ribs were broken by your kick, if I don't break 6 of your ribs today, I'll take your name. The gangster was holding a watermelon knife in his hand, throwing it around in his hand, and his gaze toward Qin Chen was full of disdain. Chapter 37, Video Phone Calls. Qin Chen looked at the punks in front of him and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's just a bunch of dirtbags. Give him 5 seconds and he'll have everyone on the ground. But just then, the door of the gambling house was violently pushed open, and Chen Wentao ran out in a panic. Seeing that the two sides did not fight, Chen Wentao was relieved. Brother Wentao, this is the kid you told us to block, right? Oh, don't worry, we'll waste him right away. The leader of the gangsters laughed. Chen Wentao, that is the big boss's beloved, get things done, he may be promoted. The punk was just getting complacent when he realized that Chen Wentao came towards him with a flying kick. Knock! The punk was kicked off by Chen Wentao and lay on the ground wailing. Who told you to do it? Don't you talk nonsense. Hurry up, all of you disperse, after 3 seconds, whoever stays here again, I'll kill them. Chen Wentao threatened loudly. When the gangsters heard this, how dare they stay? The weapons in their hands were thrown all over the place, and with all their strength, they turned around and ran. The leader of the gangsters slumped to the ground and tried several times, but couldn't even stand up. At the beginning, he had 3 ribs broken by Qin Chen's kick, and now that he had been kicked by Chen Wentao, his injuries were even more serious. Chen Wentao ignored him, but carefully came to Qin Chen's face and respectfully said, Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. This group of people is due to my poor discipline, don't worry, I'll clean them up properly in a moment. Qin Chen smiled faintly, pointed at the punk on the ground, and said, when I left, I gave him the car keys for safekeeping, so get them back for me. Chen Wentao froze, then turned around and kicked at the punk. Didn't you hear what Mr. Qin said? Hurry up and bring out Mr. Qin's car keys. Chen Wentao roared. The punk, full of aggression, pulled the keys to a large van out of his coat pocket. Chen Wentao immediately cursed angrily and threw another set of combinations at the punk. I told you to take Mr. Qin's car, What did you take? The keys to a truck? What kind of person is Mr. Chin to drive a junker like that? Chen Wentao was beating and cursing at the same time. The punk was on the verge of tears and said in an aggravated voice, "Brother Wentao, these are the keys to that gentleman's car, he just drove the van here." After saying that, the punk even pointed to the big van parked aside. Chen Wentao looked at the truck in front of him and was directly dumbfounded. "Mr. Chin, this car is yours?" Chen Wentao asked tentatively. "No?" Chin Dust said indifferently. "Yes, of course. Worthy of being Mr. Chin, his taste is advanced. Driving this kind of car is much more stylish than any sports car. I'll get one in the future." Chen Wentao tried hard to squeeze a smile on his face and said with a compensatory smile. With that, he grabbed the car keys from the gangster's hand, then carefully handed them to Qin Shen. Qin Shen Dust patted Chen Wentao's shoulder and smiled, "Don't mess with the Goo Group in the future, or you'll be the one lying on the ground next time." With that, he jumped into the van and left with a roar. Seeing Qin Shen leaving, Chen Wentao finally couldn't help himself and bared his teeth in pain. He lifted his shirt and actually saw a clear red palm print on his shoulder. That's ing mean. Chen Wentao had a moment of hindsight. A light tap can leave a red palm print on one's shoulder. If this punch hits his body, I'm afraid he'll lose this little life of his. Luckily, he had just held his tongue and didn't offend the other party. He then pulled $10,000 out of his pocket and threw it at the punk. "Take the money to treat your injuries, and remember to hide far away when you see the man you just saw again, or else it's a waste of time to be beaten to death by others, got it?" Chen Wentao said in a cold voice. The punk gripped the money tightly in his hand and nodded repeatedly, "Brother Wentao, I know." After saying that, he got up from the ground and hurriedly ran towards the distance. After Chen Wentao returned to Qindong's office, he saw Qindong sitting in his boss chair in deep thought and said in a low voice, "Boss, the people have been sent away. Shall I contact a couple of outlaws and—" At that, he made a neck-wiping motion. Qindong snapped his eyes open and said in a cold voice, "Wentao, I have long said that although you have a small intelligence, you do not have the vigor to achieve great things. He and I, who have no enmity, came to the gambling house to cause trouble this time, but also to track down the murderer of his parents. His true opponent is Zhou Hao, the Su family, not me. If I want to buy a murderer because I lost someone once, this style of doing things, I definitely won't be able to mix in today's position. Don't forget, I'm also from the bottom of the gangster, crawling and fighting for so many years, to get to today's position. Remember, do our business, face, is the most worthless thing." Chen Wentao bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Yes, boss, I know. I'll restrain my men and never go after him." Qindong snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Let him seek revenge on Zhou Hao and the Su family. A dog bites a dog with a mouthful of hair. All we need to do is to watch the show from the sidelines." The other side. Qin Shen drove the van and was about to return to the villa when he received a call from his master, Taoist Dustless. "Hey, old man, what do you want with me this late?" Qin Dust asked suspiciously. "You little bastard, did you forget your master when you had a daughter-in-law? Last time you promised me that you would let me make a video call with my apprentice daughter-in-law, and you forgot so quickly? I tell you, if you kid dares to stand me up again, I'll personally go to Jiangcheng to take your life." Dustless Taoist roared angrily. Qin Shen instantly blanched. "Bad, I can't believe he forgot about it. Old man, what's your hurry? People can't run away. Besides, she just got a $20 billion investment, she can't be busy at all, how can she have time to call a dead old man like you?" Qin Dust defended. But the dustless Taoist did not give him a chance to argue, directly threatened, "You kid dared to disobey the teacher's orders, right? Do you believe that I will cast a spell through the air, all of your skills to waste?" After saying that, he didn't even give Qin Shen a chance to answer and directly hung up the phone. However, after hanging up the phone, the corner of Taoist Dustless's mouth revealed a smug smile, "Casting spells in space? I haven't reached that realm yet, but it's enough to use to scare that stupid kid." Qin Shen froze directly as he listened to the disconnection sound coming from his cell phone. This old man could not be messed with. In case he really pissed him off, he would not have the strength to resist at all. Qin Shen, who had been preparing to go back to the villa, directly turned the car around, opened the navigation, and went straight to the Gu Group building. I must let Gu Yaming talk to the old man on the phone today. However, after he arrived at the Gu Group building, he was told by the receptionist that he couldn't see Gu Yaming at all without an appointment. Not a big company with a lot of rules. Qin Shen spat while taking out his cell phone and dialed Gu Yaming. It was his first time coming to the Gu group, plus Gu Yaming hadn't announced the news of her marriage at all, so there wasn't a single person in the Gu group who knew him. Chapter 38. I'm in a meeting right now, is something wrong? On the other end of the phone, Gu Yaming's cold voice came. It's true that there's something going on, I'm at Gu's. Right now. Before the words were out of his mouth, the phone buzzed and vibrated and went black. When is it not okay to run out of power, now? Junk cell phone, I'll replace you sooner or later. Qin Shen looked at his cell phone, which had been turned off, with an angry face. Meanwhile, Gu Yaming in the conference room held her cell phone with a puzzled look on her face. Why did Qin Dan hang up in the middle of his sentence? Okay, the meeting continues. Gu Yaming shook her head, putting the matter behind her and continuing the meeting. Beauty, you heard it just now, right? The one who spoke to me was the chairman of your company, Gu Yaming. To tell you the truth, I'm actually your chairman's husband, why don't you give her a call and ask? Sheen Dust had no choice but to reveal his identity to the receptionist at the front desk. But as soon as he spoke, the receptionist lady at the front desk beckoned to the security guard at the door. Xiao Xiao, hurry over here, there's a psychopath here, claiming to be the chairman's husband. Get this man out of here, and by the way, call the mental hospital and get this man out of here. Hearing the words of the receptionist lady, Qin Shen was stunned. Psycho? That's talking about yourself? Hey, I'm not a psychopath. I have the marriage license with Gu Yaming in my hand. Qin Dust said in a hurry. But the security guard were to listen to his explanation, grabbed Qin Shen's arm and was about to drag him out. With a disdainful look on her face, the receptionist spat on the side. Bah. Really, anyone dares to come here to woo you? You think you can be Mr. Gu's husband just because you've made a fake certificate? You also don't look in the mirror to see if you're worthy. Shinmu let out a helpless bitter smile and was about to break free from the security guards when a woman appeared in front of several people. She looked Qin Shen up and down and said with a smirk, Yo, you bastard also have today, you deserve it. Xiao Ning Yue? Why are you here? Quick, help me explain, I'm looking for Gu Yaming for something. Qin Shen said with some surprise. Xiaoning Yue, however, pouted her small mouth and said coldly and arrogantly, This gentleman, who are you, am I familiar with you? Qin Shen immediately widened his eyes and said, Xiaoning Yue, you dare to say we're not familiar? Don't forget, in the morning I also saw you without clothes. Before Qin Shen could finish his words, Xiaoning Yue rushed up and covered his mouth with her small hand. Qin Shen, you asshole, shut up. Xiaoning Yue's face turned red, then she looked at the receptionist lady and the security guard and threatened, I know this person, I'll take him up. Remember, if word of what he just said gets out, you two are just waiting to be fired. After saying that, she pinched Qin Shen's ear with one hand and led him all the way to the reception room. My sister is in a meeting and has no time for you, so wait here. Xiaoning Yue said in a cold voice. After thinking about it, she stared at Qin Mu again and threatened through clenched teeth, Qin Shen, I'm warning you, if you ever dare to mention this morning's incident again in the future, I'll die with you. Qin Shen raised his head, his eyes looking towards the ceiling as he muttered, It's bad, I've lost my memory, I've forgotten all the events of today. Xiaoning Yue was amused by Qin Shen's appearance and snorted, but when she saw Qin Shen's smug look of triumph, she hastily covered her mouth again. Hey, big asshole, be honest, how far along are you and my sister? Xiaoning Yue asked with feigned seriousness. Qin Shen hurriedly explained, Don't misunderstand, your sister and I are innocent. The two of us are kind of a partnership of what we need. She needs to use me to get her inheritance, and I need her to help me cope with Master's urgings. Upon hearing Qin Shen's explanation, Xiaoning Yue, however, smiled wistfully and asked, My sister is so beautiful, so you don't have any thoughts about her? Qin Shen replied sardonically, Your sister is indeed beautiful, but in my condition, I can't realize it even if I have an idea. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Xiaoning Yue laughed out loud, then took out her cell phone in front of Qin Shen. The screen of the cell phone was lit up and it showed that it was recording. Qin Shen, I definitely won't be able to spare you after you looked at my body. Just wait, I'm going to give this recording to my sister and let her know how much of an asshole you are. Humph, dare to have thoughts about my sister, you're dead. Xiaoning Yue said smugly. Just now, when she said those words to Qin Shen, it was all just to trap him. This recording in her hand now would definitely allow Gu Yaming to drive Qin Shen out of the villa. Xiaoning Yue, I knew it, you girl definitely aren't holding back any good thoughts. Hurry up and delete the recording or I'll rob it. Qin Shen said as he reached out his hand to grab the cell phone in Xiaoning Yue's hand. Seeing this, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly tucked her cell phone out of her chest and into her clothes. She was just a woman, and in terms of strength, she was definitely no match for Qin Chen. But as long as he put the cell phone in his clothes, Qin Wan would never dare to rob it. After all, she was Gu Yaming's cousin, and if Qin Chen dared to make a move on herself, she would let him add to his crimes when the time came. But what she didn't expect was that Qin Chen was so anxious that his hand subconsciously grabbed towards the cell phone. Ah! Inside the reception room, there was a shriek. And the next moment, the door to the reception room was violently pushed open, and Gu Yaming appeared in the doorway. Only Xiao Ningyue was escorted on the table by Qin Chen. One hand was grasped by Qin Chen, while the other hand was struggling fiercely. Looking at the posture of the two, Gu Yaming immediately closed the door. "What are you two doing?" Gu Yaming frowned, her face filled with disbelief. Seeing Gu Yaming, the two of them reacted. Qin Chen hurriedly let go of Xiao Ningyue, coughed twice in embarrassment, and explained, "Don't misunderstand, the two of us didn't do anything. She was the one who just slandered me and recorded it, and I just wanted to grab the phone to prove my innocence." Xiao Ningyue's pretty face slightly reddened as she gritted her teeth and said, "Big asshole, you're bolting me. You just clearly touched my..." Only halfway through the sentence, she was too mortified to say any more. However, she immediately pulled out her cell phone from her chest and said to Gu Yaming, "Cousin, this man has bad intentions towards you, he just admitted it, I've already recorded all the evidence. You need to see this big asshole for what he is and get him out of the villa in a hurry." With that, she pressed play directly. But in the next moment, the sound of her and Qin Chen playing around came from the cell phone. "Asshole, get off me. I'm not letting go, so hurry up and give me the phone. Big asshole, if you move again, I'll tell my sister that you're cheating on me. Stinky girl, go ahead and say it, who's afraid?" The conversation between the two was crystal clear, instantly causing Xiao Ningyue and Gu Yaming to freeze in place. The recording played for several sentences before Xiao Ningyue reacted, hastily pausing the recording and then deleting it with a red face. "Sis, not this part." Xiao Ningyue's teeth were about to be clenched as she looked at the smug Qin Chen next to her. This asshole, he must have just deleted the original recording when he wasn't looking. But doesn't that mean that he put his hand in his? Xiao Ningyue's gaze was like a sword, itching to kill Qin Chen right now to vent her anger. Chapter 39, Renovation Issues. "Okay, you two knock it off for now, I have to continue the meeting later. Ningyue, what exactly is it that you called me to the reception room for?" Gu Yaming said in a cold voice. Xiao Ningyue's small mouth turned away, pointed at Qin Chen, and said, "This bastard said that his cell phone was dead and he couldn't contact you, and the receptionist didn't believe him, so I just happened to run into him, so I brought him to the reception room." Gu Yaming turned her head to look at Qin Chen and said coldly, "What's so urgent that you can't talk about it at home? I have a meeting in a minute, I'll give you a minute, hurry up." In the Gu group, Gu Yaming has resumed the identity of the high and cold, decisive chairman of the board. Qin Chen smiled helplessly and explained, "My master just called, saying that he wanted to make a video call with you and meet you on the way." Who knows, Gu Yaming didn't even think about it and rejected directly, "No time. I still have 4 or 5 meetings today, so I don't have time to play along with you. But don't worry, I won't go back on my word since I've already promised you. In 3 or 5 days, when I'm done with this, I'll talk to your master on the phone." After saying that, she didn't even give Qin Chen a chance to speak as she turned around and left the reception room. Qin Chen was frozen in place. Xiao Ningyue on the side suddenly laughed, and in the end even laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. "Big asshole, let you bully me. Now it's your turn for bad luck." Xiao Ningyue gloated and scoffed. Qin Chen sighed helplessly. This woman, at least, also with their own license, the results do not even give the opportunity to discuss, but also too desperate. Just then, the door to the reception room was violently pushed open again. "Chairman, it's bad, something's wrong, the site." A woman was walking inside with an anxious mouth. However, when she saw that there was only Qin Chen and Xiao Ningyue in the room, she froze. "Mr. Chiao, isn't Ms. Gu here? I clearly saw her come in just now." The woman asked with some anxiety. "Secretarially, Mr. Gu has gone to a meeting, I'm afraid he doesn't have time to see you now. If there's anything, you can talk to me first," Xiao Ningyue said. Secretarially thought about it and finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Chiao, it's actually the matter over at the construction site. The new building is being renovated right now, but the renovation company is suddenly demanding a contract increase or they will stop work immediately. They just threatened that if they don't get the money in place today, all the previously renovated parts will be demolished. The task given by Mr. Gu is that the renovation must be completed by the end of this month, but with them doing this, I'm afraid the work schedule will be extended by many days. Hearing Secretary Lee's words, Xiao Ningyue obviously realized the seriousness of the matter as well. Gu Yaming had once told her that if the renovation of this building wasn't finished by the end of the month, Gu's group was afraid that they wouldn't even have an office space by then. Even if you want to rent a room, you simply can't rent an office building that can accommodate a few thousand people at a moment's notice. Now General Manager Gu is not expected to have the time to deal with this matter. The investment has already made her anxious. $200 billion of funds will hit the company's account in the next 2 days. The company's senior management meeting is deciding on the direction of the use of funds. Secretary Lee, you go back first, leave this matter to me, I'll take care of it. Xiao Ningyue said with a serious expression. Secretary Lee looked worried. Mr. Qiao, the people in the decoration team have explosive tempers and bad attitudes. I'm afraid you'll suffer if you go over there as a little girl. In case something happens, how can I explain to Mr. Gu? Xiao Ningyue thought about it and suddenly grabbed Qin Shen's arm and said, don't worry, with him accompanying me, nothing will happen. He's the one who solved the last time the building was capped, so just let him do it this time too. Seeing that Secretary Lee was still trying to persuade herself, Xiao Ningyue continued, Secretary Lee, don't look at me as not very old, but I'm very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing, just don't worry. By the way, don't tell General Manager Gu about this beforehand, I'm afraid she'll be distracted. After saying that, she directly pulled Qin Shen up and hurriedly walked out. It was only when she arrived at the company's entrance that Xiao Ningyue stopped. Where's your car? Let's take your car there. Xiao Ningyue said. Qin Shen glanced at Xiao Ningyue suspiciously and said, little girl, I didn't say I'd accompany you, did I? You just set me up, and you expect me to return the favor? Hearing Qin Shen's words, Xiao Ningyue stomped her foot fiercely in anger. You big asshole. I warn you, if you don't go with me, I'll tell my cousin tonight that you touched my. Before Xiao Ningyue could finish her sentence, Qin Shen immediately raised his hands in surrender. Come on, stop it, I'll go with you, okay? But you have to promise that this will never be mentioned again. I just accidentally touched it. If you slander me again, the big deal is that the fish is dead. Qin Dust coldly snorted. He didn't expect that he, who knew astronomy from above and geography from below, could fight and tell fortunes, would be threatened by a 20-year-old girl. Okay, deal. Xiao Ningyue said arrogantly. Seeing this scene, Qin Shen laughed. This girl, sure enough, grew up with Gu Yaming, and even in her expression when she spoke, there was Gu Yaming's shadow. With that, Qin Shen took out the keys, pointed to the van parked on the side of the road, and said, go, get in. Looking at the van in front of her, Xiao Ningyue's eyes instantly widened. Is this your car? Is this what you usually drive? Xiao Ningyue asked incredulously. What's the matter, discrimination van? Or else it's okay to drive your car. Qin Dust said indifferently. Xiao Ningyue snorted coldly and threw her head away. She doesn't usually live in Jiangcheng, where did she get a car? Cousin Gu Yaming had a car there, but if she went to get the keys now, it was obviously too late. Qin Shen, after today, you should hurry up and change your car. This piece of car, I never want to see it again. After that, she huffed and puffed and got into the car. Qin Shen laughed, jumped into the driver's seat, and drove the van to the construction site. I hadn't been to the site in a few days, and it had changed drastically inside. The overall frame of the building has been completed and the surrounding pavement has been hardened. As soon as the doors and windows were installed, decorated once more, and the desks and chairs for the offices were put in, all of Gu's group could be moved over. The security guard at the door was also an old acquaintance of Qinduan. When Qinduan first came here, he bought cigarettes for the security guard and inquired about a lot of information. When he saw Qin Shen, he immediately opened the gate. Oh brother, shut the door, don't let anyone get away, I'm going to clean up the ungrateful ones. Qin Shen pulled out a good cigarette from his car and threw it directly over. The security guard took the cigarette with a smile and exclaimed, don't worry, our group of brothers do things. This even to the door smashed, I also give them stopped. Xiao Ningyue, who was on the side, immediately said in dissatisfaction, Qin Shen, what are you doing shushing the security guards if you don't hurry to go inside the building? Qinduan started the van while smiling, you're still not convinced when I say you're a little girl. I can see you're just out of school and don't know anything. People like security guards, drivers, and nurses don't look at their positions, but the power in their hands is not small, and a little bit of help will allow you to avoid a lot of trouble. This construction site is so big, in a moment of fighting, if that group of decorators run away, it's all up to the security guards to stop them. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiao Ningyue's face suddenly changed. Qin Chen, what do you want? We're here to solve problems this time, not to fight. Xiao Ningyue said anxiously. But Qin Chen just smiled faintly and did not speak. If this group of people were sensible and honestly decorated, naturally they wouldn't have to do anything. But if this group of people are making a mess, I'm afraid we can only beat them into submission before they will continue with the construction. Chapter 40, Triple Contract Value. In the building, dozens of renovation workers were gathered. The group was sitting casually on the ground and were talking about the construction. None of them were working on it. As soon as they saw Qin Chen and Xiao Ningyue, the group of people immediately surrounded them. You're from the Gu Group, aren't you? Oh, for something as important as negotiating a contract, you two pawns are sent here? A big man at the head said in a cold voice. This person was at least 2 meters tall and robust. Standing in front of Xiao Ningyue was like the gorilla and the beautiful woman in the movie Beauty and the Beast. The contrast was extremely strong. Xiao Ningyue forced back the fear in her heart, pulled out her employee card from her pocket and held it up, saying loudly, I'm not some pawn, watch this, I'm the executive vice chairman of the Gu Group, Xiao Ningyue. I'm solely responsible for the construction site, and I hope you'll resume the as soon as possible in accordance with the contract, or else the Gu Group's legal department will sue you within. Little girl, we won't give you a hard time. Didn't you say you can take full responsibility for the construction site? In fact, we don't want much, as long as the amount of the renovation contract is tripled, and the first time the money arrives, we'll start work right away, and we promise to do the job beautifully. But if you don't pay, then don't blame me for not giving you advance notice. We can demolish all the previously renovated parts in one night. When the time comes, don't regret it. The big man sneered and threatened. Xiao Ningyue froze, then pointed at the big man and shouted angrily, You have no contractual spirit. The contract amount and duration are clearly written on the contract. If you don't carry out the renovation according to the contract, I will sue you. When the time comes, you'll not only have to pay for it, but you'll also go. Qin Chen looked at the name on the notice, then directly tore the piece of paper into pieces and threw it at the big man's feet. The crowd didn't react until then. In the face of provocation, this group of workers stepped forward in unison. This sense of oppression caused Xiao Ningyue to turn pale with fear and immediately pulled Qin Chen's arm. Huh, instructing? I don't know what you mean, all I know is that if you piss me off, you'll end up miserable. Wang Chao said with a cold smile. Qin Chen, however, looked as if he didn't even put Wang Chao's threat in his eyes as he said to himself, according to the contract, you've been renovating for 3 days. In these 3 days, you've done a great job with the renovations, which means that before today, you had no intention of blackmailing the Gu Group. You wouldn't have suddenly turned against each other if no one had gotten in the way, am I right? Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiao Ningyue also suddenly reacted. If these people wanted to blackmail money, I am afraid they would have started to make trouble after signing the contract. How could they have worked conscientiously for 3 days before suddenly saying that they want to increase the price? Someone must have found them today and instructed them to make trouble. It was abominable to deal with the Gu Group through such underhanded means. Xiao Ningyue clenched her fists tightly, her heart incomparably angry. If he knew who was secretly tripping Gu's Group, he would definitely not be able to spare them. However, just then, Wang Chao suddenly laughed. This laughter caused goosebumps to rise all over Xiao Ningyue's body. What do you want? Xiao Ningyue shouted. Wang Chao said in a cold voice, I don't know what you guys mean by that, we only have one request, and that's for the contract amount to go up. Since you're already here today, let's sign the contract by the way, or else you can just think about it here until you figure it out. As soon as his words fell, a few workers locked the wooden door behind Qin Chen and his duo. Xiao Ningyue was instantly shocked, so frightened that her lips began to tremble. You are illegally detaining people, this is a crime. I'm warning you, get out of the way or I'll call the patrol. Xiao Ningyue threatened loudly. Instead, Wang Chao made a casual gesture and did not mean to stop it. Xiao Ningyue hurriedly took out her cell phone from her pocket, but just as she wanted to dial the phone, her complexion suddenly changed. How can the signal not have a signal? As if she thought of something, she jerked her head up and asked with wide eyes, You guys put signal blockers in the building? Wang Chao laughed and said, What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? But none of that matters, you'd better think about the contract. With that, he took out a contract and placed it in front of the two of them, Xiao Ningyue. Chapter 41, Screwing Reinforcing Bars with Your Hands. Xiao Ningyue's face was pale, and her heart was overwhelmed with fear. She had thought this was just an ordinary negotiation, but she hadn't expected to be kidnapped by this group. Looking at so many gawking workers in front of her, she regretted it immensely. Without telling anyone himself, he brought Qin Shan to the construction site. I'm afraid that even cousin Gu Yaming would not be able to notice the abnormality until the night. Little girl, what are you thinking? Hurry up and sign. As long as you sign, I'll let you go. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Wang Chao said with a smirk. He could already tell that the little girl in front of him hadn't experienced much, so he might just scare her and sign the words. Xiaoning Yue picked up the pen and looked at the contract in front of her with complicated eyes. But just at this moment, Qin Shan, who was on the side, picked up the contract for himself and read it carefully. This turn of events froze everyone in their tracks. And the next moment, Qin Shan pointed to the terms on the contract and asked with a smile, didn't it say that the contract amount went up 3 times? Why is it written here that it's 300 times? Did you make a typo? 3 times the contract amount, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars, 300 times, that's billions of dollars. Hearing this, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly looked at the place where Qin Shan was pointing his finger. Sure enough, a line of small print on it clearly reads, due to the difficulty of the construction becoming greater, Party A will add additional payment for the project, which is 300 times of the original contract, and will be paid in full on the date of the completion of the project. Seeing this clause, Xiaoning Yue instantly threw her pen to the ground. You guys are scamming. I will never sign it. Xiaoning Yue gritted her teeth and said loudly. Wang Chao's face was suddenly gloomy. He had wanted to take advantage of this little girl's hexed state and bluff her into signing the contract. I didn't expect that this kid would dare to make trouble out of it. Bang! Wang Chao slapped his hand on the table, which shook the dust. Xiaoning Yue followed her body with a shiver of fear. Little, just because I give you a good face doesn't mean I have a good temper. If you don't sign, I can't guarantee what my brothers will do to you. Seeing Xiaoning Yue's terrified expression, Wang Chao smiled smugly and then pointed at Qin Shan and continued, brothers, tie him up for me. Give him some color. If it wasn't for this kid in front of him interfering, he would have tricked that little girl into signing the contract. The 2 renovation workers immediately stepped forward, ready to hold Qin Shan down. Xiaoning Yue was so frightened that she clutched Qin Shan's arm and shouted, don't come over here. You guys are committing a crime. But the 2 workers didn't take her words seriously at all, sneering as they continued to walk forward. Right at this moment, Qin Shan suddenly took a step forward, shielding Xiaoning Yue behind him, and spoke, didn't you guys hear what she said? You guys are committing a crime. Bang! Bang! As soon as the words fell, before the 2 renovation workers could react, they were kicked in the chest by Qin Shan and flew out directly. Since you guys are determined to commit a crime, is it okay if I stop you? Qin Shan laughed. Looking at this scene, Wang Chao was stunned. He had learned a bit of boxing and kung fu before, and he had a bit of an eye for it. At his own level, he had no problem going 1-on-2 without a weapon, but it would never be so easy to take out 2 opponents with just 2 kicks. This kid knows some kung fu. Let's go together, I don't believe that he can fight so many people. Wang Chao growled with a cold face. The crowd instantly surrounded towards Qin Shan, and some people even held weapons such as steel pipes and wrenches in their hands. Kid, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Wang Chao coldly grunted. Qin Shan, however, shook his head and said indifferently, you're wrong, it should be that it's not too late for you to hang back now. Hearing Qin Shan's words, Wang Chao's face was furious, and with his hand, he copied the steel bar beside him and directly smashed it down towards Qin Shan. Phew! The force of swinging the steel bar was so great that it even brought a sharp ringing sound in the air. Xiaoning Yue shrieked in fear and lost her face. Qin Shan sighed, then wrapped his arms around Xiaoning Yue's flourishing waist and stepped back. At the same time, one of his hands stretched out and actually caught the steel bar with his empty hand. The room, for a moment, was silent. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, frozen in place. You know, this kind of steel bar, which is thicker than a person's finger, can break a person's bones directly when it hits them. And Qin Shan caught it so easily? In theory, shouldn't all 5 of his fingers be broken at this moment? Is he still human? Wang Chao subconsciously gulped, and could even hear his heart thumping. In the next moment, Qin Shan snatched the steel bar in Wang Chao's hand and snapped it onto Wang Chao's back. Ow! Wang Chao let out a cry of pain and flopped down and directly knelt on the ground. What are you waiting for? Get on with it! Wang Chao looked at the workers and shouted. But as soon as his words fell, the steel bar in Qin Shan's hand struck his shoulder. After a muffled sound, a bloodstain appeared on Wang Chao's clothes. Although Qin Shen did not use his full strength, this blow was enough for the opponent to suffer. Seeing the blood, the crowd was so scared that they took several steps back in unison, and none of them even dared to make a move. Dead to the world and still dying here? Do you believe that if they make a move, I'll blow your head off first? Qin Shen took the steel bar and gently knocked Wang Chao's head. Wang Chao was immediately shaken, his muscles tensed up, and he didn't dare to move. Don. Big brother, I'm wrong, don't fight. Wang Chao trembled and begged for mercy. This kid in front of me looks like a master who doesn't want to die. If a steel bar really hit his head, it would be a light case of being a vegetable, or a heavy case of just playing with his life. On the other hand, Xiaoning Yue on the side had long been stunned by the scene in front of her. She didn't expect that Qin Shen had spent only a few short seconds to completely reverse the situation. Qin Shen, why don't we just go? Xiaoning Yue hurriedly advised. So many people on the other side were eyeing her intently, and she was afraid that Qin Shen wouldn't be able to control the situation and make things worse. However, at a moment when the atmosphere was so tense, Qin Shen smiled and said, "What's the point of leaving? Aren't we here to solve the problem?" With that, he slowly picked up the contract in front of him, and in front of the crowd, he directly tore it into a pile of pieces and threw it into Wang Chao's face. "Oh, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue to renovate according to the previous contract, we'll all be fine, and you'll continue to earn your money. But if you still think about making trouble, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Wang Chao was just about to speak when he looked up and saw a scene that shocked him. Only to see Qin Shen smile and slowly break the steel bar in his hand, the whole process was like magic. When the rebar was eventually twisted into a twisted shape and thrown in front of Wang Chao. Gulp! Wang Chao gulped in fear and trembled. "Big brother, I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. Don't worry, we'll get started right away and renovate in 24-hour shifts. If the renovation isn't finished in 7 days, you'll just get me killed," Wang Chao said in a hurry. Chapter 42 The Petulant Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue looked at the scene in front of her, her mouth open to the point of being able to stuff her fist. Qin Shen had cleaned up the other party in a few words? But when she looked at the twisted steel bars on the ground, she understood each other instantly. This is rebar for construction. Even if you hit it with a hammer, it's hard to bend it, and you can only bend and cut it off if you use a specialized machine. And Qin Shen twisted the steel bar into a twist with his bare hands, so it was obvious how much strength he had. I'm afraid that this group of people together wouldn't be able to block one of Qin Shen's fists. Tell me, who told you to make trouble at this hour? Saying this, Qin Shen laughed and continued, "You have to think clearly before you speak. If you lie to me, you will die a miserable death." Wang Chao was instantly shaken and quickly begged for mercy. "Big brother, I'm sure I won't lie. My cousin was the one who told me to change the contract amount, and he was the one who taught me to secretly change it to 300 times that amount." Qin Shen frowned. "Your cousin?" Wang Chao nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, it's my cousin Guohong. He's now the head of the Coyote gang. He's very powerful. He's the one who told me that as long as we make a mess at this point in time, the Gu Group will surely obediently pay the money, or else the Gu Group will lose even more. I was moved to greed, and that's why I organized the workers to start a riot." Wang Chao intentionally revealed the identity of his cousin Guohong just to make Qin Shen jealous. Who would have thought that just as he finished speaking, Qin Shen stomped down. Ow! Wang Chao's eyes were glaring out in pain, his body bowed and shrunk, like a prawn that had its threads picked off. His hand, which was broken by Qin Shen's foot, bent into a bizarre arc. When the crowd saw this, they took a few more steps back in fear. This group of people just shouted fiercely, "But they are just ordinary workers, where have they seen such a bloody scene?" This is a lesson for you to remember. Honest construction is next, and if the renovation isn't finished by the set deadline, you'll spend the rest of your life in bed. Qin Dust said indifferently. Wang Chao's head was covered in cold sweat and nodded with difficulty. "Don't worry, big brother, I'll definitely finish the renovation on schedule." Qin Shen squatted in front of Wang Chao, took out his cell phone from Wang Chao's pocket, and threw it in front of the other party. "Call your cousin and tell him you want to meet him after the contract is signed. You should know the consequences if you dare to ventilate." The corner of Qin Shen's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Wang Chao subconsciously looked at the steel bars that were twisted into twists around him, and suddenly winced. "Big brother, I'll call right away, don't ever hit me." Wang Chao cried out and hastily picked up his cell phone, dialed Guohong's number and pressed the speakerphone. "Hey cousin, where are you? I forced the Gu Group to sign the contract, now go find you." Wang Chao tried hard to put on an excited tone and said into the phone. Ha, worthy of being my man, work is just as sharp, done so quickly? I'm at the Nocturnal City Bar right now, booth 603, so come straight over with the contract. You did such an important thing for me, cousin can't treat you badly. Today the bar came with a batch of student girls, I'll pay for you to find two, don't go back tonight. Just then, a few women's delicate voices came from the other end of the phone. Good evening, boss. Ha, the sister is already here, so hurry over. Guohong didn't wait for Wang Chao to speak and directly hung up his cell phone. Wang Chao looked up at Qin Shen, his eyes filled with a pleading look. Big brother, you heard it all. Wang Chao scowled. Qin Shen patted Wang Chao's shoulder, which immediately caused Wang Chao to shiver. Oh, don't worry, I'm letting you off the hook today. Of course, if you try to tip me off while I'm gone, I'll come back and twist you into a twist as well. After saying that, he pulled up Xiao Ningyue, kicked open the wooden door, and walked out. After Qin Shen and the two of them left, several more seconds passed before Wang Chao continued to cry out in pain. His wrist was hard stepped on and broken. If it wasn't for his usual love of exercise and physical fitness, I'm afraid he would have fainted from the pain. What the are you waiting for? Call the emergency services. Wang Chao cursed angrily at the workers behind him. Only then did the workers react, scrambling to help Wang Chao up from the ground, and in the process called the emergency number. The other side. Qin Shen brought Xiao Ningyue to the side of the van and said indifferently, alright, for the sake of Gu Yaming's face, I've saved you a hand, and I've also helped you find out who's behind it, so you can see to the rest. I'm sleepy, I'm going back to bed, I can give you a ride if you hitchhike. Xiao Ningyue didn't realize that Qin Shen was planning to let herself handle this matter, so she immediately grabbed Qin Shen's arm and said, You're letting me, a woman, go to a bar to settle a score with the Coyote gang? Isn't this letting me go to my death? Why don't you help people to the end, send Buddha to the west, and by the way, go to the bar, and clean up that what's his name Guohong? Xiao Ningyue blinked her big eyes and said with an expectant face. She had just witnessed Qin Shen's strength with her own eyes, so how could she possibly let go of such a powerful helper? Xiao Ningyue, you still know you're a woman, huh? Then how dare you come to the construction site by yourself to find a group of workers to argue with? I didn't want to get involved in this matter in the first place. If it wasn't for the fact that you're Gu Yaming's cousin, I wouldn't bother with you. Qin Shen said in a cold voice. Who knew that Xiao Ningyue not only didn't get angry in the face of Qin Shen's cold attitude, but instead, she pouted. She grabbed Qin Shen's arm and pressed it tightly, shaking it constantly. Brother-in-law, I know I'm wrong. I'll never call you a big asshole again, okay? In the future, I'll be your undercover agent by my sister's side, specializing in setting up the two of you, that's fine, right? Xiao Ningyue clamped down on her voice and sold it. Qin Shen gulped and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This girl, not very old, was surprisingly better developed than Gu Yaming. Just for a moment, he was surprised that it was a little too much for him. He hastily broke away from Xiao Ningyue's hand, coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, and then said, In order for me to help you resolve this matter, you have to promise me a few conditions. First, I'm going over there by myself. On one hand it's inconvenient for me to go out with you as a drag, on the other hand it's because I'm afraid that Gu Yaming will fight with me if she knows I'm taking you to the bar. Xiao Ningyue quickly nodded her head and said, No problem, I won't follow you as all. If she had gone to a bar to play, she would have considered it. But this time, he was going to the bar to settle the score with the Coyote gang, so he'd better not go and drag Qin Shen's leg. Secondly, you can't tell Gu Yaming about this matter. When the time comes, you can just find a random reason and say that you solved it. Qin Dust continued. Big mix. Brother-in-law, this is a great opportunity for you to show off in front of my sister. Why are you still low-key? Xiao Ningyue asked suspiciously. If this matter was done well, it would definitely solve a big problem for Gu Yaming. Even if the two were married under false pretenses, I'm afraid my cousin would be quite a bit more attracted to this man. Qin Shen shook his head and said, I don't want to get involved in the Gu clan's troubles because of this matter. I still have my own business to attend to. His avenging his parents' death is a first-class secret, and he can't tell anyone about it. And until then, he should never be exposed to his enemies. Chapter 43, The Night City Bar. Xiao Ningyue nodded with seeming understanding and agreed to this condition as well. Afterward, Qin Shen drove the van and sent Xiao Ningyue back to the villa. Looking at the van that was far away, Xiao Ningyue let out a sigh of relief, then forced a smile on her face and walked into the villa. Why are you so late? Where have you been fooling around? As soon as she entered, Gu Yaming, who was sitting on the living room sofa, grilled Xiao Ningyue. Sis, I'm not a kid anymore, I can't go out for a while. You don't want to be like my mom, checking the account book like every day. Xiaoning Yue spat out her tongue and made a face. Play? Humph, how come I heard from Secretary Lee that there was a problem with the renovation contract for the construction site, and you dragged Qinwan to the construction site? Gu Yaming continued to ask. Xiaoning Yue instantly tensed up, but she managed to force a smile and said, "Oh, you're talking about this, I remember. It's just that the people on the renovation team misread the contract, it's just a small thing, I explained the contract to them and it's done. Not only that, but they also promised to work overtime on the renovation and finish the overall renovation ahead of schedule, so if you don't believe me, you can make a call and ask." Gu Yaming snorted coldly, "There's no need for you to remind me, I've already asked. The site was back under renovation half an hour ago." Xiaoning Yue was instantly relieved. Luckily the remodeling team got back to work in time where this would have been a pain in the ass to explain. "Right sis, brother-in-law he's got something going on, he'll be back later tonight, I'll talk to you for him." Xiaoning Yue said in a hurry as if she had remembered something. Gu Yaming, on the other hand, looked Xiaoning Yue up and down suspiciously and asked in a puzzled tone, "Haven't you always called Qin Shen a big asshole? When did you change your tone to call him brother-in-law? Besides, he doesn't have to check in with me if he's coming back or not." Xiaoning Yue smiled cheekily, hugged Gu Yaming, and pampered, "In the past, I didn't have some misunderstandings about my brother-in-law, but today I've explained it clearly, so of course I can't call him a big asshole in the future." Gu Yaming said coldly, "I'll tell you once more, the two of us are only falsely married, you don't have to call him brother-in-law." Xiaoning Yue's eyes turned and asked tentatively, "Then you two don't have any feelings at all? You two are licensed anyway, why don't you try it?" Hearing Xiaoning Yue's words, Gu Yaming froze, her mind instantly recalling the experiences of the past few days. In over 20 years, this was the first time a man had come into her life. She didn't have any feelings for the man, but she didn't loathe him either. Even these few times when Qin Shen had solved her troubles, she had developed an indescribable feeling towards him. Try what? If you want to try, you go and try yourself. Gu Group just got such a large amount of investment, it's not easy to catch a breath, but there are wolves in front of us and tigers at our back, a wrong step could lead to falling into the abyss. I don't have time to think about anything else right now, I just want to run the company that my mom and dad left me. Gu Yaming's eyes changed and she said firmly. Xiaoning Yue added with a cheeky smile, "Sister, this is what you said. I can really go and try it out." Gu Yaming froze, then suddenly tickled Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue laughed so hard that tears were coming out, and managed to break free and run towards the bathroom in a hurry. "I've been out running all day, so I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, Xiaoning Yue slipped away and ran out of sight. Gu Yaming stood in place, her gaze slightly dazed. "Qin Dan." Gu Yaming muttered a word, then shook her head, pushing the man out of her mind. On the other side, Qin Shen, who was being discussed behind the back of the two women, had already driven his car to the entrance of the bar. The Nocturnal City Bar, which was also on a street in Nocturnal City, was Dongcheng. The Nocturnal City Bar was worthy of being one of the biggest bars in Jiangcheng, and even the security guards were carefully selected. The two men looked like they had practiced bodybuilding, with just enough muscle to hold up a suit and look competent. "I'm sorry, we don't allow trucks in our spaces here, you have 1 minute to move your car," the security guard said faintly. The guests that the bar receives are all rich, and none of the cars they drive are under $500,000. Not to mention the fact that this piece of van will bring down the bar's class. In case this piece of vehicle cuts off the guests' luxury cars, who will be the one to pay for it then? I'm afraid that if I sold this piece of car, I wouldn't be able to afford to pay for a piece of paint on someone else's luxury car. Drive away? Qin Shen smiled, "I'm also a guest of your bar, is your attitude that bad? This is also Dong Chen's property, right? You guys go ask him if he'll let me in the door of the bar." The security guard froze, before reacting to the fact that the kid in front of him was actually saying the name of their big boss. However, after the two of them looked Qin Shen up and down, their faces sank. "Kid, are you tired of living? With your appearance, you're worthy of knowing Boss Chen? Don't blame us for smashing up your car if you don't get out of here," the guard threatened in a cold voice. Just then, a punk suddenly ran over in a panic. Seeing this person, the two security guards immediately stood up straight and greeted him loudly, "Brother Bin." The punk who was called Brother Bin had a bruise on his face, obviously having been beaten up not long ago. Not only that, but the bandages wrapped around his body could be seen through his collar, so he was obviously badly injured. After Bin saw Qin Shen, he immediately trembled. "What are you? you guys doing? Ben asked in a deep voice towards the two security guards. Brother Ben, this kid drove a Thai car to take up a parking space and threatened to know Boss Chen. He's really brain dead. Don't worry, within 3 minutes, we'll have him out of here in no time. The two security guards shouted assurances. Chapter 44 Battle in the Private Room. But I didn't expect the two security guards to both receive a slap on the face as soon as the words left their mouths. Snap. Snap. After two crunching sounds, the two security guards covered their faces and stared blankly. They didn't even react to the slap. What the, you two got eyes like a dog? Look carefully for me, this is Big Boss's guest of honor, Mr. Chin. When you see Mr. Chin in the future, bow and greet him, got it? Brother Ben pointed at the two men and cursed angrily, then bowed towards Chin Do-won. Mr. Chin, bad business, big water has washed over the Dragon King's temple, these two losers still don't know you, I'll teach them a good lesson for you. With that, Ben kicked another one at the two men. At this moment, Ben had the heart to kill these two security guards. Who is it wrong to offend, but to offend this Chin Chen, who even the big boss is afraid of? Isn't this a death wish? Chin Chen laughed. This Ben in front of him was the same punk who had not allowed himself to park at the entrance of the gambling house yesterday, and who had later had 3 ribs broken by his own kick. I didn't expect this kid to be quite dedicated. He didn't take a day off and came back to work. Okay, I'll leave the car keys with you for now, so if I need to move the car you can do it for me. With that, Chin Chen threw the key in his hand to Ben. Brother Ben carefully caught the key and hurriedly said, Mr. Chin is joking, whoever dares to let you move your car, I'll directly tell him to get lost. Don't worry, I'll stand guard next to your car today, and I'll fight anyone who dares to touch your car. Chin Chen smiled and walked towards the bar. Behind him, Ben was still lecturing the two security guards. You two turds, you don't understand trends, do you? What's an ordinary luxury car? It's not domineering at all, driving a big truck is what's called racy. When I have money, I'll buy a truck and drive it too. Chin Chen smiled helplessly. He also wanted to buy a sports car, but he didn't have time, so he had to run in this broken truck. I didn't realize that I was a maverick in the eyes of the punks, driving a truck on purpose. It's true that when you're rich and powerful, you do everything right. After entering the bar, Chin Chen was a bit surprised when he looked at the scene in front of him. Although he had seen the bar scene on TV before, it was never as shocking as the scene. Hundreds of stylishly dressed men and women swayed on the dance floor to the ear-splitting music as if they were a group of Walking Dead. The dim lighting with the strong smell of alcohol greatly stimulates the senses. A number of men and women were plastered together and were unleashing lust all over their bodies. However, Chin Chen didn't stop and instead went straight up to the second floor from the passageway. Just as he reached the second floor, the clamor around him suddenly quieted. The entire second floor of the bar, all of which were private rooms, had excellent soundproofing. Even in the private room with the stereo turned up to the max, you couldn't hear a thing outside. After Chin Chen found the 603 private room, he directly pushed the door and walked in. Inside the private room, a few men were sitting in the sofa, holding a beer bottle in one hand and embracing a beautiful woman with the other, having a quick time. Even because of the dim lighting, no one even noticed Chin Chen. Chin Chen laughed and directly turned on the lights of the private room and turned off the music. Upon seeing Chin Chen, a few men froze and pulled their hands out of the clothes of the women around them. These young women, on the other hand, blushed and hastily straightened their clothes. Who are you, kid? A man asked, frowning. Who knew that as soon as his words fell, Chin Chen copied the wine bottle on the table with his hand and blew his head off. Bang! After a muffled sound, the wine bottle directly shattered into slag and fell to the ground. The man, on the other hand, just fainted and fell straight to the ground. A few women screamed at this scene and ducked into a corner. The men instantly woke up and looked at Chin Chen with a hint of killing intent. At the drop of a hat, this kid is crazy? Which one of you is Gua Hong? Chin Chen picked up another bottle of wine from the table and asked with a smile. Kid, you're looking for death, right? Do you know who we are? A few of the men lurched to their feet and copped bottles of wine, with a good deal of gusto. This group of people are all from the Coyote Gang. Usually they are the only ones who bully people. How have they ever seen anyone else dare to kick their field? Really tired of living. Chin Chen laughed. Bang! Before the crowd could react, the man who had just spoken had his head blown off again by the bottle in Chin Chen's hand. I'll ask again, who is called Gua Hong? Chin Chen stomped this person under his feet and slowly picked up another wine bottle. A few people glanced at each other, a look of scorn in their eyes. They usually fought a lot, so it was logical that their reaction time was much faster than the average person. But just now, they didn't even see Qin Shen's movements when he struck out. This kid, there's something wrong. Together. The man in the lead let out a low roar and immediately swung the bottle in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it down towards Qin Shen's head. Die for me. The remaining few people also roared in anger and moved towards Qin Shen at the same time. A few of the women accompanying the drinks cowered in the corner, and when they saw the scene, they covered their eyes in fear. The next moment, a series of glass bottles bursting sounds rang out. A couple of the women carefully lowered their hands in front of their eyes, and were then stunned by the sight before them. Only Qin Shen was still standing in place, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, all the people from the Wild Wolf gang had their heads blown off and were lying all over the place. Qin Shen picked up a man, pressed his head onto the table, and said indifferently, "Now, can you answer that question I just asked?" The man's face was covered in blood at this point, and his eyes were filled with confusion. With their strength, it was surprising that they were taken down to the ground before they could react. Terror. The opponent's strength was too terrifying. He didn't even dare to have the thought of resisting. He suspected that if he didn't answer the other man's questions honestly, he feared that he would continue to get his head blown off by the bottle. Big brother, went out to find a girl, not in the private room. The man shivered. Going out to get a girl? Isn't that something? Qin Shen froze and looked at the several women cowering in the corner. Seeing Qin Shen's eyes, the man's body trembled and hurriedly explained, "Big brother, these women are all students from the nearby schools who come to accompany the drinks, and if they want to develop further, they can only spend money to smash them privately." Just now Gua tried to make a move on one of the girls, but that girl even pretended to be innocent and slapped Gua and ran away. Gua is now out chasing that girl. Snap. The man had just finished speaking when he was slapped to the ground by Qin Shen. "You losers can only bully women," Qin Dust said indifferently. With that, he sat down on the couch, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank. The group of people lying on the ground didn't dare to move at all, and didn't have the slightest bit of courage to resist. A few minutes later, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. A big, burly man walked in with a slender woman on his frame. "Ha, this little still dares to run away. I poured a bottle of white wine into her and fed her some good stuff, so have a good time tonight." The Hanyu was obviously drunk, his feet were wobbly, and his face was covered in the red color of drunkenness. At the sight of this Hanyu, the crowd instantly rose from the ground. Chapter 45, Want to live, or want to die? Brother Gua, wake up, someone's coming to cause trouble. Big brother, we've been beaten up, you have to avenge us. That's the kid, he hit us so hard, we all got our heads blown off by bottles. The crowd pointed at Qin Shen with spiteful eyes and loudly accused. Hearing the words of his minions, the Hanyu threw the woman in his arms onto a sofa to the side and shook his head fiercely, which sobered him up a little. "Kid, dare to mess with our Wild Wolf gang, you've got some guts. Say, who sent you?" The Hanyu said dismissively. Qin Shen slowly poured out the last bit of wine and drank it in one gulp, then picked up the empty bottle. "You're Guahong?" Qin Dust said indifferently. "That's me, what, you know my name, why don't you get down on your knees and beg for mercy?" Guahong said with a cold smile. With that, he flipped his wrist and a dagger actually appeared in his hand. This person was worthy of being the Coyote Gang's hallmaster. Even when he came to the bar to play, he carried a sharp weapon with him. Seeing this, a few junior brothers immediately pointed at Qin Shen and mocked him. "Kid, why don't you kneel down and apologize to us?" "Oh, just kneeling down is too cheap, he should be made to pick up all the glass slugs on the ground and eat them." "Kid, our brother Gua has practiced Muay Thai, do you know Muay Thai? An elbow strike can directly kill a punk like you." It was as if the crowd had gotten a boost of energy, changing from their previous cowardice, and even their voices got louder. Noisy. Qin Shen snorted coldly and slowly stood up. "You're pretty crazy." Guahong cursed as he stabbed toward Qin Shen. The blade glistened with the cold light of metal, sharp at first glance. Seeing this scene, the accompanying ladies immediately shrieked and lost their colors. They were just trying to make some money as escorts, and they didn't expect to come across this kind of thing. But the next moment, the bloody scene that the crowd expected did not appear. This was because Guahong's wrist was being firmly grabbed by Qin Shen, unable to move in the slightest. Guahong was stunned when he saw this. How could the other side react so quickly? "No, it must be because I've been drinking." Guahong exerted a forceful jerk, but was shocked to find that his hand felt like it was clamped in an iron vise, and he could not break free at all. Damn, looking for death. Guo Hong cursed angrily and gave up struggling. Instead, he backhanded and slammed the elbow of his left arm towards Qin Chen's chin. The two people were so close, and with his level of actual combat, the other party was definitely not his opponent. With this strike, the opponent was rendered incapable of resisting. But at that moment, a cold humming sound rang in his ears. In the next moment, he only felt as if he had been hit head-on by a truck, and a sharp pain came from his stomach before he flew out. Knock! Guo Hong's body slammed hard into the wall of the private room with a loud bang. The crowd could even feel the booth shaking with it. Seeing this scene in front of them, the crowd was petrified and stayed in place. Even Hall Master Gui is no match for that kid? This man, too, is too strong. Qin Chen slowly walked up to Guo Hong in front of the crowd's fearful eyes. Guo Hong was worthy of being a practitioner, and even struggled to get up after suffering such a heavy blow. But just then, a foot came down hard on his back. Knock! With another muffled sound, Guo Hong was stomped down by Qin Chen, his face pressed tightly against the floor. Want to live, or want to die? With a flip of one hand, a dagger immediately appeared in Qin Chen's hand. The crowd froze, and only then did they realize that the dagger that Guo Hong had just been knocked out of his hand had arrived in Qin Chen's hand at an unknown time. Qin Chen took the dagger and lightly slashed at Guo Hong's neck. Although the dagger had only cut through the most superficial layer of skin, there were numerous blood vessels on the neck, and blood immediately flowed all over Guo Hong's face. Smelling the strong smell of blood coming from his body, Guo Hong trembled and turned pale. Big brother, I'm convinced. I want to live. Please don't kill me. Guo Hong's voice trembled as he begged for mercy. Wouldn't it have been easier to answer the question so honestly? Qin Dust smiled faintly. Guo Hong immediately cursed angrily in his heart, if I had known your strength, I would have kneeled down and surrendered. The renovation company at the Gu Group's construction site caused a disturbance, you ordered it, didn't you? Qin Dust asked indifferently. Guo Hong just wanted to deny it, but he saw the tip of the knife that was waving in front of his eyes. His pupils shrunk violently, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly replied, Big brother, I was wrong, I did it, I'll call right away and tell them to stop. Guo Hong didn't dare to lie. Since the other party was able to find this place, it meant that the other party definitely knew a lot more than he had imagined. In case the other party recognized the lie, he was afraid that he would die a horrible death. Qin Chen didn't pay any attention to him, but continued to ask, You're just a small hall master of the Wild Wolf Gang, and you dare to offend the Gu clan? Say, who told you to go and get things done? Guo Hong let out a bitter laugh. The Wild Wolf Gang is at least one of the largest gangs in Jiangcheng, and each hallmaster has dozens or hundreds of juniors under his command, and the scenery is very beautiful. As a result, in this person's mouth, the hallmaster even looked like some kind of trash. Someone did find me and told me to make trouble. Guo Hong didn't dare to hide it and said, Chen Fei Yang of the Chen Group, he gave me $2 million and told me to use all means to delay the progress of the renovation of the Gu Group's construction site. Big brother, I know I'm wrong, I won't dare again. I'll give you all this $2 million, please spare me for once. Qin Chen laughed and threw the dagger in his hand to the side. Guo Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. But the next moment, Qin Chen's voice rang in his ears again. Call Money Flyer and keep asking for money. Guo Hong was stunned. However, when he saw Qin Chen's expression, he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Qian Fei Yang. Why are you calling me so late? Qian Fei Yang's tone was a bit unkind, and on the other end of the phone, the sound of a woman panting sharply could be vaguely heard. Guo Hong let out a bitter smile, he was also a man, how could he not hear what the other party was doing? It's times like these that bother people the most. However, Qin Chen was by his side, and he didn't dare hang up the phone. Young Qian, excuse me, I've finished the things you explained. The renovation of the Gu Group's new building has been completely halted, and in the short term, they definitely won't be able to move there. Guo Hong's lies come out of his mouth. Qian Fei Yang sneered, that Gu Yaming woman still dares to go against me, I'll let her die without even knowing how. At that moment, Qin Chen gave Guo Hong a wink. Guo Hong understood and hurriedly said, Young Qian, there's still something I need to tell you. Our people had a little conflict with the Gu Group, and were crippled by two, and quite a few people were injured, this medical fee. Qian Fei Yang's voice suddenly became cold, don't you just want money? Oh, how much do you want? Guo Hong looked at Qin Chen, while Qin Chen held up a finger. Guo Hong nodded, then said into his cell phone, less money, I don't want much, just 10 million. Hearing this, not only did Qian Fei Yang freeze, Qin Shen also revealed a puzzled expression. He held up a finger, originally wanted $1 million, did not expect this Guahong appetite is quite big, directly asked for $10 million. Chapter 46 Pit Money Flyer $7 million. $10 million? Are you crazy? After a pause, Xian Fei Yang continued, up to $5 million, call your card now. This will rot in your stomach from now on, if it gets out, you know the consequences. Guahong looked around the booth helplessly. Inside the private room, counting their own juniors and escort girls, together with almost 20 people heard Xian Fei Yang's words, which is still how to rot in the stomach? But for now it was better to save your own little life, nothing else mattered. Don't worry young Qian, you still don't trust me to do my job? I have the tightest mouth. Guahong hurriedly assured him. A few seconds later, a beep came from Guahong's cell phone, and $5 million was transferred to the bank card. Money received, right? Oh, in the future, if you follow me on my errands, you'll get no less. Xian Fei Yang said faintly. Just then, Xin Chen took the cell phone from Guahong. Young Qian, worthy of being the future heir of the Qian clan group, it's just a bold move. I'll begrudgingly accept this $5 million. Xin Dust laughed. When he heard Qin Shen's voice, Chen Fei Yang froze. It was only after a few seconds that he asked in a deep voice, Qin Shen? You are Qin Shen? Guahong, what's the situation? Why is he with you? Xin Dust returned, no need to shout, we are all in the same gang, putting on a show for you, in order to cheat some money from you. I just didn't realize you had such a simple brain, and that you'd swindled so much money from you by moving your lips. Let me do the math, the $2 million up front plus the $5 million just now, you've given me a total of $7 million, pretty good, I'll take your money to buy a luxury car later. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Guahong was on the verge of crying. When did he become a partner with this kid? If Qian's group retaliated against him, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even know how he died. Isn't that a disservice? But he didn't even dare to speak up in defense. After all, Qin Shen was still by his side, and speaking at this time was no different from seeking death. At that moment, Chen Fei Yang's furious roar rang out from the other end of the phone, Qin Shen, good, very good. You've completely pissed me off. Just wait, you dog's life, I'll come and take it myself. Qin Shen laughed, Chen Fei Yang, you'd better care about your own body first, after all, there are some things you can only do for 3 seconds, it's too weak. Don't die in vain before you can seek revenge on me. After saying that, he didn't even give Chen Fei Yang a chance to speak and directly hung up the phone. This time, he had pitched Xian Fei Yang a sum of money with only one purpose, and that was to discuss the other party. After all, he still had the $2 billion given by Qindong on his card, and was not at all short of these millions. But as long as he could nauseate Xian Fei Yang, then he had achieved his goal. On the other side, listening to the sound of disconnection coming from the cell phone, Chen Fei Yang suddenly slammed the phone out fiercely. There was a loud snap and the phone fell apart. The woman under Qian Fei Yang shivered in fear and stopped moving. What are you waiting for, go on. Xian Fei Yang gritted his teeth, his face filled with a scowl. He needed to vent the anger inside him now. But the woman trembled and said in a small voice, young Qian, are you not in a good state right now? Chen Fei Yang froze and almost went crazy after feeling his state at the moment. This time it went beyond 3 seconds but was over in less than a minute. Is it possible that you are really weak? Damn it, Xinshen, I won't be a man until I get you killed. Qian Fei Yang roared. And Xinshen, who was hated by Qian Feiyan, was in the bar's private room at that moment, slowly sitting down in the sofa. There's nothing more for you here, get lost. Right, keep an eye on the Qian group in the future and see if they have any small moves. If you tip me off in time, the 7 million, consider it as my labor fee for you, but if you hide it and don't report it, then buy yourself a more luxurious coffin for the 7 million. Xin Shan looked at Guahong and said indifferently. This group of mongrels is not on the top, but they have a wide range of sources. Having them as eye candy avoids a lot of trouble. When he heard Qin Shen's words, Guahong froze. He didn't expect that Qin Shen would be prepared to give himself the money he had swindled from Chen Fei Yang. That's $7 million. What are you waiting for? What, you want to have a drink with me? Qin Shen asked with a smile. Guahong was shaken and quickly waved his hand, no. I will not bother you, I will get out. With that, he hurriedly climbed up and ran out of the booth. When the rest of the people saw this, they all ran out in a rush. Just as Qin Shen was about to leave, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a video invitation from Xiaoning Yue. Hello? What's up? Xin Chen picked up the phone and asked suspiciously. Xiao Ningyue's side was very dimly lit, and it looked as if she was squatting in the bathroom, not even daring to turn on the light. Shoo! Keep it down. Xiao Ningyue put her index finger in front of her lips and said in a panicked voice. She cautiously probed outward and found no movement before whispering to Qin Chen, "My sister just fell asleep. I can't rest assured that you're not afraid that you'll get hurt, and I want to ask what's going on over there?" Qin Chen laughed. "Afraid I'll get hurt? I'll believe the hell out of you. I think you're only concerned about how things are going, right? Don't worry, I didn't go back on my word on what I promised. I've already inquired. This matter was directed by Qian Fei Young of the Chen Group. I pitted him $5 million by the way. I'm afraid that he's now in a rage. He might lay his hands on the Gu Group. Remember to think of a way to remind your sister, so that she can be prepared." Upon hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiao Ningyue's eyes widened. The mastermind who sent people to mess up the construction site is Qian Fei Young? She had also heard Gu Yaming talk about the strength of the Qian Group, and with the current strength of the Gu Group, she was afraid that there was no way to fight against the other side. Moreover, Qin Chen had even pitted the other party for $5 million. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Bad, bad, bad. This is a mess. Just then, Xiao Ningyue stared at the screen and suddenly froze. Only to see a white and tender arm that tightly wrapped around Qin Chen's neck. In the next moment, a woman with a flushed face and mesmerized expression hugged Qin Chen's body like a snake. "You? Xinduan, what are you doing?" Xiao Ningyue covered her small mouth, her eyes shocked. Qin Chen was also stunned by the scene before him. Seeing the woman's appearance, he then remembered that Guohong had just thrown a drunken woman onto the sofa when he entered. The others had just left, running faster than one another. Who had time to care about this woman? I can't believe I forgot about this myself. Boo! The woman suddenly kissed Qin Chen's face, leaving a reddish lip print. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly smelled the odor of a woman's body. There was a special aroma mixed in with the smell of perfume and alcohol. What kind of underhanded tactics did the Coyote gang use to give women this kind of drug? Qin Chen frowned and muttered. Guohong is definitely not to this woman simply dunked a bottle of white wine so simple, certainly also gave her eat some special drugs. Otherwise, there was no way this woman would be so proactive in sticking up now. Chapter 47, Interrogation in the Living Room. Qin Chen, you big asshole, what are you doing? After saying that, Xiao Ningyue angrily hung up the video call directly. And just then, the bathroom door was pushed open, and Gu Yaming rubbed her eyes, frowning as she asked, "Ningyu, who are you calling so late?" Xiao Ningyue's heart thumped in fear and said, "No. Nothing." Gu Yaming stared at Xiao Ningyue's eyes, and after half a day, she suddenly laughed. "Little girl, are you in love? Talking to your boyfriend on the phone and still carrying me behind my back, why, are you shy?" Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Xiao Ningyue was instantly relieved. It looked like the cousin should not have heard what she had just called. She pretended to be relaxed and said, "Sis, don't forget, I'm an adult, it's not illegal to fall in love." However, although Xiao Ningyue said this on her lips, she had a strange feeling in her heart. The one who just talked to himself on the phone was Qin Chen, and what he meant was, could it be that he was in love with that big asshole Qin Chen? How's that work? She immediately remembered the image of Qin Chen and that woman making out just now again, and her face turned red. Qin Chen, this big asshole, having a sister wasn't enough, but he even kept such a beautiful woman outside. She herself wouldn't fall in love with such a person even if she couldn't find a boyfriend for the rest of her life. Gu Yaming stepped forward, pulling Xiao Ningyue's arm and leading her towards the bedroom. "If you're free, let me meet your boyfriend and keep an eye on you. It's too late in the day, no calling him, go to bed first," Gu Yamin instructed. Xiao Ningyue skimmed her mouth and said, "Why are you like my mom, you're still nagging?" Gu Yaming gently knocked on Xiao Ningyu's head and said in thinly veiled anger, "In Zhangchang, you only have me as a family member. If I don't care about you, who cares about you? This matter is settled. When I'm free, I'll meet the man who talked to you on the phone." Xiao Ningyue muttered in her heart, "You and Qin Chen meet every day, you still need me to introduce you?" However, she didn't dare to say this out loud in the end, and honestly followed Gu Yaming back to her bedroom. The other side. Qin Chen had already broken away from the woman's embrace and placed the woman on the sofa. Only the woman's eyes were mesmerized at the moment, and she was staring straight at Qin Chen. Not only that, the clothes on her body were also torn and messy by herself, causing Qin Chen's qi and blood to surge as he watched. "Brother, help me." The woman made an enchanting gesture and opened her mouth. This woman's voice was very nice, and coupled with her current state, it made Qin Shen instantly understand what it felt like to be etched to the bone. Alas, one can only be offended. Qin Dust sighed and said. When he finished speaking, he stepped forward and pressed his hand on the woman's belly, and a warmth immediately traveled down his arm. The woman craned her neck and let out a long breath, followed by a pleasant look on her face. A moment later, Qin Shen withdrew his hand and took a deep breath. And the woman in front of her, as if she had taken a bath, her clothes were actually soaked with sweat. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her expression returning to normal. However, when she felt what was happening to her, she screamed. Who are you? The woman covered her chest and cried out in horror. Qin Shen smiled helplessly. You don't remember? You were drugged by Guahong and I removed the drug for you. Alas, never mind, it can't be said in a sentence or two, you'll understand in a moment. Qin Shen sighed, then took off his jacket and threw it onto the woman's body. Suddenly, he rang something else in general and fished out a cell phone from his body and put it on the table. Just now when I was helping you. Cough. Help you with your treatment, your roommate called you, and I've already notified her to come over and pick you up. Given your physical state, I suggest you recuperate and rest for 2 days, and if you are able to, you can take some mountain ginseng to replenish yourself. After saying that, Qin Shen turned around and walked towards the door of the private room. But just then, with a thud, the door to the booth was kicked in by a slightly chubby woman. Hozura, are you okay? As soon as the slightly chubby woman came in, she rushed toward the couch in a panic. Hozakura? That's quite a name. Qin Shen laughed and left the private room. Inside the private room, the slightly chubby woman had a worried look on her face and asked cautiously, Hey Cherry, you weren't given by them too. In the middle of her sentence, she covered her mouth again, not daring to ask any further questions. You say, was it that man just now? I, Zhang Yu, will avenge you even if I have to fight him to the death. The slightly chubby woman gritted her teeth with a look of indignation. Hisakura was just about to speak when her head suddenly hurt. The memories of when he had just gotten drunk came flooding back into his head. Recalling what she had just done to Qin Shen, she instantly blushed. Zhang Yu, no. It's fine, it's nothing to do with that person just now. Hizuro whispered. Seeing Hisakura's appearance, Zhang Yu had a confused look on her face. Hizura, are you really okay? Zhang Yu was puzzled. It's really okay, that man just saved me from being taken advantage of by those punks. Hisakura hurriedly explained. But you have. On you. Zhang Yu pointed to Hisakura's sweat-soaked clothes, and at that moment, Hisakura's figure was hidden. Zhang Yu would never believe that any man could withstand such a temptation. I'll explain it to you when I get back. The dormitory building will be locked soon, let's hurry back. Hisakura stood up with great effort, then pulled Zhang Yu and left the bar. In Gu Yaming's villa. With a creak, the door of the villa was slowly pushed open, and Qin Shen tiptoed in. Suddenly, the lights in the living room came on. Looking at Gu Yaming and Xiaoning Yue, who were sitting on the sofa, Qin Shen was suddenly as petrified as if he had been petrified, frozen in place. Say, what were you doing there, and why are you so late? Gu Yaming was wearing a silk nightgown, her 2 jade legs folded over each other, her face cold. Qin Shen froze, then his gaze went to Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue hurriedly waved her hand secretly, signaling that she had not betrayed Qin Shen. Qin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then with a twinkle in his eye, he explained, It's nothing, didn't I not have a job? I was looking for a job on the street all day today, didn't pay attention to the time, and came back late. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Xiaoning Yue instantly rolled her eyes, a helpless look appearing on her face. What's wrong with this big asshole? Can't he even lie? Looking for a job in the middle of the night. What are you talking about? Sure enough, Gu Yaming snorted coldly and slowly stood up. She walked to Qin Shen's side, her agitated nose inhaled on Qin Shen's collar, and said faintly, looking for a job? That's not a very good reason. You smell like alcohol and you smell like women's perfume, so I take it you've been clubbing and fooling around? I'm warning you, even though we're only a couple by agreement, it would have a serious impact on my reputation if someone caught you fooling around. Next time this happens, our agreement is simply nullified. Qin Shen froze and hurriedly said, It's not like that, listen to my explanation. But only halfway through Qin Shen's words, Gu Yaming let out a cold snort and turned around to go upstairs. Xiaoning Yue sighed with hatred and whispered, Big asshole, my sister can't rub sand in her eyes, you dare to lie in front of her, don't want to live? You. Ugh. You're on your own. After saying that, Xiaoning Yue pointed at her face and then turned to leave. Qin Shen froze for half a day, then his eyes snapped open and he rushed to the restroom. Sure enough. On his face, there was a clear red lip mark. This is the woman called Sakura secretly kissed while he was not prepared. I can't believe I forgot. Chapter 48 Late Night Visit of Xiaoning Yue. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Although he and Gu Yaming were an agreement couple, they were after all a partnership. You come back in the middle of the night with lipstick on your face, isn't that provoking people? However, immediately afterward, Qin Shen was puzzled. He would rather believe that the sun would rise from the west tomorrow than believe that Gu Yaming would look at himself. Qin Shen smiled to himself and washed his face, then returned to his guest bedroom. He just didn't expect that as soon as he entered the door, he saw Xiaoning Yue sitting on his bed, looking at himself angrily. What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night? Qin Shen asked with a frown. This girl, spooky as hell, has absolutely nothing good in store for herself. Hey, big asshole. Wait, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't call me a big asshole anymore? You're not trying to go back on your word, are you? Before Xiaoning Yue could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qin Shen. This agreement doesn't go into effect until tomorrow, and tonight, you're still the big asshole. Xiaoning Yue blushed as if she had remembered something. You're a big asshole to do that kind of thing with another woman while you're on a video call with me. Xiaoning Yue gritted her teeth and indignantly accused. Hey, don't you dare slander me. That woman was drugged by someone from the Coyote gang. I was here to help her detoxify. I didn't do anything to her. Qin Dust said in a hurry. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Xiaoning Yue looked Qin Shen up and down and said doubtfully, how could that be? With your character as a big asshole, if that woman was really drugged, how could you possibly let that woman go? I see from the video that the woman's face isn't much worse than my sister's, and you're not impressed? Qin Shen snorted coldly, believe it or not. Xiaoning Yue also grunted unwillingly and said, anyway, if you dare to fool around outside behind my sister's back, I definitely won't be able to spare you. Qin Shen looked at Xiaoning Yue suspiciously and asked, you came to my room in the middle of the night just to say this? Xiaoning Yue froze, then said in annoyance, it's all your fault, I almost forgot about business. I heard from my sister that you can heal? And very good at it? When she was chatting with Gu Yaming had once unintentionally mentioned that Qin Shen had cured her years of menstrual cramps by simply prescribing a pair of medicines. She knew that Gu Yaming had once gone to the hospital to see this disease, even to the big hospitals in the imperial capital. But the doctor could not do anything good about it, and could only prescribe her some nourishing herbs to nourish her body. Unexpectedly, this persistent disease of many years was cured by a single dose of Qin Shen's medicine. What, are you sick too? Qin Shen looked Xiaoning Yue up and down and said in confusion, that's not right, you're quite healthy, there's nothing wrong with your body. Xiaoning Yue's face chilled as she gritted her teeth and said, you're the one who's sick. Who said I'm sick? It's my best friend's grandfather, and my god-grandfather, named Lu Sanglong. The Lu family is also a big family in the imperial capital, and has a good relationship with our Chao family. It's considered a family friend. Last year, Grandpa Lu was diagnosed with acromegaly, and after searching the world's famous doctors, there was no cure, only conservative treatment to prolong his life. His hometown is Jiangcheng, so in the last moments of his life, he also chose to convalesce in Jiangcheng. What I'm asking is, can you cure this disease? Xiaoning Yue looked at Qin Shen with a prayerful expression. She and Lu Sanglong's granddaughter, Lu Qingwan, were girlfriends who grew up together and often went to the Lu family to play. Later on, with the default of the Chao and Lu families, Xiaoning Yue directly recognized Lu Sanglong as her god-grandfather. I just didn't realize that the sky was the limit. The Lu family was growing by leaps and bounds when the family head, Lu Sanglong, was diagnosed with a terminal illness. He could only grimly pass the family headship to his son and secluded himself to Jiangcheng, preparing to spend the last days of his life here. In the face of Xiaoning Yue's question, Qin Shen thought for a moment and finally nodded, this disease, I can cure it, it's just that it's a bit more troublesome and requires more things. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Xiaoning Yue's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. She had only come to Qin Shen with the idea of trying, not realizing that Qin Shen could really cure this disease. Really? Then tomorrow I'll take you to my god-grandfather and you'll diagnose his condition. Xiaoning Yue said excitedly. Qin Shen, however, shook his head and said, not going. Xiaoning Yue instantly froze, not going? Of course not. I just said, to cure this disease, on the one hand, it requires more medicines to be prepared, on the other hand, it consumes a lot of me, I'm too full to do this kind of damaging thing, Xin Shen said with a straight face. You. Xiao Ningyue was so angry that she couldn't even speak properly. I'll pay you all right? Say, how much do you want? Xiao Ningyue huffed. What do I need money for? I have more than I can spend. Xin Dust said indifferently. He wasn't lying, at the moment he had $2 billion in cash lying in the bank card in his pocket. Xiao Ningyue instantly deflated and said indignantly, then what conditions do you have? Hurry up and say it. Hearing Xiao Ningyue's words, Qin Shen's eyes immediately lit up. But when Xiao Ningyue looked at Qin Shen's eyes, she instantly shrank back and crossed her arms to cover her chest. You big asshole, what were you thinking? I would never agree to that kind of thing. Xiao Ningyue said loudly. Qin Shen smiled helplessly, where were you thinking? If I want a woman, do I still need to go through this method? I am looking for your help with something else. You're a member of the imperial capital's Qiao family, so it shouldn't be too hard to ask you to check up on someone for me, right? Xiao Ningyue furrowed her brows and said suspiciously, what exactly do you want? My grandpa and Grandpa Lu also have decades of friendship. If you can cure Grandpa Lu, I believe my grandpa will not refuse your conditions, provided that you don't go too far. Qin Shen laughed, not excessive, definitely not excessive. 20 years ago, there was a family in Jiangcheng called the Su clan, now it's gone to another city to develop. I want specifics on everyone in this family, it's not hard for the Zhous, is it? Xiao Ningyue nodded and said, I haven't heard of this Su family, it shouldn't be a big family, if it's just this condition, I don't need my grandfather to step in, I can agree to it for the Qiao family. But only if you cure Grandpa Ryu first. Qin Shen laughed, don't worry, tomorrow you'll take me to meet him, and after examining him once, you'll prescribe the right medicine. As long as I don't give the word, Hades won't dare to come and hook the soul. Xiao Ningyue snorted coldly, just know how to brag. I'm warning you, if you try to trick me, I'll make you suffer. After saying this, the two men were suddenly quiet. When they just spoke, both of them were suppressing their voices for fear of waking Gu Yaming up. Without realizing it, the distance between the two grew closer. At this point, the distance between the two was not even half a meter. Chapter 49, Is this your boyfriend? You. Xiao Ningyue blushed. She could even feel Qin Shen's warm breath on her body. Ahem. You've been out for quite a while, hurry back or your sister will be out looking for you in a while. Qin Shen coughed lightly, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. This Xiao Ningyue, she didn't know what to think, wearing a nightgown in the middle of the night and running to her room. And these pajamas are so revealing, aren't you afraid you won't be able to control yourself and do something she'll regret? Xiao Ningyue instantly reacted and blushed. I'm off, see you tomorrow morning sharp. After saying that, she covered her chest and hurriedly ran out of Qin Shen's room. Qin Shen smiled and then lay down on the bed. He had wanted to go to Dong Chen's boss, Zhou Hao, the chairman of Speed Ocean Shipping, to continue investigating the truth of the Qin family's extermination back then. But since Xiao Ningyue had sent him to the door, he grabbed the opportunity by the hand. The Su clan was a large family and had run away to another city to develop, so if he went to investigate by himself, he might have spooked them. And the Qiao family, as one of the four great families of the imperial capital, would save a lot of trouble by letting them step in to investigate the Su family's background. He has been carrying the blood revenge of his parents for 20 years. He did not seek immediate revenge, only that no murderer be spared. Su family, you can't run away. Qin Shen clenched his fists and muttered. Day 2. The three of them were eating breakfast at the dining table, with Xiao Ningyue casting glances at Qin Shen from time to time. Ningyu, what are you always looking at him for? Hurry up and eat, come with me to the company in a while. Gu Yaming frowned and urged. Sis, can I take a vacation today? Grandpa Lu is convalescing in Jiangcheng, I haven't gone to pay him a visit since I arrived in Jiangcheng, I want to go over there today. Xiao Ningyue pouted. Grandpa Lu? The one from the imperial capital's Lu family? Gu Yaming was puzzled. Well, his hometown is Jiangcheng, and he's been convalescing in Jiangcheng since he got sick. I've been going to school before and didn't have time to come over. Xiao Ningyue explained. Gu Yaming nodded, then said, there are quite a few gifts in the villa's basement, pick some and bring them with you, don't go empty-handed, and by the way, bring me a good one. Xiao Ningyue jumped up and wrapped her arms around Gu Yaming's arm and pouted, "Sister, I knew you were the best for me. Don't worry, I'll go to the company right after visiting Grandpa Lu, there's absolutely no delay in work." Gu Yaming gently pushed Xiao Ningyue away and said, "How old are you? Steady focus." Xiao Ningyue pouted, "There are no outsiders here anyway." Just halfway through her words, her afterglow suddenly saw Qin Shen sitting across from her, and she instantly closed her mouth. "Right, Qin Shen, you and I will go to the company today. Aren't you looking for a job? I'll get you a job as a salesman at the company, so you don't have to go out and fool around every day," Gu Yamin said faintly. Qin Shen was stunned, not expecting Gu Yaming to take this matter to heart. But before he had a chance to speak, Xiao Ningyue on the side immediately interjected anxiously, "No." Gu Yaming slowly raised her head and looked at Qin Shen, then at Xiao Ningyue, a look of doubt in her eyes. Xiao Ningyue belonged to the category where her mouth was faster than her brain, and she regretted it just as soon as the words came out. "Sis. I mean." Xiao Ningyue's eyes twinkled, then said, "I don't have a car and I don't know how to drive, so I'll let Qin Shen be a driver for me today, and carry my things for me on the way." Gu Yaming nodded, "Alright, then you and he will come to the company together at that time." Hearing this, Xiao Ningyue let out a sigh of relief. "Don't worry sis, I'll keep an eye on this big asshole for you, and I'll never let him go out and around," Xiao Ningyue promised with conviction. After eating, Gu Yaming left the villa to go to work. Xiao Ningyue patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. "No, from now on, the two of us will have to be careful, we can't show our cracks in front of my sister," Xiao Ningyue said seriously to Qin Shen. Qin Shen froze and said, "Xiao Ningyue, it's not like there's anything unseemly between me and you, so don't talk nonsense." Only then did Xiao Ningyue react to the ambiguity within her own words just now. It made it seem like she was cheating on Qin Shen with him. She instantly turned red and pointed at Qin Xuan, yelling, "Qin Xuan, you big asshole, shut up." Qin Shen spread his hands and said helplessly, "This is what you said, why did you start a fire at me instead?" Xiao Ningyue clenched her silver teeth, so angry that she wanted to bite Qin Shen to death. "I have important things to do today, I don't have time to bother with you." Xiao Ningyue snorted coldly and then headed to the basement to get some tea and tonic. However, just as the two were about to leave, Xiao Ningyue froze. "Oh no, I forgot to ask my sister for the car keys, we don't have a car, how are we going to get there?" Xiao Ningyue was directly dumbfounded. Qin Shen pointed at the van in front of the villa, a gloating expression on his face. "Looks like that's the only option?" Qin Shen said with a smirk. Xiao Ningyue was so angry that she stomped her foot and took several deep breaths before she spoke, "When this is done, I have to go buy a car. In this life, I will never take a van again." The van, which she could barely tolerate for anything else, had really bad damping. Every time it lurched, she felt like she was falling apart all over. After venting, Xiao Ningyue eventually got into the van. With her guidance, the two drove for over half an hour before reaching their destination. After stopping the car, what came into view was a huge villa. Counting the yard, the cottage covers at least several acres. I'm afraid this area can't be called a villa, but should be called a private garden. Upon entering, the two saw an old man in a wheelchair. Although this old man was withered and looked sickly, the aura on his body did not diminish at all, and it looked like he had been in a high position for a long time. Grandpa Ryu. As soon as Xiao Ningyue saw this old man, she hurriedly jogged over and squatted in front of the other party. "Hee, little Yuer, how come you have time to come see an old man like me?" Lu Tsanglong stroked Xiao Ningyue's hair and said with a loving face. "Grandpa Willow, I was too busy with graduation to come over earlier. But then, I'm working in Jiangcheng now, so I can visit you every weekend from now on," Xiao Ningyue said with a smile. Lu Tsanglong nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Qin Shen. "What, is the little girl in love? Is this something you want Grandpa to keep an eye on?" Lu Tsanglong looked Qin Shen up and down and asked with a smile. Xiao Ningyue froze. She didn't realize that Lu Tsanglong was treating Qin Shen as her boyfriend. But she immediately understood. He brought a strange man to visit Lu Tsanglong, in the eyes of others is not a relationship, is not ordinary? Grandpa Ryu, no. Xiao Ningyue just wanted to explain, but Lu Tsanglong waved his hand and laughed. "Alright, no need to explain, you young people are free to fall in love, it's out of the hands of an old man like me." Qin Shen looked at the anxious Xiao Ningyue and smiled, then stepped forward to greet Lu Tsanglong. "Hello Grandpa Lu, I'm Qin Shen." Chapter 50. Seeing Qin Shen's unassuming appearance, Lu Tsanglong nodded in satisfaction. Since he was a friend of Xiao Ningyue, he must know his identity. It is indeed rare to find a person who does not fawn or flatter in front of himself. Little you have to take advantage of it, this kind of man can't be found often. Lu Samlong laughed. Xiaoning Yue immediately turned red and said, Grandpa Lu, stop it, he's just a big asshole. I don't even look at him. Lu Sanglong laughed, as the saying goes, if a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. The fact that you brought him to see me even though he's such an asshole means you still don't hate him in your heart. Xiaoning Yue's face turned even redder, and she said shyly and anxiously, Grandpa Lu, don't make fun of me. Lu Sanglong and Qin Shen glanced at each other, and the two masters laughed at the same time. Afterward, Lu Sanglong pointed at the gift Qin Shen was carrying in his hand and said, let's put the stuff there first, come on, let's go to the living room and chat. After saying that, as if he had remembered something, he said to an ant beside him, Little Li, prepare 2 more pairs of chopsticks for lunch this day, so that Little Yue and the 2 of them can eat here. Yes, master of the house. Auntie Li nodded. Lu Sanglong shook his head, I'm no longer the head of the family, you're a generation younger than me, call me Uncle Lu from now on. Family master, you will always be the Lu family's family master in my heart. Auntie Li said seriously, then turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Lu Sanglong smiled helplessly and did not continue to correct him. This Auntie Li, from a young age, was the nanny in Lu Sanglong's home, and had been doing it for decades. This time, when Lu Sanglong came to Jiangcheng, apart from a few bodyguards, he only brought Auntie Li with him. Grandpa Lu, how's your health these days? After coming to the living room, Xiaoning Yue finally remembered the business and carefully asked Lu Sanglong. Lu Sanglong smiled, you want to ask what's going on with my condition, right? Oh, no need to beat around the bush, just ask directly. The doctor even gave me a checkup the other day and said I have about 3 months to live. Hearing these words, Xiaoning Yue's eyes instantly reddened and tears began to well up in her eyes. Lu Sanglong smiled and patted Xiaoning Yue, comforting her, silly girl, why are you crying? To be honest, at first, I was quite afraid of death, after all, what human being is not afraid of death? But now, I've looked away, after all, what human being cannot die? These 2 sentences made Xiaoning Yue break into laughter. Xiaoning Yue hugged Lu Sanglong's arm and was silent for a long time. However, as if she had remembered something, she suddenly raised her head. By the way, Grandpa Lu, there's something I forgot to tell you. Qin Shen said that he can cure your acromegaly, should we let him examine you? Lu Sanglong froze, then looked Qin Shen up and down. Him? Lu Sanglong shook his head, I've been to all the experts at home and abroad, and I've even tried quite a few partial prescriptions, and they have no effect at all. Besides, how is he going to examine me without equipment and instruments? Hearing Lu Sanglong's words, Qin Shen smiled and said, Grandpa Lu, I'm not quite like them, I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. All you need to do is hold out your wrist and I'll take your pulse. Xiaoning Yue on the side pouted, Grandpa Lu, just let him take his pulse. There's nothing to lose anyway. Lu Sanglong laughed, alright, I'll just let him check. Saying that, Lu Sanglong stretched out his wrist with difficulty and placed it on the table. Qin Shen did not rush to take his pulse, but after carefully observing Lu Sanglong's physique, he then placed 3 fingers on Lu Sanglong's wrist. A moment later, Qin Shen withdrew his hand with a frown. It's really hard to do. Qin Dust said in a deep voice. Hearing this, a look of disappointment appeared on Xiaoning Yue's face. Lu Sanglong comfortingly patted on Xiaoning Yue's back. Oh, it's fine, little Yue, I've already resigned myself to my fate, why are you still sad with it? And right at this moment, Qin Shen said doubtfully, I only said it was difficult to do, I didn't say it couldn't be done. Find a 100-year-old wild ginseng and prepare a set of silver needles made of pure silver, and I'll be able to cure Grandpa Lu's illness. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, the living room fell silent. Xiaoning Yue and Lu Sanglong froze in place as if they were petrified. After several seconds, Lu Sanglong frowned and asked, Qin Shen, are you telling the truth about this? I have as many silver needles as I want, and I have 100 years of wild ginseng here, but with these things alone, can you really cure me? Xiaoning Yue pouted, Grandpa Lu, just let him try. I've seen him heal people with my own eyes, he's very good. Lu Sanglong stroked Xiaoning Yue's head and said dotingly, good, then let's give it a try. I can trust the person my good granddaughter has her eye on. After saying that, he said to the kitchen, Little Leah, go, let the hospital send over a pair of fine silver needles, and by the way, go to the storage room, I remember someone sent 200 years of wild ginseng. Auntie Li agreed in a heartbeat. Half an hour later, both items were placed in front of Qin Shen. Everything is ready, next, it's up to you. Xiaoning Yue said with a nervous face. On the contrary, it was Lu Sanglong, as if he really looked down on life and death, with a bland face. Qin Shen picked up the wild ginseng and after carefully observing it, he nodded slightly. Not bad, it is indeed 100-year-old wild ginseng. In response, Qin Shen couldn't help but be secretly staggered. 100 years of wild ginseng, wherever you put it, is a treasure that can save your life. And here in Lu Sanglong, 100 years of wild ginseng only deserves to remain in the storage room. It's worthy of being a big family from the imperial capital. After that, Qin Shen sliced the wild ginseng into thin slices, put them together with the silver needles, and boiled them in water. After taking the silver needle out, it was already covered with a layer of yellow ginseng juice. Grandpa Ryu, there's going to be some pain coming up, you're going to have to hang in there. Qin Dust said with a straight face. Oh, don't worry, since I've had tumescence, not only are my muscles weak, but the pain is much reduced, so I can tolerate it. Lu Sanglong said indifferently. But the next moment, he regretted it. The first silver needle pierced directly into his neck, causing him to stifle a cry of shock. How is this possible? Lu Sanglong's eyes widened, his eyes filled with shock. He was surprised to feel the tingling sensation clearly. Grandpa Lu, don't move, I have to keep applying the needles. Qin Dust said in a deep voice. At those words, Lu Sanglong hurriedly sat upright. After a few stitches, Lu Sanglong's face twisted in pain, but his body didn't dare to move. He suddenly had a premonition. It was really possible that one's illness could be cured by this young man in front of him. But just as the needle application was coming to an end, another line of people came to the villa. Ms. Willow, what brings you here? Just a moment, the family head is healing and cannot be disturbed. Auntie Lee stopped the line and whispered. But when she heard this, the young girl at the head of the group suddenly changed her face. A cure? How is that possible? Where did the doctor come from? After saying that, without waiting for Auntie Lee to reply, she took the lead and barged into the living room. Chapter 51, Traditional Chinese Medicine is All a Lie. Xingwan? What brings you here? Seeing this woman, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly greeted her. This person was none other than Lu Sanglong's granddaughter, Lu Qingwan, who was also Xiaoning Yue's bosom friend. Seeing Xiaoning Yue, Lu Qingwan was also surprised beyond measure. She was just about to say hello when she saw Lu Sanglong, who was covered in silver needles and had a pained face. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Lu Qingwan immediately rushed over and pushed Qin Shen aside. What are you doing? I'm healing Grandpa Ryu. Qin Shen looked angrily at Lu Qingwan and asked in a cold voice. What am I doing? I'd like to ask what you're doing. Where are you a charlatan from, using needles to cure my grandfather? Isn't this harming people? Lu Qingwan roared angrily. Lu Sanglong comforted, Qingwan, it's fine, this young man Qin Shen has 2 brushes in his hand, he might really be able to cure me. Lu Qingwan wiped the tears from her face and said worriedly, Grandpa, I'm afraid you'll be cheated. The use of needles is the technique of Chinese medicine, but we have seen many Chinese doctors with decades of experience, they all said that there is no way. Is he the only one who has a way to treat your disease? Qin Shen snorted coldly and said indifferently, if they can't, that's because they're losers, it doesn't mean that I can't either. The profoundness of Chinese medicine is not something that a group of people who are selling their names can understand? Lu Qingwan ignored Qin Shen and instead continued to Lu Sanglong, Grandpa, today I invited an international medical team, they have experience in successfully curing acromegaly and may be able to cure you. When she finished, she waved to a few people behind her. A few foreigners in white coats came forward and placed a few instruments in front of the crowd and began to assemble them. A middle-aged man in the lead looked at the silver needles on Lu Sanglong's body and frowned as he gabbled with Lu Qingwan. Grandpa, Professor James said that all these silver needles are useless and will only delay the examination of the condition, and that they will all be removed now. Lu Qingwan said this while still glaring at Qin Shen. Seeing this scene, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly pulled Qin Shen to the side and whispered, Qin Shen, are you sure you can cure Grandpa Lu? That medical team looks pretty professional and has even cured acromegaly, or... Qin Shen said indifferently, I can only say that I have the confidence to cure Grandpa Lu, but whether you guys have the confidence or not, I don't know. Xiaoning Yue hurriedly persuaded, Xingwan, it's not like that, Qin Shen, he really knows medicine. Hearing Xiaoning Yue's words, Lu Qingwan's face eased a bit and said, Ningyue, I believe you, but I don't believe him. To be honest, we've been to all the famous Chinese doctors in the country, and there's no cure at all. You were probably in a hurry too, and you were taken in by a scammer, so don't take it personally. Xiaoning Yue was so anxious that she didn't know how to explain, her face anxious. Xin Shen, however, shook his head with a smile and said indifferently, "Summer insects can't talk about ice. Since you don't believe in it, then please hire someone else. I'm not in the habit of rushing up to cure people. You won't have to come begging to me in a while if your treatment doesn't work." After saying that, he looked at Xiao Ningyue and said indifferently, "I'll go wait for you in the car. You stay here with Grandpa Lu." Without giving anyone a chance to speak, Xin Shen directly turned around and walked towards the gate. Lu Qingwan snorted coldly and mocked at Xin Shen's back, running really fast. "I'm afraid that I've revealed my true colors and don't have the face to continue staying." Hearing this, Xiao Ningyue didn't know what to say, while Lu Sanglong frowned. "Qingwan, how can you talk? That's Xiao Yuer's boyfriend. Be polite to others. Besides, he healed me, and it did kind of work. I'm much more comfortable than I was before." Lu Qingwan squatted in front of Lu Sanglong and said, "Grandpa, I'm not just worried about you. You're feeling better, surely because you've been in a good mood lately and your body's immune system has been strengthened. What does that have to do with that scammer?" Lu Sanglong was still trying to speak, but the doctor came forward and put the testing equipment on him. "Professor James, how is my grandfather doing?" Lu Qingwan hurriedly asked in English. "The patient's condition is not optimistic. The progression of the disease is so severe that we can only try our best." When he finished, Professor James gestured to his assistant behind him. The assistant immediately took out a tube of injection and injected Lu Sanglong into his arm. In the next moment, the testing machine suddenly emitted an electric current, instantly causing Lu Sanglong to cry out in pain. "What's this? What's this all about?" Lu Qingwan asked in a panic. "Don't worry, this is the latest therapy researched by our hospital, which can effectively alleviate the symptoms of tachyphylaxis through medication injection assisted by electric shock." James was confident and full of confidence. My upper body seems to have recovered a lot," Lu Sanglong said in surprise. He was so sick that he could feel every little nuance in his body. "Professor James, thank you for your hard work this time," Lu Qingwan said excitedly. Professor James nodded with an inscrutable look. "Ningyue, look, I told you that man is a liar, right? You have to be careful in the future. Don't be fooled by those so-called Chinese medicine or trust people Western medicine," Lu Qingwan advised Xiao Ningyue in a serious tone. Xiao Ningyue nodded, her mind puzzled beyond measure. Just now, Xin Shen had administered half a day's worth of needles to Lu Sanglong, and had also used 100-year-old wild ginseng, but in the end, it didn't work. But this medical team had only begun treatment less than a few minutes before Lu Sanglong's condition improved. Could it be that Xin Shen was really lying to himself? However, right at this moment, Lu Sanglong suddenly struggled, his face was hideous, and his mouth was foaming. After only a few seconds, before the crowd could react, Lu Sanglong's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. This scene stunned everyone. "Quick, stop the instruments!" Professor James shouted in a panicked voice. The doctors were on their hands and knees as they removed the instruments, then carried Lu Sanglong to the bed in the bedroom. Chapter 52, Kneeling and Pleading. "Professor James, how is my grandfather?" Lu Qingwan asked with a worried expression. Professor James, however, did not answer Lu Qingwan, but took out the instrument and began to inspect it with a heavy face. After a few moments, Professor James put down the instrument inside. "Ms. Willow, unfortunately, our treatment has failed," Professor James said lightly. Lu Qingwan froze for a moment, then rushed straight forward and grabbed James' collar. "What did you say? The treatment failed? What did you promise me before coming here? You said you were experienced and very hopeful of curing my grandfather. And just now the treatment was already having an effect, how come it suddenly failed?" Lu Qingwan roared. She was so anxious that she had burst into tears. Lu Sanglong would have had 3 months to live as long as he was treated conservatively. But if Lu Sanglong died prematurely because the medical team she brought in failed to treat him, it would be tantamount to her killing her favorite grandfather with her own hands. At this time, several doctors came forward, grabbed Lu Qingwan, and pushed her to the side. "I'm sorry, Ms. Lu, the treatment was meant to have a certain probability of failure, and I'm sorry for the outcome, but unfortunately, we are not responsible for the results." After saying that, he waved his hand at the doctors, and they immediately packed up their instruments. Lu Qingwan's eyes were dull and she fell to her knees in front of the bed with a thud. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm the one who victimized you." Lu Qingwan sobbed and instantly became a tearful person. Xiao Ningyue wanted to go up and comfort, but she simply didn't know what to say. Among all the people in the Lu family, Lu Qingwan's relationship with Lu Sanglong was the best, even better than the relationship with her parents. It could be said that Lu Qingwan had completely grown up in Lu Sanglong's pampering. If Lu Sanglong really passed away today because of this incident, I'm afraid that Lu Qingwan would spend the rest of her life wallowing in regret. But just then, Xiao Ningyue's eyes froze and she suddenly remembered something. Nope. Qingwan, Grandpa Lu is still saved. Xiao Ningyue shouted loudly. Lu Qingwan raised her head with tearful eyes, her eyes filled with a confused look. How? How is that possible? Doctors say Grandpa is hopeless. Lu Qingwan was sobbing, causing Xiao Ningyue to watch with incomparable heartache. No, there's still a chance. Think about it, just now when Qin Shen left, he said something. He said not to beg if our treatment didn't work either. So he knew ahead of time that this treatment wouldn't work. Xiao Ningyue said excitedly as if she had discovered some secret. Lu Qingwan shook her head and said, no. Just now the doctor's treatment had an effect. Grandpa said that his upper body felt better. Xiao Ningyue, however, grabbed Lu Qingwan's shoulders, stared into the other party's eyes, and said loudly, Qingwan, have you forgotten? When you guys came in, Qin Shen was treating Grandpa Lu, when the silver needle only pierced the upper half of Grandpa Lu's body, and the rest of his body was interrupted by you guys before you had a chance to put the needle in. It just so happens that Grandpa Lu was also feeling a healing effect on the upper half of his body, so I'm guessing that this is most likely brought about by Qin Shen's treatment. The more Xiao Ningyue spoke, the more excited she became, and then she directly pulled up Xiao Ningyue and rushed towards the door. Next to him, James shook his head as he gathered up his instruments. He's seen this kind of patient a lot. Especially the rich ones. As long as there was still a chance of survival, even if they knew it was false, they would still try something. Outside the door, Qinduan was sitting in the van swiping the video. Seeing Xiao Ningyue and Lu Qingwan come out, he rolled down the window and said indifferently, finished with things? Then get in the car and go. Xiao Ningyue directly pulled open the car door and dragged Qin Shen down. Qin Shen, tell me the truth, can you really cure Grandpa Lu's illness? Xiao Ningyue asked seriously. Oh, honestly? Didn't I already say that once just now? What, still don't believe me? With that, he looked at Lu Qingwan, who was crying into tears, and said indifferently, the foreign devil's treatment didn't work, did it? I said it long ago, but unfortunately, you guys don't believe me. Xiao Ningyue hurriedly said, Qin Shen, now that Grandpa Lu has fainted, only you can save Grandpa Lu's life, please make a move. Seeing that Lu Qingwan still didn't say a word, Xiao Ningyue secretly pulled on the corner of Lu Qingwan's coat. Lu Qingwan looked deeply at Qin Shen and suddenly fell directly to her knees. Qin Shen, I know I offended you just now, but this has nothing to do with my grandfather. 1,000 wrongs are all my fault, I'll kneel down and apologize to you, I'll agree to whatever conditions you put forth, I only beg you to save my grandfather's life. Lu Qingwan was sobbing like a sob, and Xiao Ningyue couldn't bear to look at the scene in front of her. However, Xiao Ningyue did not stop Lu Qingwan from kneeling. Just now, Lu Qingwan had offended the other party by mocking Qin Shen so much, and now she wanted to ask him to save Grandpa Lu's life, so how could she do it without paying a price? Seeing a beautiful woman whose face value was no less than Gu Yaming's kneeling on the ground to apologize to him, Qin Shen's heart softened as well. Killing is nothing but a headache. People have given themselves to kneel down, if they are still holding on to this matter, it will appear that they have no pattern. More importantly, the old man had once said when he was teaching him the art of healing that it was a taboo for a healer to see death. As the saying goes, healers are kind. If the healer does not have a heart of compassion, then he will not be able to accomplish much in his life. Alright, get up, first take me to see Elder Lu. Qin Dust said indifferently. Hearing these words, Xiao Ningyue hurriedly stepped forward and helped up Lu Qingwan. When the three entered the house, James and the others had just finished packing up their instruments and were about to leave. Ms. Lu, with all due respect, let the patient recuperate, and with any luck, he'll still be alive for half a month. But I'm afraid I won't make it through the day if I'm delayed. James reminded. Hearing this, Lu Qingwan hesitated again. Seeing this, Qin Shen immediately frowned and asked, what kind of bird language is this foreign? When he saw the cold smile on Qin Shen's face, he became irritated again and ordered the doctors under him to put down the instruments. Today I'd like to see how you, a Chinese medicine charlatan, can cure the world's difficult problem of acromegaly. James said angrily. In his impression, Chinese medicine practitioners can only do three things, one is cupping, one is tuina, and the last one is bone setting. When it comes to curing diseases, Chinese medicine can't even cure a small cold, let alone a worldwide problem like acromegaly. He clasped his arms in front of his chest and stared at Qin Shen, just waiting for him to fail before returning all the words Qin Shen had just mocked him with. When the time comes, let's see how he still talks tough. Qin Shen smiled disdainfully and said, if you want to see it, let him see it. There aren't many people like this who make a fool of themselves. When he finished, he took the silver needle and reboiled it with the wild ginseng together. After letting it cool, Qin Shen took out a silver needle and resumed applying needles on Lu Sanglong's body. Half an hour later, Lu Sanglong's body was covered in silver needles, looking horrible. James shook his head in disbelief and said to the doctor beside him, see? That's a Chinese medicine fraud. Making some scene that scares everyone and then declaring the treatment a failure is a common tactic they use now. Hearing these words and then looking at Lu Sanglong, who was lying unresponsive on the bed, Lu Qingwan immediately revealed a disappointed look. She took out her cell phone and sent a message. And after Qin Shen finished applying the needles, a fine layer of sweat oozed out from his forehead, looking like he had exerted a lot of effort. Xiaoning Yue hurriedly picked up a tissue and wiped the sweat off Qin Shen's face. Will that do? Xiaoning Yue asked cautiously. Elder Lu's body is already weak, you guys are treating him indiscriminately without considering his physical condition, can it not be bad? Originally I was able to cure him once, but as a result, because of you guys, this time I can only stabilize his condition first and consolidate it once more in 3 days before I can completely cure this disease. Qin Dust said indifferently. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the crowd realized why the treatment had just failed. Elder Lu had been ill for a long time and his body had long been frail, plus he himself was very old, so his health condition was even worse. In this case, the treatment method of injection plus electric shock is even used. Can something not happen? Lu Qingwan looked at James angrily and rebuked him loudly. James looked puzzled, apparently just now realizing why the treatment had failed. Subsequently, another half hour passed, and Lu Sanglong still showed no signs of awakening. Lu Qingwan's complexion darkened. Sure enough, it still failed. If I had known, I shouldn't have believed Qin Shen's words. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lu Qingwan opened the door to the puzzled gazes of the crowd and welcomed in several doctors in white coats. The middle-aged man leading the group looked like a leader, and as soon as he entered, he shook hands with Lu Qingwan. However, he was dumbfounded when he saw what was going on in the house. So many doctors? And foreigners? Dean Zhang, I'm troubling you this time. Lu Qingwan said sadly. President Jiang sighed and said in a deep voice, Miss Lu, don't worry, our Jiangcheng hospital will definitely take out the best medical resources and try to prolong Elder Lu's life as much as possible, so that he won't be able to feel any pain in the last part of his life. Hearing this, the crowd froze. Qingwan, what are you doing? Xiaoning Yue asked in shock. Lu Qingwan pointed at President Jiang and explained, this is President Jiang Lianghui of Jiangcheng Hospital. Since the treatment has failed, all I can do is to take Grandpa to the hospital and try to prolong his life. I'm afraid Grandpa won't make it through the day if there's any more delay. As if he understood Lu Qingwan's words, James nodded his head and said approvingly, not bad, that's the best choice. And after Jiang Lianghui saw James, he instantly frowned as if he was pondering something. A moment later, his eyes suddenly widened and he rushed towards James. Could it be that you are Professor James, who specializes in acromegaly? Jiang Lianghui asked in shock. James nodded proudly, hello. After receiving the other party's confirmation, Jiang Lianghui was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. This is a globally recognized expert. The average person who wanted to meet him didn't even have a chance to do so, and the Lu family had even directly invited someone else's team to Elder Lu's residence. Worthy of being a big family in the imperial capital, it really has strength. Professor James, I wonder if you're in a hurry to leave after you're done here? Could I have the honor of inviting you to give a special lecture at our hospital in River City? As you know, acromegaly, as a worldwide problem, has seen an explosive growth in cases over the past 2 years, and you, as an expert in this field, organizing a special lecture will definitely make this disease get more attention. Jiang Lianghui complimented. James couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he heard those words, even though he knew they were compliments. No problem, I'm on a plane ticket for the day after tomorrow, so I can go to your hospital tomorrow for the exchange. After saying that, James even glanced at Qin Shen with a smug look in his eyes. See, as soon as my name was out there, people were rushing to invite me to give talks. And you? No one cares at all. Oh, the two are so different. Just then, Qin Shen sighed. If you don't trust me, why did you invite me in again? Qin Shen shook his head and then walked towards the door. Oh, you can't cure the disease, so you just have to give yourself a leg up, right? James scoffed. Although Qin Shen couldn't understand what James was saying, but looking at the other party's demeanor, he was definitely mocking himself. He looked up at James and grinned. Ignorant arrogance is the easiest mistake a human being can make, even if you're some bull professor. After saying that, he simply ignored the stunned crowd and left the villa straight away. This time, he didn't wait for Xiao Ningyue and drove off in the van himself. Inside the bedroom, the crowd stared at each other. With that, Lu Qingwan broke the silence amongst the crowd and spoke, "President Zhang, let's send my grandfather to the hospital first." Zhang Lianghui nodded and said, "Okay, let's take Elder Lu to the hospital to convalesce first." He waved his hand, and the few doctors he brought with him immediately came forward and removed all the silver needles from Lu Sanglong's body. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. Only to see the unconscious Lu Sanglong suddenly open his eyes and let out a long sigh-like sound from his throat. "Grandpa, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Lu Qingwan jumped to the bed in surprise. Lu Sanglong felt his body, then a shocked expression appeared on his face. "Qingwan, the one you invited is worthy of being an international famous doctor. I feel much better, I can even get up and walk a couple steps." Saying that, Lu Sanglong supported his body with great difficulty and stood up with the assistance of Lu Qingwan. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all dumbstruck and froze in place. Especially the people from James' medical team, who had just examined Lu Sanglong's body. The results of the examination showed that after the treatment failed, Lu Sanglong, not to mention standing up, I'm afraid that even waking up from the coma is a miracle. How is this? How is this possible? James muttered, a look of shock in his eyes. Grandpa, you can walk? Lu Qingwan wept with joy. Chapter 54 Lu Qingwan's decision. Several months ago, due to the deterioration of his condition, Lu Sanglong was confined to a wheelchair for mobility. Even though they later searched for famous doctors all over the world, they were never able to make Lu Sanglong's condition better. Unexpectedly, today, Lu Sanglong was able to stand up under the assistance of bystanders, and was even able to walk a few steps. Oh, it looks like there's still a chance I'll regain my health if I just let Professor James and the others treat me twice more. Lu Sanglong said with a smile. He had thought that he was bound to die, and even in his heart he had long been prepared to face death. But when hope was set before him anew, he realized that he was wishing beyond hope that he could live. However, upon hearing Lu Sanglong's words, the crowd all fell silent. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Sanglong asked suspiciously, Qingwan, what happened? Grandpa has hope for a cure, aren't you happy? He had fainted while James's medical team was treating him, and had no idea that Qindan had treated himself again later. Grandpa, I am happy, Lu Qingwan wiped the tears on her face, but there is one thing that I dare not hide from you. The one who cured you is that friend that Ning you brought, Qin Chen. But just now I mistakenly thought his treatment wasn't working and pissed people off. Speaking of this, Lu Qingwan's tears ran out. She suddenly reached out and smacked herself hard twice across the face. Grandpa, I'm sorry. He said that this treatment can only alleviate your condition, and that if you want to be completely cured, you'll have to apply the needles once more in 3 days. But I've already offended someone twice, so I'm afraid he won't come. Lu Qingwan wailed. Lu Sanglong sighed and patted on Lu Qingwan's shoulder. Alas, people have their own destinies, Qingwan, you don't have to be too hard on yourself. Grandpa, I'm an old man and I've been ready to go into the ground for a long time. Lu Sanglong said. Right at this moment, Lu Qingwan suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao Ningyue. Ningyu, you know him, you must know where he lives, don't you? Please take me over to him, whatever it takes, I'll ask him to cure my grandfather. Lu Qingwan said with a prayerful face as if she had grabbed the last straw. Xiao Ningyue couldn't bear it in her heart and sighed, although I know where he is, he's a stubborn person. I'm afraid he won't come over when you suspect him twice in a row. After saying that, Xiao Ningyue suddenly froze, thinking of the scene yesterday when she had a video call with Qin Chen. At that time in the KTV, Qin Dust and a strange woman. Qingwan, I do have a way to try, but I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit. Xiao Ningyue said hesitantly. That big asshole Qin Chen doesn't want money, doesn't want things, and what's left, I'm afraid, is only women. He lived inside the villa all day long, surrounded by 2 big beauties, himself and his sister Gu Yaming, but he could only look at them and not eat them, so he must have been holding his fire. Why else would he go inside a KTV to find a woman and even go home with a lipstick on his face? Lu Qingwan's face value was no worse than her own and her sister's. I'm afraid that if she was allowed to make a move, she could really charm Qin Chen. Only, it would require Lu Qingwan to make a sacrifice. When Lu Qingwan heard Xiao Ningyue's words, she didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly said, not to mention suffering a loss, even if it's taking my life for grandpa's, I'm willing to do it. Xiao Ningyue sighed, then came to Lu Qingwan's ear and whispered about her plan. Hearing this plan, Lu Qingwan immediately blushed. Ningyu, are you telling the truth? Lu Qingwan said incredulously. I saw it with my own eyes, so what's false? Think about it, Xindan is a man, and his needs are booming at this age right now. With your looks, he's sure to fall if you step in. When the time comes for him to save Grandpa Lu, he definitely won't refuse. It's just that. There are only 3 days left, so if you really want to save Grandpa Lu, I'm afraid you'll have to act quickly. Xiao Ningyue said seriously. Good. I'll go find him today. Lu Qingwan looked like she had made some difficult decision, her eyes filled with determination. Then, she looked at the many doctors in the room, bowed, and said, sorry everyone, my grandfather is still recuperating at home for the time being, letting you all make a trip for nothing. I'm here to apologize to you all, and later on, the Lu family will put the reward on the account. The crowd hurriedly returned their greetings and congratulated Lu Tsanglong on his improved condition. After Lu Yanyan sent the crowd out of the villa, she instructed Auntie Li to take care of Lu Tsanglong and also left the villa with Xiao Ningyue. On the other side, many people in the Jiangcheng Hospital's team complained to Jiang Lianghui. Dean, this Lu family is too bullying, isn't it? Right, you as the dean personally led the team, and we are all directors of various departments, but what happened? But it was a wasted trip. Humph, what do you take us for, to come when called? The crowd said in a chorus of voices. Jiang Lianghui frowned and snapped, that's enough. Do you really think you're used to being a director and everyone has to flatter you? The Lu family is a big family in the imperial capital. If it weren't for the fact that they are recuperating in Jiangcheng, how would we have the chance to meet them? But I care more about the other thing than this one. Just now, listening to the Lu family's conversation, Elder Lu's acromegaly was actually cured by someone named Qin Chen. When you get back, have someone look into this person's information. If there really is someone who can cure acromegaly, our Jiangcheng hospital must be the first to make contact with him. Jiang Lianghui was worthy of being the dean, his thinking was very sharp, and he directly grasped the key point of the matter. Tachyphylaxis, in the world, remains an unsolved problem. If Jiangcheng Hospital had first discovered a cure for acromegaly, I'm afraid it would have become one of the top hospitals in the country or even the world overnight. On the other hand, Qin Chen drove his car and headed directly to the luxury car street in Jiangcheng. The van, he did drive it a little bit enough. With $2 billion left on his bank card, he decided to get himself a new ride first. The actual name of this street is Sunrise Street. However, all the stores on the street are selling luxury cars, so gradually it was jokingly called a street of luxury cars. When Qin Chen drove a broken van onto this street, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. On a luxury car street, you drive a luxury car and no one will give you a second glance. After all, everyone who can come here drives a luxury car. But driving a broken-down truck to come here, Qin Chen was still the first one. This man has come to the wrong place, hasn't he? Doesn't he look at the name of the street before he enters it? The old man of the soil goes into the city, and in a moment he should regret it. What I'm more curious about is if he accidentally cuts up a luxury car, can he afford to pay for someone's damages if he sells his crappy car? The crowd looked at the van and jeered. Qin Chen simply ignored the gazes of the crowd. He pulled over and went straight into a Land Rover store. Hello sir, you? The receptionist lady was also dumbfounded when she looked at the van blocking the entrance to her store. Are you here to buy a car, or to block the door and make trouble? Qin Chen waved his hand, ignoring the receptionist lady, and walked straight into the store. Chapter 55. Qin Duan had roughly searched from the internet before. Among the many brands, he took a quick look at Land Rover. He doesn't know anything about cars, what engines, what gas mileage ratios, he doesn't know anything about them. As long as the car looks good, that's all that matters. After all, he had the money, and if he didn't drive it well, he could just buy another one. Life with money is so plain and simple. How much is this car? As soon as Qin Chen entered, he pointed at a car placed in the center of the hall and asked. The receptionist lady let out a bitter smile. Although she was not happy in her heart, she still answered according to the rules and regulations. This is our Land Rover's newest model. There is only one in stock in the store, and the selling price is $3.5 million. Qin Dus nodded and said with satisfaction, not bad, quite cheap, have one. It was the middle of the day, there were very few people looking at the cars, and the hall was quiet. The dozen or so reception ladies all heard Qin Shen's words. Many people didn't hold back and laughed outright. Isn't this guy a little out of his mind? Is this here to buy a car? Oh, I just saw it, this person came in a broken van. How can this kind of person afford a car from our store? Xiao Lu really had bad luck today. How did he receive a client like this? There was a lot of whispering from the crowd. Although this group of people were not speaking loudly, Qin Shen could hear them clearly. He smiled faintly, not caring. These people have been selling cars here for a long time and their mentality is slowly changing. A group of reception ladies who earn several $1,000s a month have also begun to despise others. Xiao Lu said with some difficulty, "Sir, are you sure? The price of this car is $3.5 million. Lu emphasized his voice on the word 10,000. Qin Shen laughed. What, it's not $3.5 million, is it 3.5? With that, he pulled out his bank card and threw it to Xiao Lu. You go brush up on. Before Qin Shen could finish his words, an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing suddenly came from outside the door. What followed was the sound of a woman breaking into song. Who the hell is this ungrateful person who parked his car here? Get the hell out of here! The woman cursed as she kicked twice at the van. Unfortunately, the van was too tall for her 2 kicks to be of any use. When Qin Shen saw this, he immediately walked out of the Land Rover store. What are you yelling about? What's wrong? Qin Shen asked with a frown. The woman in front of her, wearing a tight long dress and a face of heavy makeup, her face value was not low, at least a small netizen level. The car she was driving, on the other hand, was parked on the side of the road with a long scratch on it. You own this piece of van? The woman looked Qin Shen up and down and asked coldly. What's wrong? Qin Duan nodded, his gaze lingering on the woman's car. It was quite a beautiful sports car, but unfortunately, it had such a long scratch on it. I don't know how this woman drives. Is she blind? Hey, what are you looking at, you dumbass? Do you know what brand of car I have? Porsche, bought for $2 million. The woman grunted and towed the line. Oh, so you're good, all right. Qin Dust said indifferently. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the woman exploded with anger. What kind of attitude is that? Mocking yourself? Turtle, you've never seen such an expensive car in your life, have you? I'm afraid you don't know what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into. You just scratched up my car, pay up. With a mark that long, you'll definitely need to repaint the whole car, so you'll pay $500,000. The woman grunted coldly. When Qin Shen heard this, he was stunned. He was even a little skeptical that he had heard wrong. Your own car is parked on the side of the road, untouched, and this woman is driving, accidentally scratches the car, and ends up making you pay for it? What kind of sense is that? Isn't that aspect of your brain a little? A little problematic? Qin Dust asked suspiciously. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the woman's face turned ugly. How do you talk? Who's out of their mind? I think it's you who's in over your head. The woman busted out. If you're not in your right mind, how did you say what you just said? My car was parked on the side of the road and didn't move at all. You ran yourself into it and you want me to pay for it as a result? Qin Shen spread his hands and said helplessly. Many people were attracted by the quarrel between the two and watched the fun. This woman is out of her mind, right? What kind of money is she asking people to pay? Isn't this just a nuisance? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do you know who this woman is? This is the lover kept by the chairman of Ding Sheng Group. Her greatest ability is to cause trouble, quite famous. Ding Sheng Group? Holy, no wonder this woman is so arrogant, she does have arrogant capital. That guy is done for today, mess with that woman and wait for death. The crowd whispered. By this time, the woman had taken out her cell phone and dialed out a call. Honey, I'm being bullied. Yeah, right here in front of the Land Rover store where I bought the car, a dead turd scratched up my car and refused to pay for it. Okay, I'll give him my cell phone. The woman looked at Qin Duan smugly and handed her cell phone out. Looking for you, you're dead. The woman grunted coldly. Qin Shen had just received the phone when a threatening voice came from the other end of the phone. Kid, I'm Lu, the chairman of Ding Sheng Group. I'll give you a chance. In a moment, kneel down and apologize to my woman, and then pay for the money to repair the car, and I'll spare. The crowd looked at Qin Shen as if they were looking at a little cutie. Generally, they shook their heads. The woman, looking at the cell phone Qin Shen handed over, also froze. You just cursed Lu Ding? I think you're tired of living. The woman cursed angrily. She just wanted to take the phone, but Qin Shen directly let go of her hand and threw the phone directly to the ground. Click. The screen of the cell phone fell in pieces, and even the cell phone card flew right off. You. The woman was so angry that she couldn't even speak, pointing at Qin Shen and gasping for air. You dog, I see you are. Snap. The woman's words were only half said when Qin Shen's slap had already struck her face. This slap, although Qin Shen did not use all of his strength, it was not a light blow. The left side of the woman's face instantly swelled up high, a clear red slap mark extremely visible. Chapter 56, Misunderstandings, All Misunderstandings. You. How dare you hit me? The woman was shocked and angry. Ever since she's been with Lu Ding, the chairman of Dingsheng Group, who wouldn't call her sister-in-law when they see her? When had she ever been so wronged? It's only fair that I slap you if you call me a name. Qin Dust smiled faintly. You asshole. Just after these words were said, Qin Shen directly slapped him again. There was a slap on the right side of the woman's face as well. Well, that's symmetrical. Qin Dust patted the makeup stained on his hands and said with a smile. 2 slaps later, the woman had been beaten to a pulp. Both faces were swollen high up, with a slap mark on one side, comical. The crowd laughed at this scene, and some even took out their cell phones to take pictures. This is the lover of the chairman of Dingsheng Group, in the street in front of so many people, was smacked twice. This kind of thing to take out, absolutely can be used as a drinking table talk. Stop filming, all of you, stop filming. The woman yelled out with her cloak of hair. Look guys, this woman's nose must have gotten a facelift and now it's all crooked. TSK, I don't know if Lu Ding will continue to want this woman in the future, it's just too embarrassing, isn't it? In the crowd, a mocking voice was like a sharp sword, poking this woman straight in the heart. You're finished, you're going to die today. The woman looked resentfully at Qin Shen. If ice could kill, I'm afraid Qin Shen would have already died 800 times. Just then, 2 vans honked frantically and made their way through the crowd. With that, the car door opened, and a dozen or so gangsters carrying baseball bats came out of the car. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly took a few steps back. This group of people looks like the Coyote Gang. I'm afraid that only the Coyote Gang has the guts to gather with arms in broad daylight like this. Little sister-in-law, the gangmaster said that you're in a bit of trouble here and asked us to come over and take a look. You tell us, who offended you, 1 word from you and we'll help you out. As soon as the leader of the gangsters got out of the car, he shouted. However, when he saw the woman, he froze. This mistress of Lu Ding, whom he had also seen several times, was indeed a rare beauty. Not only is she beautiful, but her every move is extremely seductive. But now, the woman was cloaked, her face was swollen high, and there were 2 slap marks, which could still be seen that this was Lu Ding's woman. Xiaogua, that's the guy, he hit me. You hurry up and bring someone to knock his legs off, I'm going to make him regret it for the rest of his life. The woman gritted her teeth and growled with hatred. The leader of the gangsters snorted coldly in his heart. This woman is a mistress and she really thinks she's a big shot? How can she call herself Xiaogua? But he didn't have time to care about that, he instantly picked up a baseball bat, pointed it at Qin Shen, and coldly grunted, "Come on people, arrest him and break both his legs." As soon as the words left his mouth, his men were about to strike, but the leader of the gangsters was shaken. Wait! The gangster in the lead hurriedly stopped a group of his men. Looking at Qin Shen, who seemed to be smiling in front of him, he immediately swallowed a mouthful of water with a gulp of fear. Xiaogua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and clean him up for me. The woman didn't notice the change in color on the punk's face in the slightest, and urged on. But she didn't expect that as soon as she finished the sentence, the punk turned around and slapped her directly in the face. With this slap, not only was the woman dumbfounded, but so were the people watching around her. Huh? What's this about? Didn't the Coyote Gang come to help this woman? Oof, if I were, I'd fight too. This woman is just too annoying. It's not quite right, you guys, look at the gangster in the lead, why do you feel like he's scared? The crowd looked at the gangsters of the Coyote Gang with suspicion, all curious in their hearts. The passers-by were right to see that the gangster in the lead was, indeed, afraid. Mr. Qin. Qin, you're here too. The lead punk said with a shaky voice. Qin Duan smiled. The punk in front of him, not only did he know him, he had just met him 2 days ago. This person was none other than the Coyote Gang's hallmaster, Hua Hong, who had received money from Chen Fei Yang and wanted to cause trouble at the Gu Group's construction site. Hua Hong's face still had a number of unhealed wounds. That was left behind when Qin Wan took the bottle and exploded his head. To this day, Hua Hong can't help but shiver in fear when he thinks of that day's scene. That time, I'm afraid, was the closest he came to death. Mr. Qin, misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Hua Hong compensated with a smile, his face full of flattery. Misunderstanding? Why did I just hear you were going to break my legs? Qin Shan asked with a smirk. A layer of cold sweat broke out behind Hua Hong's back, and he hurriedly explained, Mr. Qin, it's definitely because you misheard him. I would break my own legs, but I wouldn't dare to say I broke yours. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. With that, he turned to look at the crowd of minions behind him and loudly commanded, everyone, hurry up and get in the car, this is none of our business. Upon hearing these words, the gangsters looked at each other with confused faces. Wasn't his group sent by the gang leader to clean up that kid? How come it's a misunderstanding again? Besides, there were so many of them, and all of them had weapons in their hands, was it possible that they were still afraid of that kid? Hallmaster, today's mission is what the gang leader has explained, if we just leave like this, will it not be too good A punk said hesitantly. Who knows, as soon as he spoke, Hua Hong kicked up. The kick didn't leave any force at all, directly sending the punk flying several meters. Is it your turn to question what I say? I'll go and explain it myself at the gang leader's place. You guys get your asses back on the bus now. Hua Hong roared through clenched teeth. When the punks saw Hua Hong's rage, they were instantly abashed and hurriedly ran back to the van with their tails between their legs. Seeing this scene, Hua Hong was relieved. He had seen Qin Chen's strength with his own eyes. Last time in the KTV, the 10 or so of them didn't even see Qin Chen's movements before they were all knocked to the ground. This time, although there were more of their own people, I'm afraid that they still had no chance of winning in front of Qin Chen. More importantly, the last time he went back, he inquired with his cousin. His cousin, the captain of the renovation team that was working on the Gu Group's new building, Wang Chao. According to Wang Chao, the woman who went with Qin Chen to negotiate in the building that day was the vice chairman of the Gu Group. In other words, not only was Qin Chen's force high, but he was also most likely a high-ranking member of the Gu clan. The fact that the Gu Group had gotten the investment had already spread in Zhangcheng. Countless companies wanted to find Gu Group to cooperate and get a piece of the pie. If he offended the Gu Group now for the sake of one of Lu Ding's mistresses, it would really be more trouble than it's worth. Hua Hong, as the leader of the Coyote Gang, was not very educated, but he could still analyze this kind of thing. Chapter 57 Lu Ding personally. Mr. Qin, I assure you, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Don't worry, the Coyote Gang will definitely not look for trouble from you in the future. Please tell the chairman of the Gu Group that if there's a chance for cooperation, you can also consider our Coyote Gang, hee hee hee. Hua Hong smiled fawningly, then without hesitation, turned around and left. If he stayed any longer, I was afraid that he would anger Qin Chen. The injuries he received last time were still fresh, and he didn't want to be crippled. Qin Dust smiled faintly. This Coyote Gang, it's kind of interesting. However, Hua Hong wanted to leave, but the woman didn't want him to. The woman directly stopped in front of Hua Hong and said loudly, Hua Hong, I think you've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall today. Lu Ding and your gangmaster are sworn brothers, you dare to disobey his orders, aren't you afraid of death? Hearing these words, Hua Hong's face instantly became gloomy. He was holding his breath with no place to take it out when this woman bumped into him on her own. With a bang, Hua Hong kicked the woman in front of him. Aren't you Lu Ding's mistress? Without Lu Ding, you're nothing. You don't even look at yourself in the mirror to see what the hell you look like now. I don't believe Lu Ding would still want an ugly bastard like you. Hua Hong opened his bow left and right and smacked a dozen mouths on the woman's face before he spat and left with a cold snort. The woman was lying on the ground, her eyes slack, completely struck dumb. She didn't realize that the help she called for ended up beating herself up. Ahem. Yuck. The woman suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood with a pained face. But a few teeth were spit out with them and rolled several times on the floor. Seeing this scene in front of her, the woman completely broke down and fell to the ground, crying out. She finally felt scared. Hua Hong was right. Lu Ding asked her to be his lover for nothing more than her looks. If she broke her face, Lu Ding would absolutely abandon her mercilessly. But now, it's too late for regrets. Her plasticized nose was knocked askew and several teeth were knocked out. What's the difference between that and breaking a phase? Alas, this woman is truly miserable. She has been severely beaten several times in such a short while. She's miserable? Oh, you guys have never seen her towing the line. I also don't know what that man's background is, to make the Coyote Gang's people afraid like that. This person is definitely pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Daring to come to a street of luxury cars in a broken van, I didn't realize that not only did he beat up Lu Ding's woman, but the Wild Wolf Gang didn't dare to mess with him. Che, I see, it's still this woman's own death, can't blame others. The crowd murmured. On the other hand, after Guohong got on the car, he immediately dialed the phone of Huang Yangda, the leader of the Coyote Gang, and recounted the matter in its entirety. Huang Yangda pondered for a moment and asked, "You mean to say that the kid called Qin Chen is someone from the Gu clan? And a high-ranking one at that?" Guohong said with conviction, "Gang master, it's absolutely right. My cousin has seen that kid with the vice chairman of the Gu group with his own eyes, and they are very close. That's why I took it upon myself not to get into a confrontation with that person, otherwise our Wild Wolf Gang would have been moved." Huang Yangda nodded and said, "You've done a good job. Recently the Gu group just got an investment and is in full swing. I'm afraid that if we go and mess with them now, we'll be held in grudge. But then, Lu Ding that I can't offend, you tell him about this matter as well." After hanging up the phone, Guohong made another call to Lu Ding and told him what happened. Only, he emphasized that Lu Ding's mistress was at fault first, and the other party lit up the Gu group. He regretfully stated that although he wanted to help Lu Ding out, he was neither in a position of authority nor the other party had a strong background, so he could only retreat. But before he could finish his words, Lu Ding directly hung up the phone in anger. "Humph, this Lu Ding, sooner or later he will die on a woman," Guohong said disdainfully. On the other hand, after Lu Ding hung up the phone, he directly took his bodyguards to a street of luxury cars. Although that woman was only one of his many mistresses, she also represented his Lu Ding's face. Hitting his mistress is hitting him in the face, how can he stand it? Meanwhile, Qin Chen had already turned around and returned to the Land Rover store. This time, the dozen or so reception ladies all gathered around, with incomparable enthusiasm. "Mr. Qin, which car do you want? I'll introduce it to you. Mr. Qin, which car do you have your eye on? Let's go straight to the test drive, we can test drive it all night. Mr. Qin, I know the performance of every car like the back of my hand, why don't I introduce you?" The reception ladies grabbed and shouted. The scene in the street just now was clearly seen by the crowd. Not only did he beat up Lu Ding's lover in public, he also scared off the Coyote Gang. How can such a person not be able to afford a multi-million-dollar car? Whoever succeeds in taking this order will get at least tens of thousands of dollars in commission. More importantly, Qin Chen was quite handsome, so if he could climb onto his high branch, it would be a direct pheasant to Phoenix. Many women threw winks at him and said extremely revealing things. I'm afraid that Qin Chen could take them away with a wave of his hand. However, Qin Chen smiled faintly and said, "No need for introductions, just the one just now." When the crowd heard this, they immediately cast envious gazes towards Xiao Lu. It was Xiao Lu who received Qin Duan just now, and I'm afraid the commission for this car is going to fall into her hands. And Qin Chen bought a car, before and after adding up to only 2 or 3 minutes. Didn't ask for anything and was ready to pay by credit card. Rich people, they're really posh enough. Xiao Lu was pleasantly surprised in his mind. This is money that could literally fall from the sky. Wait a moment, Mr. Qin, I'll go print the contract. Xiao Lu said and hurriedly ran towards the manager's office. It's such a big contract, you have to let the manager know. And shortly after Xiao Lu left, a group of bodyguards in suits pushed open the door and walked in. Who is Qin Chen? Get the hell out. A middle-aged man slowly walked to the center of the hall and said in a cold voice. At this moment, the woman who had just been cleaned up by Qin Chen staggered over and followed her. After looking around the hall, she pointed at Qin Chen and said hatefully through clenched teeth, "Honey, it's him. He's the one who hit me just now." Everyone's eyes looked toward Qin Chen. Qin Chen's face was indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about the scene before him. "Honey, you've got to take it out on me." The woman aggressively tried to grab Lu Ding's arm, but was pushed away by Lu Ding. "Get out of here. Shame on you. You have 1 day to move out of the villa I gave you. If you ever dare to make trouble outside under my name again, I'll be the first to get you killed," Lu Ding said in a cold voice. Chapter 58, Double Your Money. Hearing Lu Ding's words, the woman was dumbfounded. Honey, what do you mean by that? How can you not want me anymore when I listen to you so much and do whatever you say I should do? The woman was in a hurry. She had spent a lot of money in the past few years, and she hadn't saved any of the money Lu Ding had given her. And she was used to the luxury. If Lu Ding kicked out of the villa now, I'm afraid I'll have to live on the streets. Dear. The woman still wanted to be pampered and win back Lu Ding's heart. But before she could touch Lu Ding, she was pushed away with a hand. You've embarrassed me so much, and you have the nerve to keep following me? Look at your face, it's broken, even looking at you affects my mood, get lost. In 3 seconds, if you don't get out, then don't blame me for coming down hard. Lu Ding said grimly. The woman froze, then turned and stumbled toward the door. She had followed Lu Ding for so long that she naturally knew Lu Ding's methods. This person is a smiling tiger, on the surface of the surface to anyone in kind, but the tactics are extremely vicious. If he didn't leave, I'm afraid Lu Ding would really go after him. The crowd couldn't help but sigh when they saw the woman flee. I was under the impression that this woman had been with Lu Ding for several years, and I didn't realize that in the end, Lu Ding was so desperate to get rid of her. Oh, there are no good people who run companies, for such people, not killing is doing good. Lu Ding is so cruel to his own woman, let alone an outsider. I'm afraid that young man is going to be out of luck. The crowd immediately sympathized with Qin Chen. Lu Ding's Ding Shang group was also well known in Zhangcheng. Not only that, rumor has it that he and the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, Huan Yangda, are also sworn brothers. Even if the young man in front of him had a bit of a background, could he not be harder than Lu Ding's background? Kid, you can think about how you're going to die now. Mess with me, I don't care what your background is, you won't live through today. Lu Ding stared at Qin Chen and said indifferently. Qin Chen laughed, you're Lu Ding? Lu Ding coldly hummed, what, you don't recognize me? Looks like you're not only bold, but you've got a brain problem too. Now that you know my name, why don't you hurry up and kneel down for me? Qin Chen, however, disdainfully said, kneel? Are you worthy of it? I'll give you a chance to get the hell out of here in a minute and I'll let you off the hook. Hearing this, the crowd froze. Even Lu Ding was dumbfounded. What did you say? Tell me to get lost? Lu Ding laughed as if he had heard some funny joke. Suddenly, his laughter gradually stopped and his face was gloomy. Kid, congratulations, you've managed to piss me off. I'll make you regret what you just said for the rest of your life. Lu Ding waved his hand, and the 2 bodyguards behind him stood out at once. Break his legs, I'm going to make him kneel in front of me and talk. Lu Ding commanded. Just as the 2 bodyguards were about to make their move, a cell phone rang suddenly. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Chen took out his cell phone and directly connected the call. Hey, Xinduan, where are you? I have something to find you. Xiaoning Yue's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the rush? Xin Dust was puzzled. Never mind, it's good for you anyway, hurry up, where are you? Xiaoning Yue urged. I think it's called some kind of luxury car street, and I'm in the Land Rover store. Xin Dust replied. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. After saying that, Xiaoning Yue directly hung up the phone. Qin Chen frowned, wondering what this girl was up to. When Lu Ding saw this, he laughed coldly, Kid, you even asked for help? Unfortunately, even if the Heavenly King came today, he couldn't save you. After saying that, he instructed the 2 bodyguards in a stern voice, what are you waiting for, hurry up and do it. But as soon as his words fell, before the 2 bodyguards could react, Qin Chen moved first. Only Qin Chen transformed into a residual shadow and rushed towards the 2 bodyguards. After 2 muffled thuds, both bodyguards flew up at the same time. The 2 of them arced through the air, and with a thud, they fell hard to the ground. The crowd watched this scene, all frozen in place. Those 2 bodyguards just now flew out at least a dozen meters. How powerful does that have to be? Is this still human? Oh, what did you just say? Break my legs? I didn't hear you, why don't you say it again? Qin Chen looked at Lu Ding and said with a smile. Rampant. There was only one thought in the hearts of the crowd, and that was that the young man in front of them was simply too rampant. I'm afraid that if you dare to mock Lu Ding in front of him, you won't be able to find a few people in the whole of Zhangcheng. You. Lu Ding looked at the bodyguard lying on the ground not far away, and his heart was shaken beyond belief. The 2 bodyguards he had were professional bodyguards who had been hired at great expense. Proficient in various skills such as fighting, first aid, driving and so on, it is far beyond the average bodyguard. But he didn't expect that the 2 bodyguards and the others were knocked down before they even had a chance to make a move just as soon as they met. "You're 2 lapdogs, they can't either," Qin Dust mocked. Lu Ding's face turned green with anger. He had never been mocked like this in all the years he had reigned supreme. Just then, a short, fat man in a suit ran up to him. Gentlemen. Everyone calm down first. I'm the general manager of this store, Zhao Tong. Everyone has problems, sit down and talk." Zhao Tang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while persuading. Just now Xiao Lu went to him, saying that a customer wanted to buy the latest Land Rover in the store, and he immediately rushed out with excitement. You know, with the latest Land Rover, the commission alone is more than his salary for a month. However, when he arrived at the hall, he happened to see the scene where Qin Shen kicked the 2 bodyguards. It scared him right out of his wits. Everything else is fine, but if the fight touches the store's car, who's responsible for the damage? By that time, I'm afraid that not only will I have to compensate for the company's losses, I won't even be able to keep my position as general manager. That's why he went up to the fight under pressure. Mr. Qin, the purchase contract has been prepared. If it's convenient for you, we can sign it now. After saying that, Zhao Tang looked at Lu Ding and said, Mr. Lu, I just got a batch of good De Hong Pao here, let's go to my office to taste the tea? He wanted to divert the attention of the 2 and hurry up and drag this out. But he didn't expect that after hearing his words, Lu Ding suddenly snorted coldly, buy a car? Which car is for sale? I'll pay double, sell me the car. After saying that, Lu Ding coldly glanced at Qin Shen. Since I can't beat you, I'll smash you with money. The crowd also understood Lu Ding's mind at once. Lu Ding has the Ding Shang Group in his hands, which is incredibly well funded. If he used money to hit Qin Duan's face, Qin Duan had no chance to fight back. Manager Zhao, right, reprint the contract, just double the price, I'll transfer the money right away. Lu Ding said with a cold smile. Chapter 59, Don't come out to pretend if you don't have money. This. Zhao Tang instantly hesitated. His commission, which is tied to the selling price of the car. If you sold this car at twice the price, the commission wouldn't be as simple as doubling. After all that extra money is pure profit. Maybe he'll get a couple $100,000. The money was equivalent to more than a year's salary for him. Thinking of this, Zhao Tang looked at Qin Shen with a smile. Mr. Qin, look at. After all, our contract hasn't been signed yet, and now that Mr. Lu is offering twice the price for this car, it's hard for us to do it. Zhao Tang pretended to have a difficult face and said. Oh, if you don't have any money, get the hell out of here and don't embarrass yourself. Lu Ding's face was mocking, his eyes filled with disdain. More than rich? One could casually crush the other with a single finger. Qin Shen smiled faintly, Manager Zhao, it seems like you're determined to sell the car to that punk? Hearing Qin Shen's words, Zhao Tang coldly snorted in disdain. Since this kid can't afford it, what's the point of talking? I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, we're all completely in accordance with the rules and regulations. Since you don't have a purchase contract with us yet, we can always sell the car to someone else. After all, what about the fact that Mr. Lu gave more money and was more sincere? If you can come up with 3 times the price, that's negotiable too. Zhao Tang said faintly. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Since Lu Ding was willing to give money, he wasn't afraid of offending Qin Shen. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but whisper. Alas, it's true, it's still money that allows you to do whatever you want. Indeed, if compared to the force, Lu Ding does not have a little chance of winning. Who would have thought that people directly began to use money to smash it? I'm afraid this young man is going to suffer, it's best to leave now and still save a little face. The crowd had some sympathy for Qin Shen, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, although they were considered rich, they were still no different from ordinary people in front of Lu Ding. Mr. Lu, why don't we sign the contract now? Zhao Tang said with a fawning face. Lu Ding sneered, fine, bring out the contract, I want to sign it here. His meaning was obvious. To kill, and to put to death. Not only did he want to rob Qin Shen's car, he also wanted to sign the contract in front of him. Mr. Lu, wait a moment, I'll have my staff reprint the contract. Zhao Tang said with a compensatory smile. But just then, a clear voice rang out. Wait. The crowd instantly moved out of the way to look at the source of the voice. only to see two gaudy women hurriedly walking into the store, heading straight towards Qin Chen. Quite a few people looked straight ahead. This group of rich people, all of them had also seen many beautiful women, but it was the first time they had this kind of stunning feeling. Two women, one in a long dress, one in a professional OL sheath, one in boots and one in heels, each with their own style. The two were not exactly dressed in revealing clothes, but their sexy and flirty poses remained undiminished. These two, picking out any one of them, are qualified to be international models. However, seeing these two, Qin Chen revealed a bitter smile. "How did you guys chase us here?" Qin Chen asked helplessly. These two people were none other than Xiaoning Yue and Lu Qingwan. Xiaoning Yue came to Qin Chen's ear and explained, "Qingwan is here to apologize to you. She wants to beg you to continue to treat Grandpa Lu. The conditions are negotiable." On the side, Lu Qingwan looked like she had thought of something, her face flushed and she lowered her head. "What conditions or not, I've already said that since you don't trust me, you don't have to look for me," Qin Dust said indifferently. When he was treating Lu Sanglong, he was ridiculed and doubted 3 times. He had tried his best to heal Lu Sanglong, so he could say that he had a clear conscience. If Lu Sanglong couldn't keep his life in the end, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Qingwan was just about to speak, when Lu Ding, who was on the side, grabbed the first joke and said, "Hee, what are the two beauties asking for this waste? My humble self is the chairman of Dingsheng Group, Lu Ding, you two can talk to me if you have any trouble, I can solve it for you too." He's interested in women, especially pretty ones. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken a dozen or so lovers. But even though he had seen so many beautiful women, he had never seen ones at this level like Xiaoning Yue and Lu Qingwan. These two women, both in terms of temperament and face value, finished off those lovers of his. So as soon as he saw the duo, Lu Ding was moved. With his condition, it would be easy for him to get his hands on these two women. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as his words fell, Xiaoning Yue frowned and said with a look of disgust, "Old man, where did you come from? We weren't talking to you and you had to stick it to yourself, so shameless?" Lu Ding immediately froze, pointing at Xiaoning Yue and said with an ugly face, You what you, get lost, there's no place for you to talk here." Lu Qingwan said impatiently. She was about to beg Qin Chen to save her grandfather when she was interrupted by this person. "It's disgusting." When the crowd saw this scene, they all looked helpless. The young man had just mocked madly in Lu Ding's face, and then 2 little girls came and said even harder things. Lu Ding went out today and estimated that he did not read the yellow calendar, and today is really unlucky. "What did you just say?" Lu Ding looked at Lu Qingwan, his face grim. "Have these people eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall? How dare they talk to themselves like this? I told you to get out of the way and leave us alone," Lu Qingwan exclaimed. Seeing that the crowd was about to quarrel again, the manager Zhao Tang hurriedly persuaded, "Please calm down, gentlemen. Mr. Lu, why don't we sign the contract first and then talk about other things?" He was afraid that if the group fought, his bonus would be lost. Lu Ding smiled smugly and in front of the crowd, picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. "Kid, I'm sorry, this car, it's mine. What about in the future, if you don't have money, don't come out and pretend, otherwise it will be too embarrassing. I've only spent $7 million here and you're afraid to follow, ugh, boring." Lu Ding mocked. Hearing Lu Ding's words, Lu Qingwan immediately brightened up. "Mr. Qin, you want to buy a car, right? My family has some connections in the imperial capital, just say the word and I'll have someone fly it over right away," Lu Qingwan said in a hurry. Qin Chen shook his head and said indifferently, "No need, I don't want to owe you a favor." Qin Chen's words were straightforward and clear, and Lu Qingwan's face instantly became disappointed. But right at this moment, Xiaoning Yue secretly pulled on the corner of Lu Qingwan's coat, then came to her ear and whispered a few words. After hearing Xiaoning Yue's suggestion, Lu Qingwan immediately took out her cell phone in surprise and dialed out. Chapter 60: A call from the imperial capital. Within a few minutes, Zhao Tang came over with the car keys. "Oh, Mr. Lu, you are the first car owner in Jiangqing to buy this model, why don't we take a picture?" Zhao Tang fawned. "Yes." Lu Ding gave Qin Chen a smug look and directly agreed. In the envious eyes of the crowd, Lu Ding stood next to the latest Land Rover and took a picture. Alas, it's worthy of being the chairman of the Dingsheng Group, spending twice as much money on a car and taking a few million out as if it were a game. Indeed, that's not how money is spent. $7 million to buy a car, many people in the room can do it, but to spend twice the price because you're angry with someone else, I'm afraid that only someone as wealthy as Lu Ding can do that. The crowd murmured and admired Lu Ding's bravado. Turtle, see? Lu Ding shook the car keys in front of Qin Duan, smug as hell. What's the use of being able to fight when you're out in the world? You have to have money and a background. You will never have the qualifications to go against me, because from the beginning, we are not from the same world. In your entire life, you can only be an inferior person, and I'm afraid that clamoring in front of me today is the most glorious moment of your life. Lu Ding's face was filled with mockery. In his eyes, Qin Chen was covered in ground goods and was not a rich man at a glance. Especially when buying the car, Qin Duan didn't even dare to resist when he offered twice the price, indicating that Qin Duan didn't have a few dollars in his hand, I'm afraid. Isn't it just that you can fight a little bit? So what? There's a lot more in this world than a fist can punch. Money, for example, is one of them. As long as he gave enough price, he could even make Qin Chen completely disappear from Jiangqing tonight. And just then, Zhao Tang's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller, Zhao Tang's expression was instantly respectful. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhao Tang hurriedly greeted him. Good for you, Mom. You have the nerve to talk? Let me ask you, did you just sell one of the latest Land Rovers? A burst of angry curses instantly came from the other end of the phone, causing Zhao Tang to directly curse himself silly. With a trembling voice, he replied in a whisper, Mr. Li, I did just sell a new car, only. Before Zhao Tang could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted. If you want to die, don't bring me along. I don't care who you sold the car to, and I don't care what method you used. Immediately, right away, give the car to someone named Qin Duan, got it? A big shot in the imperial capital has sent word, if you don't get things done right, hang yourself. After saying that, he didn't even give Zhao Tang a chance to plead for an explanation and directly hung up the phone. Zhao Tang was frozen in place, as if he had lost his mind. Suddenly, his body jolted and he rushed towards Lu Ding. In the eyes of the stunned crowd, Zhao Tang grabbed the car keys from Lu Ding. Manager Zhao, what are you doing? Lu Ding asked grimly. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, this car, our store is not for sale. Saying that, Zhao Tang picked up the contract and directly tore it to shreds. Seeing this scene, the whole room was in an uproar. Is this Zhao Tang crazy? The contract is signed and then he says he won't sell? Yes, Lu Ding has offered double the price. Did someone else offer a higher price? Do you guys think it could have something to do with that lad? Che, how can that be? That kid doesn't have much of a background at first glance, otherwise how come he didn't even dare to say a word back when he was just taunted so much by Lu Ding? The crowd whispered. And right at this moment, Zhao Tang carefully walked over to Qin Chen and held the key up. Mr. Qin. Qin, I was the one who offended much before, I am sorry. Since you were the one who first said you wanted to buy a car, then on a first-come, first-served basis, this car is yours. Zhao Tang gulped, a few hints of awe in his tone. The one who had just called him was no other than the vice president in charge of sales at the headquarters. Though the initial splitting of his head in a painful scolding took him over the edge and he didn't react for a moment. But after hanging up, he looked back. The caller said that a big shot in the imperial capital had sent word. It's pretty obvious what it means. Qin Chen's background was in the imperial capital. What do you mean? Qin Chen was also slightly puzzled. However, Zhao Tang thought that Qin Chen was still angry with him and hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. This car, the headquarters side said that in order to show their apology to Mr. Qin, they won't accept any pennies. Qin Chen froze, headquarters? No pennies? At this time, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly came up and explained in a small voice. It turned out that the call Lu Qingwan had just made was to the family side. The Lu family stepped in and put pressure on Land Rover's headquarters. After all, it is about the life and death of Elder Lu. The Lu family did not dare to be negligent, and when applying pressure, the words were also a little heavier. So the vice president of Land Rover sales was shocked and came over on the phone and scolded Zhao Tang. After realizing this, Qin Chen smiled helplessly. It had come to this, and it seemed as if one could not help but accept this favor. Lu Qingwan bit her lip and suddenly stepped forward to wrap Qin Chen's arm in an intimate gesture. Mr. Qin, this is a little bit of sincerity from my Lu family, so just take it. As for other conditions, we can fulfill them if you ask. Even if you want me to accompany you, I promise. Lu Qingwan whispered. With these words, the stance can be as low as it needs to be. One must know that Lu Qingwan was the Lu family head's own granddaughter. If these words were to spread, it would be a serious blow to the prestige of the Lu family. But at this moment, in order to save her grandfather, Lu Qingwan could not care less. Want your company? When do I? Speaking of this, Qin Shen suddenly turned his gaze to Xiaoning Yue on the side. Xiaoning Yue, when we get back, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. How could he not understand what had happened? These sayings of Lu Qingwan were probably all taught by Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue spat out her tongue with a bashful face. Seeing this scene, Lu Ding couldn't help himself. Taking his car and flirting with a woman in front of him is not provocation. Manager Zhao, what price did he offer that you dared to violate the contract and sell the car to him? How about this, whatever he offers, I'll beat him by $1 million. Lu Ding said through this matter, why don't we forget about it? After all, it is also Mr. Qin who ordered the car first. Although Zhao Tang didn't dare to offend Lu Ding, he dared even less to offend the bigwigs of the imperial capital. Lu Ding was angry, and at most, he found someone to beat himself up. But if the big shots of the imperial capital got angry, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to save his life. Let me just let it go? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? I'm telling you, this isn't over. Dare to rob my car, none of you can leave today. Lu Ding cursed angrily. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tang hurriedly came to Lu Ding's ear and quietly said 2 words. He was afraid that Lu Ding would continue to make a scene and upset Mr. Qin. What did you say? After hearing Zhao Tang's words, Lu Ding was violently shocked. Shoo! Mr. Lu, keep your voice down. Zhao Tang hurriedly reminded. Lu Ding then slowed down and asked Zhao Tang in a low voice, you said that a big shot in the imperial capital sent word to sell the car to that kid? Zhao Tang said, Mr. Lu, even if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. The vice president of sales at headquarters just called me personally, no lies at all. Lu Ding was directly dumbfounded. There's absolutely no mistaking the news that comes from headquarters. But this Qin Shen looked ordinary, how could he have a background in the imperial capital? Lu Ding, are you still buying a car? If you don't, I can drive away? Qin Dust said indifferently. At those words, Lu Ding was shaken. No. Ahem, not buying it. Since Mr. Qin likes this car so much, I'll surrender it. By the way, put this car on my tab. Lu Ding said in a hurry. When the crowd saw this scene, they looked at each other in disbelief. Before and after but just a few seconds, this Lu Ding's attitude surprisingly changed so much. 1 second he threatened not to let Qindan leave, but now he took the initiative to give up his luxury car, and even wanted to pay for Qindan's bill? But at this point, Lu Ding no longer had time to care about his face. Seeing that Qin Shen ignored him, he carefully said again, Mr. Qin, today it is my dog's eyes that have offended you, be generous and don't bother with me in general. I swear, I'll walk around you when I see you from now on. Lu Ding's attitude was humble, and as he spoke, a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. After all, that was the big family of the imperial capital, an existence that could overthrow the Ding Shen group with a single word. Get lost, I don't want to see your face again, know what I mean? Qin Dust said indifferently. Lu Ding was stunned, then bowed repeatedly, thank you, Mr. Qin, thank you, Mr. Qin. I'll get out now, and I'll absolutely never appear in front of you again. After saying that, Lu Ding ran all the way and escaped. The people present were all silent. The conversation between Zhao Tang and Lu Ding just now was so low that none of them heard it. Until Lu Ding escaped, none of them knew why. Mr. Qin, look, I have already helped you out, my grandfather's matter. Lu Qingwan couldn't help but ask again. The money for the car, I'll have Xiao Ningyue transfer it to you when the time comes, your grandfather's business, exempt. Qin Shen directly refused. You. Lu Qingwan didn't expect Qin Shen to be so desperate, her face turned pale, how can you be like this? My grandfather's life is in danger, no one can save him except you. Lu Qingwan was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. I'm sorry, but I've already given you a chance, and you're the ones who, over and over again, have passed it up. And now you turn around and blame me? Oh, where in the world is that possible? Qin Shen snorted coldly, not paying any attention to Lu Qingwan at all, took the car keys and sped out of the store in his car. The crowd looked at the roaring departing Land Rover and couldn't help but sigh. The agonizing pleas of such a beautiful woman were to no avail. This man's heart, it's so hard. Qingwan, don't cry first, there are still 2 more days until Grandpa Lu receives his next treatment, we still have a chance. You can't be discouraged, Grandpa Lu's life can only depend on you. Xiaoning Yue advised in a small voice. Hearing Xiao Ningyue's words, Lu Qingwan suddenly raised her head. That's right. Grandpa's illness can only be treated by Qin Chen. As long as I beg Qin Chen to change his mind, I can save Grandpa's life. Even if I set aside my dignity, I have to let Qin Chen save my grandfather. I'll arrange for someone to send my grandfather to the hospital to convalesce now, and for the remaining 2 days, I'm going to use every means possible to make Qin Chen change his mind. Lu Qingwan's eyes were red and tearful, causing Xiao Ningyue's heart to ache. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll help you too. Xiao Ningyue grabbed Lu Qingwan's hand and said seriously. Do you know where Qin Dan is going? I want to go ahead and talk to him. Lu Qingwan asked. Well, Xiao Ningyue frowned and suddenly raised her head. I know, before my sister said to let him go to the company after he was busy and then arrange a job for him. If I'm not mistaken, he must be going to my sister's company now. But I suggest you stay put for now, after all, he just rejected you, I'll go ahead and do some snooping for you. Lu Qingwan was touched. Ningyu, thank you. Qingwan, the two of us have been bosom friends for 20 years, and Grandpa Lu is also my god-grandfather, so I can't just turn a blind eye to it, as a matter of fact. Don't worry, I'll let you know as soon as something happens. Xiao Ningyue said seriously. On the other hand, Qin Chen drove his car and had arrived at the Gu Group's building. Why are you so late? Where's Ningyu? Didn't you take her to visit Grandpa Lu? Upon seeing Qin Chen, Gu Yaming frowned and asked. Oh, she met a friend, I think her name is Lu Qingwan, and she'll be coming over later. Qin Dust casually explained. Gu Yamin nodded, then took out an admission contract. This is the contract of an ordinary staff in the business department. You go to the front line to exercise for a while, and I'll promote you later when you're familiar with the work. With that, Gu Yaming pushed the contract in front of Qin Chen. Qin Chen did not hesitate and directly signed the contract. After all, he still needed Gu Yaming's cooperation on Master's side, and he didn't want to fight with Gu Yaming over this kind of thing. Gu Yaming, I have promised you to come to work, my masters, do you have to? As well. Before Qin Chen could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Gu Yaming. Qin Chen, I won't go back on my word for what I promised you. But the company is very busy these days, and I don't have the heart to deal with such things, understand? After that, she picked up the phone and called her secretary in. Secretary Li, this is the company's new salesman, Qin Chen, take him to the business department and familiarize him with the environment. Gu Yamin said faintly. Chapter 62 Jiancheng Hotel Renovation Project. Secretary Li gave Qin Chen a somewhat surprised look. She had just met Qin Chen once yesterday in the conference room when he was with Xiao Ningyue. Unexpectedly, it was only a day's time before Qin Chen was inducted. But what puzzled her was that the chairman of the board of directors personally signed the labor contract, but only gave the other party a salesman's job? Strange, just too strange. After all, only the admission of employees at the level of business department manager would be signed by the chairman of the board. This man, what is his identity? But of course Secretary Li wouldn't ask such a stupid question directly. She made a pleased gesture and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, please follow me. Qin Chen sighed, Gu Yaming, I hope you won't forget your promise. After saying that, he followed Secretary Li out of the chairman's office. Operations. Secretary Li clapped his hands, and at once all eyes gathered. This is the company's new employee, Qin Duan, everyone welcome. Secretary Li introduced himself with a smile. There was a sparse round of applause in the business department's office. Manager Wu Xing of the business department has gone out to talk business, I'll say hello to him when I get there, and you can just report with him later. Secretary Li instructed. Okay, thank you Secretary Li. Qin Dust said. Afterward, Qin Chen was led to a workstation, even if it was the start of his official work. Dude, what's your background? Just as Secretary Li left, a little fat man next to him came up and asked mysteriously. Me? What background can I have, just an ordinary employee? Qin Dust laughed. The little fatty snorted and said, dude, don't lie to me. That's Secretary Li, but the chairman's exclusive secretary, usually even Manager Wu has to bow down when he sees people. As it turns out, she personally sent you to report for duty today, so if you don't have a background, who'd believe it? Qin Chen smiled helplessly. Secretary Li treated him respectfully because of Gu Yaming. However, he and Gu Yaming could only be considered to be in a cooperative relationship and could not talk about their backgrounds. Seeing that Qin Chen didn't say anything, the little fat man didn't pursue the question anymore, but instead changed the topic. Buddy, my name is Chang Liangkai, get to know each other. Qin Chen nodded and returned, Qin Chen. Chang Liangkai hemmed and hawed, "Brother Qin, I just graduated, you're definitely older than me, so I'll call you Brother Dust." "That what?" "I have something I'd like to ask you for, I don't know if you're free." Chang Liangkai was a little embarrassed, and his voice grew smaller. "What is it, say it." Qin Dust laughed. "This little fat man looks like he just graduated not long ago, childish, looks like there is no bad intentions, the help is good. Recently, our company did not take a large amount of investment funds, the business department's task suddenly more. I'm going to the Jiangcheng Hotel today to negotiate the project of hotel renovation and decoration, but I'm an intern, there's not much of a bottom, or." It was only then that Chang Liang revealed a begging expression. Qin Dust nodded. After getting the investment from the Radiant Jewelry Group, the business department, I'm afraid, has become the busiest department. Even interns have to go on solo projects, which shows how short-staffed the business department is. No wonder Gu Yaming assigned him to the project department, I'm afraid he also saw his ability. After all, he was the one who took care of the trouble at the construction site the other day. "Okay, I haven't been assigned a job yet anyway, so I'll accompany you." Qin Dust laughed. Chang Liang's lifted heart finally let go and breathed a deep sigh of relief. He had only just graduated and had been employed for less than a week, but as a result, he suddenly had to go to the largest hotel in Jiangcheng to negotiate business, and he suddenly panicked. "Thank you, Brother Qin," Chang Liangkai said gratefully. The two grabbed their materials and headed out of the office. "Brother Qin, I just looked at the map, and taking the subway on line 2 will save me the most time," Chang Liangkai said. Qin Shen, on the other hand, directly took out his car keys and started the Land Rover SUV he had just bought. Boom! A powerful roar rang out, startling Chang Liangkai. "Qin! Qin, is this your car?" Chang Liangkai's eyes widened, his eyes filled with shock. He doesn't have much money but is very fond of cars, especially all kinds of luxury cars. He had just seen this model of Land Rover at the launch 2 days ago. However, according to the official news, the production of this model of Land Rover is extremely low, belongs to the limited edition, the whole Jiangcheng only one ah. Could it be that the only new Land Rover was bought by Qin Shen? "Oh, it's not mine, is it still my rent?" Qin Shen smiled and pulled open the car door to sit in the driver's seat. Chang Liangkai circled around the car and carefully observed the whole circle before he carefully sat on the passenger side. Holy, it's not bad for a top-of-the-line luxury car, it's awesome. As soon as he got into the car, Chang Liangkai let out an exclamation. "Oh, if you like it so much, you drive it on the way back," Qin Shen said with a smile. "Really? Thank you, Brother Qin, thank you, Brother Qin." Chang Liangkai was thrilled, his eyes filled with excitement. This car, it's worth millions. Not to mention driving, even touching the steering wheel, he was satisfied. But it was at this moment that Chang Liang suddenly remembered something. Qinduan looked just a little bit older than himself, and he was also a businessman. Where did he get the money for the limo? What's more, this kind of limited edition luxury car can't be bought with money alone. Could it be that Qin Chen was a rich second generation who came to experience life? Although Chang Liangkai was puzzled in his heart, he did not open his mouth directly to ask. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the River City Hotel. Times are different now. Just a day ago, the Gu Group was a precarious, small group on the verge of collapse. But now, Gu's group got $20 billion of investment, and jumped to become the hottest meat and potatoes in Jiangcheng. Qin Shen and Chang Liangkai didn't encounter any obstacles at all before meeting the owner of the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel, Wei Ankong. "You're both trainee salesmen?" Upon seeing Qin Shen and his duo, Wei Ankong immediately frowned. Jiangcheng Grand Hotel is the premier hotel in Jiangcheng. He, the boss, although his assets only amounted to a mere tens of millions of dollars, was on good terms with all the big bosses due to his hotel ownership. Plus, he was about the same age as Gu Yaming's deceased parents, so even if Gu Yaming was here, she would have to respectfully call him Uncle Wei. But now, when the Gu Group came to talk business, they only sent 2 tiny salesmen, or interns, which was simply a slap in his face. Seeing Wei Ankong's impatient attitude, Chang Liangkai instantly became nervous. It was the first time he had met a big boss with such a high status. "Boss Wei. Wei. This." Chang Liangkai was so nervous that he stuttered and forgot all the words he had thought of in advance. "Oh, Boss Wei, the contract we brought has also been evaluated by the company's business department, so you can rest assured." Qin Dust took over the conversation and held out the contract without being condescending. Chapter 63, Small Businessman. Seeing this scene, Wei Ankang glanced at Qin Chen with some surprise. After all, there aren't many ordinary businessmen who can still talk eloquently in front of themselves. He picked up the contract and read it carefully. Well, good. Wei Ankang nodded while looking at it. Seeing this scene, Chang Liangkai was instantly agitated. This project, the contract amount is not small, it's 8. You don't have a lot of time to think about it, so hurry up and call your supervisor. Wei Ankang added. Although the Gu Group got the investment, the money, however, had to flow in order to generate benefits. Keeping all your money in an account is just a bunch of useless numbers. Now Gu Group, what is lacking is not money, but projects. Wei Ankang precisely saw this point, so he dared to ask for a lion's share of the contract, and reduced the contract amount by $2 million at once. Chang Liansai's face suddenly turned ugly. At $6 million, even if everything goes well with the project, there will be no profit, and there is even a possibility of losing money. Mr. Wei, can this be discussed again, after all? Before Chang Liangkai could finish his words, Wei Ankang waved his hand and said, "You two small businessmen are also qualified to discuss with me? Get on the phone, it's late." Wei Ankang was arrogant, not putting the two Qin Duan in his eyes at all. In his mind, being willing to say a few words to these two businessmen was already a great honor for them, and it was also for the sake of the Gu Group. But these two little salesmen still want to bargain with themselves, that's stomping on their noses. Chang Liangkai shut his mouth at once, his face unsightly. But in front of Wei Ankang, he didn't dare to have an attack in the slightest. After all, the other party was the big boss of the hotel, and he was merely a small businessman. The two people's statuses were worlds apart, not to mention getting angry. Even if he said a wrong word, Wei Ankang could make him lose his job. Mr. Wei, talking about business is talking about business, insulting people is going too far, isn't it? Qin Dust said indifferently. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Wei Ankang froze. Are you talking to me? Wei Ankang's tone was filled with disbelief. What else? Who else could it be? Qin Dust snorted coldly. Bang! Wei Ankang slammed the table, his face gloomy. Kid, do you realize who you're talking to? One word from me and you'll lose your job. I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Wei Ankang said with a cold face. Chang Liangkai instantly panicked. He didn't expect Qin Chen, who looked incredibly gentle, to be so short-tempered. Disliking Wei Ankang right off the bat, isn't that looking for death? Brother Qin, stop it now. Chang Liangkai hurriedly pulled on Qin Chen's coat corner and anxiously advised. Qin Chen was just about to speak when a knock came from outside the door. Boss, Xian's group said they want to talk to you about the hotel renovation business, and are now in the reception room. Wei Ankang's secretary said. Let them in. Wei Ankang snorted coldly. After a few moments, the group pushed their way in. Boss Wei, long time no see. At the head of the Chen group was none other than Qin Chen's incomparably familiar Qian Fei Yang. As soon as he came up, he warmly shook Wei Ankang's hand. Yo, Boss Wei, you have a guest here? Chen Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he saw Chang Liangkai. However, in an instant, he recognized Qin Chen, who was sitting next to Chang Liangkai. Hee, what a narrow escape, you kid is even here. Chen Feiyang stared at Qin Chen, his eyes filled with a teasing expression. Young Qian knows this kid? Wei Ankang asked in surprise. Qian Feiyang was the only son of the chairman of the Qian group, while Qin Chen was a tiny salesman of the Gu group. How did these two have the chance to know each other, and it looks like the two have a history? Boss Wei, it's a long story. But it's still our business that's most important. I'll settle the score with this kid later. Qian Feiyang said. Wei Ankang warmly greeted Qian Feiyang and the others as they sat down, then said, as for these two people, they are the businessmen of Gu Group, and they came here today because they also want to talk about the renovation contract of Jiangcheng Hotel. Their offer is 8 million, I think the price is too high, I want to offer 6 million, I did not expect that these two salesmen dared to give me a face. Gu's group recently took a large amount of investment, it seems to have drifted, even 2 tiny salesmen dare to ride on my head. Hearing Wei Ankang's words, Chang Liansai's face suddenly turned ugly. Wei Ankang scolding him was just fine, but he didn't expect that he would even give out the offer from the Gu group as well. As expected, upon hearing these words, Chen Fei Yang immediately made a wink towards the few people behind him. Boss Wei, calm down, calm down. This Gu group did go a bit overboard, such a big business, but only sent 2 small businessmen over. But then again, our Qian group is sincere, and this time I've brought all the business department managers here. One price, $6 million, if you are satisfied, we can sign the contract now. Chen Feiyang said with a smile, and as he did so, he glanced at Qin Shen, a look of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ha, it's true that it's still the Qian group that's generous. Okay, $6 million, let's sign the contract now. Wei Ankong said with a big smile. He had originally quoted this price to leave room for a counteroffer. In the end, if he could talk about 7 million, he would be satisfied. I didn't expect to kill a Chang by Qin halfway, Shen's group 6 million to take over this project. You too, what are you still doing here? There's nothing more for you here, get lost. Wei Ankong glanced at the Qin Shen duo and coldly snorted. Since the Gu group didn't give him face, don't blame him for not giving the Gu group face. Boss Wei, $6 million, there is no profit at all on this project, you even have to pour money into it, are you really not afraid that Qian's group will cut corners? Qin Dust said indifferently. Chapter 64 Acute Cerebral Infarction. Before Wei Ankong had time to reply, he saw Qian Feiyang slamming the table and standing up angrily. Kid, I've been putting up with you for a long time. $6 million, that's nothing more than the cost of a luxury car to me. Even if I lose money, I can afford it. Unlike you, a bottom-feeding scumbag, I thought you had some kind of background, but it turns out you're just a salesman, I'll be damned. To tell you the truth, I just want to lose money in Rob Gu Group's project today, how about it? You don't even dare to fart, do you? I advise you to get lost now and stop embarrassing yourself here. Qian Feiyang said cynically. He had suffered several losses at the hands of Qin Shen before, and thought that the other party dared to mess with him because he had some kind of background. I didn't realize that it was just a small salesman for the Gu Group. Oh, impotent rage. The Qin Group, too, can only lose money in order to steal the project from the Gu Group, pathetic. Qin Dust said indifferently. It's not a very lethal statement, but it's extremely insulting. Chen Feiyang's face was so gloomy with anger that he gasped for air. But he knew that Qin Shen could fight, so he didn't dare to make a move from start to finish. Just at the stage where the atmosphere was at a standstill, Wei Ankong's assistant, however, pushed open the door in a panic and ran in. Boss Wei, it's bad, something big has happened. Just now, the director of Jiangcheng Hospital invited people to dinner, and as a result, someone suddenly fainted, and it's life-threatening. The assistant came up for air and said it several times before the crowd understood. Quick, take me there. Wei Ankong's face changed drastically as he followed his assistant and rushed straight out of the room. The contract could be discussed later, but if someone died in the hotel, even someone who died because of bad food, then he would be at the end of his rope as a hotel. After all, rich people don't want to come and eat at an obscure hotel. Brother Qin, why don't we take advantage of this and hurry up? Chang Liangkai suggested in a whisper. Qin Shen nodded and the two of them stood up. Heh, not bad, you're still a bit self-aware. You'll be a little less embarrassed in a few minutes if you off now. Seeing the two trying to leave, Chen Feiyang sneered and mocked. Qin Shen, on the other hand, compared an internationally used contempt gesture, and then said indifferently, there are some diseases that have to be cured urgently, or else in the end, you can't even be a man, a 3-second man. After saying that, Qin Shen directly turned around and left. Qian Feiyang's face directly turned into a pig's liver color in anger. This incident was a thorn in his side. Lately he'd noticed that the duration of that sort of thing was getting shorter and shorter, the shortest time, not even 3 seconds. He's been to a number of doctors, but nothing good can be done except for him to exercise more and get some rest. When the crowd saw Qian Feiyang's face, they all lowered their heads for fear of not being able to hold back their laughter. On the other hand, Qin Shen and his duo had just arrived at the hotel's lobby, but they found several middle-aged men standing at the hotel's entrance, walking around anxiously. When one of them saw Qin Shen, he immediately lit up and rushed over. Master Qin, I'm the head of Jiangcheng Hospital, Zhang Lianghui, we met yesterday at Ms. Lu's house. Zhang Lianghui anxiously introduced himself. Well, hello Dean Jiang. Qin Dust nodded and said. Master Qin, there's something I want to trouble you about. We had just finished the lecture on acromegaly in the morning and wanted to host a banquet for Professor James at noon, but just now, Professor James suddenly fainted. We can't check without equipment, but the emergency vehicles are stuck in traffic. I'm afraid that if we don't get any more medical attention, I'm afraid that there's little hope that Professor James will survive, so do you think you can step in? Zhang Lianghui knew that Qin Shen was highly skilled in medicine and could even treat world problems like acromegaly. But he wasn't sure if Qin Dan could treat Professor James' emergency. But the ambulance blocked the road delayed, he can only be a dead horse at this time. Alright, show me around. Sheen Dust nodded his head. It is the duty of a medical doctor to save lives and help people. If he saw death, I'm afraid that his future path to the medical profession would be exceptionally bumpy. Okay, you come with me. A glint of hope appeared on Jiang Lianghui's face as he hurriedly pulled Qin Chen into a private room. Inside the booth, Professor James was lying on the floor, his eyes closed. Although the windows had been opened and the attendant even got a fan to blow air on James, James still showed signs of oxygen deprivation. Acute cerebral infarction, life-threatening if not treated quickly. At the first sight of James, Qin Chen's expression became serious. This disease has an extremely high mortality rate, and even if it is saved, many of them will be left with the sequelae of paralysis. Get the silver needle, quick! Sheen Dust roared. Jiang Lianghui shuddered and yelled at the still frozen crowd, "Are you all deaf? Hurry up and find the silver needle, hurry up!" The crowd was like birds of prey, all of them moved. Wei Ankong, who was standing in the corner, looked at the scene in front of him and was directly dumbfounded. Isn't this man an ordinary small businessman? How come Jiang Lianghui is so respectful in front of him? While Wei Ankong was puzzled, Jiang Lianghui directly stepped forward and kicked Wei Ankong in the waist. Ouch! Wei Ankong let out a cry of surprise and almost fell. What the are you gawking at? Didn't you hear what I said? Get your ass to the silver needle. Jiang Lianghui cracked his mouth. As a senior doctor, Jiang Lianghui certainly knows the seriousness of acute cerebral infarction. A little delay in this disease and the person is gone. James, on the other hand, identifies as an international medical expert. If he died in Jiangcheng, or died because he was not saved in time, then Jiangcheng's medical system would be all but finished. Hey, yes, I'm on my way. Wei Ankong rolled and ran out of the room. He didn't dare to resist in the slightest to Jiang Lianghui's scolding. Don't look at him, he also has a little background, but in front of Jiang Lianghui, it's not useful at all. After all, even the biggest characters can't live without birth, death, and old age. As long as you will be sick, you will use a hospital. The hospital's director, Jiang Lianghui, naturally maintained good relations with all the major family groups. He is just a restaurant owner, how can he have the courage to say harsh words in front of others? Not long after, a doctor brought a set of silver needles from his car. Without saying a word, Qin Chen simply sterilized the silver needles and stabbed them all into James' head. Dozens of silver needles bobbed around James' head, looking very creepy. Jiang Lianghui, on the other hand, had a change in his eyes. He also knew quite a few old Chinese doctors, but he had never seen anyone who could stab dozens of silver needles in just a few seconds. Could it be that this person's level of medical skill was still above those old Chinese doctors? But in the business of Chinese medicine, one must accumulate experience. How did Qin Chen learn the art of medicine when he was so young? Chapter 65, $8 million, not a penny less. While Jiang Lianghui was wondering, James, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Phew! James let out a long breath and his face finally returned to normal. Alright, the blood vessels are unblocked, there should be no after effects. But the silver needle in his head, don't remove it yet, keep it there for at least another 5 minutes. Also, there's an underlying lesion in his brain that's a ticking time bomb if it's not treated in time, so I suggest you take him to the hospital and treat him surgically. Sheen Dust said indifferently. Thank you, Master Qin, thank you, Master Qin. Jiang Lianghui was thrilled. He didn't realize that just one attempt with no hope was actually saving Professor James' life. As long as this matter was kept quiet and Professor James' hidden illness was cured, he might even get a favor from James. It's okay, saving lives and helping people is supposed to be a healer's responsibility. There's nothing more for me to do here, so go about your business. Sheen Dust said blandly. Master Qin, I have an unfavorable request. Our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department has recently been depleted of talent and demoralized. I wonder if Master Qin has the time to go and give them a lecture? Don't worry, we'll try to fulfill any conditions you have. Jiang Lianghui said sincerely. The vice president in charge of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine retired, and the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine was left without a leader. It was so hard for him to come across a Chinese medicine master, so he never wanted to let go. Moreover, he could also take this opportunity to get acquainted with Qin Chen. Qin Chen sized up Jiang Lianghui. Before this, he had always thought that Jiang Lianghui was a person who saw the wind and was profit-oriented. I didn't realize that he was so concerned about the hospital. It even said something about allowing yourself to make your own conditions despite the situation. Okay, I'll say yes since you're so sincere. But then, I originally came to the Jiangcheng Hotel to talk about business, but the result is that Boss Wei is not willing to talk about it. I have to go back to the company first, and the leadership to report a report, the specific time what time is free to go to the hospital, wait for my news. Sheen Dust said. Hearing these words, Wei Ankang, who was standing in the corner, suddenly trembled. Boss Wei, you're quite good at putting up a front. Zhang Lianghui looked at Wei Ankang and said grimly. Dare not dare not dare. Between Mr. Qin and I, there might be a bit of a misunderstanding. Wei Ankang shivered and replied. Even if he is a cutie, should have seen it by now. Qin Duan is definitely not as simple as an ordinary businessman. Even Jiang Lianghui, in front of him, was so respectful. This person's status, I'm afraid, was far beyond what he, Wei Ankang, could compare. Mr. Qin, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Actually, I have the contract all ready to go, just need to sign it. With that, he winked at his assistant, who hurriedly fetched the contract. Wei Ankang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while signing his name on the contract. Mr. Qin, look, this contract amount is according to what you said, 8 million, not a penny less. Wei Ankang fawned and handed over the contract. Boss Wei, 8 million, would that be too expensive? Why don't I apply with the company and lower it to 6 million for you? Qin Chen said with a smirk. No. Wei Ankang waved his hand repeatedly, 8 million is quite good. This number. Qin Chen picked up the contract and waved to Chang Liangkai, who was looking on in awe, before leaving the hospital. Looking at the backs of the two departing, Wei Ankang exhaled deeply, his entire being feeling as if his soul had been drained away. Dean Zhang, what exactly is this? Identity? Wei Ankang asked carefully. You dare to offend Master Qin without knowing what his status is? You're really drifting, living out of your mind. Zhang Lianghui said disdainfully. Wei Ankang let out a bitter smile. President Zhang, he claimed to be a businessman at first. I didn't expect the identity to be so prominent. Thanks to you today, I didn't cause a big trouble. In a moment I'll order it down, and in the future, as long as it's you who come, everything will be free of charge. Hearing this, Zhang Lianghui's expression eased a bit. Master Qin has a special status, so it's not good for me to talk behind his back. What I can reveal to you is that certain great families in the imperial capital are all respectful to Master Qin, begging for someone to save their lives, get it? Zhang Lianghui said faintly. At those words, Wei Ankang was shaken. The great families of the imperial capital. Wei Ankang muttered, his face turning white. He was incomparably fortunate that he had just thankfully hung back in time and apologized to Qin Chen. Otherwise, people have the background of the imperial capital, and a single word can make the Jiangcheng Hotel close down and go out of business. Zhang Lianghui didn't stay too long and left the hotel with Professor James as soon as the ambulance arrived. And just as Wei Ankang returned to his office, Chen Feiyan greeted him. Mr. Wei, you're finally done with your work. How about signing the contract now? Chen Feiyang smiled smugly. This time, he had dealt a blow to Qin Chen's arrogance and finally raised his eyebrows for once. Although the program won't make any money and may even lose money, it's worth it. But just then, Wei Ankang's face clouded over. It was because of this Chen Feiyang that he almost offended a big shot. You still want to sign a contract with yourself? No way. Assistant, see off the guests. Wei Ankang said in a cold voice. The assistant reached out with one hand and pointed to the door. Gentlemen, please. Chen Feiyang froze, and his eyes widened. Boss Wei, what do you mean by this? We were just talking about signing a contract, now why the sudden change of heart? Could it be that punk, Qin Chen, has offered a price lower than $6 million? Chapter 66, Car Accident. Wei Ankang's face was still incredibly cold. I've signed a contract with the Gu Group based on the contract amount of $8 million. I'm no longer considering the cooperation of the Qian Group, please return, young Qian. Wei Ankang said coldly. Chen Feiyang's face was ugly to the extreme. He cursed and then left with his people in a great hurry. Doing whatever you want just because you have a good old man, sooner or later the Qian Group will have to be put out of business by this loser. Wei Ankang looked at Chen Feiyang's departing back and said disdainfully. On the other hand, the two of them had just walked out of the hotel when Qin Chen took out his car keys and handed them to Chang Liangkai. Qin, what do you mean? Chang Liangkai was filled with confusion. Didn't we talk about this when we came here? You drive back. Qin Shen said with a smile. Really? Chang Liangkai looked at the domineering Land Rover in front of him and gulped. Man, who wouldn't love a tall, dominant off-road vehicle? How can anything I say be false? Drive with confidence. Qin Shen said with a smile. Chang Liangkai excitedly took the keys and got into the driver's seat. It was probably the first time he drove such an expensive car. Chang Liang drove carefully, not daring to exceed 30 mph along the way. But just as he was waiting for the red light at the intersection, a sports car beside him honked its horn. Chang Liang just pressed the window button, and the other party immediately extended a middle finger. Ha, I've never seen a buggy run so slow. Rubbish, dare you race a car? In the sports car, several men and women laughed loudly and spoke obscenities at Qin Shen and his duo. How had Chang Liangkai ever seen this kind of scene? He instantly panicked and looked at Qin Shen beside him. Brother Qin, what should we do? Chang Liangkai asked in a hurry. Don't mind them. Qin Dust said indifferently. Chang Liangkai nodded and pressed the window straight up. Seeing this scene, the other party thought that Qin Shen and his duo had winked out and became even more arrogant. The young man sitting in the co-pilot threw out an uncovered bottle of mineral water, almost all of which spilled onto Qin Shen's car. Bah, punk. The man spat in passing and gave a middle finger. Chang Liangkai's face was pale, and his hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. After a few moments, the light turned green and he hit the gas like he was running away. He was relieved to see in the rearview mirror that the sports car wasn't catching up. But just a few hundred meters out, there was suddenly an ear-splitting roar from the side of the car. Only to see that the sports car just now suddenly accelerated, overtaking diagonally to the front of Qin Shen and his duo. Look out! Qin Shen had just uttered these words when the sports car in front of him suddenly slammed on its brakes. But Chang Liangkai was in a state of high tension and didn't react at all. The Land Rover crashed straight into it. Knock! The sports car in front of them tumbled and flew off after a shocking bang. And the front end of the Land Rover was slightly dented. Only after parking the car did Chang Liang open the door and flop down on his knees. He didn't expect that the other party would suddenly slow down and cause such a serious crash. Brother Qin, am I in trouble? Chang Liangkai's eyes were lifeless as he knelt on the ground and muttered. He's just an ordinary family with working parents, but both earning dead wages. Raising him to such an advanced age and buying him a suite has emptied the family's savings. He knows the rules of the road. Tailgating, full responsibility. He couldn't afford to pay for the repairs to the car alone, let alone the possibility of a fatality. The sports car in front of him rolled out at least a dozen times before coming to a stop. Fortunately, it's a high-end sports car with better materials, and a dozen airbags stuff the inside of the sports car. Many passers-by have rushed to the rescue. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. They're a malicious alibi, and when the time comes, you'll just say you were startled and didn't have time to slam on the brakes. Even if there's blame, I'll skim it for you. Qin Shen said as he observed the front end of the Land Rover. Worthy of a luxury car, such a violent impact only dented the front end a little. Qin Dust praised. Chang Liangkai let out a bitter laugh. What a time it was! Qin Shen was still in no hurry and even had time to observe the damage to the car. A few minutes later, passers-by rescued all of the several rich kids in the car. Luckily, one didn't die. Unfortunately, all four suffered injuries of varying degrees of severity and multiple broken bones. How the do you drive, you wait, I'm going to get you. Almost ran us over, you're dead. Just wait, you're done. A few of them broke out in curses, and although they were covered in wounds, their aura was quite strong. Qin Shen walked over with Chang Liangkai, his face not panicking in the slightest. He slowly squatted in front of a few people and said with a smile, "What do you want to do? I know clearly, don't you just want to don our car and pretend to be a pussy? But I didn't think my brother wouldn't react and run you guys over, did I? The video in my car recorder is clear, you are maliciously don't drive the car, the main responsibility is yours." But who knows, after hearing Qin Shen's words, a young man with dyed gray hair sneered, "You're talking to us about responsibility? Amusing me to death. Do you know what our status is? One word from a few of us can leave you dead." A girl next to her with dirty braids and heavy makeup chimed in, "Humph, Huang Xiao's father is the Coyote Gang's gang leader, Huang Yangda. You wouldn't have never heard of it, would you?" Qin Shen smiled playfully, "Wild Wolf Gang?" Huang Xiao said disdainfully, "Since you know the name of the Coyote Gang, why don't you hurry up and kneel down to beg for forgiveness?" I'm telling you, if my dad knew I was hit by you guys, he'd sink you in the river tonight and feed you to the fish. Hearing the words of these few people, Chang Liangkai was completely dumbfounded. Who in Jiangcheng doesn't know the name of the Wild Wolf Gang? No one who offends the Coyote Gang has a good ending. Not to mention, he hit the son of the Coyote Gang leader. Now, I'm afraid I'm going to die. However, at that moment, Qin Shen slowly raised his foot. What do you want? I'm warning you. Before Huang Xiao could finish his words, Qin Shen's foot stepped on his only intact leg. Click. A bone-cracking sound rang out, and Huang Xiao instantly widened his eyes and hissed in pain. My leg is broken. Huang Xiao was in cold sweat from the pain, and his face was suffocating red from the agony. Noisy. Qin Shen sneered and said disdainfully. Qin, what are you doing? Chang Liangkai was completely dumbfounded. This is the son of the leader of the Coyote Gang, so it's just a matter of bumping into someone and stepping on their legs? Originally, there was still a chance of survival if he begged for mercy, but now Qin Shen's kick had completely cut off the chance of survival. Chapter 67, Welcome Revenge. The few young men around Huang Xiao's side went white with fear at the scene before them. A few of the men shrank to the side, and one of them took out his cell phone and dialed out. The Coyote Gang, in my eyes, is not even as good as an ant. You can tell your father that if you want to die, I'm welcome to get revenge on me anytime. Qin Shen snorted coldly, then drove the car and left with Chang Liangkai. Huang Xiao, bear with me a little longer, I've already called the emergency services and have told the gang leader about this. A young man reassured. I'm going to kill him. Kill him myself. No, we can't let him go cheap like that. I'm going to make him taste all the torture in the gang, make him fall on his knees and beg me for mercy before I get him killed. Huang Xiao gritted his teeth and said hatefully. On the other side, Chang Liangkai slowed down for half a day before reacting. Brother Qin, just now you broke the legs of the son of the Coyote Gang leader. The Coyote Gang, it's very powerful in Jiangcheng. Even our chairman doesn't want to mess with them. Why don't you buy a plane ticket right now and go out of the country to hide? Otherwise, with the Coyote Gang style of doing things, they'll definitely take revenge on you and your family. Chang Liangkai advised with an anxious face. Just a bunch of gutter creeps, don't bother. If they don't come, even if it saves them trouble, if they really dare to come to trouble me, then I don't mind stomping on them. Qin Shen didn't seem to take this matter to heart at all and said indifferently. Chang Liangkai instantly became anxious. Brother Qin, I know, your identity should be extraordinary and you still have a lot of money, but the other party is the Coyote Gang. The Coyote Gang's gang leader only has this one son, and now that you've beaten his only son to this state, he'll definitely use every means to retaliate. Speaking of which, Chang Liang only froze, then remembered that the car accident seemed to have been triggered by himself. It's over and done with, Brother Qin, I'm afraid I won't survive. Chang Liangkai leaned back in his seat as if his soul had been drained away, his eyes lifeless. Come on, don't be scared, I told you, nothing will happen. Qin Shen patted Chang Liang's shoulder and comforted him. Only after returning to the company did Chang Liang return to his workstation like a walking corpse. Qin Shen shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid the kid won't believe it now, no matter what he says. But the Coyote Gang, in his eyes, was really nothing. Picking up the renovation and refurbishment contract signed with Jiangcheng Hotel, Qin Duan came to the office of the business department manager. When he first reported for work, his manager, Wu Xing, was out talking business, and this was the first time he had ever met with Wu Xing. Wu Xing was not tall, not even 1.7 meters, and looked rather comical in a black suit. Hello Manager Wu, I'm the newly hired salesman, Qin Duan. This contract was negotiated between Chang Liangkai and I. The Jiangcheng Hotel's renovation project, the contract amount is $8 million. Qin Dust said, handing out the contract. And Wu Xing, who was drinking tea, froze when he heard Qin Shen's words. What, that project you guys negotiated, and it's $8 million? Wu Xing's eyes widened as he hurriedly grabbed the contract and read it carefully. Sure enough, it's $8 million. Wu Xing was shocked. When he first called and talked to the owner of the River City Hotel, the other party repeatedly asked for a lower contract amount or they would have to find another company to sign the contract. Feeling that the probability of success in signing this project was too small, he threw the project to a newcomer. I didn't expect that it was really negotiated by them. Okay, I get it, go ahead and go home. Wu Xing's eyes rolled and he said faintly. Mr. Wu, this single project bonus, just give it all to Chang Liangkai, I don't want a single cent. Sheen Dust added. After all, it's because of him that the Coyote Gang is here today. This incident scared Chang Liangkai so much that the extra money was taken as a spiritual compensation fee. Wu Xing nodded, got it, go out. After Qin Chen left the office, it was just about mealtime. He forcefully dragged Chang Liangkai to dinner. Unfortunately, even after telling Chang Liangkai about the bonus, Chang Liangkai still didn't have a trace of excitement. Qin Chen could not be persuaded any further, so after finishing his meal and taking a half-day leave on the company's system, he headed straight to the Jiangcheng hospital. Jiang Lianghui, who had gotten the news, ran to the entrance of the hospital before he finished his meal to greet Qin Chen. Master Qin, welcome, it's really fluffy. Jiang Lianghui stepped forward and held Qin Chen's hand tightly as he said with a smile. The people who came out with Jiang Lianghui to greet him looked directly dumbfounded. What exactly was this young man's background that he could make the dean's attitude so respectful? What's even stranger is that the dean called this man master? What kind of person is it that deserves the title of master? Dean Jiang, hard work. Sheen Dust nodded his head. It should be. Master Qin, I've prepared a large conference room for you. Now I've sent someone to notify the Chinese medicine department. 128 people, all of them will attend your lecture. Dean Kong introduced himself. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he tapped his head and added, by the way, Master Qin, after our examination, there is indeed another lesion in Professor James's head that needs to be treated surgically. But James thought it was better to have surgery in their country, so he booked the earliest flight and just left. On his way out, he asked me to pass on his thanks to you, and that if he had the opportunity, he would definitely seek you out for a learning exchange. Because of Professor James' words, Jiang Lianghui's evaluation of Qin Chen went up another level. You know, that's a top international medical expert. Even he only dared to say that he had come to find Qin Chen to learn and exchange, indicating that Qin Chen was at least on par with his medical skills. The rarity of a master of this level was comparable to that of a giant panda. Aha! Sheen Dust nodded. Although there was a bit of a falling out between him and James at the beginning, the man has learned from his mistakes. Moreover, this person is willing to carry out lectures on acromegaly in Jiangcheng Hospital without any compensation, which also shows that this person also has a heart of curing diseases and saving people's lives. If there is an opportunity in the future, it would indeed be a good idea to have a conversation with this person. Meanwhile, in the large conference room. What's up with Dean these past 2 days? Why does he always hold lectures? This time it's still some kind of special lecture on Chinese medicine, taking up all of our lunch break. How annoying. Don't complain. The person the dean invited here is definitely a master. If we can learn a thing or two, we'll make a fortune. The crowd whispered, very curious about the upcoming lecturer. In the first row, 2 young female doctors were also chatting furtively. Chapter 68 Lectures. Yi Qingdai, do you think the dean will invite a big handsome man for us this time? Yesterday's Professor James was quite handsome, but he's too old, it's a pity. A slightly chubby girl pushed her eyes up, regretfully. Zhongli, what are you thinking? Is it possible for a Chinese medicine master to be a handsome man? I'm afraid it's even older than Professor James. And what's the use of being good looking? It's also about having real skills. I've already organized a dozen questions, and I'll be sure to ask the master for some advice when I get a chance. Yi Qingdai looked at the notes in her hand and said seriously. The two were making small talk when the door to the conference room was violently pushed open. Jiang Lianghui was the first to enter the door, and the conference room fell silent. Today, I have the honor of inviting the master of Chinese medicine, Qin Duan, Master Qin, to give a lecture on Chinese medicine. This is a rare opportunity, so I hope you will listen carefully. Come on, let's give a warm round of applause and welcome Master Qin to the stage. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Lianghui was the first to applaud. The crowd rushed to follow, and hundreds of people applauded at the same time, which was quite a sound. But when Qin Chen appeared in front of the crowd, the clapping all stopped. This is a master herbalist? Are you kidding me? That's right, this young man hasn't even graduated from college, right? And he dares to call himself a master? Who gave him the courage? Oh, waste of time, and I don't know where the dean found a liar. The crowd whispered, disdain flashing across their faces. Hey, Ao Dai, what a hottie, let me guess right. Zhang Li said with some excitement. Something's not right, this person looks about the same age as us, even if he grew up studying medicine, he can't reach the realm of a master. Yi Qingdai frowned and mumbled, not taking Zhang Li's words to heart in the slightest. Amidst the crowd's skepticism, Qin Shen walked to the podium. Oh, everyone should be curious as to why I am qualified to stand here and give a lecture at such a young age. As the old saying goes, there is a sequence of hearing the word, and there are specialties. I can stand here, naturally I have my backbone. Qin Dust said with a smile. The crowd fell silent. Almost everyone wanted to see what exactly Qin Shen was capable of, to be able to speak out in front of so many people. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lianghui was taken aback in his heart. Worthy of a master, he had the situation in hand in just 3 or 2 sentences. Before the lecture, I would like to ask, has anyone here read through the Shinong by Chao Jing? The moment Qin Shen said this, the entire room was silent. But just then, a man suddenly stood up and asked loudly, Master Qin, this book is extremely old and does not contain a comprehensive collection of traditional Chinese medicines. What is the use of reading this kind of book? Hearing this, the crowd immediately followed suit. That's right, what's the use of looking at something that has long been eliminated? Anyway, when we were in school, our teachers never asked us to read this book. Pretending. However, Qin Shen did not look flustered in the slightest, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile instead. The young man who first stood up and questioned Qin Shen became complacent when he saw everyone so supportive of him, and looked provocatively at Qin Shen. Oh, you're right, this book, it does seem a bit old. Over the last 1,000 years, many herbs have become extinct and many new ones have emerged. Thus, on the basis of the Shinong by Chao Jing, a national effort has been mobilized in recent times to produce the treatise on the medicinal properties of traditional Chinese medicines. This book, and who has read it through? Qin Shen asked with a smile. The crowd was stumped by the question. The name of this book is not unfamiliar to the crowd. This book contains the names, forms and medicinal properties of all the herbs, and is an encyclopedia of herbal medicine. Every teacher mentions this book when teaching. But the book is thicker than a pillow, and there's just too much of it, so the teachers just mention it so that you can study it more after class, and then they don't ask for anything else. Looking at the crow-silent crowd, Qin Shen laughed. When I was 9 years old, I read through this book backwards and forwards. When this statement came out, it was even more of an uproar in the room. You lie. Suddenly, Yi Qingdai stood up and said loudly. She stared at Qin Shen with a puff of anger and continued, I come from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. Even my grandfather, who studied all his life, wouldn't dare to say that he could recite the treatise on the medicinal properties of traditional Chinese medicine backwards and forwards. I've been reading this book since I was a kid, and now that I'm in graduate school, I'm only halfway through it, and you're absolutely blowing it. Zhanli helped out at the side. That's right. Qingdai is the hardest working, most diligent medical student I've ever seen. Even she can't memorize, how can you? Qin Shen laughed. Qingdai? What a good name. Qingdai is cold, salty, functions to clear heat and diarrhea, cool the blood and detoxify the toxin, main treatment for heat poisoning hair spots, vomiting blood and other conditions, external treatment of sores, mumps. I do not know if I'm right or wrong. Everyone froze at this statement. Qingdai is a Chinese medicine? How come I've never even heard of it? Yeah, I thought that was the name of a pigment. There's something about this kid, this is all off the cuff. The crowd whispered. As for Yi Qingdai, when she heard this, she was also slightly stunned. She is from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. Her father, grandfather, are all famous Chinese medicine practitioners. So when she was named, she was given an herbal name, Qingdai. Ever since she was a child, she knew the properties of the herb that she had renamed after herself. The medicinal properties that Qin Shen said were word for word the same as what he remembered. Now, believe it? Qin Shen said with a smile. Yi Qingdai snorted coldly and sat straight back on the stool. Although she did not reply to Qin Shen, in terms of her actions, she had conceded defeat to the encounter she had just had. Qin Shen didn't ride the wave of victory, but instead glanced curiously at the girl in front of him, smiled faintly, and continued speaking. After that farce just now, everyone was quiet and no one dared to continue questioning. And the more they listened to Qin Shen's lecture, the more shocked they became in their hearts. There were many theories that they had never even heard of, let alone understood. The group was so mesmerized that the crowd didn't react until the lecture was over. Alright, today's lecture by Master Qin ends here. Master Qin lives in Jiangcheng, and in the future, if there's an opportunity, I'll ask Master Qin to come back and hold a lecture for everyone. Jiang Lianghui went up to the stage and said to the crowd. Holy, 3 hours? I can't believe the lecture went on for so long. Yeah, I didn't even think time would go by so fast. Alas, if only I had met a teacher like Master Qin when I was in school. Many people murmured regretfully. Chapter 69, Promise You Anything. The hospital did not take a break and had to be seen in the afternoon. Being able to scrape together 3 hours for the lecture was already Jiang Lianghui's best effort. After the crowd left the conference room somewhat reluctantly, Qin Shen was about to leave when he realized that the two girls who had just antagonized him stopped in front of him. Anything else? Qin Shen asked with a smile. Yi Qingdai somewhat twisted and took out her cell phone, saying, "Can I ask you for a contact?" After saying that, she instantly and then hurriedly explained in a panic, "You don't think too much. I just want to ask you a few questions at your convenience, nothing else." Zhang Li on the side also urged, "My family Qing Dai is one of the 4 school beauties of Jiangcheng University. She took the initiative to add your contact information. You won't be heartless to refuse, right?" Qin Shen smiled helplessly, then took out his cell phone and added Yi Qingdai's friend. After seeing the message that her friend had passed, Yi Qingdai immediately blushed, put away her cell phone and turned around to leave. Qin Shen didn't care too much about it and put away his cell phone to prepare to leave. "Master Qin, your lecture today was very effective, even I was mesmerized, worthy of being a master. It's a pity that the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Jiangcheng Hospital lacks elites, and I hope that you'll come more often to conduct lectures in the future if you have the chance." Jiang Lianghui accompanied Qin Shen and said as he walked, "Well, it is incumbent upon healers to spread medicine, and I will come over when I have the chance." Qin Dust nodded his head and said. Hearing these words, Jiang Lianghui's face straightened, and in his heart, he became respectful to Qin Shen. "Master Qin, in my mind, there aren't many people who can be called masters, and you are definitely one of them," Jiang Lianghui said seriously. If before, he had only admired Qin Shen's level of medical skills, then now, he was considered to have truly recognized Qin Shen as a person. The two were in the corridor, talking as they walked, when a soft figure walked right up to them. Seeing Qin Shen, the girl was startled, and even the lunchbox in her hand fell to the ground. The girl hurriedly picked up her lunchbox and ran out as if she were fleeing. "Ha!" Qin Shen looked at the girl's back with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Master Qin, recognize this girl?" Dean Jiang asked from the sidelines. "I think I've seen." Qin Dust said with a frown. "The girl's name is Hisakura, she's a student at Jiangcheng University, her mother has a heart condition and is dying. But their family is so broke that they can't afford to pay for the operation, so they have to put it off. This little girl came to me several times to plead for mercy. I was able to reduce all the fees that can be reduced, but her family still do not have money, alas." Speaking of this, Jiang Lianghui also sighed. The hospital was not a charity after all, and he had done his best to make it this far. Seeing Qin Shen's expression, Jiang Lianghui asked tentatively, "Master Qin, why don't we go to her mother's hospital room and take a look?" Qin Dust nodded his head and agreed. He himself was kind of bonding with this girl a little bit, and even this girl gave him a kiss on the cheek. Now that she thought about it, it was the first time she had ever been kissed by a girl. Therefore, he had a special sentiment in his heart for Hisakura. Under Jiang Lianghui's leadership, Qin Shen arrived at the ward where Hicheri's mother was. The ward is just a general ward, shared by 3 patients. At this moment, Hisakura was sitting on the edge of the bed, feeding the woman on the bed one bite at a time. "The woman on the," Qin Dust explained. But how could Hisakura believe Qin Shen's words? How could the other guy, who clearly looked about the same age, come to the hospital to give a lecture? Moreover, looking at the dean's respectful attitude towards him, I'm afraid that Qin Shen's real identity is a rich second generation. Thinking of her mother's illness again, she suddenly made up her mind in general, raised her head, stared at Qin Shen and said, "Men, they all have the same mind, I understand. If you just pay the money and cure my mother's illness, I can agree to any conditions you want." Those words felt like they had drained all of Hisakura's courage. Tears trailed down her face as soon as the words left her mouth. At that moment, Qin Shen suddenly realized why Hisakura had appeared at the KTV. I'm afraid it's to raise money for her mother's operation. Unfortunately, she almost met a bad guy and got her innocence tarnished. I don't need you to agree to any terms, Qin Dust said slowly. Hearing this, Hisakura suddenly panicked. Do you think I'm dirty because I've been to karaoke? It's my first time, you can check it out, I'll do whatever you want me to do as long as it cures my mother. Hisakura grabbed Qin Shen's arm and bitterly begged for mercy. Qin Shen shook his head. Taking advantage of people's danger was not something he would do. This kind of thing would not only make his conscience go away, I'm afraid that if his master knew about it, he would also be the first to step in and clean up the mess. I can give you the money without it costing you anything. I just think that any problem that can be solved with money, in my case, is not a problem. Shin Dust said. Looking at Chin Chen's sincere eyes, Hisakura was finally sure that the other party was not teasing her. Thank you. Hisakura suddenly stepped forward and hugged Chin Chen, crying bitterly. Chapter 70 Director Huang. Chin Chen comforted Hichari and managed to calm her down. However, Hisakura's reddened eyes were still clearly visible, making people want to love and pity her. Just coming out of the stairwell, he was greeted by a doctor in a white coat. The man had a hospital badge on his chest, his name was Huang Gong, and his position was actually the head of the cardiology department. One should know that this one called Huang Gong looked to be in his 30s, and to be able to become a director at this age, in addition to having excellent medical skills, I am afraid that he also needs an extremely strong background. Oh, Hazura, why are you crying? Still worried about your mother's condition? Huang Gong seemed to be familiar with Hisakura and asked directly. Hisakura shook her head and said, My mother's trouble, it's been solved. Brother Chin is going to lend me the money to let my mother have the surgery first, and then return it to him when I've earned the money. For the next surgery, I still hope that Director Huang will be more attentive and work hard for you. Hearing this, Huang Gong froze, then looked at Chin Chen beside Hisakura. Oh, little brother, by the looks of it, you're still in school, aren't you? Do you know how much it will cost to operate on Hazura's mother? Huang Gong asked. However, the flash of mockery in his eyes was clearly captured by Chin Chen. The cost of the surgery? I don't know, but I should be able to afford it. Shin Dust said indifferently. Huang Gong coldly grunted with disdain. The cost of the surgery alone will be $800,000, plus the cost of convalescence and medication in the later stages, at least $1 million. If I remember correctly, Hichari's family even sold their house in order to cure the disease, and I'm afraid that this $1 million will have to be paid back for decades. Hearing these words, Hisakura's face changed. She'd already made her plans. After graduation, I will immediately go to work. Even if I work 2 jobs, I will still try to earn money, and pay back Chin Chen's money at the first time. But what if Chin Chen was influenced by these 2 words of Huang Gong and stopped lending himself money? What about his mother's surgery? Chin Chen, I will try to earn money. Hisakura watered and said carefully. At this time, Huang Gong smiled smugly and said, I've long said that I'm the top cardiologist in Jiangcheng Hospital, and usually when I casually go out of town to do 2 surgeries, earning $100,000 a month is not a problem. The cost of your mother's surgery is not even a concern to me. As long as you agree to marry me, I'll get you the money right away and put out all my strength to operate on your mother with absolutely no accidents. But you'd better give me a reply today, or your mother won't last more than a few days in her condition. Huang Gong had been eyeing Hisakura for a long time, and he had mentioned this condition many times. Unfortunately, Hisakura never said yes. However, he had long regarded Hisakura as his favorite. Hisakura's filial piety was famous throughout the hospital. In order to save some money, she would fetch food from the school cafeteria and bring it to the hospital every day, and often even skipped meals and leftover money for meals. At first, Jiang Lianghui had even organized a fundraising campaign for her within the hospital, but unfortunately, a few tens of thousands of dollars was far from enough for Hichari. That's why Huang Gong was so confident. For her mother's sake, Hazura would definitely oblige herself. However, the next moment, Hisakura shook her head firmly. I'm sorry, Director Huang, I have no desire to marry you. Hisakura refused. She had long heard the nurses talk about Huang Gong's reputation. This man is a heavy drinker, gambler, and frequent domestic abuser. The last wife just couldn't take the abuse and was beaten off. If I marry him, I'll be screwed for the rest of my life. How dare you refuse? Huang Gong frowned and asked in a deep voice. Just then, Chin Chen laughed and said, hee, 1 million, it's not enough to put the rest of your life as a bet on you, right? With that, Chin Chen took out a bank card and handed it to Hichari, saying, there's quite a bit of money in this bank card, so take it and use it first. This card is the money he won when he went to the gambling house. During that time, he charged $10 million from his card to his cell phone, and there should be more than 2 billion left in there. With this amount of money, I'm afraid I can even buy a hospital, not to mention an operation. Brother Chin, don't worry, I'll return the bank card to you once I've paid for the surgery. Hisakura took the bank card and said in a hurry. Oh, there's no rush, there's a lot of money to be used after the surgery, so take it and use it first. Shin Dust laughed. Hearing the words of the 2 people in front of him that seemed like flirting, Huang Gong instantly frowned, a hint of anger flashing across his face. He didn't realize that the man in front of him was still a rich second generation. $1 million, taken so easily. However, he had another killer. Hisakura, don't forget that your mother's surgery is vicious and abnormal, and in the entire Jiangcheng, I'm afraid I'm the only one qualified to do it. If you're so unintelligent, then your mother's surgery, hire someone else. Huang Gong said triumphantly. Ho Cherry's mother's condition was very complex, and he had studied it for a long time before settling on a surgical plan. For that matter, he couldn't even say that he guaranteed the surgery would be 100% successful. Without myself, no one would dare to do the surgery even if Hozura had the money. Hearing Huang Gong's threat, He Cherry froze and looked at Qin Shen as if seeking help. Qin Shen was about to speak when the door to the hospital room suddenly opened and Jiang Lianghui walked out with a frown on his face. Dean? What are you doing here? When he saw Jiang Lianghui, Huang Gong was stunned, then he hurriedly greeted him. However, Jiang Lianghui's face was incredibly gloomy, and he snorted coldly, not taking any notice of him. Master Qin, I was negligent in this matter, don't worry, I will deal with this matter seriously. Jiang Lianghui assured Qin Shen respectfully. He had heard almost all of what Huang Gong had just said. This Huang Gong, it is true that there is a bit of background, but to steal a woman from Master Qin, this is not looking for death. Dean, what are you? Huang Gong's eyes widened, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had known Jiang Lianghui for several years, and it was the first time he had seen such a respectful attitude from the other party. Shut the up. You're not ashamed enough. Jiang Lianghui loudly scolded. There were also quite a few patients in the hallway breathing, and when they heard Jiang Lianghui scolding, they suddenly. These words were like thunder, causing Huang Gong to freeze in place. Get out! Jiang Lianghui snapped. As soon as the words fell, a pleasant female voice sounded not far away. No, I'll ask him to leave. The crowd turned around to look, only to see a beautiful woman in a cheongsam standing in the corridor, glittering, beautiful as if she didn't belong to this world at all. Lu Qingwan? Qin Shen was slightly surprised, but then he was relieved. After all, Elder Lu was being hospitalized, and she was supposed to visit him. As soon as Lu Qingwan's words fell, two bodyguards in suits directly stepped forward and grabbed Huang Gong, dragging him directly towards the outside. What are you guys doing? My uncle is Huang Yangde, the leader of the Coyote Gang, how dare you touch me? I'm warning you. Wang Kong was silenced when he was punched in the mouth just as he was in mid-sentence. Well, that clears it up. Lu Qingwan laughed. Jiang Lianghui swallowed nervously. Wang Kong, what a stab in the dark. This, however, is the first lady of the Lu family in the imperial capital. What Coyote Gang leader, in front of this one, he doesn't even count as a fart. I'm afraid that Huang Yangde, the leader of the Coyote Gang, didn't even know that he had already swung around in front of the door of the Ghost Gate. Daring to threaten Lu Qingwan with the Wild Wolf Gang, if Lu Qingwan was in a bad mood, within a day, I'm afraid that the entire Wild Wolf Gang would be razed to the ground. Ahem, Miss He, come to my office and let's study your mother's condition. Jiang Lianghui said to Hisakura. Hizura nodded. She wasn't old, but she wasn't stupid. She could naturally tell that Lu Qingwan and Qin Shen knew each other and had something to say. Good. Hisakura hurriedly followed Jiang Lianghui and prepared to leave. And at this time, Lu Qingwan suddenly spoke, Missy Cherry, right? Don't worry, I'll contact the specialists in the cardiology department of the imperial capital and come over as fast as I can to operate on your mother. Hisakura froze, obviously not expecting Lu Qingwan to speak to her. However, she reacted immediately. Thank you, Ms. Willow. Hizura said gratefully. This Lu Qingwan, she had also heard the nurses in the hospital talking about it. I don't know the specific situation, I only know that it's a big shot from the imperial capital, and every time I go in and out, the dean is accompanied by the dean himself. If she could bring in a specialist from the imperial capital, there would be no surprises in her mother's surgery. You're welcome, after all, for the next few days, the director, who was just there, won't be able to operate on your mother, and I'm responsible for this. Lu Qingwan said with a smile. After Jiang Lianghui left with Hisakura, Lu Qingwan walked up to Qin Shen. Mr. Qin, my grandfather's hospital room is on this floor, can you spare some time to go there? I'll agree to anything you ask, just please save my grandfather's life. Lu Qingwan's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and pleaded bitterly. She knew in her heart that this was almost her last chance. According to what Qin Shen said at that time, Lu Tsanglong only had 1 day of life left now. If you miss this one, you won't get another chance. I can go see Elder Ryu, but before I do, I need to talk to you about something. Sheen Dust said indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Qingwan instantly tensed up. Sheen Duan should be making conditions. Although she was already prepared to agree to Qin Shen's conditions no matter how excessive they were. But true to form, she was also nervous as hell. You said. Lu Qingwan's voice was a little hoarse. It should be because that girl Xiaoning Yue said something to you, that's why you keep using yourself as a condition to beg me. But then, that was just a misunderstanding, Sakura and I, innocent, the situation at that time, alas, it's hard to explain. Qin Shen sighed, realizing that this matter was very troublesome to explain. Anyway, just remember, I don't have any intentions for you is all. Sheen Dust said. Hearing these words, Lu Qingwan immediately stared blankly and froze in place. There are no intentions for me. Lu Qingwan had mixed feelings in her heart. She didn't know if it was because of the relief of having escaped, or the loss of the other party not being able to see herself. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Qin Shen frowned at Lu Qingwan and said. Well. Lu Qingwan reacted and hurriedly led Qin Shen towards the ward where Lu Tsanglong was. Lu Tsanglong lived, is the largest and most luxurious ward of Jiangcheng Hospital, with the best medical equipment. But despite using the best medicine, Lu Tsanglong's health is getting worse. Every time Lu Qingwan came, she would cry sadly. Qingwan, you're here again? Hearing the door open, Lu Tsanglong was about to struggle to sit up from the bed. His life was getting shorter and shorter, and this granddaughter, too, was seeing less and less. But right at this moment, Lu Qingwan suddenly smiled and pointed to the door, saying, Grandpa, look who's here. As soon as the words fell, Qin Shen slowly walked in. Dr. Qin? Lu Tsanglong was startled, and his face glowed with excitement. Elder Lu and I don't need to meet each other, lie down, you shouldn't be overly agitated in your current state. Qin Shen said with a smile. Lu Tsanglong obediently lay back on the bed. Qin Shen grabbed Lu Tsanglong's wrist and took his pulse, then nodded his head and said, Not bad, you've taken good care of yourself in the past 2 days. Have the doctor prepare the silver needle, I'll administer the needle to Elder Lu now. Hearing this, Lu Qingwan instantly became excited. As long as Qin Shen opened his mouth, there would be absolutely no surprises. Okay, I'm going now. Lu Qingwan rushed out of the hospital room in a hurry. Oh, divine Dr. Qin, thanks to you this time. This old life of mine, I don't have enough to die for, but the situation in the imperial capital is changing, the Lu family is in turmoil, I can't die yet. Lu Tsanglong let out a bitter smile and explained. Qin Shen nodded, Elder Lu, I understand. This kind of family head-level figure was the linchpin of a family. As long as he doesn't die, he can keep the family prosperous. So, as long as there was a chance of survival, he wouldn't give up for the sake of his family. By the way, divine Dr. Qin, do you have a marriage partner? Lu Tsanglong suddenly changed the topic and asked Qin Shen. Qin Shen was directly confused. The last sentence was a nice conversation, now why are you suddenly asking about this kind of thing? Ahem, not yet. Sheen Dust said. Chapter 72, What's your impression of my granddaughter? Although Qin Shen and Gu Yaming flash married and received a license, in his heart, he and Gu Yaming were just playing a game. What's more, not only was there no affection between the two, but he even felt that Gu Yaming was a bit bored with him and had a very bad attitude. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted Gu Yaming to pretend to be his wife to fool Master, I'm afraid he would have filed for divorce long ago. Since Mr. Qin is still unmarried, I wonder what his impression of my family's Qingwan is? Elder Lu asked smilingly. Hearing this, Qin Shen was instantly startled. This old man, when did he become a matchmaker? Elder Lu, I'm still young and don't want to step into the grave of love so early. Qin Shen politely refused. To be honest, among so many women Qin Shen had seen, Lu Qingwan could be ranked in the top 5. Put it in any school, it's on the level of the school's top girl. However, he and Lu Qingwan hadn't crossed paths and even had a bit of a falling out at first. To put it bluntly, even if he shamefully asked Elder Lu to set him up, I'm afraid that the other person, Lu Qingwan, wouldn't agree. As for Lu Qingwan's previous words that she could pay any price to beg Qin Shen to save Lu Tsanglong, it was only for the sake of saving someone's life, and there was no talk of feelings at all. But just then, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Qingwan walked in with a bag of silver needles in her hands. Here's the decontaminated silver needle. Lu Qingwan said with her head lowered. She blushed slightly, her gaze not daring to meet Qin Shen's. Changwan, just now I was chatting with divine Dr. Qin. Lu Sanglong just wanted to speak, but Lu Qingwan suddenly stood up, interrupting Lu Sanglong. "Grandpa, let's talk about this matter later, people are not in a hurry yet." Saying that, Lu Qingwan even stole a glance at Qin Shen. "Huh? Did you just hear the two of us?" Lu Sanglong asked with a stunned expression. Only then did Lu Qingwan react. Lu Sanglong hadn't even asked the question yet, and she returned first. The next moment, her face turned even redder. "Grandpa, I've investigated it all. Mr. Qin is already married, his wife, but the chairman of the Gu Group, Gu Yoming, who is now the most popular in Jiangcheng. People, the Golden House, where would they look at an ordinary woman like me?" Lu Qingwan said quietly. In the words, there was actually a faint odor of vinegar. Lu Sanglong immediately frowned and looked at Qin Shun. This kid, who just said he's not married, has secretly gotten a license with the famous and beautiful president of Jiangcheng? Is it still a love interest? I did get a marriage license with Gu Yaming, but that was just to deal with the elders in my family. Gu Yaming and I are innocent, although we live in the same villa, we don't sleep in the same room and have never had any other relationship. Qin Dust explained. Hearing these words, Lu Sanglong's frowning brows instantly stretched. He's seen a lot of these agreement couples. This is even more extremely common in the imperial capital. Many couples get married just for the benefit of the family, even if they each have families outside the home and don't interfere with each other. So he's kind of okay with that kind of thing. As for Lu Qingwan on the side, her eyes also brightened up. "Are you telling the truth?" Lu Qingwan asked in a hurry. In order to get Qin Shen to make a move to save her grandfather, she had used all her connections to investigate Qin Shen's background. However, she had never expected that she would find out about Qin Shen's marriage. It was then that she realized why Qin Shen and Xiaoning Yue were so familiar with each other. After all, in terms of kinship, Qin Shen was Xiaoning Yue's cousin's husband. With his strength, he was a bit exhausted even after applying needles hundreds of times in a row. "Mr. Qin, are you alright?" Lu Qingwan hurriedly assisted Qin Shen. Qin Shen only felt as if his arm had touched something, causing Lu Qingwan to take a step back in fear. However, after hesitating for a moment, Lu Qingwan still came up and used all her strength to help Qin Shen sit on the chair. "Thank you, Ms. Willow." Qin Dust nodded his head. Seeing that Qin Shen's face was as normal and did not make any other small movements, Lu Qingwan then gently answered. She had just thought that Qin Shen had intentionally taken advantage of her, but now it seemed that it should just be an unintentional mistake. "I should be the one thanking you. If Grandpa's illness can be cured, all of the Lu family will owe you a big favor," Lu Qingwan said. "If properly tempered, Elder Lu will live for at least another 20 years, and if he wants to prolong his life, I'm afraid he'll have to eat heavenly herbs and earthly treasures," Qin Dust said. Hearing this, Lu Sanglong's grandparents and grandchildren immediately stared in disbelief. "What did you say? 20 years? Although Lu Sanglong was covered in silver needles and couldn't move, his tone at this moment appeared that he was not in a calm mood. "What? Very little?" Qin Shen frowned. Quite a lot, quite a lot." Lu Qingwan hurriedly explained. Before he got the disease, the expert that the Lu family hired said that my grandfather only had 5 years of life left. And since getting tachyphylaxis, life expectancy has been even more compressed to just 3 months. Now that you're suddenly saying that Grandpa will live for another 20 years, we're just a little excited. Qin Shen laughed. Elder Lu is old and strong, and he usually doesn't take a lot of tonic medicine. After pulling out the lesions, living for 20 more years is definitely not a problem. Lu Qingwan and Lu Sanglong exchanged a glance at once. If Lu Sanglong could live for another 20 years, I'm afraid that the Lu family would still be able to reach another level. Chapter 73, Husband Snatching. Mr. Qin, your great kindness will not be forgotten by our Lu family. Lu Qingwan stood up with a serious expression as she prepared to bow to Qin Shen. Qin Shen hastily reached out his hand to help, but he did not expect that Lu Qingwan moved too fast, and this help almost pushed Lu Qingwan down. Lu Qingwan was unsteady on her feet and directly rushed forward into Qin Shen's arms. The scene was as awkward as it could be. Mr. Qin, can you let go of me first? Lu Qingwan whispered. "Ow, yes, yes." It was only then that Qin Shen reacted to the fact that he was still holding Lu Qingwan. He quickly let go of his hand, and only then did Lu Qingwan stand up. "Sorry about that." Qin Shen directly apologized. "It's fine, I should be the one to apologize to Mr. Qin." Lu Qingwan straightened her hair. And Qin Shen froze when he looked at the way Lu Qingwan ruffled her hair. Surprisingly, he sensed an aura of youth, and it was particularly strong. No wonder men like 18-year-old women no matter how old they are. This youthfulness is something that women of other ages can't fake in any way. Mr. Qin, isn't it time to collect the needles? Lu Qingwan asked with a smile. Seeing the look in Qin Shen's eyes, she immediately became complacent. Sure enough, he's still a bit of a charmer. In the imperial capital, countless men were attracted to her, so she didn't believe that she still couldn't charm a Qin Shen. Well, good, it's about time. Qin Shen coughed lightly and shifted his sight to Lu Sanglong. After retrieving all the silver needles, Qin Shen carefully wrapped the needles up. These silver needles have toxins on them, tell the nurse to just throw them away and don't reuse them. Qin Shen instructed and then checked Lu Sanglong's body again. Well, the lesions have been removed, and as long as they're well conditioned, you'll be able to walk on the ground in 7 days, and in a month's time, you'll be back to where you were before you got the disease. Qin Shen said with a smile. Thank you, divine Dr. Qin. Lu Sanglong was so excited that tears even flowed from the corners of his eyes. There's no harm in it, Elder Lu rests a lot, and you can take some tonic medicine appropriately these days. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back, so feel free to contact me if you have any questions. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he stood up. Dr. Qin Shenwei, take your time. Sheng Wan, go see off divine Dr. Qin for me. Lu Sanglong said while giving a wink to Lu Qingwan. Creating more opportunities for the two young men to be alone was all he could do to help. Okay, Grandpa. Lu Qingwan also stood up and followed Qin Shen out. Mr. Qin, for my postgraduate studies, I applied for the acting department of Jiangsheng University, and if there are no surprises, I should be accepted. In the corridor, Lu Qingwan suddenly spoke. Oh, congratulations then. Qin Dust said. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Lu Qingwan was stunned. Could it be that he didn't understand what he was saying? The acting department of Jiangsheng University is not even ranked in the top 3 in the country. And with Lu Qingwan's family conditions, the top-ranked Imperial Film Academy could be entered with her eyes closed. Isn't it obvious enough what she means when she says she's coming to Jiangsheng for graduate school? I don't have many friends in Jiangsheng, other than Ningyu. You're the only one. If you have the chance, we'll meet more often in the future. I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Qingwan continued to hint. Yes, you're welcome, but I have to work during the week, so I'll make a date on the weekend if I have time. Qin Dust replied. Upon hearing Qin Shen's reply, Lu Qingwan instantly wilted like a deflated ball of leather. She could be sure of that now. Although Qin Dust had a bit of emotional intelligence, it wasn't much. This aspect of male-female love is even more retarded. However, this also just showed that Qin Shen was not a womanizer. What about Gu Yaming? His own conditions were even above Gu Yaming's. She was confident that she could take Qin Shen away from Gu Yaming. Thinking about what? Qin Dust suddenly asked. Lu Qingwan then realized that she had just been thinking about things and was already several meters behind Qin Shen. It's fine, Mr. Qin, you go ahead, I still have some things to do. After saying that, Lu Qingwan turned around and ran. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Qin Shen would be able to see her reddened face. What were you thinking? Snatching someone's husband? That's horrible, isn't it? Although the other two do not have any relationship, but after all, they are a legal couple with a license. If he himself did something to intervene, and it was spread back to the imperial capital, I'm afraid that he would be reduced to the laughingstock of the entire imperial capital. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and made a call to Xiao Ningyue. Xiao Ningyue. Qin Shen is your cousin's husband, why didn't you tell me? Lu Qingwan gritted her teeth and questioned. And you didn't ask? By the way, what do you care? Xiao Ningyue was sitting at her desk with a puzzled look on her face. Then, after hesitating for 2 seconds, Lu Qingwan suddenly had a heartbeat and asked, your cousin, also known as Gu Yaming, she and Qin Shen are an agreement couple with no feelings, right? Yeah. Xiao Ningyue had just uttered those 2 words when she suddenly reacted. Hey, Lu Qingwan, you're not hitting on Qin Shen, are you? I'm telling you, he's a huge asshole for a human being. He went so far as to do that kind of thing with the chaperone while he was videoing with me at the KTV. It's unforgivable, don't throw yourself into the fire. Hello? Are you listening to what I'm saying? Xiao Ningyue shouted loudly, but the sound of hanging up came from her cell phone. What's so great about this love brain, that big asshole? Throwing her cell phone aside, Xiao Ningyue grumbled. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and Gu Yaming walked in. What's wrong? Who pissed you off? Gu Yaming asked suspiciously. It's okay, there's a big asshole and I'm just cursing when I think about it. Sis, what's the matter? Xiaoning Yue hastily changed the subject. Well, you did a good job last time with the renovation contract for the new building, and this time there's a project I'd like to work you out on, so I'll let you do it. There is a piece of land to be transferred in the western city. I want you to do some research. If there is no problem, our company is ready to take it down and develop it. As you know, the company suddenly has an extra $20 billion, so we have to hurry up and get the money flowing, or else we'll be sorry for Mr. Jin's trust in us. Gu Yaman placed a stack of documents on the table in front of Xiaoning Yue. Sis, you know all about the last renovation contract for the new building? Xiaoning Yue asked cautiously. The last time she dragged Qin Chen to the construction site of the new building to negotiate with the decoration team, she was almost taken advantage of by that group of people. Luckily, Qin Chen was able to fight and subdued that group of people. She hadn't told Gu Yaming about this matter, not realizing that she hadn't been able to hide it from him in the end. Secretary Li mentioned it, and you did a good job, so you'll stay in charge of the research this time. Gu Yaman said. Hearing this, Xiaoning Yue let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Qin Chen hadn't been exposed, otherwise if she knew that she had taken Qin Chen out alone, her sister would definitely criticize herself. Chapter 74, Leave the door open for me at night. Okay, I'll be right there. Xiaoning Yue agreed painfully. Only when Gu Yaming left the office, Xiaoning Yue immediately dialed Qin Chen. Qin Chen, where are you? Xiaoning Yue asked. On my way home. Why, something wrong? Qin Dust replied. After curing Lu Sanglong, he had wanted to return to the company. But when he looked at the time, it was already the end of his shift, and he had taken the afternoon off, so he drove straight home. Okay, I'll find you in the evening for something, wait for me in the room, remember, don't tell my sister. After saying that, Xiaoning Yue directly hung up the phone. For this research, she still wanted to drag Qin Chen with her. After all, what happened last time had left quite a shadow in her heart. Listening to the sound of disconnection coming from his cell phone, Qin Chen was puzzled. This little ninny, why does she talk so ambiguously? What do you mean you'll meet in your room at night, and don't tell Gu? For ordinary people, I'm afraid that if they were pressed like this, their psychological defense would have collapsed and they would have given up everything. Unfortunately, Gu Yaming ran into Qin Chen. Wei On Kong? Quite a good talker. I moved and reasoned and in the end he was begging me to sign. Qin Dust said. He really didn't lie. Wei On Kong was frightened by Jiang Lianghui's words at the time and cried out to sign at the original price. I'm afraid that if Qin Chen increased the contract amount by another 2 million, Wei On Kong would sign the contract without hesitation. If you don't want to say it, don't say it, no need to make up lies in front of me. Gu Yaming let out a cold snort, then put down the bowl and walked towards the upstairs. Wei On Kong is at least a boss, even if the strength is not as strong as Gu Group, but at least it is considered a party. How can you beg a salesman to sign a contract? Forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Dust didn't care. Hey, be honest, did Wei On Kong really beg you to sign the contract? Xiaoning Yue suddenly asked. That's for sure, he was on his knees to me at the time. Qin Dust replied. Xiaoning Yue's eyes rolled and she was just about to continue speaking when Gu Yaming's voice came from the stairs. Hurry up upstairs when you're done eating, aren't you the most annoyed with him, why are you still talking to him? Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Xiaoning Yue spat out her tongue and then put down her chopsticks. On her way out, she turned back to Qin Chen and whispered, I believe in you. By the way, remember to leave the door open for me at night. She did believe that Qin Chen was capable of signing this contract. After all, she had seen Qin Chen's ability with her own eyes. Not only can he fight, he can heal. After packing up the dishes, Qin Chen returned to the bedroom. However, after waiting for hours, Xiaoning Yue didn't come. Just when Qin Chen was so sleepy that he was about to fall asleep, the bedroom door quietly opened a crack. Qin Chen, are you asleep? The bedroom had no lights on, and the curtains were still drawn, so Xiaoning Yue carefully walked in and gently closed the door again. Qin Chen suddenly had the urge to tease Xiaoning Yue and did not answer her. Xiaoning Yue whispered Qin Chen's name as she groped her way towards the bed. However, the light in the house was really too dark, and Xiaoning Yue was unfamiliar with the furniture arrangement in the house, so suddenly her feet tripped and her body lost its center of gravity. With a bang, Xiaoning Yue fell directly onto the bed. It was fortunate that he didn't run into Qin Chen, otherwise Qin Chen wouldn't even be able to pretend. Qin Chen closed his eyes and breathed steadily. Xiaoning Yue was relieved when she felt Qin Chen's breathing. Xiaoning Yue instantly deflated and surrendered. Alright, I'm convinced. Alright, you say, what are the conditions? Qin Chen smiled. The conditions, it's not difficult, it's just that you have to help me persuade Gu Yaming to make a video call to my master early, that's all. Hearing this, Xiaoning Yue instantly widened her eyes. It's that simple? You went through all this trouble to threaten me, but it's just to do such a small thing? Qin Chen was instantly enraged. A trivial matter? This concerns my life, how can it be trivial? Gu Yaming is my nominal wife. If I always fail to call my master, my little life will be in jeopardy. But Gu Yaming, that workaholic, is so focused on her work that she's oblivious to such a small request. Qin Dust gritted his teeth in hatred when he spoke of this topic. If he had known that Gu Yaming would ignore himself after getting the investment, then he should have negotiated the terms before asking Jin Huan to invest in her, and he wouldn't be so passive now. Chapter 75 Car Parking Dispute. Okay, then I promise. Xiaoning Yue said. Then you swear. Qin Dust had a serious face. Xiaoning Yue clenched her teeth, so angry that she wanted to curse. I'm the daughter of the Qiao family, and I'm still suspected of having no credibility? But the situation was stronger than others, so she could only honestly raise 3 fingers and whisper, I, Xiaoning Yue, swear that I will definitely persuade my sister to call Qin Chen's master as early as possible, or else. Speaking of this, Xiaoning Yue was suddenly stuck. Seems like it would be appropriate to take a poisonous oath, like go out and get hit by a car if you can't finish? Just then, Qin Chen suddenly picked up, otherwise, you'll gain 30 pounds, and you won't be able to lose weight in this lifetime. Xiaoning Yue instantly widened her eyes. You're so cruel. Qin Chen snorted coldly and put away his cell phone. I'll save this picture for you in case you change your mind. Qin Dust said. Before Xiaoning Yue could object, Qin Chen continued, tell me, what exactly are you looking for me for tonight? You always come to my room at night like this. In case Gu Yaming finds out, I won't be able to explain it even if I'm covered in mouths. Next time, if you really need something, find a safe place and don't let her find out. The more Qin Chen's words were heard, the more wrong Xiaoning Yue became. 2 people are obviously innocent, how in the mouth of Qin Dust, and cheating like? So what if my sister finds out? She and Qin Chen hadn't done anything. However, when she saw her posture with Qin Chen, she fell silent again. In the middle of the night, without turning on the lights, the 2 of them shared a room, and they even climbed onto Qin Chen's bed themselves. If she said that nothing had happened between herself and Qin Chen, I'm afraid that even she wouldn't believe it. She silently climbed off the bed before speaking. I came to see you because I have a favor to ask. There's a piece of land that's been transferred out of the West Side district, and my sister asked me to visit it, and I want you to accompany me. Qin Chen frowned. Land? Expedition? Speaking of work, Xiaoning Yue instantly came into the spirit. That's right, over in the West City, there is now a 50 square kilometer piece of land ready for development. I'm going over there this time to see how the land is doing and what kind of development it's suitable for, and to see if there are any competitors and how strong they are. But it's definitely not safe for a little girl like me to go over there by herself, so I wanted to drag you along. Xiaoning Yue didn't know why, but at that time, when Gu Yaming told her the news, the first thing she thought of was Qin Chen. Perhaps it was because he was saved by Qin Chen the last time he encountered danger, so his heart subconsciously relied on him. West End, 50 square kilometers. Qin Duan was a bit shocked. That's almost half the area of the Western District already. Is it that big? Xiaoning Yue smiled. The Western District is originally a newly developed urban area. It's normal to take out half of the land to accelerate development. To be honest, there's no big deal about going this time. After all, the group that can undertake the development of such a large area of the city can't find a few in the whole of Jiangcheng. Qin Dust bristled. Then what are you looking for me for? Don't forget, I'm now a salesman in the business department. I took a vacation in the afternoon on my first day yesterday, and if I take another vacation tomorrow, I'm afraid the manager of the business department will have to fire me. He dares? Xiaoning Yue sneered. The manager of the business department is called Wu Xingright. Tomorrow I'll personally go and talk to him. If he dares to not let go, I'll directly fire him. It's settled, I'll take care of the rest. Just remember to come with me to the West End. After saying that, Xiaoning Yue turned around and left, tiptoeing away from Qin Chen's room. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. This girl, worthy of being Gu Yaming's cousin, really has a bit of Gu Yaming in her. Lying back on the bed, Qin Chen froze. Just now, Xiaoning Yue had laid on the bed for a while, but she had actually left a scent behind? Didn't they just get out of the shower? Do people really have body odor? He hastily opened the window to ventilate. A woman's nose, after all, is better than a dog's. If Gu Yaming found out anything, he wouldn't be able to wash himself in the Yellow River by then. Day 2. Shin Duan drove his newly purchased Land Rover to the company. It was the first time he'd been in the company parking lot since he'd bought the car. After casually finding an empty space to stop his car, Shin Chen whistled and left towards the building. 5 minutes to go before the clock-in deadline, plenty of time to spare. But he hadn't gotten far when a curse came from behind him. Whose ing piece of car is this that dares to take up my parking space? No license plate, not even a phone number. Is this a deliberate attempt to provoke me? The voice, it sounded somewhat familiar. Shin Chen looked back just in time to see Wu Xing, the manager of the business department, kicking the front end of his car, leaving a visible footprint. Luckily, the body material of this Land Rover was a special alloy that was not that fragile, so it was not dented by the kick. In a normal car, I'm afraid it would have left a small pothole by now. Hey, Wu Xing, what are you doing? Shin Chen frowned and walked back. Since the other party was so unreasonable and came up to kick the car, there was no need for him to address the other party's position, so he directly called out Wu Xing's name. Seeing Shin Chen, Wu Xing immediately sneered, "This car is yours?" Just now Wu Xing's shout was not small, plus kicked the car, immediately attracted a lot of attention, next to at least surrounded over 20 or 30 people to see the fun, and in the office building picking the window to look down, more. Nice, the car is mine. Shin Dust said indifferently. Kid, okay, count on you to know what's good for you. I'll give you 3 minutes to drive the car away, and I won't bother with you about today. Wu Xing said in a cold voice. Beside him, there was a Porsche that he had obviously driven over. Shin Chen frowned and pointed to a few empty parking spaces not far away. There are still a lot of parking spaces over there, why don't you go? He was a little puzzled. Previously, he did not know this Wu Xing person at all, that is, when he went to Wu Xing's office yesterday, he only met one side, and nothing unpleasant happened at all between the two of them. What kind of wind did this Wu Xing draw, looking for trouble with himself early in the morning? And next to so many parking spaces, he had to park in his own place. This means, also too low, right? Do you know the ing rules? Let me go park next to it? Who gave you the courage? Wu Xing cursed and growled. Why does this young man look so familiar, new here? I guess so, otherwise why would he have grabbed a parking space with Wu Xing? Alas, it should be that no one has taught him the rules, allowing him to charge Wu Xing. Now he's going to have bad luck. The crowd murmured, all sympathizing with Shin Chen. Shin Chen, on the other hand, still didn't change his face and didn't seem to put Wu Xing in his eyes at all. Rules? Rules don't seem to do much for me. Shin Dust said indifferently. Chapter 76, Your rules are useless in front of me. Hearing Shin Chen's words, it took half a day for Wu Xing to react. Kid, who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Don't forget that I'm your direct supervisor. If you don't want to hang around in this company, you can always talk to me and I'll fulfill you. Wu Xing gritted his teeth and roared low in anger. He did not expect that in front of so many people, Shin Chen would dare to be so disrespectful. Make yourself look bad, then fine, get ready to pack your bags and get the hell out of here. Although he wasn't from the personnel department and didn't have the power to directly fire an employee, he was the manager of the business department, and it was easy as pie to fire a freshly hired salesman. It doesn't seem to count if you say whether I work for this company or not. Shin Dust said indifferently. His position was set by Gu Yaming herself. As long as you don't make a big mistake, you will never be fired. Does this person have some kind of background? How else would he dare to talk to Wu Xing like that? Che, have a background? Can you have Wu Xing's background? He is the cousin of the chairman of the Wu Group, messing with him is offending the Wu Group. What? He still has this relationship with Wu's group? Humph, what else? As far as Wu Xing's ability is concerned, being a salesman is barely enough to be the manager of the business department. Next life. The crowd whispered, and in their words, they were still more favorable to Wu Xing. I don't count when I say so? Wu Xing laughed as if he had heard some funny joke. Suddenly, his laughter stopped and his face went cold. Kid, you just graduated, right? Know what is called rules. Shin Chen smiled faintly, I wish to hear more. Wu Xing snorted coldly, see the parking space number on the ground? Number 1 is for the chairman, number 2 is for the vice chairman, and this number 5. Wu Xing pointed to where Shin Chen had parked, and it's mine. Hearing this, Shin Chen froze. He hadn't thought at all that the company had such hidden rules. But when he scanned it, he instantly confirmed Wu Xing's words. He didn't recognize other people's cars, but he could still recognize Gu Yaming's car. At this moment, Gu Yaming's small sports car was parked in the number 1 parking space. Get it? Stupid. I don't know how you've grown up with this little bit of human decency. Now, I'm going to give you one last chance, drive the car away and bow and apologize to me in front of everyone, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you're ready to pack up and get the hell out of here. Wu Xing said in a cold voice, with an air of superiority. But just when everyone thought that Qin Shen would succumb, a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Only Qin Shen walked over to Wu Xing's side, then stepped on the front hood of the sports car in front of the crowd. Knock! After a loud bang, the front hood dented directly, followed by a plume of black smoke. Holy, how much power does it take to scrap a car with one kick? It is estimated that the engine has been stepped on. Now that kid is in trouble, the repair cost alone is estimated to be in the millions. Isn't it just a matter of giving up your parking space and apologizing? Just bear with it, why are you so impulsive? The crowd froze in place, and it took several seconds for them to react. Many people took out their cell phones and snapped pictures of the trampled sports car. After all, this kind of thing is kind of rare. Are you crazy? Wu Xing was dumbfounded as he watched the scene in front of him. I'm just trying to tell you that those rules of yours, with me, don't work at all. Qin Dust laughed. You. Wu Xing pointed at Qin Shen, his body trembling, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Qin Shen, however, didn't care and took out his phone, calling Gu Yaming. I'm in the company's parking lot, I'll give you 3 minutes to come down and solve the problem, or I'll have Kim Huan withdraw the $20 billion. After saying that, he didn't even wait for Gu Yaming to speak before hanging up directly. Chairman's office. Gu Yaming, holding his cell phone, stayed in place. The phone came drip 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 sound of disconnection. Sis. Are you okay? Xiaoning Yue secretly swallowed. She did not expect that Qin Shen would dare to say such words to her sister. Is that an order, or a threat? And that $20 billion of investment, is that something he can decide? One word to let the Jin chief of the Radiant Jewelry Group withdraw his investment, isn't this a joke? I'm fine. Gu Yaming stared at the two figures downstairs with a deep gaze. Although she said that she was fine, the icy aura on her body caused Xiaoning Yue, who was standing next to her, to stifle a shiver. With such a big deal happening in the parking lot, it had long since reached the ears of Gu Yaming and Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue had wanted to go down and help Qin Shen's favor. After all, the two of them had secretly agreed to go over for research together. If Qin Shen was fired before he even went to the research, Xiaoning Yue was afraid that she would have to cry to death. But Gu Yaming stopped Xiaoning Yue. Her reasoning was that Qin Huan had been shouting for her to call Qin Huan's master as soon as he bumped into her recently, which annoyed her, so she let Qin Huan suffer a little bit first to get out of his anger before going to relieve him. Just didn't expect that Qin Shen would not take the slightest bit of aggravation, and came up and kicked Wu Xing's sports car. Now, this is where things get a little dicey. Wu Xing himself had average abilities and average means, but he had a good cousin that even Gu Yaming was afraid of. This person, Qin Shen, also happened to recognize, was the chairman of the Wu Group, Wu Dong. The match that Qin Duan's master, Taoist Dustless, had arranged for Qin Duan in the beginning was Wu Dong's daughter, Wu Min. Unfortunately, by mistake, Qin Shen got a marriage license with Gu Yaming. Otherwise, at Wu Dong's insistence, it was possible that Qin Shen had married Wu Min and was considered family with Wu Xing. Forget it, I'll stay out of this kind of thing, you go and see. Remember, try to make a big deal out of it. Gu Yamin said. Oh, good. Xiaoning Yue answered and then went downstairs. Upon seeing Xiaoning Yue, the crowd immediately glanced at Qin Shen in surprise. Although the one who came down wasn't Gu Yaming, everyone knew the relationship between Xiaoning Yue and Gu Yaming, and Xiaoning Yue was originally the vice president of the company, almost the spokesperson for Gu Yaming. Could it be that the call Qin Shen had just made was really for Gu Yaming? Where's Gu Yaming? Why did you let you come over? Qin Dust frowned. Humph. Qin Shen, you look down on me? I'm the vice president of the company, I have the right to personnel mobilization, be careful I'll fire you directly. Xiaoning Yue coldly grunted. Hearing this, Wu Xing, who was on the side, hurriedly chimed in, that's right, Vice President Xiao, this person has no respect, in front of so many people, not only did he insult me, but he also damaged my car, this kind of person should be fired straight away. Chapter 77, You're fired. Did I tell you to talk? Xiaoning Yue reprimanded. Those words directly confused everyone. Everyone thought at first that Xiaoning Yue had come over to deal with Qin Chen. But how come Wu Xing is also scolded now? Mr. Zhou. Me. Wu Xing stammered, not daring to continue speaking. What are you waiting for? You're already late. Go park your car and get back to work. Xiaoning Yue said with a cold face. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Chen could not help but laugh out loud. Xiaoning Yue was clearly a little girl, but she had to pretend to be mature. It's just too funny. What are you laughing at? Laugh again and I'll fire you. Xiaoning Yue exclaimed. Many people cast admiring glances at Qin Chen. This is the vice president of the group. Now that Xiaoning Yue had said all the words in her heart for everyone was naturally 100% supportive. Hearing the applause from the crowd, Xiaoning Yue burst out laughing. But Wu Xing's face, however, was a greenish white, obviously infuriated. As the company's business department manager, his status had always been high. When had he ever lost face in front of so many people? Moreover, he saw that quite a few people had secretly recorded the video just now, and in case the video got out, he wouldn't want to mix in the company in the future. Mr. Zhou, did you just mean it? Wu Xing asked through clenched teeth. He still didn't understand that Xiaoning Yue dared to offend herself for an ordinary salesman? Of course I'm serious. If you don't like it, you can go find Mr. Gu. Xiaoning Yue said. Wu Xing immediately cursed. Gu Yaming is your cousin. If I go to her to tell on you, I'm looking for death. Xiaoning Yue, don't give your face away. Call you Mr. Zhou and you're floating, aren't you? What ability do you have? Isn't it because Gu Yaming is your cousin that you can become this vice president? Without Gu Yaming, you're nothing. Now you dare to boss me around. Who gave you the courage? Wu Xing cracked his mouth. He was a middle-aged man who was reprimanded by a little girl in front of so many people. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't hold his breath. Wu Xing, it's best to think before you speak. Xiaoning Yue said in a cold voice. Humph, a yellow-haired girl, how dare she point at me? I'm telling you, you were still breastfeeding when I was out running the business. Wu Xing had already been exasperated, and all sorts of unpleasant words were said. Where had Xiaoning Yue ever argued with this kind of person? She immediately held her face red, not knowing what to say. Just then, Qin Chen stepped forward and kicked Wu Xing in the face. What about dealing with people like that? Try not to argue when you can. Qin Chen said with a smile. A smile appeared on Xiaoning Yue's face. Against this kind of scoundrel, it was still necessary for Qin Chen to step in. You dare to make a move on me? Are you tired of living? Wu Xing struggled to get up, but a clear footprint was left on his chest. I'll continue to beat you up if you mouth off again. If you don't believe me, you can try. Qin Dust laughed. Wu Xing subconsciously wanted to curse back, but when he looked at the smile on Qin Chen's face and felt the fiery pain coming from his chest, he instantly wimped out. You hit someone, you wait for me. After saying that, he looked at Xiaoning Yue again and gritted his teeth. And you, favoring a small businessman to make a move on me, I can't spare you either. Wu Xing limped towards his sports car and just opened the door to get into the car, but then he remembered that the engine of the sports car had already been kicked out by Qin Chen. With a thud, Wu Xing slammed the car door. You're finished. Wu Xing shouted again, but his appearance was extremely wretched, and the crowd all laughed. Xiaoning Yue snorted coldly. Fine, I'd like to see how you're going to get back at me. I announced that the manager of the business department, Wu Xing, has disregarded the company's system and is to be fired immediately. Xin Duan of the business department takes his place. Xiaoning Yue said loudly. Wu Xing stumbled and almost fell. You got yourself fired so easily? Good. Xiaoning Yue, you wait for me. Wu Xing left behind a sentence before limping and disappearing from sight. Alright, break it up and get back to work. Starting tomorrow, parking is at your disposal, and Mr. Gu and I will take the lead. Xiaoning Yue exclaimed. The crowd immediately cheered and then all dispersed. How about that? I'm giving it a go, aren't I? Xiaoning Yue looked at Qin Chen with a smile. It's pretty empowering, but I guess your sister is going to be mad. Qin Chen pointed towards the upstairs, only to see Gu Yaming standing by the window of her office. Xiaoning Yue immediately shivered. From such a distance, she could feel Gu Yaming's anger. It's over, my sister had asked me to come and make a big deal out of it. Turns out I accidentally went to the top and fired Wu Xing. I'm sure I'll get yelled at when I get back later. Xiaoning Yue spat out her tongue without a hint of fear on her face. By the way, you remember to join me on the expedition this afternoon. I'm promoting you to business manager now, that's your job now, can't find an excuse to say no, can you? Xiaoning Yue was smug. Chapter 78, Get Up First. Okay, I got it. You'd better think about how to survive under that demoness Gu Yaming first. Qin Chen smiled. Xiaoning Yue sighed all of a sudden, I'll go get scolded by my sister first, and contact you this afternoon. Chairman's office. When Xiaoning Yue returned, she instantly scrunched her neck up like a frightened kitten. Sister. Xiaoning Yue's voice was extremely small. And you have the nerve to come back. What did I tell you, big deal, small deal? You're good, you just fired Wu Xing. Gu Yaming grunted heavily. Hearing this, Xiaoning Yue was instantly unconvinced. Sister, you weren't there, you didn't hear how hard that Wu Xing cursed. If I don't fire him, I'm afraid I won't have any prestige in the company in the future. After several seconds, Gu Yaming sighed deeply. I know everything you're talking about. This includes Wu Xing bullying his subordinates, taking their performance upon himself, and even embezzling public funds. It's just that he's an old man in the company, plus Wu Dong, the chairman of the Wu Group, is his cousin, and he pulls in a lot of business, so there's no way to move him. But it's good to kick him out now, the company just got the investment, we can't let this kind of corpse occupy the business department. Gu Yaming said in a deep voice. So, sis, you're not mad? Xiaoning Yue froze. Ugh, you're my sister, can I get angry with you over an outsider? I'm just worried about you, Wu Xing is very tactful, I'm afraid he'll take revenge on you if you offend him. If I had known this was going to happen, I should have stepped in and fired him. Gu Yamen said. So that's what you're worried about? It's okay, sis, Qin Dusty. Xiaoning Yue had wanted to say that Qin Shen would protect herself, but halfway through her sentence, she felt as if it was a bit ambiguous. Qin Shen was his sister's nominal husband, and it was too strange for him to say that Qin Shen would protect him in front of his sister. What happened to him, Qin Shen? Gu Yaming was puzzled. Qin Dusty. Xiaoning Yue's eyes turned. Qin Dusty kicked Wu Xing's car and beat him up. Even if Wu Xing wants to retaliate, the first one to retaliate is also him. Sis, you don't have to worry about me too much. After saying that, Xiaoning Yue's heart let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, I reacted quickly, or I wouldn't have been able to explain it. Alright, I'll tell him to be careful when he comes home for dinner tonight. Gu Yamen said. Sister, it's true that you still care about Qin Chen. Xiaoning Yue said with a smile as if she had discovered something. I care about him? Humph, I just don't want to become a widow at a young age. Gu Yaming coldly grunted. Noon. Qin Shen had just finished his meal and was about to take a lunch break when he saw Xiaoning Yue tiptoeing into the business department manager's office. What are you doing? Why are you being so sneaky in the company? It's not like there's anything unseemly between us. Qin Dust frowned. Who's got something to see with you? Xiaoning Yue retorted in exasperation. Just a few seconds later, a blush appeared on her face. Sneaking around, hearing these words, she suddenly remembered what happened in Qin Shen's bedroom last night. She herself, a yellow girl, had gone to a man's bedroom in the middle of the night. A man and a woman sharing a room, and more importantly, this man was his brother-in-law. It's a good thing no one saw it, or their reputation would be ruined. Okay, no verbal sparring with you, go ahead, what's the matter with me? Qin Dust asked. Have you forgotten? We agreed that we're going to examine the piece of land in the West End. Xiaoning Yue frowned. Big sister, you're talking about the afternoon. Qin Shen took out his cell phone and pointed at the time on it, saying, it's lunch break now, and there's still an hour left until he goes to work in the afternoon. Xiaoning Yue grunted coldly, when everyone goes to work in the afternoon, what if we're seen walking together? You have 1 minute to hurry up and come with me. Qin Shen, however, lay down on the simple bed in the office, with the look of a dead pig. No go, if you want to go you can go by yourself, I'm going to sleep. Xiaoning Yue was so angry that she immediately stepped forward and grabbed Qin Shen's ear, saying loudly, are you going or not? Qin Shen was in pain and hurriedly pushed Xiaoning Yue away. But who knows, Xiaoning Yue wore high heels, a moment did not stand steadily, directly pounced on Qin Shen's body. Ah! Xiaoning Yue exclaimed. Fortunately, there was Qin Shen as a meat cushion underneath her body, or else she would have fallen miserably. Hey, get your ass up! Qin Dust said helplessly. The two were in a strange position now. Especially since Xiao Ningyue was still lying on top of him right now, her white and tender calves right in front of her eyes, so he couldn't help but feel a little frisky. He'd heard the term skinny before. Originally, he didn't understand, but now that he saw Xiao Ningyue's legs, he suddenly realized. The ancients were true to their word. Qin Shen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and urged, "If you don't get up, I'll spank your ass." Xiao Ningyue could not cry. "I knew it would be no good when I met you." She braced herself against Qin Shen's leg and was just about to stand up when the office door was suddenly pushed open. "Manager Qin, is everything okay?" A woman in an OL uniform froze as she looked at the scene before her, and the latter half of her sentence, too, got stuck in her throat. "It's okay, you go ahead and get out," Qin Dust said in a hurry. It's me, I'm on my way." The woman turned and ran, even forgetting to close the door. After several seconds, she ran back and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Manager Qin, I didn't see anything." When she finished, she closed the door with a thud. Inside the office, Qin Shen and Xiao Ningyue looked at each other in disbelief, all of them frozen in place. Even Xiao Ningyue had forgotten that she was still lying on Qin Shen's body. "Who is she?" "She?" Xiao Ningyue asked dully. "Zuxia, the assistant assigned to me by the personnel department, I also just met." "In the morning," Qin Shen subconsciously replied. "She wouldn't recognize me, would she?" Xiao Ningyue instantly panicked. "That what? You want to get up before we talk?" "It's hard for me to talk in this position all the time," Qin Dust said helplessly. A woman, or a beautiful woman, pressed against his body. He was not a god, and if he didn't have strong self-control, he would have been unable to resist doing anything excessive. It was only then that Xiao Ningyue reacted to the posture of the two people, which was a bit off. She struggled to her feet in a hurry, straightening her dress and primping her hair with her hands. "Can't see it, can you?" Xiao Ningyue looked at Qin Shen and asked. Us two ask heart and soul, how is it made by you like cheating in the office?" Qin Shen wanted to cry. Chapter 79, Pretending to be a Boyfriend. It's over, that assistant of yours must have just seen it. If she tells anyone about this, how will I ever see anyone again?" Xiao Ningyue stomped her foot, anxious. Qin Shen looked at Xiao Ningyue's appearance, but he couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Xiao Ningyue froze. "I was laughing at the fact that you're kind of cute," Qin Shen replied with a smile. Hearing this reply, Xiao Ningyue picked up the cushion on the sofa and directly smashed it towards Qin Shen. "You're the cute one," Xiao Ningyue roared angrily. Okay, I heard that this Zuxia, who also just graduated from Jiangcheng University not long ago, should have joined the company only yesterday, and was assigned to me as an assistant today. It's reasonable to say that she doesn't have any known friends in the company yet, so even if she saw the two of us together, she wouldn't just leak it out. Don't worry, I'll talk to her later and make sure she keeps her mouth shut," Qin Dust said. "Humph." Xiao Ningyue snorted coldly. "Come with me to research, now, right now." Qin Shen let out a bitter smile. It seemed that it was impossible not to go. The two sneak out of the office and head straight for the parking lot. During the lunch break, everyone was resting, and the two had a scare and drove toward the west side. Phew. Finally ran out. Xiao Ningyue let out a long breath, her entire body relaxing. "Hey, you still haven't told me what all this expedition entails," Qin Shen asked as he drove. "Don't worry, I've already contacted Director Sun of the Western District, and when we arrive, he'll take us on a tour," Xiao Ningyue replied. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the development area in the western city. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a bald man with an assistant greeted him. The man was dressed in. After all, he was brought here to prevent certain contingencies. "Okay, if there's something wrong, you take me and run right away," Xiao Ningyue hurriedly replied. Qin Shen smiled. If there was something wrong, the ones who should run should be those two, right? "This gentleman, why don't you take the co-pilot's seat, and I'll sit in the back with General Manager Qiao, so it'll be easier to introduce her to the situation in a while," Sun Changliang said as he looked at Qin Shen. But right at this moment, Xiao Ningyue suddenly hugged Qin Shen's arm and replied with a smile, "Director Sun, this is my boyfriend, he loves to be jealous. Today I had wanted to come by myself, but he preferred to follow me, so why don't I just sit in the back row with him?" When these words came out, not only did Sun Changliang freeze, Qin Shen also froze. "Boyfriend?" Where's the hullabaloo? Your sister asked me to pretend to be her husband, and you asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend. I'm working 2 jobs by myself? However, feeling the squeezing sensation coming from his arm, Qin Shen immediately stifled the denial on his lips. Is this your boyfriend? Sun Changliang stammered and asked. Of course, don't we make a good match? Xiao Ningyue laughed. A good match, a good match. What a beautiful couple. Sun Changliang hastily adjusted his expression and complimented with a sincere face. The two got into the back seat of the car. Sun Changliang's assistant drove while Sun Changliang was in the passenger side, and as the car traveled, he began to introduce the land to be developed. According to Sun Changliang, after all the development of the development zone is completed, the supporting policies will also follow, and the commercial value of this land will be immeasurable by then. Director Sun, based on what you said, the development value of this land is indeed great, but there's still a problem. Do you mean that the development is fully funded by the developer's advance until the development is complete? I'm afraid the advance for such a large area must be tens of billions of dollars, right? Xiao Ningyue instantly caught the point of Sun Changliang's words. Sun Changliang wiped the sweat from his forehead and got serious as well. He had thought that this time Gu Group came with a little girl who didn't know much about business, but he didn't expect the first question to be so tricky. Yes. According to the experience we have summarized, if too many developers are introduced to the development zone, the progress will be very easy to be confused, so we require that one developer will take over the entire development project. And because we are short of funds, the initial investment must be fully advanced by the developer, but we can give some preferential policies well. Sun Changliang explained. Director Sun, as far as I know, the only company in Jiangcheng that can take over this project is our Gu Group, right? Any other company that can come up with $10 billion in cash? Xiao Ningyue asked with a smile. Qin Shen couldn't help but give Xiao Ningyue a thumbs up in his heart. With the land inspection done, it's time to start poking around the opposition. If only the Gu Group had the strength to take over this project, then the Gu Group held the negotiating advantage, and if it was run well, it could at least save the company hundreds of millions of dollars. Oh, Mr. Zhou, I'll just open the window and talk to you. Originally, it's true that there's only one company in Jiangcheng, the Gu Group, that can undertake this project. But a few days ago, Xian's group brought someone over to negotiate. They've partnered with several other companies to set up a new company, and together they've injected tens of billions of dollars in capital, targeting, among other things, the development project in the money group? Xiao Ningyue's eyes widened at once. That's right. Oh, by the way, Xian Xia from Qian's group, he even asked me to have dinner tonight. Want to join him? Sun Changliang asked. From his perspective, the more ferocious the fight between the Gu Group and the Qian Group, the more benefits he could get. Chapter 80: The Wine Table War. Xiao Ningyue looked towards Qin Shen, who nodded slightly. Alright, let's have dinner together tonight then. I'd like to see what our only competitor has to offer. Xiao Ningyue said. Afterwards, the two of them, Xiao Ningyue and Qin Shen, separately called Gu Yaming and said that they wouldn't be going back for dinner tonight. Only Xiao Ningyue was using work as an excuse, while Qin Shen hadn't even had time to make up a lie before Gu Yaming hung up the phone. Your sister this is. Qin Duan held his cell phone with a confused look on his face. My sister means don't bother with you, come back if you like, better die out there for good. Xiao Ningyue laughed out loud. Qin Shen snorted coldly and put his cell phone away. This Gu Yaming didn't know what was wrong with her lately. Her attitude towards herself was getting worse and worse. Next, Sun Changliang took the two of them around the development area again, and after looking at the time, he took them straight to the hotel. Bingyang Hotel, the only 4-star hotel in Xiqing district. Sun Changliang has long been wrapped up in the hotel's top rooms, called the development zone of a number of staff to accompany. After all, Gu's group and Xian's group were both leading companies in Jiangcheng, so this respect still had to be given. Just as they reached the entrance of the hotel, Qin Shen and the others ran into another convoy. A dozen or so luxury cars lined up in an extremely racy fashion. After the car was parked, two familiar figures appeared in front of Qin Shen. You're that cousin of Gu Yaming's, aren't you? I thought Guya was going to come over in person today. It's just that hasn't this loser been hugging Gu Yaming's thighs all along? Why is he following you again today? Qian Fei Yang opened his mouth. Wu Min, who was holding Qian Fei Yang's arm on the side, snorted disdainfully, Young Qian, what's the point of guessing? It must be this loser grabbing to be a driver for others. I've seen a lot of people like that, who will do anything to move up the ladder as soon as they get the chance. Unfortunately, bottom feeders are bottom feeders, and never in their lives will they see what the world of the top feeders is like. The two of them laughed in triumph. What else can you two do but show off your mouths? Shin Dust mocked. Sun Changliang, who was on the side, was directly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He had thought that the two sides were just business rivals, but he didn't realize that the two sides seemed to have a grudge, and they were at each other's throats as soon as they met. Everyone! Let's calm down first. The meal in the private room is almost ready, why don't we go in first? Sun Changliang asked cautiously. Director Sun, I have a question. I don't think the driver should be allowed on the table for our dinner today, right? Qian Fei Yang suddenly asked. Sun Changliang was stunned and hurriedly replied, Oh, don't worry, young Qian, the hall has arranged a place for the driver to eat, my driver has already gone over. But who knows, Qian Fei Yang stretched out a finger and waved it, saying, Director Sun, I'm not talking about your driver, but him. With that, Qian Fei Yang pointed at Qin Chen. I would be disgusted to sit at a table and eat with someone like that. Qian Fei Yang said disdainfully. That's right, Director Sun, for this meal, the people who came are all dignitaries, right? Having this kind of person on the table is simply pulling down the grade of the meal. Wu Min also helped out. Oh? I'm not qualified? Xin Shen laughed, I'm sorry, I've just been promoted to become the manager of the Gu Group's business department today, and I'm in charge of the Western District Development Project, so you guys, do I have the qualifications to eat at the table? Shen Feiyang and the two of them immediately froze, but before they had time to speak, Xin Shen added, What about the two of you? Shen Feiyang at least hangs out in the company, barely considered to be here to talk about business, and Wu Min, your family isn't in the construction industry, and you don't have a job, so it seems like you're the one who isn't qualified to be at the table, right? Or are you just here to accompany the drinks? Upon hearing Qin Shen's question, both of their faces instantly turned ugly. Shen Feiyang originally wanted to taunt Qin Shen for a while, but who would have thought that he had lifted a stone and smashed his own foot? He grunted coldly without saying anything and led Wu Min straight into the private room. Didn't see that coming, you've got quite a mouth on you. Xiaoning Yue secretly gave a thumbs up in admiration. Qin Shen smiled and entered the private room with Xiaoning Yue as well. Fortunately, Sun Changliang reacted quickly and hastily adjusted everyone's position, not letting the two groups of people, Qin Shen and Shen Feiyang, sit face to face. After a few rounds of drinks, the scene finally warmed up. Mr. Gu, Mr. Qian, just be transparent with me, how much funding can you actually offer? Sun Changliang was red in the face, holding up a glass of white wine in his hand, obviously drunk. But it wasn't like he was drunk at all when he asked. Isn't this just probing the bottom line of both companies? Oh, Director Sun must have heard that we, Xian's group, took the lead and merged with several other construction companies to form a Zhongjian group, and now on the company's books, there is $10 billion of liquidity, and if there is still a need to mobilize funds, at least $5 billion of investment can still be pulled in. Qian Feiyang said with a smile. What? 15 billion? Sun Changliang froze, and his face stiffened directly. Obviously he hadn't expected the other side to have so much liquidity. Xiaoning Yue also frowned, her face heavy. Our Gu Group is very sincere, we don't need to raise funds, we can come up with $13 billion right now. Xiaoning Yue said in a deep voice. The company had gotten a total of $20 billion of investment, and although it hadn't spent much yet, a lot of projects had already been set up and a lot of money had already been planned. This time when she came out, Gu Yamen gave her a $10 billion line of credit. In other words, if the development zone needs less than $10 billion, just say so. But if it's more than $10 billion, then we'll have to go back and have a company meeting to discuss it. But where would she be given time in the present situation? I'm afraid that as soon as she said she wanted to go back and think long and hard, Director Sun was going to negotiate the details of the partnership with Zhongjian Group. That's why she gritted her teeth and stiffly quoted an extra $3 billion. It was just that, with $13 billion, she still didn't have the confidence to win. 13 billion? Sun Changliang mused for a moment, clearly caught in a state of hesitation. Zhongjian Group only has $10 billion on hand, although it can still raise $5 billion, but now it is just talk. Gu's Group could take out $13 billion, and there was still a difference of $2 billion from $15 billion. In the entire Jiangcheng, I'm afraid these two are the only ones who can take over the project for the development of the Western City Center. That means it has to be one of these two. But just then, Chen Feiyang picked up the wine glass in front of him and gently shook it. $130 billion? But how come I heard that with the Gu Group's current ability, it's a struggle to come up with $10 billion? A cold smile hung on the corner of Qian Fei Yang's mouth. Chapter 81, Gambling. You? How do you know? Xiaoning Yue subconsciously asked. But before she could finish her sentence, she reacted and covered her mouth in a hurry. But everyone here was an old fox, so could they not understand what she meant? Ha, Xiaoning Yue, it slipped out, didn't it? Inside your company, there are my people, I'm putting my word down, your company, at most take out $10 billion. With that, Chen Feiyan looked at Sun Changliang again and said, Director Sun, as long as Qian Group can come up with $13 billion, our Qian Group will voluntarily withdraw from this project. When Sun Changliang saw Qian Feiyang swearing, he immediately picked up his wine glass and laughed. Where is this coming from, young Qian? This project will have to rely on you to care more in the future. The situation in front of him was obvious. Gu's group couldn't get that much money, and now only Qian's group was qualified to contract the development project in the western city. Therefore, Sun Changliang, who was the head of the development project, naturally had a better attitude towards the Qian group's son. But right at this moment, Qin Shen slowly lifted his wine glass. Qian Feiyan, what you just said, does it count? Qin Shen asked with a smile. Qian Feiyang froze, then said disdainfully, Kid, do you think I'm like you, talking like a fart? When I say something, I spit it out and do what I say. Wu Min, who was on the side, glanced at Qian Feiyang adoringly, and then mocked at Qin Shen. Don't you struggle, Gu Group will take out all the liquidity, it's only $10 billion, the remaining $3 billion, can you conjure it up? Xiaoning Yue also secretly pulled Qin Duan's arm and whispered, Qin Duan, don't get excited, the company really doesn't have that much money, in case it agrees, I'm afraid it will affect the company's image. Qin Shen comfortingly patted the back of Xiaoning Yue's hand and smiled, don't worry, I know what's in my heart. You call Gu Yaming right now and tell her to do her best to raise the funds, and just leave the rest to me. Xiaoning Yue hesitated, but looking at Qin Shen's calm demeanor, she finally nodded, I'll trust you for once, I hope you won't let me down. After saying that, she directly took out her cell phone and dialed Gu Yaming. And Qin Shen took out his cell phone and made a call out. On the other hand, Jiancheng Hospital. Hisakura was taking care of her mother in the hospital bed when the phone suddenly rang. She wanted to hang up, but when she looked at the caller, she hesitated. Eventually, she crept out into the hallway and picked up the phone. Send a bank card? Good. After hanging up the phone, Hisakura was filled with doubt. Just now, Qin Shen told her to go and pay the medical bills first, then go and send the bank card over. Although she didn't know why Qin Wan was in such a hurry, the bank card was someone else's, so she could only do what Qin Wan told her to do. Arriving at the payment counter, Hisakura handed over her bank card directly. Hello, patient in bed 1, ward 503, cardiology department, paying his medical bills. Hizura said carefully. The doctor who charged the fee inquired, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Look at your medical bills, you've owed them for more than 10 days, why are you just coming over to pay them? Hisakura could only compensate with a smile, not daring to answer. How could she have any money? If it wasn't for Qin Shen giving her a bank card, she was afraid that she would still be dragging the hospital's money by now. The doctor took the bank card and put it on the POS machine, and while operating it, he said, it shows that you owe $58,000 in medical bills here, and $1,200,000 in surgical bills, all of which have been deducted for you. Hisakura froze. She had thought that there were only a few tens of thousands of dollars in medical expenses, but she didn't realize that she would have to deduct the cost of the surgery before she even had the surgery. That's $1,200,000, not a small fortune. Even if Qin Shen had said to use it casually, she still had to discuss it with Qin Shen in advance. Hold on while Hisakura was just about to stop it when a beep of a successful transaction came from above the POS. What's the point of waiting? This surgery in your house will kill you if you put it off any longer. The doctor said as he picked up the bank card and prepared to give it back to Hisakura. But just then, the doctor suddenly froze in place as he looked at the charge details printed on the machine. Is this machine broken? The doctor swallowed hard. This is a new machine that was just replaced a few days ago, how can it be broken? A colleague next to me stood up, but after seeing the bill detailing the charges, he was also dumbfounded. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Billion. Holy, over 2 billion? The two men looked at the bank card balance on the payment details and were dumbfounded. More than 2 billion, what a concept, it takes more than 10 seconds to even count that number once. The two men tinkered around inside for half a day, tried several times, and finally determined that there wasn't a problem with the machine, but that there was indeed more than $2 billion in cash on the card. The doctor held the bank card in both hands as if a small bank card weighed 1,000 pounds, and his hands shivered. "Girl, this bank card you take." The doctor shivered. Anyone who could have that much money in their card was definitely not an existence he could afford to mess with. Thinking about how he had just treated people, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Good. Hisakura was also confused, and took her bank card and left the payment office in a hurry. When she came to the door of the hospital, she finally couldn't help herself, grabbed the bank card tightly and breathed heavily. A bank card that Qin Shen casually gave himself had more than $2 billion? That's enough money for 10 lifetimes of reckless spending. Wasn't he afraid he'd get greedy and run away with the card? However, Hisakura didn't hesitate, but instead, she took a cab at the first opportunity and rushed towards the address Qin Shen had given her. On the way, she had been holding the bank card so tightly that her palms were white from the exertion. And in the hotel, within a few minutes, Gu Yaman sent over the record of the $10 billion deposit. Xiaoning Yue took the record and showed it to the crowd. Here are the deposit records from Citibank, they're accessible, $10 billion in cash, we got it all together. Xiaoning Yue said in a deep voice. But Qian Fei Yang snorted disdainfully, $10 billion? That's not the same as what you guys just said. What about the remaining $3 billion? Qin Shen laughed and unhurriedly brought the fish in front of him into his mouth, saying, "Don't be in a hurry, I'll show you in a moment." Qian Fei Yang was just about to continue talking when there was a knock at the door. "Sorry to bother you, is Mr. Qin Dan here?" The crowd looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a tall, beautiful woman standing in the doorway. The clothes on this woman were not very expensive, but they were clean and neat, and her entire aura covered up the ordinary nature of her clothes. It was especially endearing since she seemed to have just run a bit, with fine beads of sweat oozing from her neck and a few strands of hair staining her neck. Chapter 82: The $3 billion Shortfall. Here. Qin Dust raised his hand. Hisakura was relieved when she saw Qin Shen. Although she didn't recognize the people present, but with the aura on this group of people, they were definitely not ordinary people either. With so many people looking at her, Hisakura was a bit terrified and even felt a sense of oppression. Fortunately, Qin Shen responded to himself in time. "Here's your bank card, I spent paying my mom's medical bills." Hisakura walked over to Qin Shen's side and returned the bank card to him while trying to explain about that surgery fee. But Qin Shen waved his hand, took the bank card, and threw it onto the table. "If I'm not mistaken, there are more than 2.7 billion points in this card, so let's say 2.7 billion. Qin Dust said indifferently. Hearing this, the crowd froze. "How can you possibly have so much money in your hand?" Qian Fei Yang asked with a frown. Wu Min on the side directly laughed. "Qin Shen, you are really able to blow. How many kilograms you have, don't we know? 270,000, you even have to earn 10 or 8 years, 270 million, you can't even think about it in this lifetime." While Chen Feiyang and the two of them were talking, Xiaoning Yue was the one who had a chair brought in, allowing Hisakura to sit beside her. Hisakura hesitated, but eventually sat down. "Hello, Qin Shen is my cousin's husband, I'm Xiaoning Yue." Xiaoning Yue extended her hand and shook Hisakura's. Hisakura hurriedly returned, "Hello Ms. Qiao, I'm Hisakura." Hisakura was a bit shocked, she didn't expect Qin Shen to have gotten married a long time ago. Moreover, the eyes of this Xiaoning Yue in front of her seemed to carry a hint of hostility when she looked at herself. Xiaoning Yue was just about to continue talking when she saw Qin Shen loudly shout the waiter in. "Go on, take this bank card and swipe it to see what the balance is," Qin Dust said. The waiter hurriedly picked up the bank card and walked out. Within 3 minutes, the waiter came back panting. His face was a little pale, and his hand gripping the bank card was trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, Hisakura couldn't help but smile. The waiter, who looked so much like himself when he had just learned the balance on his bank card. 277,530,000,000. The waitress came up for air. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly handed Qin Shen his bank card tremblingly. "How is this possible?" Qian Feiyang slammed the table and stood up violently. "It's 27 billion, not $27. How did Qin Dan get such a large sum of money?" However, right at this moment, Wu Min followed suit and stood up, comforting, "Young Qian, don't worry, even if it's 2,700,000,000, they're still 300 million short." Hearing this, Qian Fei Yang's face finally eased a bit. "Not bad, Qin Shen, what I just said is but I will only give up the competition if you guys bring out 13 billion. You only have $127 billion now, and the $300 million short, why don't you take it out? Woman followed and mocked, that's right, even if you got more than $2 billion, so what? Not even a single point difference. Qin Shen laughed, alright, since you guys won't stop until you reach the Yellow River, then I'll satisfy you. At this time, Xiao Ningyue quietly came up and said, Qin Shen, don't be brave, $300 million, it's not that good. Why don't I call home and get some money? Qin Shen shook his head and said, it's only $300 million in the district, there's no need to be so troublesome. Although Xiao Ningyue's family had money, but after all, this was a matter for the Gu group, and if the Qiao family was allowed to pay for it, I was afraid that there would be trouble in the future. Upon hearing this, Qian Fei Young suddenly laughed, kid, you want to borrow from the bank, right? You have $2,700 million of capital in your hand, and a loan of $300 million from the bank might actually be a loan. Unfortunately, we've long since greeted the Bank of Jiangcheng, and as long as the Gu group is borrowing, we won't lend at all. You, just don't struggle, get lost now and retain your last bit of dignity. Otherwise it would be a shame to get hit in the face later. Xiao Ningyue's face was instantly chilled, she didn't expect the other party's tactics to be so despicable, and even colluded with the bank to take the blame. But at that moment, Qin Shen smiled contemptuously, who said I'm going to borrow from the bank? I'll return what you said just now as if it's not too late for you to get the hell out of here, or else you'll lose your face later. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and directly dialed Qindong. Within the people he knew, the only ones who could come up with $300 million at once were, I'm afraid, Jin Huan of the Radiant Jewelry Group and Qindong, who was perched on a street of bars. The reason why he had called Qindong was because he had another layer of thoughts. Hey, Boss Chen, I have a business here, short of capital, do you want to invest? Qin Chen asked directly. Qindong was enjoying himself in the bathtub when he suddenly received a call from Qin Duan, and was wondering how this plague could find him when he heard Qin Duan asking for money. What business? Qindong asked with a frown after some hesitation. The development project in the western city, a total investment of 13 billion, now there is still a gap of 300 million, if you want to invest it, within 10 minutes, let someone send the money to the top floor of the Ice Ocean Hotel in the western city to the private room, out of date. After saying that, Qin Shen actually hung up the phone directly without waiting for Qindong to answer. Listening to the hang-up tone in his cell phone, Qindong was speechless for a while. What kind of attitude is this Qindan? He's too high and mighty, isn't he? Chen Wentao, who was on the side, asked cautiously, Big brother, this kid is too crazy, he wants us to pay for the investment, and he is still so high and mighty, if we have the chance, we have to pack him up. He had been beaten by Qin Shen for several times, and he was holding his heart back, waiting for Qindong to order him to clean up Qin Shen. However, at that moment, Qindong slapped him on the back of his head. All you ing know how to do is fight and kill, can't you use your head? Qindong cursed. Looking at Chen Wentao's aggrieved eyes, Qindong snorted coldly and explained, did you not hear what he just said? The West City District Development Project, an investment of more than $10 billion. In here, there's a lot of oil. I'm afraid that if we could get in on the action, we'd more than double our profits. Chen Wentao whispered, boss, is that kid reliable? Such a big project, tens of billions of dollars, just by his mouth, we have to go to send money off? Qindong immediately scolded angrily, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up, go get my card and deliver the money. That's right, take more, take $500 million over there, contact me again if it's not enough. Chen Wentao hurriedly climbed out of the bath and hurried to get the bank card. Qindong, on the other hand, pondered. He was clear about Qin Shen's identity. The only son of the chairman of the Qin group. His ability to do this is not something that can be compared to the average person. Moreover, when Qin's group, just 3 to 5 years to rise, become one of the largest groups in Jiangcheng, visible Qin's group chairman's ability. Instead of Qindong believing in Qin Duan, he believed in the Qin clan's ability to do business. After all, a tiger's father has no son. Chapter 83 Taking down the West Town Development Project. After Qin Shen hung up the phone, in the private room, there was silence. Especially Qian Fei Yang, his face was filled with disbelief. Listening to Qin Shen's words, he was looking for someone to invest. But is that his attitude? Is he looking for investment? Make a random phone call, say there is a $300 million project investment, hurry up and bring the money over, and then hang up the phone. You think this is a game? That's $300 million, under normal circumstances, such a large amount of investment, all need to submit a planning proposal, after the top management of the other company evaluation, before you can get the investment. How is it possible that such a large investment is coming in one phone call? Qinshen, are you tricking us? Who do you think you are, trying to pull in $300 million of investment with one sentence, dreaming? Chen Feiyang said disdainfully. That's right, if you can pull in so many investments so casually, I wouldn't have to look at you. Wu Min followed with a taunt. Qinshen laughed, with this vision of yours, you can only look at trash like Chen Feiyang. Hearing this, Chen Feiyang's face instantly became gloomy. You. Chen Feiyang pointed at Qinshen and was just about to speak when the door of the private room was pushed open. Chen Wentao froze when he saw so many people in the room. But then, he saw Qinshen and hurriedly walked over. Mr. Qin. Chen Wentao greeted respectfully. Bring the money, right? Qin Dust asked. Chen Wentao carefully took out his bank card and handed it to Qinshen. Mr. Qin, there are 500 million in here. Qinshen smiled and said, Boss Chen is quite good at his job. He himself wanted $300 million, but the other party sent $500 million directly. The sincerity is very sufficient. Qinshen took the bank card and threw it directly in front of Sun Changliang. Director Sun, $300 million, as a deposit for this project, is that okay? Qinshen asked with a smile. Mr. Qin, it's 500 million. Chen Wentao whispered a reminder from the side. But Qinshen shook his head and said, What 500 million? I only remember it being 300 million. Chen Wentao still wanted to speak, but when he saw Qinshen's eyes, he immediately swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Sun Changliang looked at the bank card in front of him and was first stunned, then he understood. I'm afraid there's really $500 million in this card. And yet Qinshen said that it was only 300 million, so the meaning was obvious. That extra 200 million is for yourself. To be precise, it's for the project team members in the development area. What a big deal. $200 million right out of the gate. Although he knew that there was definitely oil and water in this project, he would never have expected to get such a large sum of money before he even started. Sun Changliang swallowed a mouthful of water, then picked up the bank card. Now, not to mention that Qian's group can take out $15 billion, even if they can take out $20 billion, so what? No matter how much money there is, it's still for development, but the money given by Qinshen is actually able to reach his hands. Qinshen laughed and looked at Chen Feiyang. Alright, now that you've seen 13 billion, right? Still not rolling, do you want me to send you a section? You. Chen Feiyang was so angry that he stood up directly. He picked up his glass and slammed it to the ground, glass ballast flying in all directions. Qinshen, I'll remember you, just wait for me. Chen Feiyang put down a harsh word and directly turned around to leave. Wu Min glared at Qinshen, then hurriedly followed him. Jumper. Qinshen shook his head, then looked at Sun Changliang and the others and smiled. Director Sun, now that the troublemakers are gone, we can eat. Sun Changliang's attitude instantly shifted 180 degrees, and the way he looked at Qinshen was like looking at a god of wealth. He personally poured a glass of wine for Qinshen, toasted him, and said with a big smile, Mr. Qin, you can rest assured that tomorrow, you'll let the people from the Gu Group come over with the contract, and we'll sign the contract right away. Qinshen raised his wine glass and smiled at Xiaoning Yue in passing. With a cold face, Xiaoning Yue came over to Qinshen's side and whispered, Fine, you big bastard, with so much money in your hands and a beautiful woman outside, think about how you should explain. Seeing this scene in front of him, Sun Changliang hemmed and hawed, gave Qinshen a I understand look, and then casually found an excuse to leave with his men. On the one hand, he could see that Qinshen had something to deal with next, and it was inconvenient for them to be here. On the other hand, he still had $200 million in his hand that he needed to split with his men, so how could he still have the heart to continue eating? After the crowd left, only Qinshen, Xiaoning Yue, and Hisakura were left in the private room. Qinshen was still eating the dishes on the table, ignoring Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue slammed the table and said angrily, Good you Qinshen, not talking, right? Cherry, who was on the side, suddenly stood up and explained, Miss Qiao, I'm afraid you've misunderstood, I don't have any relationship with Mr. Qin. My mother was seriously ill and needed an operation, but my family didn't have any money, that's why I wanted to work as an escort, but the first time I accompanied her, I was drugged and almost defiled, luckily it was Mr. Qin who appeared and saved me. Then at the hospital, we bumped into each other and he gave me a bank card to pay for the surgery, and I swear, I really didn't know there was that much money on the bank card at the time. Speaking of this, Cherry's face flushed, and after some hesitation, she continued, I once suggested that Mr. Qin had given me so much money, and I was unable to repay him, and wanted to give my body in return, but was rejected by Mr. Qin. So, I hope you don't misunderstand Mr. Chin. After saying that, Hisakura didn't wait for the two to speak and ran straight out. Looking at Hisakura's back, Xiao Ningyue froze. Could it be that it was all a misunderstanding? Is she telling the truth about what she said? Xiao Ningyue asked hesitantly. Qin Shen didn't answer her question but said to himself as he ate his food, Cherry's mother is in the cardiology department of the Jiangcheng hospital, so if you want to apologize, go there yourself. Hearing this, Xiao Ningyue angrily twisted Qin Shen's waist and growled, "Humph, this young lady knows her mistakes and corrects them, isn't it just an apology? I'll personally buy some gifts to send over in a while. Eat, just know how to eat you to death." Xiao Ningyue snorted coldly and left the private room as well. Evening. Qin Shen returned to the villa and felt that the atmosphere was not quite right as soon as he entered. Gu Yaming was wearing a long black casual slimming dress, sitting on the sofa with her arms wrapped around her, seemingly waiting for herself. On the other hand, Xiao Ningyue on the side was sitting on the side with her head lowered as if she had done something wrong. When she saw Qin Shen return, Gu Yaming immediately shifted her gaze over. "Isn't this the big contributor to the West Town development project? I didn't expect. My husband is so capable, he can come up with $3 billion at the drop of a hat." Gu Yamin said faintly. Chapter 84, You're in charge of this project. Hearing these words, Qin Shen instantly looked at Xiao Ningyue on the side. This girl confessed to today's events so quickly? Xiao Ningyue spread her hands and expressed her innocence. Gu Yaming snorted coldly, "There's no need to look at her, she told me everything that happened in the hotel today. How else do you think she's going to account for taking down the West Town development? To forcefully thwart the Chen Group, to have $27 billion in cash in your hand, and to have $500 million sent to you with a single phone call, it seems that you have a lot of secrets in you that I don't know yet." Although Gu Yaming had little expression on her face, when she learned of this matter, her heart had already stirred up waves of shock. It was important to know that when they didn't get the investment from the Radiant Jewelry Group, Gu's group had less than $300 million in cash. And Qin Shen could casually take out $3 billion, didn't that mean he had more money than the Gu group? I thought it was just an ordinary guy I mistakenly bonded with on a blind date, but now it seems that I did think too much at the time. How can someone with such a fortune be an ordinary person? Qin Shen let out a bitter smile, then sat straight down next to Gu Yaming. He also did not expect that after he and Gu Yaming got married, the first time he heard husband was when Gu Yaming questioned himself. Feeling the burning heat from Qin Shen's body, Gu Yaming frowned slightly, then moved a little to the side. Qin Shen didn't care, but explained, "All of this money, it was obtained by accident, and I didn't want to use it. It's just that this time, when the Gu group wanted to take the development project in the Western District, there was a funding gap, and I thought of this money." Qin Shen didn't lie. He didn't attach much importance to such external things as money, otherwise, he wouldn't have casually thrown the bank card with close to $3 billion of funds to Hisakura. Right now, he only had two goals. One was to get Gu Yaming to help himself and muddle through on his master's side, saving him from chanting about his disciple's daughter-in-law every day. The other, to uncover the murderer of that year and avenge his parents. Looking at Qin Shen's sincere eyes, Gu Yaming was silent for a moment and did not continue to pursue the matter further. "Well, I won't ask any more questions about your secret, I just hope that it doesn't cause us any trouble. For the development project in the Western City Center, from now on, you'll be solely responsible for it. Let Ningyu follow you and give you a hand," Gu Yaming suddenly said. Hearing this, Qin Shen and Xiao Ningyue were both stunned. "Sis, didn't we agree that I was going to be in charge of this project?" Xiao Ningyue asked anxiously. This project was, arguably, the most important project in the hands of the Gu group. If she could do it right, absolutely no one would dare question her abilities in the future. Now that it was so hard to get this project, but Gu Yaming handed over the responsibility to Qin Shen, how could this be tolerated? "You're too young to be in charge of such a big project," Gu Yamin explained. "Qin Shen isn't much older than me. What's more, he hasn't been in charge of any projects at all, he doesn't have any experience at all, he's still not as good as me," Xiao Ningyue retorted with dissatisfaction. But Gu Yaming said in a deep voice, "Well, there's no need to say anything, it's decided." After saying that, she got up and directly headed upstairs, not giving Xiao Ningyue a chance to continue arguing at all. Xiao Ningyue punched the couch in dissatisfaction, her small mouth pouting to the sky. What she didn't know was that Gu Yamin had thought farther than she had. At first Justin Qin does know, he solved the Gu's group new building roofing problems, if not him, I'm afraid that Gu's group has long been finished, simply can't survive the investment support of the Radiant Jewelry Group. And today, listening to Chao Ningyue's account, can get the development project in the western city, also all rely on Qin Dust to save the day. There was one last thing, she had asked someone to inquire about the person who had sent Qin Shen's bank card to him, and he was one of Qindong's men. Being able to climb into a relationship with Qindong, I'm afraid that the development project in the western district will go a lot smoother, or at least no punks will dare to make trouble. That's why after weighing her options, she gave this project to Qin Shen. It was only because Chao Ningyue didn't know that there were so many reasons behind this matter that she sulked. In the living room, only Qin Shen and Chao Ningyue were left. I'm not convinced why my cousin gave you the project. Chao Ningyue commiserated. Qin Shen wanted to leave directly, but when he saw Chao Ningyue's watering eyes, he couldn't bear it anymore. He sat down next to Chao Ningyue and whispered, outwardly, "You're still claiming that you're the person in charge, okay? I'll do the dirty work, you take the honor." But Chao Ningyue stood up directly and shouted, "I don't want it. Am I, Chao Ningyue, the kind of person who steals credit? From now on, you'll be the person in charge of the West Town Development Project, and I'll give you a hand, humph." With that, she turned and headed upstairs. Qin Shen sighed. This girl sold herself short and ended up launching a tantrum, which was awesome. He was just about to wash up and go to bed when a message came on his cell phone. "Don't forget to talk to that assistant of yours. If she spreads the word about what she saw today, I'll kill you myself." The message was from Chao Ningyue. After Qin Shen read it, he was directly scared out of his wits. Almost forgot about it. At noon, before he and Chao Ningyue went to Xiqing district, they were talking in the office when Chao Ningyue accidentally tripped and fell right on top of herself. Coincidentally, the assistant who heard the shrieks opened the door just in time to see the scene and ran away. Qin Duan hadn't had the time to approach her about this. After thinking about it, Qin Shen took out his cell phone and pulled out the background information of his assistant Zuoxia from the personnel department. Luckily, he was now promoted to manager of the business department and had access to employee information, otherwise it would have been difficult. After studying Zuoxia's information for half a day, Qin Shen sent her a direct message. "Tomorrow at work, come straight to my office, I want to see you about something." After waiting for half a day, the other party only returned a received. Qin Shen smiled, put away his cell phone, and returned to his bedroom. Early the next morning, Qin Shen didn't wait for the two of them and drove to the company early. Not long after entering the office, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Qin Duan said while looking at the information on the computer about the development project in the Western City Center. Gu Yaming had given this project to him, and he could only seize the time to understand the information. The next moment, Zuoxia, carrying a cup of coffee, pushed open the door and walked in. "Manager Qin." Zuoxia placed the coffee on Qin Shen's table and whispered a greeting. "Aha!" Qin Shen responded, and after about half a minute, he finished reading the paragraph of information in front of him before raising his head and looking at Zuoxia. "I have to say that yesterday, Zuoxia just came, the two people almost did not have much contact, and today, at a glance, he realized that the assistant that the personnel department had equipped for himself was also a rare beauty." Chapter 85 Arrangements for Zuoxia. Before Qin Shen could speak, Zuoxia grabbed the opportunity to say, "Manager Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first." But just as Zuoxia took a step forward, Qin Shen's voice came from behind him, "Do you want to participate in the development project of the Western City Center?" The words were like magic, making Zuoxia fixed in place. She slowly turned around and looked at Qin Duan. "Manager Qin, what did you mean by just now?" Qin Shen smiled, "The contract for this project hasn't been signed yet, so the company hasn't announced it yet. But I can tell you in advance that today, the Gu Group will be taking over the development project in the Western District, and the person in charge is me." Hearing this, Zuoxia froze. She was the assistant to the business manager and of course kept an eye on the projects the company was approaching. Yesterday, she had listened to the project analyst from the business department analyze the development projects in the West End. "I've heard that the Gu Group's funds aren't very sufficient, and it seems that the Chen Group's side has joined forces with several companies and is preparing to undertake the development project in the Western District together. Therefore, there wasn't much hope that the Gu Group would be able to take on this project. But now it seems that that group of analysts was completely wrong." Qin Duan was the manager of the business department, and the possibility of lying was almost non-existent. At this time, Zuoxia suddenly thought that after she bumped into Qin Shen and Chao Ningyue in the office at noon yesterday, both of them were not in the company in the afternoon. Could it be that the two of them are off to talk about a project? And what purpose did Qin Shen have in finding himself about this matter? Just as Zuoxia's head was filled with confusion, Qinshan spoke again. The development project in the Western City District. We definitely need to select people from the company and form a team to buttress it. As for me, I've also just joined the company not long ago. I don't know much about the people in the company, and I'm just short of an assistant to help me with these things. I'll give you half a day to think about it and let me know what you think by lunch. Okay, it's okay, you're out. Oh, by the way, thanks for the coffee. Qinshan picked up the coffee and gently took a sip, his teeth bared by the bitterness. Seeing this scene, Zuoxia burst out laughing. But she immediately covered her mouth. Manager Qin, I've thought it over. I'm going to join this program and be your assistant. Seeing Qinshan look at himself, Zuoxia immediately said. No more thinking? Qinshan moved his coffee aside and continued to ask. I've already thought about it, but, Manager Qin, can I ask a question? Why did you choose me as your assistant? Zuoxia looked a little hesitant. One had to know that according to what Qinshan had just said, what he was going to serve as was not an ordinary assistant. With the power to select the members of the development project team, I'm afraid that even the department manager level would have to come begging for themselves. After all, this is a tens of billions of dollars project, so it goes without saying that people will definitely chip in. And she had only just become Qinshan's assistant yesterday, so even if she saw Qinshan and Xiaoning Yue alone together, that was nothing at all. Don't forget, Qinshan and Xiaoning Yue, one was the manager of the business department and the other was the vice president of the company. The two of them could fire her with just a word. I'm afraid that no matter what I say by then, people won't believe me. Taking a step back, even if this matter is publicized, so what? Is the company going to penalize both of them for that? Therefore, she did not understand why Qinshan had given himself such an important task. I've read about you. Qinshan's words directly caused Zuoxia to freeze. Qin Duan opened the drawer and took out Zuoxia's dossier. Even though you've just graduated, you've got a lot of work experience, having interned at major companies all through college. Your abilities, I recognize, but, more importantly, I'm more interested in your dismissal. Your data file shows that while you have been successfully responsible for several large projects, you have likewise been fired 3 times. I had the HR department look into it, and the reason you've been fired every time is because you were fired in retaliation for reporting someone else's corruption and bribery. So, I like you. Qin Dust said. But Zuoxia instantly widened her eyes and asked incredulously, You like me? She was so frightened that she took 2 steps back, as if she was afraid that Qinshan would do something out of the ordinary to her. Qinshan froze, then hurriedly waved his hand and explained, Cough cough, I was wrong, I like your style of doing things. Qinshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued, The amount of money in this project is too high, and I don't want any assholes to mix into the project, so I'll leave the matter of screening the candidates to you. Zuoxia then breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still a hint of wariness in his eyes. Because of that? Zhozha asked with a frown. That's a good reason, isn't it? Qin Dust laughed. Zuoxia thought for a moment, then nodded, Okay, I promise you. I'll need half a day to prepare, and I'll need access to mobilize information from HR. Qinshan laughed, No problem. Zuoxia turned around and left, however, when she reached the door, Qinshan's voice came from behind her again. By the way, me and Mr. Zhou have nothing to do with each other, so if I hear any whispers out there, then you'll have to consider what the consequences of being fired for the 4th time are. Zhozha paused, then opened the door and walked out. In the corridor, feeling the fresh air, Zuoxia took a hard deep breath. Give a sweet date and a slap. Is this Qindan's strategy? First, he made himself an assistant on the West Side Development Project, and then he warned himself not to spread that story around. Sure enough, the other side hadn't forgotten about it. Thinking back to the oppressive feeling on Qinshan just now in the office, Zuoxia was a little glad that he didn't have the idea of trying to threaten the other party with this matter. Otherwise, she had a feeling that she would die a horrible death. Putting those thoughts behind her, a small smile returned to the corners of her mouth. She'd been fired several times over the years and had thought her life was gray and had no future. I didn't realize that this new young business manager had given myself another chance. This time, one must seize the opportunity to make something of oneself. In the office, Qinshan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiaoning Yue, Yesterday's matter is resolved, that assistant of mine, Zuoxia, won't talk out of turn. By the way, you give her access to all the files in the personnel department, I'm giving her the job of selecting people for the West Town Development Project. After a few minutes, the opposite party sent back a message, Big asshole, isn't I the deputy for this project? Why did you give such an important matter to her? Are you looking at someone else's beauty and thinking of something else? I'm warning you, I'll be watching you. Qin Chen smiled. What was that little girl thinking? Chapter 86 Branches. In the afternoon, Gu Group held a shareholders and management meeting. During this recent period, Gu's Group received $20 billion of investment and was so busy that it hadn't held a large meeting for many days. But today, the chairman's secretary gave notice that all the executives and shareholders must attend today's meeting. So, 10 minutes before the meeting started, the inside of the conference room was already filled with people. A group of shareholders and executives were mingling and speculating on the reason for the meeting. However, from time to time, many people's gazes were directed towards Qin Chen, who was sitting in the corner. There were 15 major shareholders of the Gu Group plus the top management. There have been no changes for many years. Where did this young man come from? Xiao Su, have you heard of this person? I've been out of the company for the last 2 years, and the youngsters are already coming on board? A 60 or 70-year-old man faintly asked the middle-aged man beside him. This person, namely AO, was previously the second largest shareholder of the Gu Group, the largest shareholder besides the Gu family, and had a lot of say. But since the Radiant Jewelry Group's capital injection, he's been squeezed into third place. Although his ranking had receded one place, the market value of the Gu Group had soared, and his status and position had followed suit, and in just a few days' time, his fortune had already doubled several times. The person beside him is named Su Hai, one of the company's vice chairman, who was also promoted through Li Ao's connections back then, so he is loyal to Li Ao. Mr. Li, this person seems to be the newly appointed manager of the business department. He only took office yesterday if I remember correctly. After looking around and realizing that no one was paying attention, he came over to Li Ao's side and continued in a low voice, I heard that it was Qiao Ningyue who brought it up. Qiao Ningyue is Gudong's cousin, plus she is still a member of the Qiao family of the imperial capital. No one dared to object to her proposal, so the process was streamlined and the appointment was made directly. Su Hai replied. Li Ao snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Qiao Ningyue's background was very strong, it was better not to offend if you could. At this moment, Gu Yaming and Qiao Ningyue pushed open the door and walked in. After looking around and seeing that everyone had arrived, Gu Yaming took her seat. Only a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Qin Chen, who was sitting in the corner playing with his cell phone. Since everyone is here, let's start our meeting. Gu Yamin said. With that, she gave a wink to the secretary at her side. Secretary Li immediately picked up a stack of papers and distributed them to everyone. The crowd looked puzzled, but when they saw the contents of the document, their faces changed drastically. Some were pleasantly surprised, some frowned, some were shocked. There was a full 2 to 3 minutes of silence before Li Ao was the first to speak. Chairman, the West Town Development Project, such a big thing, why don't we know anything about it? At least we are shareholders of the company, we should have the right to know. Li Ao said faintly. The document in front of us is the proposal for the West Town Development Project. Gu Yaming smiled and said, I believe it's not just elderly, all of you are puzzled. Actually, it's not that I don't want to inform everyone, but this matter is just too sudden. It was only yesterday that I sent someone to talk about this project, and the contract was signed this morning. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, the crowd immediately revealed a shocked expression. Looking at the program in front of you, the contract amount is $13 billion. A contract of this magnitude, finalized in less than a day? I wasn't too convinced about this until the contract was signed with the West Town Development Project team in the morning, and I dared to call a meeting with all of you to discuss the matter. Gu Yamin added. The faces of the crowd eased. Oh, then this thing is a good thing. 2 days ago I heard that our group has too much money and no place to use it, now it's just right to take down a big project. Next, our group is going to usher in a big opportunity. Li Ao laughed out loud. The crowd applauded along with them and the atmosphere was peaceful. Looking at how quickly the crowd changed their faces, at first, they wanted to chastise Gu Yaming, but now they immediately piled on the smiles again. Xiao Ningyue, who was sitting on the side, shook her head. The group was a little too happy too soon. The big news, it's still to come. Sure enough, Gu Yaming raised her hand, silencing the crowd. Due to the fact that the amount of the West City Development Project is relatively large and the cycle is relatively long, so what, I have decided that I will set up a West City Development Project team in the Gu Group. This group specializes in work related to the development of the West Side, and all work in progress is directed to me. Gu Yaming said in a deep voice. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes widened, and then they looked at each other in disbelief. Setting up a project team, that's normal. But the work only reports to the chairman, doesn't that put them all on the back burner? However, a number of people's eyes flashed, clearly having something in mind. I agree. With such a rule, it will greatly improve efficiency and can only be good for the company's growth. A director who usually had little say in the company directly stood up and said loudly, "Everyone here is not a cutie pie." Gu Yaming's intentions were obvious. After Gu's group got the investment, it has developed rapidly and has already started to prepare for the opening of a branch. And this West Town development is a great opportunity. The West Town development project, at least, will last about 3 years, and I'm afraid there will be another decade or two of work for subsequent developments. Rely on this program to set up a branch office with minimal risk. That's right, the chairman's decision is very favorable to the company's development. I support it with both hands. Another senior who usually had little presence in the company spoke up. During the period when the company was just established, Liao, as the second largest shareholder of the company, secretly promoted a lot of management. Several of those present now are his inner circle. To put it bluntly, if he raised his arms and called out, I'm afraid his voice could rival Gu Yaming's. So the management that has since been promoted has been hollowed out and taken over with little presence. Therefore, it is now a good choice to enter the West Town Development Project team, wait for the establishment of the branch, and go to be a high-ranking person inside the branch. Of course, Gu Yaming thought the same thing. This branch, in a few years, I'm afraid the scale will be comparable to the Gu group. By then, the power in Liao's hands will be further weakened. Liao let out a cold smile, then gave a wink to Su Hai at his side. Su Hai immediately understood. He directly stood up and said, "Oh, I am also very supportive of Mr. Gu's work. Since no one else has mentioned it, I'll make a furtive offer. I'm the vice chairman of the group, and I've been working in our company for more than 10 years, so my experience counts for a lot. This development project is of great significance to the group, so everyone should be able to rest assured if I go and lead the team. So, I'll apply with Mr. Gu, and appoint me as the leader of this development project team." Chapter 87, The Chairman is Married? Hearing Su Hai's words, the crowd had different expressions. The people on Liao's side, expressionless, seemed to have anticipated this outcome. The executives who were preparing to enter the development project team, on the other hand, looked at Su Hai angrily with angry faces. Su Hai was fearless and looked at the crowd with a smug expression. With Liao's support behind him, this position of group leader is by no means unexpected. Don't look at the position of team leader, it doesn't sound like much, but once the branch is established, then it will directly become the chairman of the branch. Gu Yaming frowned. That's not right, Vice Chairman Su still has a lot of projects in his hands, and now he's going to develop a project team. Will he be too busy with the work at hand? Su Hai smiled smugly and said, "Mr. Gu is overthinking. I've already considered it. All the projects in my hand can be given to others, such as the municipal greening project, it can be given to Zhang Dong, and the project of the Haitian shopping mall, it can be given to Zhou Dong." He said several names in a row, setting up the projects he had in hand. Not only that, these people he just mentioned were the same management that usually had little presence in the company. His meaning is obvious: these projects are given to you, the position of the head of the development team, you do not come to steal. Liao smiled faintly. Trying to branch out and take away your power? Nice try. By then the chairman of the branch will be his own man. If the time was ripe, he could even kick Gu Yaming down and make his own offspring the chairman. This, then, is called lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Liao glanced triumphantly at Gu Yaming, but realized that Gu Yaming still had a smile on her face and didn't look disappointed in the slightest. His heart sank. Don't look at Gu Yaming as a young girl in her 20s, but after Gu Guotao's death in a car accident, it was this young girl who saved the day and allowed the group to avoid bankruptcy. It even pulled in a $20 billion investment to bring the Gu group back to the top. How could such a person not see his own intentions? Could it be that the other side still has an undercard? At this time, Gu Yaming suddenly smiled and said to the crowd, "Since Dong Su was willing to give the youngsters a chance, it's decided. The project just mentioned by Su Dong, after the meeting is over in a while, it will be transferred immediately. As for the position of the head of the West Town Development Project team." Hearing this, Su Hai thought that Gu Yaming had agreed to his appointment and immediately couldn't help but stand up with a smile. "Thank you for Chairman Gu's trust. Is there anyone else qualified for the position of development program team leader besides me?" Su Hai felt that he had been tricked and his face was gloomy. Gu Yaming smiled faintly and suddenly pointed to Qin Chen, who was sitting in the corner playing with his cell phone, and exclaimed, "The leader of the development project team, that's him." The gazes of the crowd immediately gathered on Qin Shen's body. And Qin Shen still didn't care, still playing with his cell phone in his hand. It seemed that what was in front of him had nothing to do with him at all. "Chairman Gu, are you sure? A business department manager who just joined the company, what qualifies him to be the team leader of a development project?" Su Hai questioned loudly. "Su Don, don't be in a hurry." Gu Yaming just wanted to explain, but Su Hai grabbed the project introduction in front of him and slammed it on Qin Shen. "Kid, speak for yourself, what qualifications do you have for the position of group leader?" Su Hai shouted angrily. Qin Shen raised his head and looked at Gu Yaming, only to find that Gu Yaming was looking at him with a smile on her face. "This woman, she's so mean, isn't she? You want to take away someone's power, but you want to use yourself as a shield?" With Qin Shen's temperament, he absolutely could not endure it. He stood up slowly and smiled. "What, am I inappropriate?" Su Hai was just about to speak, but he saw Qin Shen walking straight towards Gu Yaming. Gu Yaming was stunned, and before she could react, Qin Shen wrapped his arms around his waist and kissed him on the cheek. "This is my wife, and it's inappropriate for the program to be given to me?" A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Qin Shen's words directly caused the crowd to be dumbfounded. Chairman Gu married someone? When did that happen? Who is this man, to marry Chairman Gu? His status is not ordinary, right? What do you guys say? Could this man have anything to do with the $20 billion investment from the other day? The crowd mingled and murmured. Even the old fox, Liao, froze for half a day before reacting. He snorted coldly, "Chairman Gu, we have no way of interfering with your marital situation, but the group's operation is not child's play. If we give the project to this one because he's your husband, then what's the point of our existence?" Su Hai immediately helped out. "That's right, Chairman Gu, this is the company making decisions on important matters, it's not appropriate to bring your personal relationship to the table, right?" After being kissed by Qin Shen, Gu Yaming's mind went blank. It wasn't until Liao and Su Hai questioned her that she regained a bit of clarity. But a look of disbelief still showed in her eyes. This asshole, how dare he kiss himself in front of so many people? What a way to live! She struggled to adjust for half a day before forcing herself to temporarily hold back the idea of killing Qin Shen to death. "Everyone, let's all calm down for a moment. Qin Shen, he was just joking with you guys." Just after saying that, Su Hai directly slapped the table. "A joke? Is this the time for jokes? Chairman, I think it's better to blow out this husband of yours for stirring up trouble here." Su Hai coldly grunted. "Out? If you're going out, right?" Qin Dust said indifferently. Before Su Hai could get angry, Gu Yaming hurriedly said, "Today's meeting can't really work without him. After all, he just invested a fortune in the Gu Group." The crowd froze. Especially Liao. He is the majority shareholder of the company and is the most responsive to things like investments. At such a critical time to say Qin Dust to the company investment, I am afraid that there is another deep meaning behind ah. Sure enough, immediately afterward, Gu Yaming continued, "As for Qin Shen, he has invested $3 billion in the development project of the Western District, and when calculated, the share percentage is much higher than everyone here. So there's no excuse for him to be the leader of this development team." After Gu Yaming finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence. Invested $3 billion? That's $3 billion in cash. Even a normal group couldn't get that much cash out. Those who can marry Chairman Gu are really not ordinary people. Chapter 88: Formation of Development Project Teams. Originally, Qin Shen was still curious about what Gu Yaming would use to convince this group of people. Unexpectedly, Gu Yaming used the simplest and most effective method. Use the money to hit it. Didn't you guys want to be the leader of this development project team? Yes, get the money out. Qin Shen had taken $3 billion, and only those who could outnumber him would be eligible to compete. But even if everyone here is rich, who can come up with a huge sum of $3 billion? If they had that much money, I'm afraid they would have started their own company long ago, and they would still need to look at Gu Yaming's face at the Gu Group. So the crowd was all quiet. Even Liao, though his face was gloomy, had nothing more to say. Okay, since everyone is okay with that, that's how it's going to be. After saying that, Gu Yaming looked at Qin Shen beside her. This week, you set up the project team of the development zone, and you will officially start working next Monday, is that okay? Qin Shen nodded, no problem. Good, adjourn. Gu Yaming picked up the folder and turned around. And just as Qin Shan wanted to follow him, he was stopped by a group of executives. Team Leader Qin, hey, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. That's right, Team Leader Qin is new here and doesn't know us yet, right? Just in time, let's have a drink and get familiar. Team Leader Qin must give us this face. The crowd said. The leader of the development project team has been chosen, but the vice leader has not been decided yet. And there are all kinds of directors and officers under the team leader, so any one of them is better than being a manager with no real power in the headquarters. When Liao saw this group of people flattering Qin Shan, he let out a cold snort and left the conference room with a few of his inner circle. After Liao left, the crowd was even more unconcerned, touting Qin Duan while openly and secretly inquiring about the development project team. Oh, I'm sorry, my daughter-in-law is strict, I'm really not available at night. Qin Shan smiled and refused. The crowd suddenly blanched. It's a reason that really can't be refuted. People's daughter-in-law is Chairman Gu, they said that Chairman Gu won't let him out, so can they still force him out? But then, I understand what everyone is saying. It's just that you want to be on the development project team, that's fine. Qin Dust added. The crowd's eyes lit up. That said, there's drama. But before the crowd could get happy, Qin Shan uttered a sentence that made them fall into a state of shock. The matter of recruiting the members of the development project team, I've already handed it over to my assistant, Zhuxia. After all, I'm also new to the company, I'm not familiar with everyone. Afraid that the crowd didn't understand, he added, don't worry, she can make direct appointments to all positions except mine. Now the crowd was like a pot exploding, all took out their cell phones and dialed up the phone to Zhuxia, and some people even grabbed the door and went out, ready to go directly to the office to find Zhuxia. Seeing the scene, Qin Shan shook his head and smiled. Thankfully, he had the foresight to get rid of this liability. Otherwise, wouldn't the group bore him to death? He slowly walked back to the business department, just in time to see Zhuxia at the workstation surrounded by 7 or 8 deputy director-level executives. Zhuxia hadn't understood what was going on and was directly dumbfounded. After the people talked and explained, Zhuxia realized why he became the meat and potatoes in the hands of this group of executives. While shocked, she also somewhat admired Qin Shan. The future of so many vice presidents in the hands of a tiny assistant? Under Zhuxia's gaze that could kill, Qin Shan slowly walked up to her. Manager Qin, you found me a good job. Zhuxia gritted his teeth, his tone cold and incomparable. Then do a good job and go for it. Qin Shan suddenly reached out and rubbed Zhuxia's head, then smiled at the crowd. Don't worry, everyone, this is my most capable underling, her decision will definitely satisfy everyone. When he finished, he turned toward his office in triumph. That's a pretty good touch. Qin Shan looked at his hand, recalling the feeling of rubbing Zhuxia's head just now, and muttered. And the crowd stole glances at each other as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Touching your head? Isn't that an intimate gesture only for couples? And then think if Qin Shan handed over such an important matter as forming a development project team to Zhuxia. The relationship between these two, it's not normal. The gazes of the crowd looking at Qin Shan's back instantly became incomparably admiring. Marrying Chairman Gu and having the audacity to keep a honey by his side is so ruthless. Still, the most important thing right now was to get the development team slot from this honey first. Zhuxia didn't know that just such a detail had made this group of executives mistake her for a honey that Qin Shan had raised. Back in the office, Qin Shan crossed his legs and started browsing the news. Honestly, it's okay to let him ask for a debt, it's better to kill him for any other job. That pile of broken forms looks like a big headache. After half a day of swiping the cell phone, the power is about to bottom out, but Zhuxia suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Well, at least I'm your boss, so you're just going to come in without knocking, huh? Qin Shan said as he exited the live streaming software. Zhuxia had a cold face and snorted coldly, I'm busy outside, but you're good, you're in the office brushing a beautiful woman live? With that, she slammed a pile of information on Qin Shan's table. Here's the candidate profile I put together for you to take a look at. Development project team, absolutely cannot let the major shareholder Liao get the right to speak, otherwise our work will be very difficult to promote, so I suggest that the deputy head of the team will be selected. Zhuxia hadn't finished speaking, but Qin Shan suddenly interrupted her. Alright, no need for introductions, as I said, you're solely responsible for this matter. Let's go with the list you've compiled and announce the appointments tomorrow. Upon hearing Qin Shan's words, Zhuxia's eyes widened. She had thought that Qin Shan was just talking, but she didn't expect that he really didn't care at all. You know, this development project team is the prototype of the future branch. I'm afraid she could receive tens of millions of dollars in favors with just a little bit of maneuvering. Are you telling the truth? Zojia swallowed and asked with difficulty. Sure. Xinshen stood up and looked at Zuoxia, who was frozen in place, and asked, It's already after work, aren't you leaving yet? Zuoxia looked at the time, 5:30 minutes exactly. Good lord, this business manager, he doesn't want to stay in the company for a minute longer. I'm off work too. Zojia said wearily. She'd been so tired of organizing the list of candidates today that her mind was spinning. Even if you want to work overtime, you have more than enough to do so. The two of them took the elevator together to go downstairs. Originally there was a vice president level executives also wanted to go downstairs, but when he saw the two people in the elevator, he immediately showed a "I understand" smile, and backed out of the elevator. Chapter 89 Beauty in the Rain. Zojia was speechless for a while. She could tell that this group of people had definitely misunderstood her relationship with Qin Shen. But she didn't have an explanation. After all, forming a development project team was such an important matter that Qin Shen was able to give himself full authority over it, and in his place, he was afraid that he would have to suspect that he had some special relationship with Qin Shen. However, she was prepared for it. With so much power in your hands, you will certainly suffer from criticism. The way things are now, it's considered good enough. In the elevator, Zuoxia sneaked a glance at Qin Shen beside him. The two gazes met in the air, and Zuoxia almost shouted out. Qin Dan is peeking at himself? Ahem. Zuoxia shrank towards the corner of the elevator, as if she was deliberately distancing herself from Qin Shen. Qin Shen laughed and turned his head. The elevator that normally took a minute or two seemed like a year or two long in front of Zuoxia at the moment. Ding! After the elevator door opened, Zuoxia ran out as if fleeing, leaving Qin Shen. In just a few minutes, she was drenched in rainwater. The clothes clung to her body, outlining her figure. Normally, she was always proud of her figure and would even wear clothes that accentuated her figure on purpose. But today, when she looked at Qin Shen's eyes, she instantly regretted wearing a tight skirt out today. Qin Shen handed out a few paper towels and said, Simply wipe it off first, and after I send you home, you can take a hot bath to save yourself from catching a cold. I'm not going to do anything to you. Why are you running so fast? Look at this, I've got these leather seats and now they're all blistered. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Zuoxia froze. She was soaked to the bone and had just been sitting on the passenger side when quite a bit of rainwater seeped out and onto the seat. Leather seats. Not afraid of the water bar? Zojia asked with some uncertainty. She didn't know what wine she had just drawn, and in order to avoid Qin Shen, she had rushed into the pouring rain. $188,000 for a seat, and if it soaks, I'll take it out of your paycheck. Qin Dust said. Zuoxia was instantly shocked. $188,000 for a seat? Isn't that blackmail? Seeing Zuoxia's eyes, Qin Shen smiled and explained, This car of mine is several $1,000,000, a seat of $188,000, very reasonable, right? That's what you made me get in the car for, and I'm not paying for it. Zuoxia said in a hurry. Qin Shen smiled and did not answer, continuing to slowly drive towards the front. Hey, just park here, I'll take the subway home. A few minutes later, Zojia pointed to the subway station on the side of the road and shouted. Take the subway, what do you do after you leave the subway station? Keep getting wet. The work of forming the development project team has not yet been completed, and you give up, beware I will fire you. Hurry up, where do you live and give me your address? Qin Dust threatened. Hearing this, Zuoxia fell silent. She's put in so much work, she should never lose this job. But if you tell Qin Shen where you live, what if he comes to harass you? After what happened today, she was already wary of Qin Shen. She had seen a lot of this before, with her boss giving a little benefit that she couldn't refuse before forcing a relationship. Many people can only half-heartedly comply in order to keep their benefits. Zuoxia felt at the moment that it was possible that Qin Shen wanted to do just that. Take something as important as the formation of a development project team into your own hands and then make excessive demands. If he or she doesn't say yes, he or she will be fired. Qin Shen did not know that in just a few seconds, so many thoughts would flash through Zuoxia's mind. If he could hear Zuoxia's heart, I am afraid that he would be shouting injustice now. He gave the job to Zojia solely because he was lazy. By the way, it would also shut up Zuoxia on the matter of seeing him and Xiaoning Yue in the office. Two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Zojia took him the wrong way. What are you thinking? Hurry up and tell me where your house is. Sheen Dust urged. 202, Block 3, Happy Garden Subdivision. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuxia still gritted his teeth and reported the address. Now that his parents were at home, Qin Shen should not dare to do anything excessive to himself. After Qin Shen finished setting his destination on the navigation, he immediately increased his speed and drove towards Zhuxia's home. Hua, your house is so far from the office? Qin Shen looked at the navigation time. Even if he drove, it would take an hour. I'm afraid it would have been closer to 2 hours by subway. Well. Zhou nodded. Seeing that Zhuxia didn't seem to want to talk much, Qin Shen didn't make a fool of himself by continuing to look for something to say. 10 minutes later, a remote path. Outside the car, the rain crackled and the streetlights were dim. Qin Shen, however, slowly parked his car on the side of the road. He took it upon himself to start taking off his own jacket. What are you doing? I'm warning you, if you do anything outrageous to me, I'll call the police right now. Zhuxia, with a face of panic, took out his cell phone and instantly had opened the dialing interface. Qin Shen let out a bitter smile. It seemed that this woman had been on guard, ready to call the police at any time. He took off his jacket and handed it over. What are you thinking? Am I, Qin Shen, that shameless? You've been rained on and your body temperature has dropped so badly that you'll catch a cold if you don't take steps to keep warm. I'll turn up the air conditioning and you drape yourself in my clothes to save yourself the discomfort. Sheen Dust explained. Zhuxia instantly blushed. Yourself. Seems to have misunderstood. She carefully took the jacket and draped it over her body. The jacket still retained the body heat and flavor of Qin Shen's body. Zhuxia hurriedly lowered his head, while Qin Shen started the car again and continued to drive towards the front. Chapter 90, The Family of Zhuxia. Just as they drove to the entrance of the neighborhood, the two saw an old woman holding an umbrella, standing in the middle of a rainstorm. Before Qin Shen could react, Zhuxia shouted out, "Stop the car, that's my mom." Qin Shen braked to a halt, and Zhuxia immediately ran down. Mom, why did you come out to pick me up in this rain? Zhuxia shouted anxiously. When In Hongmei saw Zhuxia, she was stunned, and then she quickly handed out the umbrella in her hand. Put on your umbrella, why are you soaking wet? When the old woman saw the soaked Zhuxia, she was heartbroken. When Zhuxia received the umbrella, she suddenly realized that she was draped in Qin Shen's jacket. But just seconds after getting off the bus, Qin Shen's clothes were already drenched in rainwater. Is this your co-worker? In Hongmei carefully looked at Qin Shen inside the car and asked Zhuxia. Although she didn't recognize any luxury cars, Qin Shen's car wasn't cheap at first glance, so her eyes were a bit intimidated. Well, my co-worker dropped me off on the way back. Zhou replied after some hesitation. People sent you back all the way, invite them home for a seat and a cup of hot tea. In Hongmei urged. A tangled look appeared on Zhuxia's face. Invite Qin Dan home? Isn't this leading the wolf into the house? But just then, an SUV sped into the neighborhood from a distance. The water on the road was up to his ankles. The SUV stirred up a man-high wave, and the two men couldn't dodge it, so they were suddenly washed up in the water. Especially In Hongmei, her body seemed to be a bit weak, and she even fell straight to the ground. Mom, are you okay? Zhuxia was shocked and hurriedly went forward to try to help In Hongmei up. But she wasn't very strong, and with all her strength, In Hongmei still couldn't stand up. Just then, a pair of hands dragged In Hongmei's shoulders and directly yanked her up. Qin Shen? Looking at Qin Shen, who was drenched in rainwater, Zhuxia froze. What are you still fuming about? Hurry up with your umbrella and take Auntie to that security booth first. Qin Shen directly roared out. Zhuxia reacted in a hurry and raised the umbrella for In Hongmei. Gee, lad, I'm all right. Although In Hongmei said this on her lips, an imperceptible look of pain flashed across her face. Qin Shen said in a deep voice, this kind of thing cannot be done sloppily. In case you hurt a bone, you have to send it to the hospital immediately. He forcefully led In Hongmei and Zhuxia to the security booth. Just as he entered, the security guard shouted. Hey, what are you doing? Get out, this is a security booth, no outsiders allowed. The security guard shouted in disgust. These three, all wet from the rain, if they come in now, won't they dirty the security booth as well? Uncle, just do me a favor, my mom might have broken her foot, let's check it out and leave right away. Zhou pleaded. But when he heard this, the security guard shook his head back and forth. Injured? What if I'm the one who's being blackmailed? When I say no, I mean no. If you're hurt, call the emergency services, don't run to me," the security guard said in a cold voice. At this time, Shin suddenly stepped forward and shoved a few bills into his hands. "Uncle, just do me a favor, don't worry, that's my car, we'll check for injuries and leave right away," Shin said as he pointed to the car parked outside. The security guard looked at it and was shocked. He had been a security guard for so many years that he still had the least amount of eyesight. This car, at least $4 or $5 million. Those who can drive this kind of car want to clean up a small security guard of their own, isn't it easy? If you're still yakking, you're asking for death. He hastily took the bill and stuffed it in his pocket. Injuries do have to be checked out, or they tend to leave roots. "I'm going to go inside the shed, you guys are busy." When he finished speaking, he turned and fled into the small bedroom inside. Zhuxia looked at this scene, and his heart was a bit unfavorable. Luckily, Shin was there, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter the security booth. But subconsciously, she did not want to owe Shin a favor. "Auntie, here, let me help you take off your shoes." Shin helped In Hongmei take off her shoes as if she was familiar with herself, then checked her injuries. "Well, it's not a serious injury, it's just a sprain. I'll massage it for Auntie and then just go home and apply a little safflower oil," Shin checked and said to Zhuxia. "Well. Good, thanks," Zhuxia said in a hurry. "Young man, I've already bothered you today, how can I ask you to give me a massage?" In Hongmei said with embarrassment. "Why don't I do it?" Zhuxia also grabbed it. "No, it has to be my unique massage technique." Shin shook his head and then directly massaged it. In Hongmei felt a warmth coming from her ankle, and immediately the pain slowed down a lot. After a few minutes, Shin finally let go of his hand. "Okay, it's not a big problem, just go back and remember not to exercise strenuously for 3 to 5 days," Shin instructed. "That'll do?" Zhuxia wondered. She looked at Shin who seemed to have simply rubbed her mother, and that was the end of it? "With my massage technique, as long as it's not a broken bone, it can be healed," Shin said proudly. In Hongmei also hurriedly agreed, "Not bad, after the young man massaged me, it really doesn't hurt much anymore, it's very effective." After saying that, she looked at Shin again. "Young man, I still don't know what your name is, and you're all wet here, so why don't you go home with me first?" "Auntie, my name is Shin." With that, Shin looked at the soaked clothes on his body and nodded. "Then I'll bother Auntie, I'll have someone send over a suit, change, and leave." "Mom!" Zhuxia was anxious and just wanted to block it, but was interrupted by In Hongmei. "People went through the trouble of sending you back, and even helped me heal my injuries, why, don't you even let them come up to the house and sit for a while?" In Hongmei reprimanded with a stern face. Zhuxia lowered her head and glanced at Shin before she said in a resigned voice, "No, I'm just afraid that our home is too simple." In Hongmei lectured again, simple? Xiao Qin is not the kind of person who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Besides, people Xiao Qin hasn't even said anything, what are you always interrupting for? Zhuxia was arrogant in front of Shin, but in front of In Hongmei, she didn't dare to refute a word and lowered her head as she was reprimanded. When Shin saw this scene, he secretly smiled smugly at Zhuxia, infuriating Zhuxia's teeth to cackle. Just then, there were a few car honks from the neighborhood gate. Only the SUV that had just been there returned, ready to exit the neighborhood. But the bumper had no security control and was in a constant state of falling. The security guard rushed out of the inner room when he heard a car honking. However, just as he was about to raise his pole, he was stopped by Shin. Chapter 91, Broken Legs. "There's no rush, I'm looking for him for something." The corners of Shin's mouth hooked up. He was just too busy checking In Hongmei's injuries to go after this car, but he didn't expect the other party to send himself to the door again. Xiao Qin, either. Or forget it. It's not likely they were careless and didn't mean it. In Hongmei whispered. Before Shin could reply, Zhuxia grabbed the opportunity to say, "Mom, we can't just let it go, they almost caused you to go to the hospital, I'm going to talk to them about this matter." After saying that, Zhuxia picked up the umbrella and walked out. In Hongmei had a worried look on her face. "Alas, this girl in my house, who is usually quiet, gets anxious when it comes to matters related to me." Shin smiled comfortingly as he heard this. "Don't worry Auntie, with me here, I won't let anything happen to her." Saying that, Shin also picked up his umbrella and followed him out. At the gate, before Zhuxia had time to open his mouth, the window of the SUV opened a slit and output a national curse. What the are you guys doing? Get the pull up. Have I paid all my property fees to the dogs? I can't even get this done. In the driver's seat, a large man cursed. How do you talk like that? Just now my mom almost got hurt by the water you rolled up. Get your ass down here and go apologize to my mom. Zojia said loudly. The big man froze, then laughed. Apologize? You're out of your mind, aren't you? I was driving my car properly, what's it to her? If she gets hurt, she deserves it. Off, I've got work to do. The big man snorted disdainfully. Zojia froze. She didn't expect the other party to be so unreasonable. Not only did she not apologize at all, but she even scolded herself. You. Zojia still wanted to argue with the other party, but the other party casually took out a bottle of mineral water and threw it towards Zojia. Zojia was shocked and hurriedly dodged, but his feet slipped and he was about to fall. Ha, eyeless thing. The big man taunted. Just in the nick of time, Jinshin stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Zoxia's waist. Is everything okay? Jin Dust asked. It's okay. Zoxia was so scared that her little face paled. Jinshan sneered and slowly walked towards the SUV. What do you want, kid? I'm warning you, this car of mine, it's worth $800,000, even if you touch off a piece of paint, it'll cost you 10 years' salary. The big man threatened faintly. In his eyes, these two people in front of him were just two ordinary people, and it was simple to clean them up. But the next moment, his eyes widened. Only to see Jinshin grabbing the car door, his arm fiercely exerted force, and the car door unexpectedly made a piercing metallic sound. What are you doing? The big man was terrified, but as soon as his words fell, the lock of the car door was completely deformed, and the door was yanked open by Jinshin in a hard way. The woman on the passenger side shrieked at the sight. The big man also paled a little. The door of his buggy, made of a special alloy, was not only lightweight but also strong, and was said to be able to withstand several tons of impact. And now, the other party was actually tearing down the door with his bare hands in front of him. Is this still human? Don't want to apologize? Yeah, come on, let's get out of the car and talk. Jinshin smiled. But in the eyes of the other side, the smile, it was a little scary. Looking at the heavy rain outside, the big man swallowed hard. This brother. Before the big man could finish speaking, he was grabbed by Jinshin's clothes and thrown out directly. Are you coming out on your own, or am I inviting you? Jinshin looked again at the woman sitting on the passenger side. The woman, trembling with fear, opened the door and stepped out. The rain is still quite a bit heavier than it was at the beginning and is now at least storm level. The two had just gotten out of the car and were drenched in rain. Kid, don't go too far. The big man was so insulted that he became angry. The woman also ran to the big man's side, and seemed to have a bit of stamina as she shouted at Jinshin, Kid, we're related to the Black Tiger Gang, if you dare to touch us, you're done for. The Black Tiger Gang? Never heard of it. Jinshin shook his head. He really hadn't heard of the gang. During the time he came to Jiangcheng, he only had a little contact with the Coyote Gang. At this time, Zuoxia suddenly frowned and looked at the woman, asking with some uncertainty, Ding Yin? The woman froze, looked Zuoxia up and down, and suddenly sneered. Who did I think it was, but you? With that, she looked at Jinshin again and said disdainfully, I said why I'm so crazy, so it's because I've found a man. But don't you take a good look with your doggy eyes, can the loser you found compare to my man? Ding Yan hugged the man beside her with an arrogant face, or I'll make you regret it. When she heard Ding Yan's words, Zuoxia's small face suddenly turned pale. Just then, Jinshin stepped forward and laughed, regret? I'd like to see how you're going to make me regret. Chuba gritted his teeth, his voice icy cold as he threatened, Kid, there is a road in heaven that you don't take, and there is no door in hell that you barge in. I advise you not to seek your own death. As soon as the words fell, only a snapping sound could be heard as Chuba was directly knocked to the ground by Jinshin with a slap. You. Chuba's face was in pain, and he had just uttered a word when he suddenly let out a wow sound and spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, which was also mixed with a few back-slotted teeth. Although Jinshin did not use his full strength in this slap, it was not light either. Chuba was dazed by the beating and lay on the ground unable to get up for half a day. I've long thought that you were hard to talk to, so if you can't talk, hold your tongue. Sheen Dust said indifferently. Ding Yan was horrified, honey, are you okay? She tried to assist Chuba, but Chuba looked like he was a full 200 pounds, and just as he climbed up a little, he fell to the ground again in a sorry state. "You're dead, you're dead." Shuba pointed at Qin Chen and roared indistinctly in his throat. He took out his cell phone and dialed directly. "Cousin, I've been beaten up. I'll send you the location right away, there's only one other person on the other side." "That's right, the other guy is one person, but you send more people, this one knows martial arts." Hanging up the phone, Shuba looked resentfully at Qin Chen. "Kid, don't run away if you're capable, if I don't get you killed today, my surname isn't Chu." Chapter 92, Black Tiger Gang. Hearing Chuba's threatening words, Zhuxia immediately panicked a bit. She came to Qin Chen's side and said anxiously, "Why don't we go first?" He was able to call out the Black Tiger Gang. "Those people don't have much of a bottom line in what they do, I'm afraid they'll hurt you." Qin Chen laughed. "Don't worry, a bunch of rustic dogs are just a bunch of rustic dogs, they can't help me yet." On the other hand, Chuba, who was on the side, revealed a disdainful expression. "What a big mouth. Kid, you're still the first one who dares to be so mad at the Black Tiger Gang. You'll see how you die later." On the side, Ding Yin pointed to Zhuxia. "Honey, there's also this person, can't let her go either." Chuba laughed loudly. "Good, this woman will be rewarded to those brothers as a treat." Hearing Chuba's words, Zhuxia immediately shrank back in fear. The Black Tiger Gang, with forces spread over almost the entire South City. It's easy to deal with the two of them. Ha ha. Scared now? Too late. Just now, I told you to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, but didn't you not kneel down? Well then, these legs of yours, don't ask for them. Shuba was smug. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Qin Chen walking towards him. "What do you want?" A look of horror appeared on Shuba's face. He couldn't believe that the other party dared to make a move against him in this situation. But in the next moment, Qin Chen's foot directly stepped on his thigh. "Want our legs, then I'll waste you first." Qin Chen laughed, then exerted a fierce force. Click. A bone-cracking sound rang out, and Shuba instantly hissed in pain. The sound of the crashing rain completely muffled Chupa's screams. Ding Yin was so scared that she fell on her butt and sat on the floor in a state of disarray. My leg, my leg." Shuba looked to his right leg, only to see that at this moment, his thigh had bent into a weird arc, obviously having been stepped on. Shuba's eyes were wide with anger, and he roared twice more, and then he unexpectedly fainted from the pain in a hard way. However, Qin Chen did not have the slightest intention of letting the other party go. He stomped on Shuba's left leg with a fierce force, breaking his left leg as well. Ah! Shuba, who had just fainted, was awakened again by the pain, and his face was hideous. Please, please, spare me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you and you spare my life." Shuba climbed up with great difficulty and kowtowed to Qin Chen repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. He was really scared out of his wits. The two kicks from Qin Chen just now did not hesitate in the slightest. He was afraid that the other party would get an impulse and kill himself alive. Qin Chen, however, didn't care and kicked Shuba away, saying indifferently, "Kowtowing to me, you're not worthy yet." Shuba was in pain and humiliation, lying on the ground like a stray wild dog. But after only 2 or 3 minutes, several vans rushed to the entrance of the neighborhood. A dozen or so big men held up black umbrellas and appeared in front of a few people. The group was fat and strong, and almost all of them had tattoos on their bodies, so they didn't look like they could be messed with. And at the head of the group was a small, skinny man who was only about 1.7 meters. Seeing Shuba lying on the ground, the small thin man froze, then rushed up. "What's the situation, Buster?" the little skinny man said as he tried to assist Shuba. But Shuba wailed in pain, "Thin monkey, done. Move me. My legs are broken by that kid, hurry up and contact an ambulance to take me to the hospital." It was only at this point that the one called Skinny Monkey realized that Shuba's legs were all helplessly paralyzed on the ground and seemed to have been broken. "Bah, don't worry, I'll call an ambulance right away." The Skinny Monkey signaled to his men, and at once someone took out a cell phone to contact the hospital. "Pa, is this the kid who made a move on you?" After doing so, the Thin Monkey pointed at Qin Chen and asked. "Right. I've already reported the name of the Black Tiger Gang, and this kid still poisoned me, rampant." Shuba gritted his teeth and said with a resentful face. The Thin Monkey looked Qin Chen up and down and snorted disdainfully, "Kid, you're quite bold, daring to touch Brother Ba. Don't think that just because you have a little bit of fist and feet kung fu that you can walk sideways in Jiangcheng, in front of our Black Tiger Gang, you're not even an ass." The Skinny Monkey raised his hand and waved it slightly. A dozen big men immediately stepped forward and surrounded Qin Chen and Zhuo Xia in the center. Yo, this chick is nice. The rain was too heavy, so the thin monkey saw the appearance of Zhuo Xia. Zhuo Xia's face value, which can rank in the Gu group where there are many beautiful women, is even more striking in daily life. When you guys do it, just clean up this kid, this beauty. I'm going to invite back and accompany the gang leader to drink and dance, hee hee hee. The thin monkey laughed sorrowfully, causing Zhuo Xia to instantly come out with goosebumps. Nice try, but are you so sure that you can clean me up? Qin Dust laughed. Kid, I'm afraid you haven't heard of my Black Tiger gang, have you? One word from me and you won't be able to make it in Jiangchen. I'll give you a chance, kneel down and scrap your own legs, I'll leave you alive. The skinny monkey threatened triumphantly. The Black Tiger gang, a dominant force in Jiangqing's southern district, controls the entire southern district's underground business. And in the entire Jiangcheng, the Black Tiger gang also had an extremely strong influence. It's easy to pack up an ordinary person. I really haven't heard of the Black Tiger gang. Qin Dust said indifferently. The skinny monkey was just about to scoff when he heard Qin Chen's next words, because a power of this level is not even as good as trash in my eyes. Hearing Qin Chen's mockery, the thin monkey's face changed drastically. Kid, you seek death. Dare to insult the Black Tiger gang, don't take this little life of yours today. Tomorrow, a floating corpse will appear on the Qingjiang River in Jiangcheng. Don't worry, when the time comes, no matter how it's checked, you'll have jumped into the river by suicide, and there won't be any traces on you. The skinny monkey said in a cold voice. It's not like the Black Tiger gang hasn't done this kind of thing before in order to deter their opponents. With the energy of the Black Tiger gang, suppressing this kind of thing would only cost a little more money. Qin Dust, you. Don't be impulsive. They could really do something like this. Zhuo Xia anxiously advised. Years ago, there was once a force that fought with the Black Tiger gang for territory. But the very next day after the declaration of war, several of that power's top brass and thugs, a dozen in all, were found drowned in the river. But the incident didn't make any waves. The southern district, since then, has been occupied by the Black Tiger gang, and no one dares to provoke it anymore. If the other party wanted to deal with Qin Chen, I'm afraid that they really wouldn't even be able to save their lives. Hey, beautiful, you'd better worry about yourself when you have this time. This kid is dead, you'd better be honest and go back with me to serve our gangmaster, maybe you can even have a fortune. The skinny monkey said smugly. Chapter 93 Master of the Black Tiger Gang. When my cousin gets tired of playing with her, I'm going to give her to my brothers in the gang. Chuba coldly grunted. Ding Yen on the side helped, that's it, this should be disposed of like this, deserved it. The thin monkey looked at Zhuo Xia's figure and couldn't help but lick his lips. If that's true, I'm sure I'll get a piece of the action first. Zhuo Xia was a bit furious by the big men in front of him and subconsciously hid behind Qin Chen. And just then, the door to the security room suddenly opened and Yin Hongmei staggered out. Masters, please, let my daughter live. I apologized, you guys let her go. With that, Yin Hongmei flung herself onto her knees in the water. She had vaguely heard quite a bit of what Thin Monkey had just said from the security booth. Letting her own daughter go to accompany the Black Tiger gang's gang leader is killing her. That's why she endured the pain and rushed out of the security booth, trying to ask the other party to let her daughter live. My family has money, my family still has a suite, I'll find someone to sell it today and compensate you. Please have mercy and spare my daughter. Yin Hongmei cried. The only thing of value left in the house is the suite. But for the sake of my daughter, I had to give away the only thing of value. Mom! Zhuo Xia's eyes instantly reddened. The mother knelt down in public and even offered the family's only possession. But she had a mind to do nothing to stop it. Zhuo Xia's eyes were suddenly filled with despair. But just then, a figure slowly stood in front of her. Auntie, you don't have to beg them. Give me 3 minutes and they'll be on their knees begging for you. A cold look flashed across Qin Chen's eyes. Ha, kid, who gave you the courage to say that? 3 minutes? In less than a minute, you'll be on the floor. With that, the skinny monkey waved his hand. What are you waiting for, all of you? Just leave him a breath, break all 4 limbs. Upon hearing the thin monkey's order, the group of big men dropped the umbrellas in their hands and drew out metal sticks from their backs, heading towards Qin Chen. Qin Dan. Zhozha was horrified. Look at this, the other side is going to die. Although she knew that Qin Dan could fight, the other party had more than a dozen people and weapons in their hands, so how could Shin-dan possibly beat them? Don't worry, it's just a bunch of punks. Shin-chan laughed, then his figure suddenly disappeared in place. The crowd froze. In their eyes, Shin-chan just disappeared into thin air. But how is that possible? Just in the moment when the crowd froze, a big man suddenly let out a painful shriek. Before the crowd could react, they only saw the big man fly straight out. Next, the rest of the few people all felt a blackness before their eyes, and then they lost consciousness. Bang! 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 Several big men fell to the ground one after another, stirring up a splash. The people present were all stunned. What have you done? The thin monkey looked at Shin-chan, who was drifting like a ghost in front of him, and his eyes were glazed over. In the blink of an eye, his own group of men were all knocked out? You have to know that all of these people are elites who have fought hundreds of battles. With just these dozen or so people with weapons, beating up hundreds of people is definitely not a problem. But in front of this kid in front of you, he couldn't even last a few seconds? Even from the beginning to the end, Shin-chan's hand had never left the umbrella, and his body had not gotten wet at all. Is this still human? As he watched Shin-chan walk slowly towards him, the thin monkey shivered in fear. He didn't understand until now why the other party dared to break Chuba's legs even after he reported the name of the Black Tiger Gang. This man's strength, it was too strong, so strong that he could ignore the threat of the Black Tiger Gang. Big brother, it's my eyes that are blind to the fact that I've offended you today. Tell you what, I'll be your host and treat you to a meal to make amends. The skinny monkey shivered. Apologize, didn't you just say you wanted to break my limbs? Shin-chan's, with. Shin-dust said indifferently. You. The skinny monkey was shocked and scared. He didn't expect that the other party would be so decisive and ruthless. Slim, call my cousin. Chuba suddenly roared. Today, I'll fight with him. I don't believe that he can fight against the entire Black Tiger Gang by himself. Chuba gritted his teeth, his face full of sinister. How he couldn't hold his tongue. The skinny monkey sniffed and looked at Shin-chan in front of him again, then he took out his cell phone and dialed out a call. Gangmaster, we've been hit. Yes, that's the guy, you bring your brothers, this kid is too rampant, if we don't kill him, our Black Tiger Gang won't be able to continue. The skinny monkey exclaimed. Just now when Chuba contacted the Black Tiger Gang leader, he was by the side of the leader, and this time when he came, it was also because the leader instructed him to come. It was just that at the time, I didn't realize that this one person had put so many beaters at a disadvantage. Shohu on the other end of the phone was taking a dip in the bath. When he received the call, he immediately pushed away the several women serving around him and beckoned to a big bald man outside. Panther, you bring your guys and call out 2 more brothers, let's go there. The Black Tiger Gang has been laying low for a bit these past 2 years, and someone dares to ride on my head. Listening to the sound of the torrential rain, Shuhu snorted coldly, it's raining heavily today, it's normal to drown someone. The eyes of the big bald man called Panther twitched. When Shuhu said guy, he meant a gun. It seems that this time is met with a hard opponent, thin monkey with a dozen people past are not able to solve, even to the point of making a scene to move the gun. Got it, big brother. Without asking any more questions, the Panther turned and left. 10 minutes later, 2 luxury SUVs appeared at the entrance of the Happy Garden neighborhood. Ah, my cousin is here, kid, you're dead. Seeing the incoming car, Chuba was smug. Thin Monkey and the others rushed to welcome them. Gangmaster, we've embarrassed you. The skinny monkey said with his head down. Bringing a dozen or so people out to find a fight, only to be cleaned up so badly by others. If this was known to the other gangs, I'm afraid that the Black Tiger Gang's face would be lost to them. Chapter 94 Zingyikwan. Oh, no harm done. I don't care who he is, but if he dares to mess with my Black Tiger Gang today, he's dead. 2 juniors came forward and held up 2 large black umbrellas for Chu Hu. You're the leader of the Black Tiger Gang? Shin-chan sized up Chu Hu and asked indifferently. Kid, you don't even know me, Chu Hu, and you dare to offend the Black Tiger Gang, pretty bold huh? Chu Hu sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Black Tiger Gang, is it strong? Shin-chan laughed, then took out his cell phone. Is your gang leader with you yet? Put him on the phone. The phone call that Shin-chan dialed was precisely to Guahong, the Wild Wolf Gang's hall master who had had some previous encounters. Guahong trembled when he heard Shin-chan's voice. These days, he had already had a psychological shadow after being cleaned up by Shin-chan. Found on. Guahong responded and hurriedly handed his cell phone to Huang Yangda at his side. Although Huang Yangda had some indirect interactions with Qin Shen before, it was still the first time he had ever talked on the phone. Mr. Qin. Huang Yangda spoke first. If I remember correctly, your name is Huang Yangda, right? You have 5 minutes to bring your hands down to the entrance of the Happy Gardens neighborhood. The Black Tiger Gang is going to be wiped out, so you guys come and clean up the mess, and their territory is yours. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. On the other side of the phone, listening to the sound of disconnection from the cell phone, Huang Yangda and Guahong were confused. Destroy the Black Tiger Gang? With the current strength of the Coyote Gang, they would never dare to mess with the Black Tiger Gang and clean up the mess? Isn't this a joke? Huang Yangda was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly looked at Guahong and said, "How credible do you think what he said is?" "Big brother, this." Guahong's face was a bit difficult. How dare he talk nonsense about something so important? Huang Yangda didn't pursue the question, but after frowning and pondering for a while, he slapped his hand on the table. A thud startled Guahong. I'm gonna bet on it. Haven't we investigated this Qin Shen? Not only is he strong, but he also seems to have the forces of the imperial capital as his background. I've been eyeing that part of the southern city for a long time, and with our own development, I'm afraid it'll take a few more years if we want to compete with the Black Tiger Gang. If what Qin Shen said is true, we'll be able to pocket the southern city district today. Even if what he said is false, the big deal is that I'll just make amends by setting up a banquet for Chu Hu. Huang Yangda gritted his teeth, his expression grim, and it looked like the decision wasn't that easy. Go, call all the brothers and rush them all to the Happy Garden neighborhood. Since we're going to do a big job, let's go all out. Huang Yangda commanded in a deep voice to Guahong, who was at the side. Okay, big brother, I'm going to call out for someone. Guahong ran out in a panic. The other side. Hearing Qin Shen's call, Chu Hu was a bit surprised. You know Huang Yangda of the Coyote Gang? Kid, you don't even inquire, does he, Huang Yangda, dare to be so reckless in front of me? Even if you were Huang Yangda's own brother today, you wouldn't survive. Chu Hu said with disdain. Gangmaster, if this kid is really related to the Coyote Gang, we can take advantage of today's incident to make them give up half of their territory. The skinny monkey on the side suggested. Half? That's a little too little. If he, Huang Yangda, really dares to come over today, let's exterminate him, and his territory, all of it, will be included under our Black Tiger Gang's name. Chu Hu snorted coldly. Gangmaster bully. The skinny monkey and his group of henchmen hastily kissed their asses. Don't know the sky, bunch of losers. Qin Shen faintly mocked. Hearing this, the crowd's faces changed. The Black Tiger Gang leader was personally present, and this kid even dared to speak out. His guts were really too big. Kid, is this a struggle before you die? Oh, Panther, pull out all his teeth and shut him up. Remember, keep him alive, you can't let him die so easily. Chu Hu commanded. Yes, big brother. With few words, the leopard slowly stood up in front of the crowd. Everyone, at once, fell silent. Panther's aura alone could subdue a dozen or so fighters. Panther, clean him up for me ruthlessly, I'll buy you a drink then. When Chuba saw the leopard, he burst out laughing. As Chu Hu's cousin, he knew clearly the strength of this number one fighter beside Chu Hu. This panther, however, had a record of one person single-handedly taking on dozens of fighters and winning. It could be said that most of the Black Tiger Gang's territory today was fought down by Panther with his men. This Qin Shen in front of him, although his strength wasn't bad, he was definitely not a match for the leopard. The leopard ignored Chuba and instead looked Qin Shen up and down. He had just examined the injuries on the Black Tiger Gang's group of fighters. All of them were subdued in one move, very cleanly. But he didn't see anything special in Qin Shen. You should know that the body of an expert will have something similar to an aura. Being the same expert, they could feel the aura on each other. However, there was nothing in Qin Shen that made the leopard feel wary. In other words, the strength of the other party was far from his own. You were able to defeat a dozen or so fighters, your strength is considered good in the secular world. Unfortunately, you met me. While saying that, Panther struck an offensive pose. Kid, at your level, I'm afraid you don't know the terror of the leopard. Ishingi Quan has been cultivated to the realm of great accomplishment, and he can pierce through steel plates with his bare hands. With your physique, you won't be able to disable one of his punches. You might as well get down on your knees and beg for mercy before it's too late. Chu Hu said smugly. Zingyiquan? Qin Shen glanced at the leopard in front of him with some surprise. This kind of boxing art is one of the oldest boxing arts, with great power, but unfortunately, the talent needed to cultivate is extremely high, and ordinary people have no chance to cultivate, resulting in this kind of boxing art is not very famous in the circle of ordinary people. I didn't expect to meet an heir who practiced Xingyiquan in a small river city. Oh, it just so happens that I know two hands of Xingyiquan. Let's see if your Xingyiquan is authentic or mine. Qin Dust laughed. Hearing this, Chu Hu laughed out loud. Kid, you think that Xingyiquan is a lousy martial art? Just say you know it? I don't know where I learned a couple of three-legged kung fu moves from, and then I dare to speak up here, really looking for death. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the leopard's mouth. Chu Hu is right, the inheritance of Xingyiquan is extremely strict. How can it be so coincidental that he happened to be the heir of a Xingyiquan? Moreover, taking a step back, even if the other party also knew Xingyiquan, with his own qualifications, the other party was by no means a match for him. This, then, is his bottom line. It's not your turn to slander the reputation of Xingyiquan. Today, I'm going to abolish your martial arts, so it's also a punishment for you. Panther said faintly. Chapter 95, The Coyote Gang Arrives. Qin Shen smiled disdainfully. Want to waste me? Are you worthy? The leopard didn't expect Qin Shen to dare to provoke, so he immediately moved his feet and rushed towards him. He wanted to overwhelm his opponent in terms of aura, and to win with a single blow. Until he rushed in front of Qin Shen still did not make any movements. The corners of the leopard's mouth showed a touch of contempt. This, then, is the gap between the two. With his own speed, his opponent couldn't react at all. And in these few short steps, even the rain didn't fall on his body, showing how fast he was. He raised his fist and slammed it directly toward Qin Shen's face. If this punch hit, he was confident that Qin Shen would directly lose his ability to resist. Let's keep him alive for now, then we'll torture him slowly. If you provoke yourself, you have to pay the price. And just then, he suddenly realized that Qin Shen was smiling. The panther's pupil snapped. How is that possible? Could it be that the other person had seen his movements? A warning sign sprang up in his heart, and he hastily put away his stance, preparing to retreat. But at this point, it was already too late. Only Qin Shen stretched out a hand and directly grabbed the leopard's neck. Qin Shen exerted a slight force, and blue veins appeared on the leopard's forehead, and his face turned red from suffocation. The leopard's two hands had long since hung down, and he was powerless to resist in the face of Qin Shen's sudden attack. You. The panther squeezed two hoarse sounds out of his throat, his face filled with horror. How could he not have thought that the other party was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? It looked ordinary, but its strength was far above his own. With just one move, he had rendered himself incapacitated. What alarmed him even more was that the opponent's move did have the shadow of Xingyiquan. Could it be that the iron plate he kicked today was also a highly cultivated Xingyiquan expert? Qin Shen laughed and suddenly kicked out. Only a thud was heard as the leopard was kicked in the chest and flew straight out, falling into the standing water. Pust. The leopard covered his chest and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Panther. Chu Hu frowned and hurriedly asked his men to help the leopard up. Gang master, I've embarrassed you. The leopard lowered his head, the slightest bit of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. No harm done. Chu Hu gave a comforting cry and then looked at Qin Shen. Kid, so I was mistaken, your strength is even above that of the leopard. Chu Hu stared at Qin Shen, his eyes filled with killing intent. Panther was the number one fighter under him, and now that he was injured by Qin Shen, looking at this injury, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to make a move for A. What's more, Huang Yangda even brought someone over. Skinny Monkey, call the brothers in the gang and tell them to come over. Chu Hu looked at the group of men behind Huang Yangda and commanded with a gloomy face. Yes. The Skinny Monkey hurriedly took out his cell phone and contacted the Black Tiger Gang. The people from the Coyote Gang had just arrived, and the atmosphere was tense before the two sides could even talk. You help Auntie into the security booth and I'll take care of the rest. Qin Shen whispered to Zuoxia beside him. I am afraid that a conflict will break out in a while. It is better to let Zuoxia mother and daughter leave the place where they are fighting first. Zuoxia glanced at Qin Shen worriedly before nodding. You be careful. After saying this, Zuoxia took In Hongmei and entered the security booth. she knew that she could only be a burden by continuing to accompany Qin Chen, so she didn't argue. But looking at the blackened beaters outside, her heart clenched. Qin Chen was in danger for his own family, so if anything happened to him, how could he repay his kindness? And while Zhuo Xia was rambling, Huang Yangde stepped forward and smiled at Chu Hu. "Brother Tiger, don't get excited, I just came over to take a look. This Mr. Qin has some friendship with our wild wolf gang, for my sake, can you let him off?" Although Huang Yangde had a smile on his face, his heart had already cracked. When Qin Chen asked himself to come, he said that he was coming to clean up the mess, but he didn't say that he was coming to confront Chu Hu head-on. With the current strength of the Coyote gang, there was no hope of resisting the Black Tiger gang. He could only save Qin Chen before making any plans. If the other party really didn't want to let Qin Chen go, then don't blame him for being ruthless and abandoning his car. Let him off the hook? What about my leg? This kid broke my legs. If I don't break his limbs today, I won't be surnamed Chu. Chu Ba had long ago been dragged by the Black Tiger gang's men to sit in the car. He had wanted to watch Qin Chen get cleaned up by Chu Hu with his own eyes, but he realized that even the leopard couldn't beat Qin Chen. And at that moment, the people from the Wild Wolf gang also arrived and spoke out to protect Qin Chen. But if Qin Chen really retreated in one piece, then wouldn't his legs be broken for nothing? That's why he was in such a hurry to speak out. "Not bad, my cousin had both of his legs broken by this kid, and my man Panther also suffered internal injuries. If we let this person go today, where is the face of my Black Tiger gang? Huang Yangde, if you retreat now, I'll pretend that you haven't come today. But if you insist on standing up for this kid, then don't blame me, the Black Tiger gang, for declaring war on the Wild Wolf gang." Chu Hu threatened in a cold voice. Huang Yangde glanced at Chu Ba in surprise, and then at the leopard, his heart shocked. This Qin Dust, he really ate the guts of a bear and injured these two people? Then it was over, Qin Chen was definitely dead. If we continue to protect Qin Chen now, I'm afraid that the entire Wild Wolf gang will be involved. Tiger, Huang Yangde just wanted to speak, but Qin Chen suddenly interrupted him. "You guys withdraw to the side first, I'll use you only after I've cleaned up the Black Tiger gang." The whole room was shocked at these words. Is this a one-man challenge to the entire Black Tiger gang? Chapter 96: The Black Tiger Gang's Destruction. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Huang Yangde made a gesture to his men and stepped aside. He hadn't wanted to get involved in this, and it was best if he could pull out now. Chu Hu snorted coldly. "Panther, what are you waiting for? Just get him," Chu Hu commanded. He had originally wanted to recruit Qin Chen. But I didn't expect Qin Chen to be so high-minded and loud. Even dared to insult the Black Tiger gang in front of the Coyote gang. In that case, it's just a case of making an example out of someone. He wanted to torture Qin Chen to death in front of the Wild Wolf gang, so that the Wild Wolf gang could see what would happen if they offended the Black Tiger gang. By the way, it also tells the other gangs in Jiangqing that messing with the Black Tiger gang will only lead to death. The Panther slowly stepped forward, his face pale from the injuries he had just sustained. "How dare you come up here after being injured so badly? It seems like you have a bottom card." Qin Dust laughed. The leopard's face sank as he growled lowly, "Today, you will die." As soon as the words fell, he drew a black pistol directly from his waist and aimed it at Qin Chen's brow. "Gun!" The mother and daughters with Xia in the security booth exclaimed at once. This stuff is regulated, and it's amazing that the Black Tiger gang has it hidden in their hands. The faces of the Wild Wolf gang members on the side also sank. They also didn't expect the Black Tiger gang to have guns. This is a great weapon that can determine the change of the situation at the critical moment. However, Qin Chen smiled in the face of the blackened muzzle. "That's it? I thought you had some surprising undercard, but I didn't expect to come up with such a piece of crap." Qin Dust scoffed. "Boy, are you scared silly? All it takes is for me to gently pull the trigger and your little life is gone. How dare you speak up now? I think you've really lived long enough," Panther said in a cold voice. "Panther, there's no need to talk so much to a dying man. Get him and throw him in the river. Put out the word that this man's body has been floating for 3 days and no one is to salvage it." Chu Hu coldly grunted. "Yes." The leopard answered, then looked at Qin Chen. "Kid, in this life, you can only count on your bad luck to have messed with someone you shouldn't have. Remember to grow eyes in your next life." As the words fell from his lips, he jerked the trigger. Gunshots rang out, and Chu Hu followed with a sneer. He once sent the leopard to special training abroad, so close to the distance, the leopard shot 100 times. "That boy is dead." But in the next moment, the image of Qin Shen getting his head blown off did not appear. Only Qin Shen was seen blocking one hand in front of him while the bullet disappeared without a trace. What's going on here? Zhu Hu's eyes widened. Qin Shen slowly spread out his palm, but the crowd realized that the disappearing bullet was lying in his palm. This. The leopard was horrified and took several steps back in fear. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he remembered a passage his master had said when he was practicing kung fu 20 years ago. Xingyi Quan is one of the most profound boxing styles in the world. Cultivated to the highest level, one can even break steel plates with his fists and catch bullets with his palms. He had thought that it was just a statement from his master encouraging him to practice his kung fu diligently. After all, he had been practicing for so many years, but he could only barely leave fist marks on the steel plate. Unexpectedly, he had actually met someone who could catch bullets with his bare hands today. What the hell are you? The panther's voice trembled more than a little. It was the first time he had seen someone with such strength in reality. Back then, even his master could not reach this level. I return what you just said. In this life, you'll just have to count your blessings. In your next life, remember to be careful and don't get into any trouble. Qin Shen smiled faintly, then directly flung the bullet in his hand. Swish! The crowd even vaguely heard the sound of a sonic boom. The next moment, the leopard fell straight down. It was only then that the crowd realized that a bloody hole had appeared in the leopard's head. Those who saw this scene broke out in a cold sweat. Can a casually thrown bullet be that powerful? Surprisingly, the leopard was killed outright? A hint of confusion clearly remained in the panther's eyes. It looked like he was killed without even reacting. Puff! Suddenly, Zhu Hu directly knelt on the ground. Nonsense, they can't even kill each other with a gun, so what are they waiting for if they don't beg for mercy? Big brother, I was wrong, I apologize. It's all because I've been tricked that I've angered you, so be generous and don't bother with such a small character like me. Zhu Hu begged for mercy. Deceived? Xin Dus let out a cold laugh. Zhu Hu hastily struggled to his feet and dragged Zhu Ba to the ground, kicking him hard a few times. If it wasn't for you, how could I have offended Mr. Qin? You don't live today either, die in Thanksgiving. Zhu Hu showed no mercy and kicked Zhu Ba's body hard. At first, Zhu Ba was able to wail twice. But by the end of the day, Zhu Ba was already more in than out of breath. Mr. Qin, give me a chance, I'll host a banquet to make amends to you. Zhu Hu said sincerely. He was really scared. Panther can't even summon with a gun, let alone himself. I'm afraid it wouldn't be difficult for someone at this level to exterminate the Black Tiger Gang. Apologize? You deserve it? Xin Dust said disdainfully. With that, he looked to the side at Huang Yangda. I don't need to teach you what comes next, do I? In 3 days, if this matter is not resolved, you and he will end up the same. Xin Dust said indifferently. Huang Yangda swallowed nervously. He hadn't felt this kind of fear for a long time, since he had started out as a junior and worked his way up to gang leader over a decade ago. But now that he was looking at the Qin Shen in front of him, he felt a chill running through his body. This one, however, is a terrifying existence that kills without blinking an eye. He had no doubt about what Qin Shen had just said. I'm afraid the Wild Wolf Gang can be wiped out overnight if we piss this one off. Mr. Qin. Qin, I understand. After Huang Yangda finished speaking, he hurriedly commanded his men and escorted all of Zhu Hu and his group to the car. Even the seriously injured and dying Zhu Ba and his girlfriend Ding Yan were not spared. Mr. Qin, you're busy first, I'll come back to report to you after the Black Tiger Gang's tale is settled. After saying that, Huang Yangda also hurriedly led the people to the car. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the Coyote Gang drove all the way out. Car. Hallmaster Guahong carefully asked to the pale Huang Yangda beside him, Big brother, today's matter. Huang Yangda took 2 deep breaths before he said, when we go back, make all of Zhu Hu's group and throw them into the river to feed the fish. Then tell the brothers to go to the South City at the first opportunity and take over the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. Guahong was a bit hesitant, Big brother, but even if the Black Tiger Gang doesn't have a boss, they still have quite a few people. If we force an attack, we'll lose a lot. Chapter 97 Zhou Xia's home. Huang Yangda slapped Guahong on the head. You didn't hear what Qin Shen said just now? If we don't destroy the Black Tiger sect, we'll be the next to be destroyed. That's a ruthless man who can catch bullets with his bare hands, isn't it looking for death to disobey him? Huang Yangde cursed with hatred. Indeed. But how come I didn't see him so fierce before? Hua Hong muttered. Alas, it's fortunate that we didn't offend him much before, or else it would be us who would die. Huang Yangde said with some trepidation. The panther's body was in the trunk of the car they were in, and the horror of the death was still fresh in their minds. Thinking of what would happen if they offended Qin Shen, the two men winced in unison. Go back and gather the brothers, do it tonight or the night will be long. However, as dangerous as this operation is, it is also very rewarding. The Black Tiger Gang's leader and strongest fighter were both wasted, and that group of henchmen are just headless flies, it's easy to clean up. Huang Yangde said. That's right, when we get Chu killed, we'll record another video. At that time, let's see if the Black Tiger Gang still dare to resist. Hua Hong's face was incredibly sinister. The gangs are on fire, and the slightest mistake will result in a total loss. It's a matter of life and death. They can't afford to be merciful. Okay, that's it. Right, after taking down the Black Tiger Gang, take out 50%. No, 80% of the Black Tiger Gang's property. Go and give it to Qin Shen. Huang Yangde commanded. 80%? Big brother, the Black Tiger Gang has been entrenched in the southern city for so many years, and I'm afraid that the property they've scavenged and accumulated is more than a few $1 billion. On the other hand, after the crowd left, Qin Shen returned to the security booth. Qin Shen, are you all right? Zhou asked with some concern. She had seen the image of Qin Shen getting the leopard killed just now. In front of Qin Shen, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. But then, she adjusted. After all, Qin Shen killed people, and in the end, it was also to protect the two of them. If it wasn't for Qin Shen, I'm afraid that both myself and my mother would have suffered today. It's okay, just a little trouble. They shouldn't be bothering you in the future. Qin Dust laughed. But the one with the gun just now? Zhuxia hesitated before asking. After all, this was a killing, not an ordinary brawl. Don't worry, I have the Coyote Gang to take care of it, it can't be traced back to me. They, the underground forces, have their own program for dealing with such things. Qin Dust laughed. The reason why he had called the Coyote Gang over was so that they could handle the trouble. Even if someone traced it, it definitely couldn't be traced back to him. What's the point of talking about this? It's good that it's okay. Yin Hongmei interrupted the duo. Come on, go to Auntie's and take a hot bath or you'll catch a cold. Yin Hongmei pulled Qin Shen's arm and nagged. No auntie, I'll just wash it at home. Before Qin Shen could finish his words, Yin Hongmei pulled him up and walked straight towards the neighborhood. Seeing this, Zhuxia hurriedly followed with an umbrella. When he arrived at Zhuxia's home, Qin Shen was a bit surprised. The furniture, though cheap at first glance, was immaculately cleaned and organized. He was so covered in water stains that he couldn't bear to get the floor dirty. What are you waiting for? Get in the shower. Yin Hongmei urged. Qin Shen smiled helplessly. With his physical fitness, he wouldn't catch a cold even if he went to roll around in the snow twice bare-chested, let alone getting wet in the district. But Yin Hongmei had good intentions, he couldn't keep refusing. So, without further pretense, he went straight into the bathroom. He had just taken off his clothes and was trying to turn on the hot water when he suddenly glimpsed two pairs of underwear hanging off to the side. Gulp! Qin Shen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Zhou looks so dry and capable, but she likes Fruit Series underwear? That's quite a contrast. Just when he wanted to discard the distractions in his heart and start taking a shower, suddenly, the bathroom door was pushed open, and Zhuxia rushed in a panic. However, when she saw Qin Shen's state, her mind instantly went blank and she just stayed straight in place. Qin Shen was also dumbfounded. I was just about to take a shower, and I'd finished taking off my clothes, so what did this woman want to do by coming in? What do you mean? Qin Shen retreated to the corner, covering his private parts with a guarded face. Me. Zhuxia language system has been disorganized, and his face swished red. Let me tell you, I'm not a casual person. If you're going to get any ideas about me, I'd advise you to give up. Qin Shen advised with a righteous face. You asshole. Who's got it in for you? Zhou growled in a low voice. She had wanted to change into a set of clothes first, but then she remembered that the underwear she had washed yesterday was hanging in the bathroom. If Qin Shen went to take a bath, wouldn't he see everything? That's when she rushed in. But he didn't expect Qin Shen to move so quickly and had already stripped off his clothes. Give it to me. Zuoxia said angrily. Zuoxia, I'm warning you, don't tempt me again and again. I'm a man at least, so don't blame me if something happens to you if you go into the bathroom in those clothes. Qin Dust warned. Hearing this, Zuoxia froze and lowered his head to look at his clothes. What she wore today was the uniform required by the company. The top half is a white shirt with a small jacket and the bottom half is a black tube skirt with gray silk. I was soaked to the bone from the rain today. Having just been outside, with a jacket on, it didn't matter much. But when she got home and tried to change, she took her jacket off. The white shirt inside, when wet, stuck to his body and was no different than transparent. What could be seen and what couldn't be seen were all seen by Qin Shen. Chapter 98, Don't Come Back to Sleep. You rascal, don't close your eyes. Zuoxia covered his chest and shouted with a shameful face. Hey, I was the one who wanted to take a shower and you barged in on your own, so how come I'm the rogue instead? Qin Shen asked in disbelief. Zuoxia didn't want to entangle with Qin Shen, she was afraid that if her mother found out, she wouldn't be able to explain. She wanted to go get her underwear, but she happened to be blocked by Qin Shen. You passed me the underwear. Zuoxia pointed behind Qin Shen and said. Qin Shen was stunned, then he quickly turned around and picked up the underwear, handing it to Zuoxia. He then reacted to what the other man was here for. Fortunately, he was not a real hooligan and did not do anything heavenly to Zuoxia's underwear. Otherwise one's reputation would be ruined. Zuoxia, who had gotten the underwear, hurriedly exited the bathroom. She patted her chest and let out a long breath. For the first time in her life, she had been this close to a man. Thinking that she had just seen Qin Shen's entire body, her face burned again. Qin Shen inside the bathroom didn't react as an afterthought until after Zuoxia left. This woman barged into the bathroom, looked at me, and called me a hooligan, isn't that unreasonable? Qin Dust said angrily. If I hadn't been naked myself, I would have gone out and argued with her. After taking a bath, Qin Shen wrapped himself in a new bath towel that Yin Hongmei had prepared. The clothes he wore just now were taken by Yin Hongmei to dry, and there were no men's clothes at home, so Qin Shen could only make do with a bath towel first. However, when Zuoxia looked at Qin Shen, who was wrapped in a bath towel, she instantly recalled the scene that had just happened in the bathroom. Ahem, I'm going to take a shower too. Zuoxia grabbed a change of clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Clunk! The next second, the bathroom door lock was locked by Zuoxia from the inside. Qin Shen was speechless for a while. Couldn't he have broken in halfway? You really think you're a hooligan? Besides, with his strength, so what if it's locked? He can smash the door lock to pieces with a single punch if he wants to get in. Not long after, Zuoxia also finished the bath and changed into a home pajamas. In ancient times, someone once used the phrase as a lotus flower to describe a beautiful woman. Qin Shen had been puzzled. It was only when I saw Zuoxia, who had just taken a shower today, that I finally understood the meaning of the words. The ancients were really wise. Zuoxia, who had just taken a shower, was completely not inferior to those stars. Especially the pair of long legs under the pajamas made Qin Shen unable to resist his heart. Ahem. It was only when he saw Zuoxia frowning at himself that Qin Shen finally reacted and hurriedly coughed twice to hide his inner embarrassment. Zuoxia was also a little nervous, neither sitting nor standing. Luckily, at this time Yin Hongmei brought a plate of fruit, which broke the strange atmosphere. Here, little Qin, have some fruit. Yin Hongmei enthused. Thanks, Auntie. Qin Shen looked at the savior in front of him with a grateful face. You also said accompany Shao Qin to talk. He's a guest, and he's done us such a great favor, so what are you gawking at? Yin Hongmei criticized at Zuoxia. Zuoxia had a reluctant face, but eventually sat down on the sofa. Yin Hongmei laughed and left the living room again. The atmosphere, at once, was strange again. Ahem, where's Uncle? Qin Shen opened his mouth, breaking the silence between the two. My dad died in a car accident 3 years ago. The house was bought with his death benefit. Zuoxia lowered his head and whispered. Qin Shen did not expect that a topic he casually asked about had poked Zuoxia's sadness, and he suddenly panicked. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to. Qin Shen hurriedly explained. It's okay, it's been so long, my mom and I got over it a long time ago. Zojia returned. All I want to do now is work hard and make money and then give my mom a satisfying life. That's why I've worked so hard, but unfortunately, I've screwed up a lot of opportunities before. Luckily, I met you and gave me a chance, and I will definitely take this West Town development project seriously. Zhuxia suddenly changed the subject and talked about work. Well. Anyway, I'll leave the selection of the development program team members to you. If you have any difficulties, you can talk to me. Sheen Dust said. He dialed Gu Yaming back again, only to find that Gu Yaming's cell phone was directly turned off. He dialed Xiao Ningyue's phone again, and Xiao Ningyue's side looked like she was in the bathroom. Her voice was extremely low. Big asshole, what are you calling me for? This is an act of collaborating with the enemy, and if my sister finds out, I'm screwed. Xiao Ningyue lowered her voice. What's all this nonsense? I'm just asking you, what's Gu Yaming smoking again? Why don't you let me go back yet? Sheen Dust said angrily. My sister says you're not home this late and you didn't check in with her, so you're probably fooling around at some woman's house right now. When she got mad, she made me lock the door and told you not to come back tonight. Xiao Ningyue explained. Qin Shen sheepishly looked at Zhuxia beside him. He was indeed at another woman's house, but in no way was he fooling around. This is a clear case of wrongdoing. Big asshole, you, don't even think about struggling. Don't you understand my sister? No one can change what she's decided, so you'd better think about where to sleep. Xiao Ningyue whispered again. But just as she finished speaking, Qin Shen heard a burst of Gu Yaming's voice coming from the other end of the phone. Ningyue, who are you calling? Sis, I didn't call, I'm swiping the video. After saying that, Xiao Ningyue directly hung up the phone. Qin Shen was instantly anxious. My ID card is still at home, where am I going to sleep? But Xiao Ningyue hung up the phone long ago, the phone only left beep 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 sound of disconnection. Chapter 99 Sleeping at Zhuxia's house. Holy! Qin Shen looked at his cell phone and was so angry that he wanted to explode. He had thought that it was Gu Yaming who had a guilty conscience today and was concerned about his whereabouts. I didn't realize that the woman was not letting herself go home. If you don't want to go back, at least give me your ID card. Where do you go to sleep by yourself in this rain? Just then, Yin Hongmei suddenly appeared. Little Qin, huh? No place to sleep today? Yin Hongmei asked with a kind face. Well. Qin Shen subconsciously nodded. That's just as well, my house is small and has lots of bedrooms. Look, I'm sleeping in one bedroom by myself, Xia is sleeping in one bedroom, and there's one left over, so you'll just have to make do here for the night. Yin Hongmei said with an enthusiastic face. Qin Shen and Zhuxia were instantly dumbfounded. No! Zhozha snaps out of it. You girl! Little Qin is your superior and has done us such a great favor today. What's wrong with him having no place to sleep and making do at our house for the night? Yin Hongmei reprimanded. Available. But he's a man, it's not convenient, is it? Zhozha whispered back. What's so inconvenient about it? Don't you just lock the door when you use the bathroom? Besides, I trust Xiao Qin's character, it'll be fine, right? Saying that, Yin Hongmei looked at Qin Shen. How else could Qin Shen reply? He could only nod his head stiffly. Auntie, my character is fine, but... No buts, it's decided, I'll go find you a new set of bedding. Yin Hongmei directly interrupted Qin Shen's words, and then without even giving Qin Shen a chance to backtrack, she left the living room and joyfully returned to the bedroom to look for bedding. You didn't refuse? Zhozha's eyes widened. It looks like... Qin Shen looked like he had done something wrong and was a bit vain. It wouldn't hurt to stay at Zhozha's house for a night yourself. But if it is spread by someone who has a heart, not to mention that it will affect Zhuxia's reputation, I am afraid that Gu Yaming will be the first to want to kill herself. Zhuxia still wanted to say something, but at this time Yin Hongmei had already walked out holding the bedding. Little Qin, this set of bedding is still new. It was originally for Xia's future boyfriend when he came to stay at the house, but she never found a boyfriend, so I'll take it to you. Yin Hongmei laughed. Auntie, how can this be? Qin Dust waved his hand in succession. It's okay when I say it's okay. Yin Hongmei didn't even give Qin Shen a chance to refuse. Holding the bedding, she entered the guest bedroom and laid it out in 3 to 5 minutes. Alright, little Qin, you'll make do here tonight. If you need anything, just call out to Auntie. Yin Hongmei said. You are too kind. Yin Hongmei was busy here, and Qin Shen was a bit embarrassed. After a brief chat, Yin Hongmei left. Qin Shen had just taken out his cell phone and was about to swipe the video and go to bed when the bedroom door was pushed open again. Auntie, Qin Shen had just opened his mouth, but he realized that the person who came was Zhuo Xia. This is mosquito incense, there are a bit too many mosquitoes lately, so be careful. Zhuo Xia handed out a plate of mosquito coils, as if she was afraid that Qin Shen would misunderstand. She explained again, it's my mom who insisted that I send it over to you. Qin Duan took the mosquito incense, then thank auntie for me. Zhuo Xia didn't leave immediately, but bit her lip, seemingly hesitating about something. Why, anything else? Qin Dust was curious. As you can tell, my mom seems to be pretty happy with you. Zhou whispered. What do you mean? Qin Dust was a bit puzzled. I mean, it's like my mom thinks you're my future boyfriend. Zhuo Xia gathered her courage and looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen stared blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing Qin Shen's reaction, Zhuo Xia was instantly relieved. It turned out that Qin Shen hadn't seen his mother's meaning and then gone along for the ride, he was just slow to react. I hope you don't get the wrong idea, I have no feelings for you, whatsoever. And I've heard that you and Chairman Gu are already married, and I have no intention of interfering in your marriage. Zhou continued. Although Qin Shen's announcement of his marriage to Gu Yaming at the shareholders' meeting was suppressed by Gu Yaming, Zhuo Xia had had a lot of contact with the company's top management in the past 2 days because of the development project team, and the matter had reached her ears. At first, she was shocked, too. After all, Gu Yaming is known as the first high-cool female president of Jiangcheng. How many people pursue her to no avail? It was hard for her to believe that such a woman would be chased by Qin Shen. However, after seeing Qin Shen's methods today, she realized that she didn't know much about him. Perhaps Chairman Gu's choice, too, was not wrong. Qin Dust awkwardly smiled, I and Gu Yaming. Hi, forget it, you do not need to think too much, I do not have any special ideas about you, you just do your own work. He had wanted to explain that his marriage to Gu Yaming was just a collaboration. But after thinking about it again, it's not like it has anything to do with Zhuo Xia, so I let it go. Hearing Qin Shen's reply, Zhuo Xia instantly revealed a smile. Manager Qin, thank you and good night. Zhuo Xia, who had put down her mental baggage, smiled and even winked at Qin Shen. This woman, she really turns her face faster than a book. Just now he was trying to clear the air with himself, and now he's winking at himself. After Zhuo Xia left, Qin Shen took out his cell phone and first sent a message to Xiaoning Yue, I'll take note of today's revenge, it's not a gentleman who doesn't report this revenge. Xiaoning Yue replied back in seconds, shouldn't this sentence be said to my sister? Don't worry, I've already sent her the screenshot. After saying that, as if she was afraid that Qin Shen wouldn't believe her, Xiaoning Yue even sent a screenshot over. Xiaoning Yue, wait for me. Qin Shen sent a fuming emoji, then directly deleted Xiaoning Yue's chat box. This girl even betrayed herself, in the future, she will definitely find this scene. As he was thinking, suddenly Kim Huan sent him a message. Mr. Qin, you hid it from me so badly. So Chairman Gu is your wife? As the largest shareholder of the Western District Development Project, the news that Qin Shen and Gu Yaming were husband and wife naturally could not be hidden from his ears. Jin Huan had suspected that when Qin Shen had asked himself to invest in the Gu Group, it was to pursue Gu Yaming. Unexpectedly, Qin Shen had long since chased Gu Yaming into his hands and had even gotten married. Oh, I didn't tell everyone the news before because I wanted to keep a low profile. Qin Dust replied. So just right. The day after tomorrow, when Gu Group finishes finalizing the members of the development project team and formally sets up the team, I'll hold a banquet as a kind of early celebration for all of you, and Mr. Qin must come by then. Kim Huan invited. Okay, I'll be there when the time comes. Qin Dust agreed directly. After all, he was the leader of this development project team, and he would have to be present at that time no matter what. Chapter 100, You'll bring me breakfast from now on. To do this, Kim Huan was excited. So let alone 5 billion, even if Qin Shen wanted the entire Radiant Jewelry Group, he was willing to give it up. Our company's jewelry business, which has little room for growth, must be transformed. The investment to the Gu Group is considered our first step into the construction industry, but it's not our company's main direction of development. When the time comes, we might still need Mr. Qin to help us out. Kim Huan sighed. On the other hand, Qin Shen threw his cell phone aside and directly fell asleep. Somehow, sleeping in Zhuo Xia's home was even more comfortable than sleeping in Gu Yaming's villa. Qin Shen actually slept until dawn. Cluck. Zhou pushed open the door and walked in slowly. She didn't want to come and shout at Qin Shen, but seeing that Qin Shen was going to be late if he didn't get up, she could only walk in with a stiff upper lip. Seeing Qin Shen's sleeping position on all fours, Zhuo Xia couldn't help but snort a laugh. It would be a sin if anyone slept in the same bed as Qin Shen, there was no place to sleep. But thinking of this, Zhuo Xia suddenly had a small red face. What's wrong with you? Why are you thinking about this? She cleared her throat, then called out, Manager Qin, it's time to. In it, there was also a strong smell of a man. What are you waiting for, get up. Qin Dust frowned. It was just that the ripples in his heart didn't match the composure on his face at all. The palm of his hand fit around Zhou's waist, and he could clearly feel the other's body. This, coupled with a fresh scent from the other party, caused Qin Shen to instantly wake up. Oh. Zhou struggled to his feet in a hurry. Her face was blushing with shame. It was the first time in her entire life that she had ever been so intimate with a man. Manager Qin, hurry up and eat, or you'll be late. After saying that, Zhuo Xia ran out of the bedroom in a panic. Qin Shen grumbled, then climbed up and washed himself. Arriving at the table, I found that breakfast was already made. My mom made millet porridge and steamed buns, this is savory, are you used to eating it? Zhou seemed to have forgotten the intimate contact the two had just had and asked, pointing to the meal on the table. It's pretty good, I kinda like eating these. Qin Dust replied. A simple breakfast, but it was cleaned up by Qin Duan, not even salted vegetables were left. Are you hungry? Zhuo Xia was shocked beyond belief as he looked at the table that was windswept and not a single bit of food was left. Alas, you are unaware of my miserable life. I wouldn't have had a few breakfasts. Qin Dust said helplessly. In Gu Yaming's house, he was only worthy of eating the leftover breakfast eaten by Gu Yaming and Xiaoning Yue. Often you don't even get a crumb. So later, I'll bring you breakfast? Zhuo Xia suddenly uttered a sentence. But just as she said it, she regretted it. One is not related to Qin Shen, what kind of breakfast would one bring him? But Qin Shen directly nodded, then I'll work hard for you. Zhuo Xia hastened to add, in fact, it is not every day that I can bring you, or. Before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Qin Shen, it's fine if you don't bring it, and if you bring one less breakfast, you'll be fined 100. Zhuo Xia instantly widened his eyes, what? And a fine? On what grounds? Qin Shen stuffed the last piece of steamed bread into his mouth while saying, I'm the manager, I want to fine you, do I need a reason? In Zhuo Xia's angry gaze that was about to spit fire, Qin Shen clapped his hands and stood up, alright, I'm full, let's go to work. Zhuo Xia gritted her teeth and cackled, Manager Qin, count yourself ruthless. Qin Shen smiled smugly. The two came downstairs, Qin Shen directly got into the car, and then honked the horn at Zhuo Xia who walked out a dozen steps. I've got a car here, what, are you still going to take this? That was why she stepped forward and stopped Qin Shen. Chapter 101 Xiaoning Yue's Request. I'm warning you, if you dare to apologize to my sister and cheat on her in marriage, I'll click you off. Xiaoning Yue made a scissors gesture with her hand, instantly causing Qin Shen to feel a chill between his legs. This woman, sick. You're slandering and libeling. I'm innocent with Zhuo Xia, you're throwing dirty water on me. Besides, if you two sisters hadn't shut me out, why would I go sleep outside? Now you have the nerve to question me. Qin Dust retorted. Xiaoning Yue was suddenly speechless. But then, she reacted, fine, Qin Shen you big bastard, you've even learned to be sophomoric. Xiaoning Yue directly grabbed Qin Shen's ear and counted, you at least got a license with my sister, even though the two of you are in a partnership, right, but you can't cheat outside. Besides, you've already announced your relationship with my sister at the shareholders meeting, if people see you and Zhuo Xia so close, what about my sister's reputation? Qin Shen bared his teeth in pain, but he didn't dare to resist yet. With his strength, a little force might hurt Xiaoning Yue. It wasn't until she saw someone coming over that Xiaoning Yue let go of Qin Shen with a breezy face. Qin Shen rubbed his reddened ears, crazy, how come you haven't learned any of the good qualities in your sister? Look at how quiet people are, and then look at you, going crazy every day. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Xiaoning Yue immediately snorted coldly, I'm just crazy. My sister is so good, why don't you go after her? You're licensed with her anyway, and as the saying goes, proximity is the best way to get ahead, don't you even understand that? Qin Shen let out a bitter smile. Speaking of which, Gu Yaming's face value was ranked in the entire Jiangchang. Having a license with her, plus living in a villa, it would be a lie to say that you're not heartbroken. But what made Gu Yaming famous was not only her face value, but also her high and cold personality. After all, she was known as the first high-cool beautiful president of Zhangchang. An ordinary person, who had just walked up to her, could feel the icy atmosphere and would have long since retreated in defeat. That big ice cube of your sister's, I am not confident of conquering it. Sheen Dust was honest. Che, that's just because you don't know her yet. My sister is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, so once you get to know her, you'll thoroughly enjoy her. Xiaoning Yue said disdainfully. Xin Chen instantly frowned. Xiaoning Yue, you're very off. What's wrong with you today? You're always trying to set me up with your sister outside of words. Hearing Xin Chen's words, a trace of an unnatural look flashed across Xiaoning Yue's face. After half a day of hesitation, she spoke. Do you remember those relatives on my sister's father's side? Xin Chen nodded. Of course I remember, a great uncle and a third uncle, both wanted to covet Gu Yaming's family fortune. If it wasn't for him in the beginning, I'm afraid Gu Yaming wouldn't have been able to fight off so many eye-catching relatives on her own. Yes, it's her great-uncle Gu Guahai, who has a son named Gu Ming, who counts as my sister's cousin. Recently, he came back from abroad. Xiaoning Yue said. Well, I think I've heard that before, so what's wrong with it? Xin Chen recalled, when he seemed to have heard that Gu Yaming's eldest uncle, Gu Guahai, had a son who was attending school overseas and was recently returning to China. Gu Ming. Alas, this person is very close to Qian Feiyang of the Qian Group. As soon as the plane landed, before I could go home, I was taken to the hotel by Qian Feiyang to receive the dust. I heard that he came back this time to compete with my sister for the shares of the Gu Group. Xiaoning Yue said. Good relationship with Qian Feiyang? Sheen Dust was a bit surprised. Qian Feiyang is a standard dude rich second generation. Day after day, in addition to eating, drinking and having fun is to screw women, and close to such a person, I am afraid that this Gu Ming is not a good bird. Counting on it, the matter of Gu Group's equity is considered to be their family matter, and I can't stare at the name of the Chow family to intervene. But my sister is the only one she has, and it must be very stressful to deal with a large family of relatives. So, I'm hoping you'll step in and help my sister out. Xiaoning Yue said seriously. Xin Chen understood what Xiaoning Yue meant. Speaking of which, Xiaoning Yue was only Gu Yaming's cousin and didn't have any shares in the Gu Group. Even if she wanted to intervene in this matter, she didn't have a good enough reason to do so. More importantly, no matter how much the Chow family favored Xiaoning Yue, it was impossible for her to interfere in the Gu family's domestic affairs under the name of the Chow family. After all, Gu Yaming's mother had died in a car accident a long time ago, and the Chow family was afraid that if they interfered in the Gu Group's affairs now, they would fall foul of the situation and be labeled as coveting the Gu family's property. Good. Don't worry, it's just as well if they don't come. If they dare to come looking for trouble, I'll make them regret it. Sheen Dust said in a deep voice. Although Gu Yamin was cold to herself, the two were after all in a cooperative relationship. If someone dared to come and ruin their plans, then don't blame them for being merciless. Brother-in-law, you're so nice. Xiaoning Yue immediately hugged Xin Chen's arm and pouted. It was as if the violent woman who had just pinched Xin Chen's ear was not her at all. You really shouldn't be a vice president at Gu Group, it's too condescending. You should perform face-changing, you're so skilled, you're untutored. Sheen Dust gritted his teeth. Xiaoning Yue, however, looked like she didn't care. Humph, you still dislike it on. How many people dream of it and don't have the chance to be so close to this young lady? Saying that, Xiaoning Yue also hugged Xin Chen's arm forcefully as if demonstrating. Ahem, that what? You're wearing clothes that are too thin for you today. Sheen Dust coughed twice. Xiaoning Yue froze, then her face turned red. She had just gotten too carried away and forgot that Xin Chen was a man. He wore a thin shirt, and now also the entire upper body is attached to Xin Chen's arm, that is not. Thinking of this, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly pushed Xin Chen away. Bastard, rascal! After saying that, Xiaoning Yue stepped on her high heels and left with clattering fast steps. Sheen Dust was aggrieved beyond measure. He had clearly done nothing and was scolded again. However, recalling the touch on his arm just now, Xin Chen felt again that this scolding did not seem to be a great loss. After entering the company, Xin Chen was bored and opened his computer to read the news. The most important work of the operations department at present is the preparation of the West Town Development Project. And the work in question was handed over to Zuoxia by Xin Chen. For now, he's a throwaway. Ningxia is coming to Zhangchang for a business event? The news dominated the headlines of major news sites. Xin Chen casually looked up this star called Ningxia. You don't know until you search. The woman is only 27 years old, and she's already a nationally acclaimed star. Not only is she extremely good looking, but she has made a mark in film, television, singing and dancing, and can be considered a real powerhouse. For such a big star to come to this small place in Jiangqing to participate in an event, it looks like someone has put in the blood. Sheen Dust sighed. Chapter 102, School Flower Hisakura. Another session of flipping through the news brought the time to noon. Just as he was about to go to the cafeteria to eat, Shin-chan received a phone call. Seeing the caller displayed on the screen, Shin-chan was slightly surprised. Hisakura? Shin-chan was a bit puzzled as to why this woman would take the initiative to call herself. He went straight to his cell phone. Brother Chin, my mom's surgery has been successful, and Miss Liu even hired her an escort, so as long as she recuperates for a while, she'll be able to be discharged from the hospital. Hisakura's tone was a bit excited. Shin Duan smiled along with him. Congratulations, I've been so busy lately that I've forgotten about this matter. I'll go buy a bouquet of flowers to visit Auntie. Shin-chan understood why Hisakura was so excited. Successful surgery should be the most hopeful thing for Hisakura in these days. Don't bother, Brother Chin, there's an escort at my mom's place, even I don't have to run there every day. However, my mom said that she was able to make the surgery work because of your help and asked me to buy you a meal to. Shin-chan laughed. Do you think if I wanted to eat mountains of delicacies, I would still need you to treat me in order to get it? Hearing Shin-chan's words, Hicheri was instantly relieved. With Shin-chan's status, I'm afraid that he could eat mountainous delicacies at every meal that ordinary people could not afford to eat in a lifetime. I am afraid that what one sees as a big meal in one's own eyes is not even as good as an ordinary casual meal in the eyes of others. In that case, whatever Shin-chan says is fine. Okay, then I'll head for the cafeteria as well, and I'll see you in front of the cafeteria. Hizura hung up the phone. Shin-chan picked up the car keys, and as soon as he went out, he happened to run into Zuoxia, who was going to the cafeteria to eat. Hey, I've got to go out for a while, so if I'm back late this afternoon and someone asks for me, you can just tell them I'm out on a business run. Shin-chan instructed Zuoxia, then hung back and left the company building. Zuoxia had a helpless face. Gu Dong made Shin Duan the manager of the business department, not afraid of yellowing the company? All day long, you either go to work and play games and watch dramas, or you go out and sneak around, and you don't do any work at all. A little assistant herself, she does more work than the manager of the business department. Zuoxia stomped her heels fiercely and left in a huff. On the other hand, Shin-chan drove his car to Jiangcheng University. It must be said that college students, many of whom have not yet been exposed to society, have innocence in their hearts. See, that SUV is at least $5 million, when I make some money, I'm buying this. It's really domineering. Did a rich kid in our school buy this car? Why haven't I heard about it? To be able to drive such an expensive car, his family must be exceptionally rich, and it is estimated that he can make the 4 major schoolgirls fall in love with him just by waving his hand. A group of boys looked at Shin-chan's car and sighed heartily. Shin-chan laughed and didn't pay any attention to it, but walked to the entrance of the cafeteria. Just as she stood, Hisakura hurried over in a tight black dress. She had just rushed back from the car show, and not only did she not have time to change her clothes, she didn't even have time to take off her makeup. She landed on her heels with a clatter that caused a bunch of boys to look back. Isn't this Hisakura? One of the 4 school beauties, why are you dressed so beautifully today? Indeed, the number of times Hisakura puts on makeup is only a handful of times, and it's even the first time I've seen her wearing clothes that emphasize her figure so much, it's strange. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take pictures. The crowd whispered. Everyone's voices were not loud, but Hisakura could hear them clearly. She blushed slightly and didn't argue. With her character, if she wasn't in a hurry to meet Shin-chan, she would definitely have to go back to the dormitory to change into a set of clothes before coming out. After all, the outfit was now too high profile for a car show. Especially in a place like a university where girls didn't pay much attention to makeup and dress up yet. With her face value, with this outfit, she instantly became the brightest presence on campus. In just a few minutes, the school's forums were flooded with a thread. Hisakura, one of the 4 school beauties, showed up in full makeup today with a tight black dress exposing her extreme figure. As soon as this post came out, it was instantly topped to the number 1 spot on the hot list. The exaggerated title of the post, along with the accompanying sneak peek photo, set the school's forums ablaze straight away. Wow, this is my goddess. Why is she so pretty today? Hisakura is only ranked the 3rd of the 4 school flowers, it's underestimated. She's dressed like this today, I'll directly seal her as the number 1 school flower. What's she going for? To eat in the cafeteria or to look for a boyfriend? Shut up upstairs, when did Hosakura have a boyfriend? Under the post, several replies can be swiped out as second. If Hisakura knew that she could cause such a big stir just by wearing a tight skirt, I'm afraid that she would rather make Chin-chen wait for a few more minutes and go back to change her clothes. Yo, why are you dressed so nice today? Seeing Ichiri, who had hurriedly arrived, Chin-chen's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise him. Went to a part-time job and came back in too much of a hurry to change. Hisakura replied somewhat shyly. It was also the first time she wore such revealing clothes in public, and she was a little embarrassed. Let's go eat first, I'm starving. I know a place that has a great spicy hot pot, want to try it? Hizura offered. Yeah. Chin-chen smiled and followed Ichiri into the cafeteria. After the whole journey just now, Hisakura had become immune to everyone's stares. She took Chin-chen and bought a spicy hot pot, then sat in the corner of the cafeteria. But even though she and Chin-chen were so low profile, they were still the first to be discovered and had their pictures taken and uploaded to the forums. Chapter 103 Two Girls Meet. Latest news, school flower Hisakura already has a boyfriend, suspected to be an off-campus rich second generation. The schoolgirl is all dressed up for him. It's over, another school flower has been plucked. Several fiery threads immediately appeared on the school's forum, and the photos of Chin-chen and Ichiri being secretly photographed were clearly put up. In the dance classroom, Lu Qingwan, who had finished her training, and a few of her housemates sat paralyzed on the sidelines. Lu Qingwan a few days ago to walk around the relationship, the fire speed inserted into the Jiangcheng University of the acting department to read graduate school. The first time a few housemates saw Lu Qingwan, they were shocked by her face value. But then they realized that Lu Qingwan didn't have any frame and got along with them very well, so they accepted this new member. Only, Lu Qingwan hardly lived at the school and they only sat together during classes. Wow, you guys, look, the school beauty Hisakura was taken down? So many topped posts, looks like the boys in our school have lost their collective minds today, huh? That's for sure, out of the 4 major school beauties, only Hisakura comes from an ordinary background, everyone can still fantasize about getting it, this is completely hopeless. I've heard that Hisakura is quite high and mighty, and has rejected the advances of several rich second-generation men, I'd like to see what can conquer her. Everyone took out their cell phones and tapped on the post. When Lu Qingwan heard Hisakura's name, she just felt familiar at first, and only after a few moments did she remember that the girl she helped to contact for the surgery was named Hisakura. It seemed that this girl was also from Jiangcheng University. Is it such a coincidence? Hisakura didn't have an account on the school forum yet, so she came over to her roommate Zhang Li's side and looked at a cell phone with her. You're so concerned about gossip, too? Zhang Li asked with a smile. Oh, it does seem a bit curious. Lu Qingwan smiled and pointed to the photo on the post, this seems to be in our school's cafeteria, right? Are they still there now? Zhang Li looked at the time of the posting, then said, this photo was taken just 5 minutes ago, it looks like the two of them haven't started eating yet and won't be leaving for a while. Lu Qingwan nodded, then stood up and said to Zhang Li, I have something to do, please take the next class off for me, please. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Li to reply, she hurriedly left the dance classroom without even changing her clothes. Along the way, Lu Qingwan traveled in a hurry, pulling a full turnaround with her tight practice clothes. When Lu Qingwan arrived at the cafeteria, the spicy hot pot that Chin-chen and Ichiri had ordered had just been prepared and brought up. Come on, eat it while it's hot, this place makes great food. Hizura said with a smile. Well. Chin-chen was just about to reply when a figure sat down beside him, startling him. And when he and Hisakura got a good look at the visitor, they all froze. Sister Qingwan? Lu Qingwan? How do you? Shin Dust asked with a puzzled expression. Have you forgotten? I told you last time that I've gone to Jiangcheng University for graduate studies in acting. Lu Qingwan stroked the hair on her temples and said slowly. Then, she looked at Hisakura and said with a smile, you guys don't know yet, do you? You guys are now famous on the school's forum. The top 10 posts in the heat are all about you too. Hisakura's face suddenly blushed, and a flustered look appeared on her face. What? Let me see. Saying that, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and opened the school forum. As soon as she opened it, she saw the titles of the posts that were hot and red. From the beginning of the speculation about the relationship between the two, in just 10 minutes, some people have already started to say that Hisakura has been paid by a rich second generation. There were even people who showed the card driven by Qin Duan as supporting evidence, saying that they had a nose for it. Hisakura was ashamed and angry. Where did all these rumors come from? She and Chin-chan are innocent. What happened? The two of us have dinner and we set your school's forums ablaze? Are you kidding? Chin Dust asked suspiciously. Oh, you don't know Hazura's status in our school yet, do you? She was named one of the top 4 schoolgirls in our school. You're an off-campus character picking off our school's flower. Can you expect the wolf-like college students to be calm? Lu Qingwan said with a smile. Chin-chen froze. Schoolgirl? He sized up Hisakura and suddenly realized that the girl was indeed very pretty. Being a schoolgirl in college should be more than enough. It was just that the women who appeared beside him, such as Gu Yaming, Xiao Ningyue, Lu Qingwan, and Zhuo Xia, were all top-notch beauties. Any one of these people picked out at random is a schoolgirl. That was why Chin Dust didn't care about this matter before. Now that I think about it, I was indeed flamboyant enough to bring a schoolgirl to eat in the school cafeteria. What have they been saying on the forums? Why don't you show me too? Shin-chan said as he looked towards Hisakura. Hisakura hurriedly turned off her cell phone. It's all nonsense speculating about our relationship, don't look at it. She was nervous beyond belief. In case Chin-chan saw any words like adoption, it would be too embarrassing. How could she face him in the future? Okay. Chin-chan suddenly looked at Lu Qingwan and asked with a change of topic, so, you're here to relieve us? Lu Qingwan smiled, that's for sure, the two of you alone together would be awkward, 3 of you is much better. Chin-chan sighed helplessly, at this level of face value, you're also at the school flower level, right? If you two eat a meal beside me, I'm afraid I'll be clubbed to death when I enter Jiangcheng University again in the future. Lu Qingwan froze. What Qindan said seems to make sense. Sister Qingwan, look at the forum. Just then, Hisakura whispered a wink to Lu Qingwan. Lu Qingwan hurriedly sat next to Hisakura and looked at her cell phone. In the middle of school flower Hisakura's date, the mysterious beauty suddenly appeared, suspected of declaring her sovereignty. Within the post, there was also a high-definition photo attached to it, which was precisely taken when Lu Qingwan was sitting next to Qin Chen. This post, instantly, was bumped to number 1. Wow, this one's face isn't below Hazura's, how come I'd never heard of it before? That's right, is she wearing a dance practice outfit? It really shows her body. That said, is there any acting major to claim it? This is my classmate, called Lu Qingwan, who just transferred from the imperial capital, and I heard that it's for a man. Wow, the main house hand tearing down the mistress? The replies from downstairs made Lu Qingwan look like she was about to explode with anger. What the hell is this rumor about the main house hand ripping off the mistress? Although she did have a bit of a jealousy reason for coming to the cafeteria, after all, she had a crush on Qin Chen. However, it didn't mean that she could tolerate people discussing her relationship with Qin Chen on the internet, especially since her current relationship with Qin Chen did not have any substantial breakthroughs. Seeing these posts was even more embarrassing. Chapter 104 Hisakura's Suitor. Qin Chen looked at Lu Qingwan's face and instantly asked curiously, what exactly is the post? Lu Qingwan quickly waved her hand, it's fine, it's all rumors, it's even more angry after reading it, eat. Hisakura also hurriedly put away her cell phone. She looked at Lu Qingwan and then at Qin Chen, and seemed to have thought of something. Lu Qingwan came here for Qin Chen, right? It was as if he himself had now become a light bulb. She couldn't leave yet, though. If Qin Chen and Lu Qingwan were left alone in the cafeteria, there might be rumors spreading. At this time, Lu Qingwan brought a small bowl and chucked some dishes from Qin Chen. Mind if I share a little from you? Lu Qingwan asked. Qin Chen helplessly replied, you have taken it all before asking me, what opinion can I have? Each of the 3 had their own thoughts and finished their lunch in a silence. I have to work in the afternoon, so I'm going to head back, so you guys go ahead and get busy too. Qin Chen couldn't wait to escape the cultivation field in front of him. Dining with a beautiful woman, that's enjoyable. Dining with 2 beautiful women would be torture. In such a hurry? Lu Qingwan was a bit surprised. Well, the company's been a little busy lately. Qin Chen had just stood up when a figure blocked in front of him. Wan Shang, what are you doing? Hisakura stood up at once. The boy in front of her was one of her most famous suitors. Wan Shang had once announced in a high profile that he would be able to take down Hisakura within a month. However, no matter whether he sends gifts or confesses his love under the dormitory building, all kinds of means have been used one by one. Hisakura didn't even pay attention to him. Since then, Wan Shang has been harassing Hisakura for 3 days. Hisakura had been carefully avoiding her opponent. After all, Wan Shang's dad is the vice principal of the school and has a lot of power. In case he annoyed the other party, I was afraid that his situation at school would be even more difficult. I just didn't expect to run into him again in the cafeteria this time. Hosakura, is this the man you have your eye on? Wan Shang pointed at Qin Chen and asked with disdain. With that, he looked Qin Chen up and down and said indifferently, "Buddy, I'll give you a chance, get out from in front of me now, and stay away from me cherry in the future, and I won't bother with you. Or I'll make you regret it." The two little brothers following behind Wan Shang also echoed, "Hey, brother Wan gave you face, don't give your face up, hurry up and get lost." That's right, you dare to touch the woman that Wan looks at, you're really tired of living. Qin Chen snorted and asked Cherry, "A suitor, huh?" Hosakura nodded with difficulty. Qin Duan laughed, "But don't agree to his advances, you'll be affected if you fall in love with someone with a brain problem." When they heard Qin Chen's words, the crowd froze. Wan Shang reacted first, "Who the are you cursing?" The smile on Qin Chen's face slowly disappeared as he stared at Wan Shang and said in a cold voice, "Within 3 seconds, get the hell out of the cafeteria or you'll have to crawl out." Wan Shang laughed out loud, "Let me roll? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You don't even inquire who my father is, and you dare to yell here, do you really think I have a good temper?" He pointed to the slop bucket not far away and said disdainfully, "Doesn't your mouth stink? Just in time, eat all the garbage inside the slop bucket and I'll spare your life today." The slop buckets, all leftovers from the students, mixed with all kinds of garbage, were emitting a strange stench at the moment. The crowd couldn't help but frown at the words. Eating garbage from a slop bucket? That's too much. Many of the students who were watching it gathered around, and all of them were whispering at this time. "You guys, do you think that guy can fight Wan Shang?" "I think it hangs, Wan Shang's dad is the vice principal of the school, although it doesn't sound like it has much power, but people know a lot of bigwigs, just a word can crush this kid." "Not bad, I heard that this person drove a luxury car, should be a rich second generation, these days, just have money cannot fight others have the right." The crowd didn't think much of Qin Chen. "Wan Shang, stop it. You're only annoying me more when you're like that." Hisakura stood out in time and loudly reprimanded. "Hisakura, you're really giving your face away. I've been chasing you for so long and you haven't shown me a thing, and today you're yelling at me over a guy. Hee, I'll show you what happens when you offend me today." Wan Shang was furious beyond belief. For money, his family has millions of assets. To Quan, his dad's friends are all big shots in Jiangcheng. With such conditions, Hisakura couldn't see it as an insult to go out on a limb for a man. "Boy, what are you waiting for? Get your ass over there and eat slop. I'll help you if you don't want to do it yourself?" Wan Shang sneered. "Hisakura, you don't have to say anything, leave it to me." Qin Dust said blandly. "Qin Chen, do you want me to make a move?" Lu Qingwan asked in a small voice. Putting aside her feelings towards Qin Chen was after all the benefactor who had saved her grandfather. With the strength of the Lu family, it was easy to deal with a small vice principal. "No need, it's just a bedbug, I can crush it with my hand." Qin Dust laughed. After saying that, he slowly stepped forward. When Wan Shang saw this, he laughed coldly. Seek death. He didn't expect that Qin Chen would dare to provoke himself in this situation. He waved his hand, and the two minions behind him instantly greeted him. "Kid, Brother Wan gave you a chance to live and you didn't want it, looks like you're really not afraid of death. You should regret your decision now when our brothers hold your head down and eat slop." The two of them were extremely mocking and were quite disdainful of Qin Chen. "Ha! Both of these guys seem to be in the school's taekwondo club, right? I remember, they both seem to be black belts. Holy, 2 black belt masters, beating that kid isn't like a game?" At that moment, someone recognized the identities of Wan Shang's two minions. Not only were these 2 black belts in taekwondo, they had even won awards in professional competitions on behalf of Jiangcheng University. Later, Wan Shang spent a lot of money and recruited the two to become his followers. After all, having 2 black belt masters following you everywhere you go was indeed something to pull off. "Brother Qin!" Hizura cried out worriedly. Instead, Lu Qingwan pulled Cherry and advised, "Don't worry, Qin Chen's strength is far stronger than they think." Although Lu Qingwan was not quite sure of Qin Chen's true strength, Qin Chen had after all displayed his high level of medical skills in front of her. Now that Qin Chen did not look flustered in the slightest, it could only mean one thing. And that was that he had a plan and was not afraid of the 2 people in front of him at all. Sure enough, Qin Shen laughed and said, "Taekwondo black belt, what a piece of crap. You two go together, I'm in a hurry." Chapter 105, My Father is the Vice Principal. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the faces of the two men immediately turned a little ugly. Knowing the strength of the two of them, how dare you dare to taunt them in a bold manner? Seek death. The two of them let out a stern cry and struck out directly towards Qin Shen. As soon as they came up, the two of them came down hard, their fists shining straight at Qin Shen's face. If these two punches had hit, I'm afraid an ordinary person would have fainted straight away. Unfortunately, the one they ran into was Qin Shen. Only to see that Qin Shen's face did not change at all, and the moment the two fists hit him, Qin Shen disappeared. The two men stared in disbelief. Both fists landed, and both men stumbled and nearly fell. Qin Shen, on the other hand, happened to appear behind the two. One kick at a time, knocking both men to the ground. However, both of them were black belts, and the fall was just a fall that didn't cause the slightest harm to either of them. Their figures were almost perfectly synchronized, and they tumbled toward the front in a smooth motion. This man is a practiced man. With just one move, the two sensed the extraordinary nature of Qin Shen. Both of them struck out at the same time, and not only did they fail to injure each other, but they were even put on the spot. You attack the upper road, I'll attack the lower road. The two of them instantly divided their labor, preparing to deal with Qin Duan in an up-and-down attack. But before they could stand up, they realized that Qin Shen had already arrived in front of the two. Is this the strength of a black belt in Taekwondo? Qin Shen coldly snorted in disdain and then kicked both of them in the chest. Pust! Pust! Both of them sprayed out a mouthful of blood in unison, and with a thud, they fell to the ground viciously. After receiving just one kick, they were seriously injured. What? Wan Shang was dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in front of him. The scene just now where Qin Shen and his two henchmen fought against each other was slow to say the least, but it all happened within a few seconds. Before Wan Shang could see clearly, his two followers were lying on the ground, spitting up blood. These two men of yours, they don't seem to be much of a fighter, do they? Qin Shen looked at Wan Shang and laughed. Man Shang took 2 steps back in fear. Not to mention a black belt, but he doesn't have a single punch or kick in his body. The other party was able to defeat 2 black belt masters in just a few seconds, so I'm afraid it was more than enough to clean up after himself. You have big guts, how dare you resist? I think you are really tired of living. Wan Shang roared with a scowl on his face. What, it's only right that I have to stand here and wait for your men to beat me up? If you want to pretend to be a bully, you have to be aware of being hit in the face. That's it, and you're pretending to be the second generation of power? Qin Dust mocked with disdain. Wan Shang's face was red and green for a while, his face was ugly. There were at least a couple dozen students gathered around now. Almost everyone had a cell phone up in their hand taking pictures and videos. He had thought that it would be easy to clean up this kid in front of him today, and by the time the picture was passed out, he would be considered to have made a small appearance. Unfortunately, it was not to be. These cell phones, now, can record images of their own disgrace. All of you, put your cell phones down and stop recording. Wan Shang shouted to the surroundings. Mountain Cannon, you won't let us record when you're embarrassed? I have to post later. A sneer came from the crowd, causing them to burst into laughter. Who said that, step forward. Wan Shang roared in anger. But no one paid any attention to him. The crowd held up their cell phones and recorded all of his every move. Wan Shang was furious. Has he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? He took out his cell phone and dialed out a call. Dad, I'm being bullied and I'm in the cafeteria right now. What? Accompanying a big shot around campus? I don't care, if you don't come, I'll die here today. After saying that, Wan Shang directly slammed the cell phone on the ground, and the phone was instantly in pieces. Kid, just you wait, if I don't let you finish that bucket of slop today, my name won't be Wan. Wan Shang pointed at Qin Shen and gritted his teeth. Wan Shang didn't just call his dad, did he? It's a real possibility, if his dad comes, that dude is in danger. Ugh, you still have to have a good father, Wan Shang is almost walking across the school. The crowd murmured. Although Qin Shen had just defeated 2 of Wan Shang's followers, the crowd didn't think much of Qin Shen. After all, Wan Shang's dad was the vice principal of the school, and he was well known throughout Jiangcheng. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. Since you care so much about that bucket of slop, you'll taste it now. Qin Shen sneered as he walked towards Wan Shang. Wan Shang immediately showed a horrified expression. Two of his men were seriously injured, and now his father is still missing. If the other party made a move to clean themselves up, they simply didn't even have the strength to resist. Brother Qin, don't be impulsive. Hisakura hurriedly came up and pulled Qin Shen's arm. His dad is the vice principal of the school, and one of his responsibilities is school security. If his dad comes over, he'll definitely call out the school's security department, and then you'll be in trouble. Listen to me, you need to get out of here now before it's too late. Hisakura advised with an anxious face. She was afraid that Qin Shen didn't know Wan Shang's background and would suffer in a moment. Just a vice principal, it's nothing in my eyes, don't worry. If he doesn't come over, that's all. If he does come barking at me, I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. Qin Dust laughed. Qin Shen's voice was not small. Not only Wan Shang, even the onlookers' students could hear it clearly. This dude didn't beat 2 black belts and feel invincible, did he? Indeed, it's also too crazy. Do you really think that the vice-chancellor of Jiangqing University has this much energy? At his age, he's 100% a foppish rich kid, and now he's still not calling and asking for help from his family. Instead he's still blabbering, so it looks like he's weak-minded. Just wait, in less than 3 minutes, he'll have to find a reason to run away. The crowd burst into mockery. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wan Shang's mouth. Hisakura, I'll give you a chance, come to me now and I'll let you go. If you still want to follow that kid, don't blame me for coming down hard. Wan Shang threatened. Wan Shang, you've gone too far. It was clearly you who provoked first, and instructed your men to try to injure people, and now you're bringing up your background to continue to press people, and when this thing blows up, your reputation will be ruined. Hisakura retorted loudly. So what if I provoked it first? I have the background and the strength, why can't I press people? Today, even if this brat kneels down and begs for forgiveness, he's finished. As for ruining your reputation? Oh, you'd better worry about yourself first. Tonight, I'll take you to a hotel, and when I do, I'll give you a photo book with no clothes and post it online, and believe me, you'll be famous overnight. At this moment, Wan Shang's eyes flashed with madness. Chapter 106 10,000 Rivers. In Wan Shang's opinion, the source of everything that happened today was Hisakura. If she hadn't kept rejecting herself and turned around only to find another man, she wouldn't have rushed over here in a huff. There would have been no such disgrace as a henchman getting knocked down by the guy. So, he changed his mind from what he was thinking before. If you can't get it, destroy it. He was going to completely destroy Hozura. Hearing Wan Shang's somewhat crazy words, Hisakura instantly trembled and her face instantly turned white. Lu Qingwan stepped forward and pressed Hisakura's shoulders. Don't worry, with me here, he can't touch you. Besides, there's still Qin Shen, he won't let this Wan Shang get away with it. She was well aware of Qin Shen's character. Even if Qin Shen and Hichiri weren't a couple, Qin Shen wouldn't stand by and watch a little girl being bullied like this. As expected, Qin Shen let out a cold smile and walked straight towards Wan Shang with large strides. Wan Shang was stunned and turned around to escape. Unfortunately, just as he took a step forward, he was grabbed by Qin Shen by the back of his collar and directly lifted up. What do you want? Wan Shang struggled and shouted. He was instantly a little afraid. This kid is more than a black belt. I'm afraid a single punch could seriously injure myself. I'm warning you, my dad is. Before Wan Shang could finish his sentence, he was slapped in the face by Qin Shen. Snap. A crisp slap rang out and the room fell silent. Wan Shang only felt gold stars rise in front of his eyes, and his mouth was instantly taken over by the taste of blood. Don't you dare hit. Snap. Another slap. Both of Wan Shang's faces immediately swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Shen sneered and threw it directly onto the ground. Man Shang covered both his faces and a slurred murmur escaped his lips. Pust. Wan Shang spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, which surprisingly contained 3 broken teeth. The crowd looked on in fleshly pain. Just 2 slaps would take half of Wan Shang's life. This kid, he's got a real hard-on. I'll give you a chance to crawl over and eat the slop now, and I'll let you go. Qin Shen revealed a smile. However, in Wan Shang's eyes, the smile on Qin Shen's face was comparable to a devil's smile. No. Wan Shang painfully refused. That slop is dirty and stinks. It's better to eat that than to let yourself die. Qin Shen lifted his foot smilingly and said, if you don't go, then this leg of yours will be ruined. Hearing these words, a look of horror immediately appeared in Wan Shan's eyes. He even somewhat wondered if he had chosen the wrong person to provoke the other party today. He had already declared himself, and even his father would arrive immediately, and the other party had the audacity to blatantly lay hands on him, even forcing him to go and eat slop. Doesn't he want to die fast enough? You don't have much time to think. Qin Shen said with a smile. At the same time, his foot slowly landed on the base of Wan Shang's thigh. With a slight force, a pained look suddenly appeared on Wan Shang's face. Ah! My leg! Wan Shang cried out in pain at once. Holy, is he crazy? Is he really going to waste Wan Shang in front of so many people? I don't think so. If we really want to waste Wan Shang, that would be a deadly feud. Alas, it's all about the women. The crowd still didn't believe that Qin Shen dared to lay hands on Wan Shang until now. Click! A clear bone cracking sound rang out. The crowd's faces changed drastically. Wan Shang's face was covered in cold sweat from the pain and he shouted, I'll eat, I'll eat. Only then did Qin Shen release his foot. Wan Shang immediately covered his thighs and rolled all over the floor. This kick just now, although it didn't break his bones, it did step on a cracked bone. It was agonizing, far more painful than getting kicked in the face. Then roll over. Qin Shen said with a smile. Wan Shang had already lost the arrogance of just now on his face at this time, and replaced it with a deep fear. Today one has met a madman. Stop it. Wan Shang had just climbed out 2 steps when a voice with anger rang out. Immediately, the crowd was pushed away by a group of security guards stiffly, and a chubby figure walked over quickly. Seeing this person, Wan Shang cried out in pain. Dad, you're finally here. Wan Shang sobbed and cried out. He was like a person in the darkness who finally saw the dawn, and hope flared up in his heart. The person who came was none other than Wan Shan's father, Wan Jianhe. What the are you waiting for? Hurry up and help Wan Shao up. A burly figure hurriedly ran forward and yelled at the security guards on the sidelines. This man is none other than the first captain of the defense section, Lu Wei. Wan Jianhe was his immediate leader, so when he received a call from Wan Jianhe and heard that Wan Shang had been beaten up in the school, he immediately called out all the security guards and rushed over together. The 2 security guards helped Wan Shang up with sharp hands. Seeing Wan Shang's miserable condition, Wan Jianhe had a sad face. This is the only fragrance of their Wan family. If he was given a good beating, how would he explain to the ancestors of the Wan family? What the hell? Wan Jianhe asked through clenched teeth. Dad, that's the kid who hit me. Wan Shang pointed at Qin Shen, his voice slurred. Obviously the aftermath of the 2 slaps he had just received was still present. He knocked out several of my teeth, and my leg, and I think my thigh is broken. Wan Shang accused with a tear-filled face. Kid, haven't you heard of my name, Wan Jianhe? Dare to make a move on my son, I think you're tired of living. Wan Jianhe stared at Qin Shen, his voice icy cold. Who are you to know the name of any cat or dog? Qin Shen did not look the slightest bit fearful and directly mocked. Hearing these words, the people present all sucked in a breath of cool air. Vice Principal Wan is here, and this kid still dares to speak up. I think he really doesn't want to live, right? Didn't you guys hear that? I'm afraid he really hasn't heard of Vice Principal Wan's great name, or else he definitely wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Vice Principal Wan has brought dozens of security guards here, right? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, no matter how strong this kid is, he can't beat dozens of security guards. The crowd immediately sympathized with Qin Shen. Calling out in front of Wan Jianhe was tantamount to a praying mantis, and belonged to the category of asking for death. Sure is arrogant enough. Which family's child are you? I'd like to see who's poorly tutored and raised a waste like you. Wan Jianhe said in a cold voice. He wasn't in a hurry. He knew exactly what his son was. Just now, before he was beaten, his own son must have reported himself. The other party still beat his son to death, so he definitely had something to fall back on. It's not too late to feel out the other side first. Me? I'm alone, you don't have to worry about what background I have. I, myself, am my own background. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse knows how to make holes. It doesn't look like you're any good if you can raise a son like that. Tell you what, that bucket of slop, you father and son eat it together, after all, on the battlefield father and son. Qin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 107 Shaolin Kung Fu. The crowd all froze as soon as these words were spoken. What did he say about making Vice Principal Wan eat slop with him? This kid is really crazy. There's no such thing as looking for death. The crowd shook their heads as if they had already foreseen Qin Shen's downfall. What did you say? Wang Zhenghe seemed a bit unconvinced by what he had just heard. What, it doesn't look very old and your ears are already failing? I said, let's get you and your son together and eat up that bucket of slop. Qin Shen smiled faintly and pointed to the slop bucket on the side. Seek death. Wang Zhenghe gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, then instructed Lu Wei at his side, go, take down this maniac who is openly hurting people. If he dares to resist, then beat him until he loses the ability to resist. These words, which appeared to be addressed to Security Chief Lu Wei, were actually addressed to the students present. After all, this group of people were holding cell phones in their hands. In case he had a personal vendetta and was videotaped by someone who had the intention to do so, he would be in trouble. But if he had security take down the bandits who had hurt people in public, it would have been a division. As for the process of catching and arresting, the other side a little bump, that is not a normal thing? When Lu Wei heard Wang Zhenghe's words, he instantly understood what he meant. If he dares to resist, he will be beaten until he loses the ability to resist. That sentence is the point. Look at this kid's cocky attitude, it's a wonder he doesn't fight back. Men, take this boy down. Lu Wei commanded, and at once 7 or 8 security guards surrounded him with rubber sticks. Brother Qin. Hisakura looked worried, but was pressed by Lu Qingwan's shoulder and pulled back a few steps. Right now, not allowing Qin Shen to be distracted was the greatest help to him. Uncle Lu, be careful, this kid knows martial arts, he just knocked out 2 taekwondo black belts in a few moves. Wan Shang warned from the sidelines. Oh, don't worry, Wan Xiao, who doesn't have some kung fu under their hands among the security guards in our school? And there's a big difference between having a weapon and not having a weapon. If I can't beat this kid even with so many people, I'd better quit this security chief while I'm ahead. Lu Wei said with confidence. As the saying goes, 2 fists are better than 4. Even for a special forces soldier with superb comprehensive fighting ability, facing so many big men with weapons, the best choice was to turn around and run. Unfortunately, the kid was already surrounded and it was too late to run. Kid, do you hear me? Hurry up and kneel and kowtow to me and beg for forgiveness, or I'll waste you today. Wan Shang had a smug look on his face and laughed. However, the smile tugged at the wound on his face, and he immediately bared his teeth in pain again. Go, all of you! Wan Shang yelled. He couldn't wait to see the scene where Qin Shen was knocked down. Several security guards attacked at once. However, Qin Shen was even faster. As soon as a few of the guards moved, he charged towards a few of them. Bang! 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 The crowd didn't even see Qin Shen's movements before several security guards all flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch, my stomach! I think my leg is broken, help! This man is a devil. Several people lay on the ground, wailing. As for the onlookers, all of them had their mouths wide open at this time, with a shocked look on their faces. What just happened all happened in a split second. They didn't even see how Qin Shen struck. This man, what is his strength? Let's not embarrass ourselves with these stinky fish and shrimp, shall we? At such a trashy level, I'll fight as many as come. Qin Shen said with a cold smile. Uncle Lu, quick! Quick! Get everyone together and knock this kid out. Wan Shang's face was hideous as he pointed at Qin Shen and shouted. Seeing Qin Shen killing in all directions, he had lost his mind at the moment. Lu Wei stared at Qin Shen, a flash of color in his eyes. Being able to knock out several security guards in just a second or two wasn't particularly difficult, and there were at least a few dozen of those martial arts masters he knew who could do that. However, it was the first time he had seen one that could have such strength at Qin Shen's age. Who are your teachers? Lu Wei asked in a deep voice. Teacher's heritage? Oh, you're not worthy to ask about my mentorship. Qin Dust coldly snorted. Hearing this, Lu Wei but laughed disdainfully. Those who have a proper teacher's lineage will never be so covered up in the face of other people's inquiries. There was only one reason why the other party didn't dare to reveal their mastery, and that was because the other party was an evil sect and not an orthodox martial arts sect. This would also explain why the other party had such a high level of strength at such a young age. Definitely practicing some kind of evil kung fu. It was said that there were quite a few martial arts techniques that sacrificed their lifespan to rapidly increase their strength, and what this person was practicing was definitely such an evil technique. Kid, since you don't dare to declare yourself as your master, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't regret it if you're missing an arm or a leg later. Lu Wei postures up and throws a jab. It looked like it was actually going to be a personal attack. In fact, Lu Wei is helpless. With the strength that Qin Shen had just displayed, those security guards were no match for him. It was also only possible to deal with this person personally. Otherwise, he couldn't explain to Wang Jianhe. Oh, Dharma Hand, you're from Shaolin? Qin Shen looked at the other party's stance and asked with a smile. Lu Wei's heart sank at once. Qin Shen was right, he had once been an outer disciple at Shaolin for over 10 years. Because he was not qualified enough to become a martial arts monk in Shaolin, he had to leave Shaolin to make a living. However, he didn't expect that his opponent would recognize the source of his moves just by taking a look at his posture. Could it be that the other party also knew Shaolin so well? Uncle Lu, there's no need to keep your hands off, let's beat this kid half to death first. Wan Shang fanned the flames. Wang Jianhe's face was grim. First, beat him until he has no resistance and bring him to the security room. Lu Wei nodded. Although Wang Jianhe didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was obvious. Don't go too far in front of so many people just yet. We'll take our time cleaning up after we take this kid in front of us to the security room. Don't worry, Principal Wan, I know in my heart. Lu Wei replied. Kid, since you can recognize that my kung fu comes from Shaolin, you should know that Shaolin's punches are hard punches, and hitting you will either kill or injure you. I'll give you a chance to cut off your own legs now, and you'll suffer less. Lu Wei looked at Qin Shen, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Although he hadn't been able to become an official Shaolin's martial arts monk, he had at least practiced Shaolin boxing for more than 10 years. He still had the strength to break rocks with one punch. I'm afraid that if it hits a person, there's a chance of a fatality. Chapter 108 Authentic Luohan Fist. It's not true that Shaolin boxing is unique in the world, but at your level, if I stand here and let you fight, you won't even be able to hurt me a bit. Qin Dust said disdainfully. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Lu Wei's face immediately revealed a flash of anger. This person dared to speak out in front of himself, was he so ungrateful to himself? You have such a powerful mouth, I wonder if you can still be so wild when you're lying on the ground later. Lu Wei let out a stern cry and took the lead in the attack. In just 2 or 3 steps, he appeared in front of Qin Shen, causing the crowd to gasp. Just from these 2 moves, you can tell the difference between Lu Wei and an ordinary security guard, too strong. So Lu Wei also has a background of studying at the Shaolin Temple, that kid is definitely no match. I've heard that the Shaolin Temple's Luohan Fist, open tablet palm, and all that are very strong, and I don't know if Lu Wei will be able to do it. The crowd whispered. The corner of Lu Wei's mouth hooked, and the entire person's aura instantly changed. He slammed one foot into the ground with a muffled thud. Immediately, Lu Wei used his feet as the fulcrum, and with the help of his legs to drive his waist, he threw a punch with great force and momentum. This punch, called the Luohan Fist, although it was not one of the Shaolin Temple's 72 great skills, it was still an overwhelmingly powerful punch. Luohan Fist can grow in power as it grows in practice. Lu Wei had once tried, and with a full blow, he was able to break more than 20 bricks with one punch. If it were to hit a person, I'm afraid it could shatter their internal organs. This boxing style, it can be completely taken as a big killer. Looking at Qin Shen's lack of movement, Lu Wei was even more pleased. This punch will seriously injure you. Lu Wei roared in his heart. But at that moment, Qin Shen suddenly took a step back. Just when Lu Wei thought that Qin Shen wanted to dodge, Qin Shen made the exact same move that Lu Wei had just made. Rohan Fist, coincidentally, I know it too. This punch of yours, there are too many flaws, no wonder you were kicked off the mountain, I'm afraid you're not a good learner, are you? Today, I'll show you what the true Luohan Fist is. Qin Shen smiled as he similarly threw a punch. In the eyes of outsiders, Qin Duan was actually the latter. He struck afterward, but his fist was several times faster than Lu Wei's speed. In an instant, their fists collided. Knock! A muffled sound shook the crowd's ears. What's the situation? Who won? Needless to say? It must be Lu Wei, haven't you guys heard? He's been practicing martial arts for over 10 years, he's almost older than that kid. Alas, this person is too crazy, if he hadn't messed with the Wan family, I'm afraid he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. The crowd looked towards the center of the field, only to see Qin Shen and Lu Wei both fixed in place as if they had been nailed. Just as the crowd was talking, suddenly, Lu Wei moved. When Wan Shang saw this, he was overjoyed. As expected, Lu Wei was worthy of having been a lay disciple in Shaolin, and he restrained his opponent with a single strike. Uncle Lu, good job. Wan Shang couldn't help but scream. And just then, Lu Wei staggered back 2 steps, his eyes snapping wide open. How can? How can? Pust. Lu Wei's mouth chanted, suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, but his body flopped and fell straight down. What's this? What's this all about? Not only were the Wan family's father and son dumbfounded, but the people around them froze as well. It's like a reversal and then a reversal. Everyone thought that Lu Wei had won the fight, but not even 3 seconds later, Lu Wei was on the ground. Trying to spar with me is hopeless for you in this life. Sheen Dust shook his head and said. Luohan Fist is a gong method that has been continuously revised and improved by successive generations of monks. Back in the mountains, when Master taught himself martial arts, he had said that the Luohan Fist had already reached perfection, and there was no more room for improvement. This Lu Wei in front of him, on the other hand, seemed to have mixed a lot of personal understanding into the Luohan Fist, and even privately modified it. In one word, it's a picture of a snake. At this rate, even if he stopped practicing for the rest of his life, the Lu Wei in front of him wouldn't be able to catch up to his level for the rest of his life. He also kind of understood why Lu Wei was driven off the mountain by Shaolin. It's really too much of a waste. Lu Wei, who was lying on the ground, had eyes full of unwillingness. Why? Why? I've been practicing Luohan Fist for 16 years, punching day in and day out without slacking off. How could I possibly lose at the hands of a junior like you? Lu Wei roared. Even now, he couldn't believe that he would lose. However, the feeling from when he had just sparred was still fresh in his mind. The opponent's fist was as solid as a mountain, and his own fist was unbeatable in front of it. How is that possible? At his opponent's age, even if he started practicing boxing from his mother's womb, he shouldn't be this powerful. Even those masters in Shaolin, I'm afraid that their punches are not as powerful as Qin Shen's. You are so gifted that you will never understand in this lifetime. Qin Shen didn't bother to explain and kicked him to the side. With that, he turned his gaze to the Wan family's father and son. The 2 men shivered all over. Even Lu Wei is not a match for this person. What can we do? What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and get your asses together. Wan Shang roared at the remaining security guards. Wan Zhenghao was also a bit flustered, and hurriedly shouted, take this person down, one person 100,000 yuan bonus, and the one who contributes the most, I'll promote him to be the captain of the security team. Anyone who doesn't do it, I'll fire him immediately. When Wan Zhenghao saw that the crowd was still not moving, he threatened again. The security guards looked at each other, none of them dared to move. Nonsense, even Lu Wei is no match for that young man. If they go up, aren't they just sending them to their deaths? Privately, Lu Wei once practiced with 20 security guards with his bare hands, and in just 5 minutes, the crowd was no match for Lu Wei, and all of them were knocked down. And now, Lu Wei couldn't even last a single punch in someone else's hands. Together, I'm afraid they won't even last 5 seconds. They were afraid of being expelled, but they were more afraid of dying. So the security guards tacitly stepped back, none of them making a move. Seeing this scene, the Wan family's father and son completely panicked. Now, can we go eat that bucket of slop? Qin Shen walked up to the duo and asked with a smile. This. Wan Shang was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Wan Zhenghao suppressed the fear in his heart, took a step forward, and said in a deep voice, today's matter is considered a misunderstanding. I'm here to apologize to you. If you have any requests for compensation, you can mention them and I'll try to fulfill them. Qin Shen smiled, I don't have any other requirements, I just need you to finish eating that bucket of slop. Wan Zhenghao looked at the bucket of stinking slop in the corner of the cafeteria and couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. Young man, I advise you that you'd better leave a line in the sand when you do something. I, Wan Zhenghao, still have some energy in Jiangcheng. You insulted me so much today, aren't you afraid of my revenge? Wan Zhenghao said in a cold voice. Chapter 109, One person takes up 2 schoolgirls. Retaliation? I'm sorry, but I'm a man who eats softly but not hardly, and the one thing I'm not afraid of in my life is retaliation. Qin Dust coldly snorted. His Qin family was wiped out that year, and he was the only one left alive. This time, he returned to Jiangcheng to take revenge on his enemies back then. Still afraid of retaliation? Hearing Qin Shen's words, Lu Qingwan immediately brightened up. Eat softly, not hard. I get it. Lu Qingwan looked at Qin Shen, her eyes flowing. On the other side, Wan Zhenghe's face was ugly to the extreme. Comparing from the background strength, he had 100% confidence that he could crush this young man in front of him to death. And at that moment, Qin Shen walked up to the terrified eyes of the Wan family's father and son. He lifted the collars of both men and then threw them directly onto the slop bucket. With a thud, Wan Shang crashed into the slop bucket, spilling the slop inside. A foul odor came to the surface at once. The crowd all revealed looks of disgust. While some people, not minding the situation, took out their cell phones and clicked on the embarrassed appearance of the Wan family's father and son. Vomit. Dad, help me. Wan Shang was covered in slop, dry heaving as he pleaded for help toward Wan Zhenghe, who was off to the side. Wan Zhenghe was at least a vice principal, where had he been so insulted? Kid, wait for me. Wan Zhenghe pointed at Qin Shen and cursed. At this point he was also covered in slop, and just as he cursed, a wave of nausea washed over him and he couldn't help but vomit. When Wan Shang saw this, he couldn't help himself, and with a wow, he vomited. Seeing the miserable state of these two people, the crowd only felt that they were out of breath. Wan Zhenghe embezzled a lot of grants while he was a vice principal. Although everyone privately knew about this matter, but suffering from no evidence, and Wan Zhenghe power, everyone can only choose to endure. And Wan Shang is usually very arrogant and domineering in school, on account of having a father. The reputation of this father and son pair has long been stigmatized. Many people bloated when they were cleaned up by Qin Shen today. Ha, look, the admins put the post on top. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd pulled out their cell phones. Only to see a post that had just been sent out with the title marked in red, locked in the first position on the popular list by the administrators with special privileges. Off-campus thugs, brutally beating the Wan family father and son, heartbreaking. The title name seemed to be in support of the Wan family father and son duo, but the first thing you saw when you clicked on the post was a lousy photo of the two lying in slop. In the picture, the slop bucket fell to the ground, slop scattered all over the ground, two people covered with slop, lying on the ground vomiting. Just now in the cafeteria, some thugs from outside the school beat our beloved vice principal Wan and his son to such a miserable state, it's just too much. I, as a part of Jiangcheng University, would like to express my 10,000th support for this kind of behavior. Oh no, typo, I meant to condemn this behavior. The crowd burst out laughing when they saw the explanation posted by the owner. It's obviously a reverse black. Holy, which warrior is this, helping our Jiangcheng students out? Well played. Evil people still need to be beaten, beat the hell out of them. Humph, this Wan Zhenghe did all the bad things, so many people around didn't even go to help him, he deserved it. The comments at the bottom were all saying that Qin Shen had fought well and gloating. This dude can't take pictures with pixels, I'll take a few more. Someone took out their cell phone, snapped a couple of high-resolution pictures, and posted them again in passing. The Vanguard family, father and son, predictably, are absolutely bound to the topic of slop eating. Even if the current batch of students graduates, I am afraid that they will still tell the subsequent schoolmates about this incident. After all, it was the first time in the 100 years of the school's existence that the vice principal had been beaten into eating slop. Good, since you ate slop, I'll spare you all for once. Remember, if you guys dare to do anything to retaliate against Hisakura in the future, I will make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Sheen Dust said indifferently. Hearing these words, the father and son duo of the Wan family immediately shivered. He had just been thrown into the slop after just messing with Qin Dan. To make the two of them regret it for the rest of their lives would be to handicap them? The reason why Qin Shen said this was also because he had just been seen by many people having dinner with the two girls, and if the Wan family wanted to track down their identity, the first thing they would think of would be Lu Qingwan and Hisakura. He was not worried about Lu Qingwan, after all, she was a member of the imperial capital's Lu family, and given 10,000 guts to the Wan family, they wouldn't dare to move Lu Qingwan. But Hisakura has no background at all. If the Wan family's father and son couldn't find out their identities and became enraged, they might do something to hurt Hisakura. Don't worry, I'll be with Hizura these days, nothing will happen. Lu Qingwan suddenly spoke. Thanks then. Qin Shen nodded his head, much reassured. Between you and me, there's no need to be so polite, is there? Lu Qingwan joked. However, in the eyes of the dozens of onlookers, this was more than simply a joke. With this flirting tone, who would believe that the two don't have some kind of relationship? Ha, who is this one? Looking so pretty, how come I haven't heard of her at all? Is she not on the school flower list? Yeah, there's an inside job on that school flower list, isn't there? So pretty and not one of the 4 school beauties? Cut, you guys still don't know it, this is a transfer from the imperial capital. It is said that the family has a lot of power, due to the transfer of time is too short, has not yet begun to select the school flower, but there is news that in the future, our Jiangcheng University is the top 5 school flowers. If this beauty doesn't make the school flower list, there's something shady going on. But what's that kid's origin? As soon as he appeared he was accompanied by 2 school flower level beauties, and he even beat up the vice principal. How come I haven't heard that there's this kind of character in Jiangcheng? The crowd whispered. Qin Shen returned to the side of the 2 girls. The onlookers are getting bigger and bigger. Let's go first, I don't want to make a big scene in your school. Lu Qingwan and Hisakura looked at each other and simultaneously snorted a laugh. You've beaten up the vice principal, and you're still not in the limelight. What do you mean by that? With that, the 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied Qin Shen as he left the cafeteria. Many boys let out a wail as they looked at the trio's backs. One person taking up 2 schoolgirls is a bit much, isn't it? It's just as well that Lu Qingwan followed him. After all, none of us have a chance, but Hisakura is the only civilian school flower. Was she also picked by this person? I declare that I am at loggerheads with this man. The crowd was righteously indignant. However, when they saw the scene of the Wan family's father and son still struggling in the slop, they were suddenly abashed again. This one even dared to beat up the vice principal, so for them, a group of ordinary students, going up there is nothing more than sending them to their deaths. Thinking of this, the crowd immediately turned into birds and beasts. After making such a big deal at school, Qin Shen was not in the mood to continue accompanying the duo around the campus. Chapter 110 Gu Yaming checks in. I've got a few things to do, so I'll head back, you 2 talk. If the Wan family dares to come after you, feel free to contact me. Qin Shen instructed again. Well, we'll call on you if we need you. Lu Qingwan smiled sweetly. She didn't say that she would look for Qin Shen when she was in trouble, but that she would look for him when she needed him. Only Qin Shen did not notice this detail. Well, brother Qin, don't worry, we'll protect ourselves. By the way, my mom always wants to say thank you. If you're free, could you meet my mom one day? Hizura asked. Qin Shen thought for a moment and replied, well, I should have time tomorrow, so I'll visit Auntie in the hospital then. After saying that, he looked at Lu Qingwan again. Your grandfather also needs to be reviewed again, it's just as well, the 2 things are done together. Lu Qingwan and Hisakura hurriedly thanked him. Counting down, the 2 of them had a similarity despite their vastly different statuses. That is, all of them had loved ones whose lives were saved by Qin Shen. After bidding farewell to the 2, Qin Shen drove his car and left Jiangcheng University. Looking at the back of the car, Lu Qingwan suddenly opened her mouth and said, Hicheri, you? Like Qin Shen, right? Hisakura instantly panicked in a needy way. Sister Qingwan, I didn't. Hisakura hurriedly denied it. I'm a woman too, I can still see that little thought. But then, you don't have to be afraid, we can both play fair. Currently, we're still on the same side, and the goal is to snatch Qin Shen from his wife first. Lu Qingwan laughed. And upon hearing those words, Hisakura froze. Sister Qingwan, do you mean that brother Qin he has a wife? Hizura was dumbfounded. Yeah, don't you know? His wife is the chairman of the Fairview Group, Gu Yaming. The other day, the Fairview Group, which was on the verge of closure, got an investment worth $20 billion, and now it has transformed itself into one of the strongest women in Jiangcheng in terms of value. What's more, she has a face that doesn't lose us in the slightest. Lu Qingwan sighed. With her face value and status, she didn't have the slightest advantage over Gu Yaming. However, she laughed softly again, but then again, we don't have no chance at all. Gu Yaming has a cool nature, and it seems that she and Qin Shen are only a contractual couple, and the 2 of them don't have any feelings at all. As long as one seizes the opportunity, it's not impossible to chase Qin Shen to his hand. Hisakura looked at Lu Qingwan in front of her with a complicated expression. She did have quite a good feeling about Qin Shen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite Qin Shen for dinner. But now Lu Qingwan had also expressed her feelings for Qin Shen, and halfway through the process, a Gu Yaming had also come out. These 2, no matter who she faced, she didn't have the slightest chance of winning. It's okay, you don't have to get too down on yourself. Lu Qingwan comfortingly patted Hicheri's shoulder and continued, what about in Qin Shen's eyes, Gu Yaming and I don't have the slightest advantage in terms of our stature. After all, you've seen Qin Shen's abilities, whether it's in martial arts or medicine, he can be considered a world-class talent. Even I've heard that he has something to offer when it comes to feng shui. In his eyes, I'm afraid that compared to Gu Yaming and I, a girl like you, who has no background and a single mind, is more appreciated by him. After all, I've asked him out to dinner several times and he's politely declined, and as soon as you sent a message, he came over. Lu Qingwan was right. Don't look at the Lu family's tens of billions of dollars in assets, and they have quite a few connections in the imperial capital. But as long as Qin Shen showed a little bit of his medical skills, I'm afraid that all those big families in the imperial capital would go and grab to flatter Qin Shen. After all, there is no guarantee that a person, no matter how high his status is, will not be sick for the rest of his life. Qin Shen, on the other hand, is the wizard who cured the world's most difficult problem, acromegaly. Befriending him might change the fate of a family at a critical moment. Really? Hizura asked cautiously. Lu Qingwan burst out laughing. You just said that you don't like Qin Shen, now you're exposed, right? Hisakura blushed. I am afraid that Brother Qin won't be able to look at me. I used to go to bars to escort my mom for her medical bills. The first time I went out on a job, I met Qin to clean up the punks. And I was drugged by them, then pestered Brother Qin for half a day, but fortunately, Brother Qin finally gave me the antidote. And then, again, it was him who helped me get in touch with you to schedule my mom's surgery. Maybe he is my hope in my eyes, and I can't tell if I adore him or like him. Speaking out this held secret, Hisakura let out a long, soothing breath. I didn't see it. Our Hisakura schoolgirl still has so many thoughts in her heart. Lu Qingwan teased. Sister Qingwan, don't make fun of me. Hosakura was a little embarrassed. What's wrong with that? When you run into a man you like, just boldly chase him, otherwise it's a shame to miss out. When I first met Qin Shen, I thought he was a liar. Then he showed his medical skills and saved my grandfather, and I realized that I liked him. Women move strong, it's instinctive, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Lu Qingwan said seriously. After the two people had a heart-to-heart chat, they realized that the reasons why the two people liked Qin Shen were surprisingly similar. Don't worry, I'll play fair with you. Lu Qingwan waved her hand and went back to the dance classroom to continue her lesson. Hisakura, on the other hand, firmly nodded her head, a hint of an easy smile on her face. On the other hand, Qin Shen's car was just halfway there when the phone rang. Seeing the caller, Qin Shen immediately gulped and tensed up. Ahem, Gu Yaman, what is it? Qin Shen asked sheepishly. Counting on it, this is the one who was his or her proper wife. Although the two of them were a contractual couple, they still felt a little bad in their hearts when they secretly ran to Jiangcheng University and accompanied two beautiful women to dinner. Why aren't you in your office during business hours? Qin Shen was just about to reply when Gu Yamin cut off his retreat. Don't talk to me about going out to run business, I'm your boss, how come I don't know what business the company needs to go out in the field these days? In Qin Shen's office, Gu Yaming sat on a chair and looked through the games on Qin Shen's computer desktop while faintly asking. Zojia stood beside her with a torn face. She also didn't expect that the chairman would personally come to look for Qin Shen. Could it be that the chairman has come to check up on us? But Qin Shen ran out at noon, he couldn't have gone to a rendezvous with some woman, could he? Ahem, just had lunch with a friend, we'll be right back. Qin Shen directly egged out. You have 5 minutes, and if you don't come back, you're fired. After saying that, Gu Yaming directly hung up the phone. Chapter 111 Gu Yaming's Urgent Matters. He's pretty laid back at work, has he always been? Gu Yamin looked at the dozen or so large games on the desktop and asked indifferently. Well, seems to be. Zhuxia originally wanted to tell a lie and help Qin Shen round it up. However, the aura on Gu Yaming was too powerful. Just as the lie reached her mouth, she swallowed it back and then betrayed Qin Shen. Qin Shen, it's not that I won't help you, it's really because I don't dare to lie in front of the chairman. Zhuxia secretly said in his heart. I've heard that Qin Duan has given you the task of forming a project team for the development of the Western City Center. Do a good job and keep you on as assistant leader once the group is formed. Gu Yamin said. Hearing this, Zhuxia instantly became excited. The assistant to the business unit manager and the assistant to the development project team leader sound like similar positions, even if the assistant manager sounds a little more elevated. But don't forget that this development project team, later on, is going to set up a branch. And the project team leader is definitely the chairman of the branch. At that time, her position would directly become the chairman's secretary. That's a span of positions that could be considered a step up. Thank you for cultivating the chairman. Zhuxia hurriedly said gratefully. Well, in the future, if Qin Shen has any out-of-the-ordinary actions, tell me privately, I've already applied to add you as a friend. Gu Yamin said. Zhuxia froze, took out his cell phone, and saw Gu Yaming's friend request. Good, don't worry chairman. Zhuxia subconsciously replied. It was only through the friend request that Zhuxia realized it. The chairman is trying to make himself an undercover agent. After giving himself so many favors and promises, I'm afraid that the purpose was to let himself spy on Qin Shen. She had a moment of helplessness. What's the point of getting involved in what's going on between these two couples? But Gu Yaming's status was there after all, people had already opened their mouths, she didn't dare, nor could she refuse. Okay, there's nothing more for you to do here, so go ahead and get busy. Gu Yamin said. Zhuxia answered and left Qin Shen's office. As soon as he left the house, he encountered Qin Shen, who hurried over. Seeing that no one was around, Qin Shen directly pulled Zhuxia's arm and led her to the stairwell. What is Gu Yamin doing in my office? Qin Dust asked. Didn't do anything, Zhuxia's eyes fluttered, just went through your computer and looked at your work daily. Hearing Zhuxia's reply, Qin Shen instantly felt a bit frantic. All those games you play at work by yourself are on your computer desktop for convenience, as soon as you turn on your computer. He's the manager of the business department, even if you see him playing games, who dares to talk about it? But I didn't expect that Gu Yaming would come to raid the inspection. What's more, there's this thing called a working daily that you haven't written once. Now that's a reveal. It's over, I'm not going to get fired, am I? Qin Dust said with remorse. I don't think so. Zhuxia whispered. The chairman asked herself to help her monitor Qin Shen, so it was evident that there was no intention to fire Qin Shen. The two are, to put it bluntly, a licensed couple and shouldn't have taken things so far. Forget it, asking you won't yield any useful information. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he was just about to leave when he suddenly heard footsteps resounding outside the stairwell. He subconsciously pressed forward, pinning Zhuxia against the wall. What are you doing? Zhuxia instantly panicked. At such a close distance, she could even smell the odor of Qin Shen's body. Ha! This smell seems a bit familiar. At this time, Zhuxia suddenly remembered. Last night, Qin Shen took a bath in his own home. Although the bath towels and slippers were brand new, the shampoo and body wash he used were from his own house. No wonder the smell is so familiar. What a time to be thinking about this. Zhuxia suddenly reacted and shouted to himself in his mind. Shoo, keep it down, there's someone outside. Qin Dust whispered. The stairwell where the two men were, a fire escape, was usually not visited at all. It was tense when the sound of a lighter suddenly sounded on the other side of the door. Turns out it was hiding here for a smoke. The two men looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Qin Shen also slowly loosened his hand. Zhuxia hastily straightened her shirt. Just now, Qin Shen had exerted himself too much and his shirt was wrinkled. The next 3 minutes just felt incredibly long to both of them. Knowing that the person outside had finished smoking and left, Zhuxia hurriedly fled the stairwell, as if she was afraid that Qin Shen would do something to her. Qin Shen smiled helplessly, was he that intimidating? He took a few deep breaths, went to his office door, and pushed it straight open. At this moment, Gu Yaming was sitting on his seat, her legs folded over each other, and a pair of black, red-soled high-heeled shoes were the first to catch Qin Shen's eye. Previously, Qin Dust only thought that Gu Yaming was very pretty, and that she could rank among the millions of people in Jiangcheng based on her face value alone. But today, he realized that Gu Yaming's pair of long legs, that was also outstanding. 5'7" with meter-long legs. That's a ratio that's unbelievable. What's more, Gu Yaming didn't see a single blemish on her legs even though she wasn't wearing stockings. It can be described as skin that is moist and well-proportioned. After stepping on the high heels, it emphasizes the stunning curves. What are you looking at? Gu Yaming frowned and lowered her folded legs. She had prepared a string of words to criticize Qin Dan, but as soon as Qin Dan entered the door, he stared stupidly at his legs, looking a little creepy, making her forget what she wanted to say. Ahem, I've never seen a beautiful woman like you before, so I'm looking at you more. Qin Dust said in a loud voice. After saying that, he sat himself down on a side couch. What's the matter, so anxious to see me? He asked again. Want to see you? Don't get me wrong, I just had something I wanted to inform you about. Gu Yamin snorted coldly. Although the voice was still ice cold, it allowed Qin Shen to detect a hint of panic mixed in. It worked! Qin Shen had already discovered this detail when he had just stared at Gu Yaming's legs. Gu Yaming seemed high and mighty, but she was obviously inexperienced when it came to facing this kind of thing. Okay. Qin Shen looked as if he was listening with all ears. As I told you before, I have a cousin, Gu Ming, who has returned to Jiangqing last night. And today, it's my grandfather's birthday. We've discussed it and are going to organize a birthday banquet for him at the Yunhai Hotel. For the evening, if you have other plans, try to put them off, you'll have to attend with me. Gu Yamin said while a hint of helplessness appeared on her face at the same time. It was a birthday banquet that she did not want to attend. But on her grandfather's 60th birthday, she couldn't help but go over there even if she didn't want to. Chapter 112 Video Call with Master. Before, her grandfather, Gu Jingda, had tried to help her eldest uncle, Uncle San, to take the shares of the Gu Group from himself. Luckily, they were unsuccessful thanks to Qin Shen's help. But, since that time, she has been estranged from these nominal relatives. When his parents died in a car accident and the company was in turmoil, he didn't see them come out to help. And after Gu's group got $20 billion of investment and turned around, this group of people jumped out again, wanting to fight for the inheritance. With such behavior from the other side, she had already considered herself to be doing her deceased father a favor by not announcing that she was breaking away from the Gu family. This time, he went to the birthday banquet because he was afraid that they would continue to make trouble, and he had no choice but to do so. Gu Yaming, you're going a bit overboard, aren't you? You didn't say you'd let me do this when we got married. This is not a birthday banquet, it's obviously a hongmen banquet. If I go there, will they still squeeze me to death? I'm not going to go, love whoever you want. Qin Shen said with a terse neck. When we first got married, we agreed to stay out of each other's way. The result? Women's mouths, lying ghosts. It's just as well to make yourself work for her. Now you even want to take yourself to Gu Guatao's birthday banquet? Isn't it obvious that he wants to be a shield? Although this woman is very pretty, she can't do things so excessively, can she? Gu Yaming frowned and said faintly, you think I want to take you? If I go by myself, I can just find a reason to leave during dinner. My grandfather named me to take you there. Qin Shen froze, your grandfather even named me? Immediately afterward, he hastily shook his head, that's all the more reason why I can't go. This is definitely preparing to target me. Just because he wasn't afraid of things didn't mean he wasn't afraid of trouble. This big family of the Gu family is a big trouble. It would be fine if Gu Yaming was his real wife, it was only natural for a husband to help his wife with her troubles. But he and Gu Yaming were just an agreement couple, what was he trying to do by working so hard? It's a donkey's head to give without enjoying. Tell me what it will take for you to go. Gu Yamin bit her lip. She also knew that this birthday banquet, as long as Qin Shen went, he would definitely be given a hard time. With the other party's character that doesn't suffer, I'm afraid he won't agree without giving him a favor. Unless you video a call with my master. Qin Dust's eyes rolled and he suddenly said. He had been plotting for a long time and finally found his chance. Look, according to our cooperation agreement, you should have called my master a long time ago to stabilize him, but you've been dragging your feet. My master called me the other day and said that if I ever performed him again, he'd come and get me. You keep dragging this out and get ready to be a widow. Qin Dust said. Gu Yaming's expression stagnated, then she said with a hint of anger, who is a widow, you'd better think before you speak. Isn't it just a phone call? Bring me the cell phone, I'm calling now. When Qin Shen saw this, he was overjoyed and hurriedly handed over his cell phone. Finding Dustless Taoist's contact information, Gu Yaming slightly straightened her clothes and then dialed the video. Dog, you finally know. The video call had just been connected, and Dustless Taoist's curses came from the other end of the line. However, just as the words were in mid-sentence, Taoist Dustless saw Gu Yaming with a smile on her face and hurriedly closed her mouth. Ahem, I thought that asshole kid called me, sorry. You are Gu Yaming? Taoist Dustless coughed twice and hastily changed the topic. Master, this is my daughter-in-law, Gu Yaming. Qin Shen stood beside Gu Yaming and bent down to say loudly. Hurry up and shut up. I'm talking to my disciple's daughter-in-law, is it your place to speak? Taoist Dustless said angrily. Qin Dust shut up in a hurry. This one, he really can't afford to mess with. I can't tell you how many times my own ass has been slapped since I was a kid. Even now, Qin Shen estimated that if he used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to match one of his master's hands. Master! Gu Yaming called out sweetly. Hearing those two words, Taoist Dustless burst out laughing. Qin Shan, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed as if he had seen a ghost. This woman had just been arguing with herself, and this was only a few seconds ago, and she started pampering herself in front of her master? You've changed your face too quickly, haven't you? Good. Qin Shan has married a daughter-in-law like you, so I can die in peace. Taoist Dustless laughed. Master, you must live a long life, Qin Shan, and I will have to honor you in the future. Gu Yamin added. Qin Shan could not help but give Gu Yaming a thumbs up in his heart. This woman, no less, is the chairman of the board. It's a lot of talk and a lot of action. Master, my company has recently received an investment and is a bit busy, so after this period of time, we'll pick you up from the mountains so that you can come to Jiangqing to enjoy life. Gu Yamin added. Now, the corners of Taoist Dustless's mouth were grinning to the sky. Okay, then it's settled. I don't know how many lifetimes of virtue Qin Shan has accumulated if he can marry a wife as virtuous as you. Then you will be busy for the time being, and if you need anything, you will speak to Master, and Master will never excuse himself if he can help. By the way, you have to keep an eye on that kid for me. If he dares to womanize outside, you break his legs for me. Dustless Taoist said fiercely. Hearing this, Gu Yaming revealed a look of resignation. Master, Qin Shan he didn't come home last night. I came to his office today and realized that he smells like the same body wash as his female assistant. Gu Yaming complained accusingly. Qin Duan was dumbfounded. How dare you falsely accuse yourself in front of your own face? This woman is too mean, isn't she? Master, let me explain. Qin Shan hurriedly tried to explain, but Taoist Dustless directly interrupted him. Explain? You explain my ass. I'm telling you, if you dare to wrong your wife, I'll come down and clean house. Qin Shan instantly wilted. He looked over at Gu Yaming, just in time to see the woman give a smug smile, which then turned into that aggrieved look. Gu Yaming, count yourself cruel. Qin Dust said through clenched teeth. By the way, when are you guys planning on having a baby? Just then, Taoist Dustless suddenly asked. The question caught the two men a little off guard and they all froze. Giving birth? Master, this is a bit early. Qin Shan stammered. What's early? You don't even look at how old you are. It's okay for you to be older, but it's not good for your health for Yaming to have a baby too late. You rebel, do you care so little for your wife's body? Dustless Taoist cursed. Suddenly, Qin Shan was struck by an idea. Master, it's not that I don't want to have a child, it's Yaming who doesn't want to have a child. Aren't you slandering me? Then don't blame me. With one sentence, the conflict was directly pushed onto Gu Yaming. Gu Yaming glared at the gloating Qin Shan, then hurriedly explained to Taoist Dustless, Master, I've been very busy with work lately, so when the company stabilizes, the two of us will consider it. Chapter 113, A task for Zhou Xia. Yes, Master, when the time comes we'll have a big fat boy and we'll let you teach him kung fu. Qin Duan also added. Gu Yaming immediately blanked Qin Shan. How it's still getting out of hand. Who's gonna have a big fat baby with you? Yes. At that time, the old man will personally teach him cultivation from a young age, and his achievements will naturally be far higher than yours. Taoist Dustless smiled as he stroked his beard. But did you two have a fight? Why are you sitting so far away? Taoist Dustless looked at the two and suddenly asked. Gu Yaming sat in the boss chair, so Qin Shan could only stand behind her. The two also subconsciously kept a distance. No, we're very close. As he said that, Qin Shan's face moved forward and his lips gently touched Gu Yaming's forehead. Look, we're so in love, how can we possibly fight? No more, we have to go to work, hang up. After saying that, Qin Shan snatched the cell phone in Gu Yaming's hand and directly hung up the video without waiting for Dustless Taoist to speak. And Gu Yaming was still frozen in place as if she was petrified. Himself, it seems like he was just kissed? Qin Chen. Gu Yaming looked at Qin Chen, shy and angry. She had never been this close to a man in her 20 years of living. Ahem, it's just a matter of urgency, you understand. Don't worry, after you help me cope with Master, I'll definitely go with you to your grandfather's birthday banquet, and promise not to disgrace you. Qin Shan slowly backed up as he spoke. Gu Yaming suddenly stood up and forced Qin Shan into a corner. What for? Big deal, I'll just let you kiss it back, Sheen dust revealed the left side of his face. Bastard, rascal. Looking at the man in front of her, whose skin was so thick that it was comparable to a city wall, Gu Yaming was on the verge of collapsing. Let yourself be kissed back? Isn't that still taking advantage of yourself? Qin Shen, for the sake of your master's face, I'll spare you once. But if you do it again, watch out for me to click you with scissors in the middle of the night. Gu Yaming lowered her head to look at it and snorted coldly. Qin Shen immediately felt a violent coldness between his two legs. Given her personality, it's not really easy to say such things. In case if she really clicked herself, wouldn't she be a sister to her? I promise, there won't be a next time. Qin Shen hastily raised his hand and swore. Gu Yaming glared at Qin Shen, then turned around and left. Really fragrant. The moment she went out the door, Gu Yaming vaguely heard the sound of barfing, and instantly her feet accelerated a few more points. Not a moment later, Qin Shen called Zhuo Xia to his office again. Tired of working overtime lately, aren't you? Give you a half-day vacation. Qin Shen said as he played the game on the computer. Really? Before Zhuo Xia had time to be happy, he heard Qin Shen add, go and buy a high-grade suit for me, and buy some gifts on the way. It's called a vacation, it's clearly asking you to go do private work for him, okay? I'm not going, I have a ton of information to write. Zhuo Xia refused stiffly. Fine, then deduct $5,000 from your paycheck. Qin Shen was still staring at the computer screen, the keyboard in his hand operating at a rapid pace. Garnish my wages? On what grounds? Zhuo Xia's salary is about 15,000, deduct 5,000, that's 1/3. By virtue of me being your boss? What, no. Just then, Qin Shen lost the game and was so angry that he almost smashed his keyboard. Go or don't go, or pay the fine now. Qin Shen looked towards Zhuo Xia and extended his hand. I'll go, alright. Zhou huffed and turned away. She was clearly only Qin Shen's work assistant, but as a result, she had now become his life assistant. Even things like buying clothes are on her shoulders. Excessive. Just after arriving at the mall, Zhuo Xia's cell phone rang. Taking a closer look, it was actually Qin Shen, directly transferring $100,000 to her. Moreover, Qin Duan also sent her a message in passing, saying that after buying the clothes and gifts, the rest would be considered as an errand fee. Zhuo Xia's mood was suddenly cloudy. Worthy of being the chairman's husband, he is generous. Originally, she had wanted to buy Qin Duan a cheap trashy suit and 2 bottles of Coke as a gift. Now it looks like it needs to be kicked up a notch. Hello ma'am, are you purchasing a men's suit? A beautiful receptionist greeted him just as he entered a high-end suit customization store. Right. Zhou looked at the suits hanging in the store and nodded in satisfaction. Expensive, indeed, for a reason. There is no suit in this store that is less than 5 figures. Just the look of it is a notch above the average suit. Excuse me, your lover didn't come? The receptionist asked again. My lover? No, not my lover. Zhuo Xia hastily waved his hand. Is that for your boyfriend? I have to say, your vision is really great. Our latest series of suits are specially customized for young people with a more innovative style. The receptionist introduced herself again. Zhuo Xia couldn't refute it or admit it, and could only sigh. And in the eyes of the receptionist lady, that was a tacit admission. Since your boyfriend didn't come, would it be convenient to provide his body data? We have finished suits, or of course, we can customize them. The receptionist continued to ask. For the finished product, I guess, I'll give him a call and ask for the data. Zhuo Xia took out his cell phone and dialed out a call to Qin Shen. Hey, what's the problem? My game is in the middle of a group battle, don't bother me. As soon as it was connected, Qin Shen's impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. Due to being too close to the receptionist lady, Qin Shen's voice was heard clearly. Zhuo Xia awkwardly glanced at Qin Shen, then hurriedly interrupted, Manager Qin, I'm buying you a suit, hurry up and send over your body data. Okay, 1 minute. After saying that, Qin Shen directly hung up the phone. And in the suit store, Zhuo Xia and the reception lady looked at each other and saw the embarrassment on each other's faces. It was a short phone call, and the receptionist lady thought straight out of the box. At first, she was still slandering in her heart, this customer in front of her, obviously looking so beautiful, even the face value is not inferior to those first-tier stars, the other party even the tone is still so impatient. Until he heard Zhuo Xia's name for that man, and even called the other manager? Combined with Chin Duan's attitude earlier, she instantly understood. The beautiful woman in front of me is underwritten. Not long after, Xin Chen sent over the data. The reception lady chose a suit, and Zhuo Xia looked quite satisfied, so she paid directly. Only, Zhuo Xia was a little strange that this reception lady kept looking at herself with strange eyes. Until she left the suit store, the receptionist lady even stared at her back and whispered something to the other clerk. Zhuo Xia did not think too much, bought 2 more bottles of treasured Maotai, and brought them back together. Chapter 114 Gu Yu's Boyfriend. Here's the suit, here's the gift, there's $21,000 left in total, I'll transfer it back to you later. Zhuo Xia placed something on Qin Chen's desk. No, keep it for yourself. Okay, the suit is pretty good. Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Chen received a call from Gu Yaming. He hurriedly kicked Zhuo Xia out, changed into a suit, and hurriedly ran downstairs. Parking lot. Gu Yaming leaned against the side of the sports car and looked at Qin Chen, who had hurriedly run here, with some surprise. Not to mention. Qin Duan looked hangdog, but in a suit, he kinda looked like that. It's the kind of dress that still looks good on someone who can hold it up. The old saying that a man is only as good as his clothes and a horse is only as good as his saddle is true. Well, it won't embarrass you, will it? Qin Chen spun around in front of Gu Yaming and said smugly. Nice clothes, just poor people. Gu Yaming snorted coldly, then pointed to her car and said, drive over in my car today. Qin Chen had no opinion and drove his car, and under Gu Yaming's instructions, he arrived at a villa neighborhood in a busy district. Your grandfather and the others live here now? Qin Chen asked in surprise. Although he hadn't deliberately understood it, but looking at the location and the size of the villa, he was afraid that a villa in this villa neighborhood would be no less than $50 million. My first and third uncles, they have their own houses. And this villa, my dad bought it for my grandfather, ugh. Gu Yamin sighed with a complicated expression. Seeing this, Qin Chen also quieted down. Gu Yaming's father had given so much to his family after he became rich. Another villa to buy, another share to give away. I'm afraid that I could never have imagined in the first place that one day this group of relatives would be transformed into white wolves who would compete with their own daughters for their inheritance. Get in. After a few minutes, Gu Yaming had adjusted her mind and led Qin Chen into the villa. At this time, the villa was bustling with activity. Great-uncle Gu Guahai and great-uncle Yang Yongmei were sitting on the sofa chatting with smiles. Third-uncle Gu Guajiang and third-uncle's mother Zhang Ruishua sat on the sidelines and participated from time to time. Grandpa Gu Jingda, on the other hand, was watering the flowers with a small kettle, accompanied by Gu Yu and a strange man. When they saw Gu Yaming and Qin Chen enter the door, the crowd all looked over at once. Why did you bring him here? What bad luck? Gu Jingda snorted coldly, threw the small kettle in his hand, turned around and went upstairs. Great-uncle Yang Yongmei immediately frowned and criticized, Yaming, we've reminded you long ago today that today is a family banquet, so don't bring unrelated people. What, you're trying to be sincerely angry at your grandfather, aren't you? Eldest uncle Gu Guahai also said in a deep voice, not bad, today is your grandfather's 60th birthday, his old man's thoughts are the most important. Hurry up, let him go back first, you go upstairs to your grandfather and apologize for asking him to come down. Gu Yaming, however, took the 2 bottles of Maotai in Qin Chen's hand and placed them by the door along with her own gift. Qin Chen is my legal husband, the 2 of us have a marriage license, how is he not a member of the Gu family? He came to celebrate Grandpa's birthday and you guys blew him out. If word gets out, it's the Gu family's reputation that will be affected. Besides, I don't know this one, if he can come, Qin Chen can't? Gu Yaming said, pointing at the man beside Gu Yu. Qin Chen, who was on the side, couldn't help but want to applaud Gu Yaming. It's also too well said. The rebuttal was well reasoned and even diverted attention in the end. Worthy of being the chairman of the board of directors, the brain is turning fast. When the crowd heard Gu Yaming's words, they were suddenly speechless. The main thing was what Gu Yaming had just said, affecting the reputation of the Gu family, the consequences of this matter, no one could afford it. In case this Qin Chen is a shameless one and goes back and makes a big deal out of it. Saying something about how he, as the aunt of the Gu family, came to the door to celebrate a birthday but was kicked out. When the time comes to add a little more oil and vinegar, the Gu family can't really afford this kind of stigma. At this time, the man beside Gu Yu stepped forward and extended his hand with a smile. Hello, I'm Gu Yu's boyfriend, Feng Jun. Gu Yaming, however, ignored the hand extended by the man in front of her and said faintly, "I'm sorry, my husband is by my side, he'll get jealous if I come into contact with another man." Shin Duan froze, then hurriedly cooperated, not bad. After saying that, he stepped forward to hold the other party's hand and vigorously shook it twice. "Hello, I'm Qin Chen, Gu Yaming's husband." Qin Dust was secretly incomparable. Today, after hearing Gu Yaming, the iceberg beauty president, say in person several times that he was her husband, he was almost floating. Feng Jun frowned and drew back his hand, then undeterred, he handed out another business card to Gu Yaming. "Ms. Gu, I'm the head of the investment department of Lingyun International Group's Lingang branch, so if you have any business dealings in the future, you can look for me." The business cards are solid gold and just look premium. At this time, Gu Yu also walked forward, holding Feng Jun's arm, and said proudly, "Cousin, you've heard of Lingyun Group, right? That's a large international group that spans the globe, with assets amounting to hundreds of trillions of dollars." Although Feng Jun is only the head of the investment department of the Lingang City branch right now, he is highly respected by the leaders, and before long, he will be able to go to work at the imperial capital headquarters. Hearing this, Gu Guojiang and Zhang Ruishue were pleasantly surprised. "Ah, Jun, didn't you just get promoted not long ago? Why are you going to work at the headquarters so soon?" Gu Guojiang asked with a surprised look on his face. "Well, it's just that the transfer order hasn't come down yet, so I'm afraid it'll be a few months before I can transfer there. The matter wasn't finalized, so I didn't talk to my aunt and uncle." Feng Jun laughed. "Look, this is what a young talent should look like. Competent and humble enough. Yaming, you'll have to polish your eyes and improve your taste in the future." Eldest uncle Gu Guohai said indifferently. Lingyun International Group is a large multinational enterprise involved in various fields such as construction, manufacturing, automobile and artificial intelligence. Countless companies want to get cooperation with Lingyun International Group. After all, the Lingyun International Group was so large that even if a little bit flowed out of its fingers, it was enough to support several companies. And although Feng Jun was only an investment leader of the Lingyun International Group's branch in Lingang City, seemingly in a low position, but the power in his hands was great. "Every day, we come into contact with projects that are in the tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars." Hearing Feng Jun's self-introduction, Gu Yaming was also a bit surprised. Feng Jun looked to be only around 30 years old, and to be able to climb to this point, he was indeed considered a young talent. "Lingyun International Group, not bad, big company." Qin Shen snatched the opening and snatched the business card directly and stuffed it into his pocket. "My wife, being the stingy person she is, often doesn't give me any pocket money. When I'm short of money, I'll borrow money from you, so don't be petty and not lend it to me. At least we'll be brothers-in-law from now on," Qin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 115 Collective Accusations. Gu Yaming covered her mouth and almost laughed outright. How come she hadn't realized before that Qin Shen was still so good at gags? Feng Jun and Gu Yu, on the other hand, froze for a moment before reacting, and immediately looked at Qin Shen angrily. "Huh, why are you still angry? Could it be that Gu Yu doesn't give you an allowance either? Alas, our brother and sister are really difficult, it's too bad." Qin Shen patted Feng Jun's shoulder. Feng Jun pushed Qin Shen away as his face went green and white. How dare she? Having just uttered 2 words, Feng Jun suddenly reacted and hastily closed his mouth. This kid was stirring up trouble, and he himself was actually almost provoked by the other party and made a public spectacle of himself. "Xiaotie and I are very close, there is no such thing as pocket money. On the contrary, the reason you, a big man, can't get your allowance is because you earn too little but spend a lot of money, right?" Feng Jun sneered. Gu Yu on the side helped. "That's right, if you were to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month like Feng Jun, would my cousin still not give you pocket money?" Seeing this, Gu Yaming quickly spoke out, stopping these two from continuing. "Okay, the food is almost ready, so let's get it on the table." As Gu Yaming spoke, the chef hired by the restaurant had already begun to bring food to the table. Gu Guohai said to Zhang Yongmei, "Go up and invite Dad down, he's the main character today." Zhang Yongmei blankly glanced at Gu Yaming and coldly grunted, "Who asked me to be the daughter-in-law of the old man's eldest son? I'll go and hire someone when someone else makes a mistake, Although she didn't name names, everyone heard clearly who she was talking about. "Alright, Gu Ming should be here in a while, so hurry up and go," Gu Guohai urged. Hearing her son's name, Zhang Yongmei then revealed a smile and went upstairs to invite Gu Zhengde. Not long after, Zhang Yongmei assisted Gu Zhengde and slowly walked down the stairs. If it weren't for the fact that my grandson is coming in a little while and there are guests in the house, I wouldn't be eating this meal today. Gu Xingde glanced at Gu Yaming and Qin Shen, who hadn't left, and snorted coldly. Qin Shen acted as if he hadn't heard Gu Xingde's words at all, his face still smiling. Gu Yaming's face, on the other hand, was a bit ugly. The two of them, himself and Qin Shen, had taken the time to come and toast the birthday, and before they had even taken their seats, they had been disliked several times. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of people still had shares of the Gu group in their hands, with her temper, she would have already torn her face off with the other party. Dad, you're a big man, so hurry up and take your seat. Gu Guahai opened his mouth. Zhang Yongmei hurriedly assisted Gu Guahai to sit on the main seat. Seeing Gu Xingde sit down, the rest of the people took their seats one after another. Sit down. Qin Shen pulled on Gu Yaming's coat. Gu Yaming secretly sighed before sitting down with Qin Shen. At this table, the eldest and third uncle's families are in the same boat, and Grandpa favors both of them. It was a meal that was destined to be bad. Yaming, I heard that the Chen group tried to compete with the Gu group for the development project in the Western District, and it was ultimately taken by the Gu group? Eldest Uncle Gu Guahai suddenly asked. Gu Yaming nodded. Well, this project does have a bit of a twist to it. The Chen group has found several companies that have pooled their money together to form a group that wants to overpower the Gu group to grab this project. At the critical moment, thanks to Qin Shen's help, this allowed the Gu group to take over this project without any danger. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Great Aunt Yang Yongmei snorted coldly. You don't need to put gold on this husband's face of yours either. We don't know much else, but we know a little about business. The development project in the Western City Center is worth tens of billions of dollars, and people choose who to work with based on your financial strength. How is it possible to choose the Gu group so hastily because of one person? I heard that the Gu group spent $13 billion to take this contract, so it's obvious that they're being punked. Third Uncle Gu Guojiang followed and chimed in. That's right, Yaming, listening to you, this number of 13 billion was suggested by Qin Shen for you to set? This one has emptied the Gu group of all its money, hasn't it? In case something happens to the group, do you still have the money to remedy the situation? Speaking of this, he looked at Gu Xingde. Dad, look, this is what happens when you give your company to a woman. To press the entire Gu group because of a few words from an outsider, isn't that an act of will? We have to be careful. If Gu group has problems, don't get us involved. Seeing this, Gu Yu tugged on her boyfriend Feng Jun's sleeve, and Feng Jun understood and followed suit. Based on my experience in investing over the years, this situation is extremely likely to happen. The Chen group, as a business rival of the Gu group, will most likely produce some retaliatory behavior after being thwarted in this project. If the Gu group doesn't have enough money to cope, I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will produce a series of chain reactions that will cause all the projects to collapse. Zhang Ruoxue, the third uncle's mother, nodded her head repeatedly. Xiao Jun is worthy of being an investment person inside a big company. What he said is justified. Hearing these people's words, Gu Xingde's face was ugly to the extreme, frowning as he looked at Gu Yaming. Is what they're saying true? Pressing all of Gu Group's funds for a single project? Do you realize that you're gambling with the Gu family's future? Gu Yaming took a deep breath and said immediately after, I naturally have my reasons for doing this. The West Town Development Project, the explicit project amount is $10 billion, but you should know that there will be a huge demand for construction after the completion of the development of the West Town. The company's think tank has already made projections, the potential market, at least $80 billion. As long as the development project in the Western District is successfully completed, I am confident that I can make the Gu Group one of the top 10 companies in Jiangqing within 3 years. As for the risk problem, you don't have to worry. These 2 days the South River Bridge project has been completed and accepted. Within 7 days, Gu's Group will be able to get the final payment of $1,200 million. In terms of funding, there will not be a big problem. Hearing this, Feng Jun's hand under the dining table secretly edited a message and sent it out. The crowd was looking at Gu Yamin suspiciously, and this action didn't attract anyone's attention. 7 days, in case something goes wrong in those 7 days, can you afford it? It's such a big deal to make a private decision without talking to the family first. I see you've been coaxed into a stupor by this man, you really don't care about the Gu family anymore. Great Uncle Yang Yongmei said cynically. That's right, Yaming, you were quite steady before, how come you've changed like a different person after getting married these days? This kid, he can't be someone with some ulterior motives, sent here to deliberately cause trouble, right? Zhang Ruoxue, the third uncle's mother, followed suit. Chapter 116 Gu Ming returns home. Gu Yaming did not expect that just after sitting down, everyone would target Qin Shen again. However, she also understood that Qin Chen was her nominal husband. To belittle Qin Chen was to suppress her in disguise. You don't need to bother everyone about running the company, do you? I know that all of you have shares in the Gu Group. But don't forget that you only have the right to dividends, not the right to interfere in the running of the company. It's still up to me, the chairman of the board, to decide how to run the Gu Group. Gu Yaming said faintly. Unbridled. Gu Zhengde heavily slammed the teacup in his hand on the table. Which one of these here is not your elder? They say that for your own good. You've only been in business for a few years and you dare to talk to your elders like that? With Gu Zhengde backing them up, a few people's bottom line was also extremely sufficient. That's right, Yiming, your parents died early. If we don't help you, who else can think of you? Wing Mei Young said. Right, you have the Gu family's blood in your body, how could we possibly harm you? What a nice thing to do. Zhang Ruishua also spat. Seeing that Gu Yaming seemed to be about to get angry, Qin Chen suddenly laughed and stood up with his wineglass. You all have a point, it's Yaman who's being too careful. With this drink, I apologize for her. After saying that, Qin Chen tilted his head and directly dried a glass of white wine. Gu Yaming's face turned ugly. She was fighting with these relatives, it was a critical moment. What's wrong with this Qin Dan? He even lowered his stance so much. Isn't this helping someone to punch themselves in the face? When the crowd heard Qin Chen's words, they burst out laughing in triumph. Yiming, this husband of yours isn't useless, he still knows he's a loser. Zhang Ruishua laughed out loud. But right at this moment, Qin Chen turned his words around. But then again, since a few of you are kin to Yiming, there's something I can't hide from you all. The Gu Group is indeed very short of funds right now. The final payment for the project, it will take at least another week to get it back, which means that there will be a 1-week shortfall in the Gu Group's funds. During this period, if something goes wrong, the Gu Group will be in danger. How about this? We are all family anyway. I heard that we all have a bit of savings, why don't we all take a little bit of money out and help Gu's group tide over their difficulties? Don't worry, with Yiming's character, you will definitely return the money to you by then. This money, not much to ask, you guys put together 10 billion is almost. Everyone fell silent at these words. Especially Zhang Ruishua, who had just been smiling smugly, was like a face changer, the smile on her face, in. Alas, then you all have truly missed a great opportunity to get rich. Qin Chen smiled, then sat back down. The crowd felt that they had been teased by Qin Chen, but they were unable to take offense, and their faces were a bit ugly. Just as the atmosphere grew cold, a young man, carrying 2 bottles of wine, walked in. Sorry, I'm late. The young man first apologized to everyone, and then looked at Gu Zhengde. I wish Grandpa good fortune like the East Sea, longevity like the South Mountain, and a long spring and autumn in pine and crane. The only one who could call Gu Zhengde's grandfather was Gu Ming from his eldest uncle's family. Ha, good. My good grandson. Sit down. When Gu Zhengde saw Gu Ming, he laughed loudly and even stood up. Grandpa, you're the big birthday boy today, I can't afford to stand up to greet me, sit down. Gu Ming placed the wine on the table and hurriedly assisted Gu Zhengde to sit back down. Gu Zhengde had a smile on his face as he looked at Gu Ming and kept nodding his head in satisfaction. After Gu Ming finished serving Gu Zhengde, he was about to sit down, but realized that there was no seat for him. Zhang Ruishua, the third uncle's mother, immediately pointed at Qin Duan and scolded loudly, something with no eyesight, why don't you hurry up and give up your seat to Gu Ming? Great Uncle Yan Yongmei laughed, Ruishua, you still don't know what kind of virtue this man has? Forget it, my Gu Ming won't bother with him. Zhang Ruishua hurriedly said, sister-in-law, we've already given him a great deal of face by letting him on the table today. He needs to be reprimanded more if he doesn't have some self-awareness. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no rules at all in our Gu family? At this time, the nanny moved a chair over, and only then did Zhang Ruishua finally shut her mouth. Gu Ming pointed at Gu Yu, then sat down next to her. Brother, I heard that you joined Lingyang Group a few months ago, is that true? Gu Yu asked curiously. Well, it's been 6 months ago, and there was a recent promotion. But then, I just applied a few days ago and transferred back from abroad. After all, I still want to develop in the country in the future. Gu Ming smiled faintly. Another promotion? Wouldn't that be another raise? Zhang Ruishua asked. You're just uneducated, aren't you? People Gu Ming, salary is only more than $1 million a year, but they have shares. At his level, he gets at least a few $1 million a year in dividends. Third uncle Gu Guojiang said in disgust. Zhang Ruishua was surprised, several $1,000,000 a year? Sure enough, I could tell Gu Ming had a future. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Qin Shen in disgust. Unlike some people, who are all sitting at the same table, why don't they look at the gap between them and others? Qin Shen acted as if he hadn't heard it, eating the dishes in front of him as if he hadn't heard it. Gu Yamen sighed. Qin Shen was good at everything, it was just that his starting point was too low, and at this point, it became a reason for the Gu family to attack him. This is your brother-in-law, isn't it? This is the first time I've seen him, I wonder where he is. Gu Ming asked with a smile. Chapter 117, This wine is bad. What kind of work can he do with this ability? He started out as a security guard at Gu's group, but then he was too embarrassed to be placed as Gu's group's business manager. Alas, letting such a loser be the business manager, Gu group will definitely lose money in the future. Zhang Ruishua sneered. A hint of disdain flashed in Gu Ming's eyes. Gu Yaming had grown up with her eyes high, not bothering to play with their group of cousins. He had thought that, to be able to be seen by Gu Yaming, there should be something in Qin Shen that was too good for him. But now, it seemed that this Qin Shen didn't have much of a background or ability. Everyone in the Gu family knew that when Gu Guotao died at that time, he left a will. That means Gu Yaming won't be able to get her inheritance if she doesn't get married. Now, it seemed that Gu Yaming had chosen Qin Shen. I'm afraid that it was only because Qin Shen didn't have much of a background and was easy to control, making it convenient for her to get her inheritance. He dared to assert that with Gu Yaming's temperament, as long as this period of time passed, she would definitely divorce Qin Shen. This man, therefore, was no threat to his plans. Qin Shen shook his head and smiled, not bothering with this group of people. He, today to act as Gu Yaming's. Gu Jingde squinted his eyes, his face full of enjoyment. Gu Guohai, who was on the side, nodded to Gu Ming in satisfaction. Elder Gu had no special hobbies, but usually loved to drink a little wine. Giving 250-year-old Mutai vintage wine was just what Gu Jingde wanted. Grandpa, I'll pour you a cup, try it. Gu Ming carefully poured Gu Jingde a glass of wine. Gu Jingde picked up the wine glass and first put it in front of his nose and sniffed it with an intoxicated expression. But just as he was about to drink the cup of wine, Qin Shen suddenly spoke up, Elder Gu, I'm afraid your life will be in danger if you drink this cup of wine. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Qin Shen, what do you mean? Gu Guohai slammed the table, his face filled with anger. Today was Gu Jingde's big birthday. Isn't it a riot to say such unlucky things at the dinner table? Qin Shen, we just ignored you, and you're still stomping on your nose, aren't you? Now kneel down and kowtow to the old man and apologize. Gu Guojiang said in a cold voice. Gu Jingde slowly placed his wine glass on the table and stared at Qin Shen, his voice icy cold. Qin Shen, do you really think this is a vegetable market? Gu Yaming, look at the good husband you found, no rules at all, do you still put me as your grandfather in your eyes? Gu Yaming also did not expect Qin Shen to say such words. She looked at Qin Shen and asked in a small voice, Qin Shen, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? Qin Shen carelessly chucked the ribs in front of him into a bowl and gnawed on them while saying, I'm right, what are you guys getting excited for? With Elder Gu's current physical condition, if he drinks this wine, he'll be dead before the ambulance arrives. At that moment, Gu Ming stood up violently. Qin Shen, what do you mean? Are you saying I poisoned Grandpa? Gu Ming stared at Qin Shen, his eyes filled with rage. He spent a lot of money and took in a lot of favors to get these 2 bottles of Mutai aged wine with great difficulty. Originally thought that he could use these 2 bottles of wine to please his grandfather, but I didn't expect that the excitement would all be ruined by this kid in front of him. Poisoning, well, with your guts you shouldn't dare. But it's just that I'm afraid someone will be stupid and do something bad. Qin Shen laughed and looked at the Maotai on the table. It's not true that this wine is aged, but unfortunately, the seal is not intact, and it has long since deteriorated. Over the years, the harmful substances produced inside the wine are more poisonous than poison. The crowd was stunned at first, and then they were furious beyond measure. Believe it. I opened the wax seal on this bottle with my own hands, and you say the seal is not tight? I think you're talking nonsense. Gu Ming sneered. That's right, I see, he's jealous that my Gu Ming has come up with such an expensive gift that his 2 bottles of trashy wine can't hold, so he's purposely stirring the pot. Zhang Ruishua said and pointed to the 2 bottles of wine that Qin Shen had carried when he arrived. Although it is also worth a small few $1,000s, but this kind of specification of wine, in the Gu family, even the qualification of the table. These 2 bottles of mine aren't worth much, but they won't kill you. If you guys don't believe me, you can pick up that bottle of multi-aged wine and take a sip. But don't blame me for not warning you guys ahead of time, don't blame me if something goes wrong. Qinshen laughed, with an expression like you guys love to believe it or not. The crowd stared at each other in disbelief. Although they didn't believe what Qinshen said, but human lives were at stake, who dared to risk losing their lives by proving that this bottle of wine wasn't poisonous? This bottle of wine has a strong bouquet, but there's a hint of sourness in it. Elder Gu, you've been drinking for so many years, you wouldn't not know what this means, would you? Only that the bottle was quite good, cellared for many years, and while the aroma of the wine evaporated some, most of it stayed. 1 more minute and we'll see. Sheen Dust added. The crowd was incredibly suspicious. Especially Gu Zhengde, he sniffed the wine cup again, but he didn't smell the slightest bit of sourness. Grandpa, this Qinshen is just messing around, this wine smells pure and unadulterated, where is the sour taste? Gu Ming said hurriedly. Not bad, I've had a lot of good wine over the years and I'm a bit vocal about it, and it's definitely not spoiled. Feng Jun, who was on the side, agreed. Chapter 118 Expulsion from the Gu family. Seeing that someone had agreed with him, Gu Ming instantly came to his senses. I told you, this kid is trying to stir the pot. Gu Ming coldly grunted. Dad, I think it's better to blow this kid out of the room, otherwise it's too much of a disruption to everyone's mood for dinner. Zhang Ruishues said helpfully. That's right, in case he says the food is poison too, are we going to eat this meal or not? Yang Yongmei blankly glanced at Qin Shen and followed. The two brothers, Gu Guohai and Gu Guojiang, followed suit and nodded their heads, agreeing to the idea. At this moment, Gu Yaming could no longer sit still and stood up. Don't you guys forget that Qin Shen is my husband. If you insult him like this, you are also insulting me, Gu Yaming. Qin Shen, let's go, we won't eat this meal today. Gu Yaming said through clenched teeth. From the very beginning of today, the eldest uncle and the third uncle's family had been targeting Qin Shen. Grandpa Gu Yaming clearly saw it, but kept pulling the plug. It was a meal that she simply couldn't eat. You want to leave after making a scene? How can it be that good? Today, Qin Shen disrespected the old master. Even if he wants to leave, then he has to kowtow to Grandpa 3 times before he can get the hell out of the Gu family. Yang Yongmei said in a cold voice. Today was supposed to be the day her son returned from abroad and made a big splash. They had wanted to take the opportunity to please Gu Zhengde so that Gu Ming could smoothly take over the Gu family's business after a while. Unfortunately, it was all stirred up by this Qin Shen. That's right, you must kowtow to the old man to thank him. Zhang Ruishue concurred. Gu Guohai also took out the air of being an elder uncle and said lightly to Gu Yaming, Yaming, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Look at you, at least you're the chairman of the Gu group, how can you do things with a childish air? Qin Shen should be punished for doing something wrong, that's the rule. What, you want to run away after doing something wrong, is this not putting the Gu family in your eyes? Gu Yamin took a deep breath. The other party is the elder, and his side is not in the right. This made her fall completely behind in this fight. And just then, Qin Shen stood up and pressed Gu Yaming's shoulder to sit back down. Honey, there's no need to rush. Just be your quiet, high-flying chairwoman, and leave this kind of chicken scratch to me. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Gu Yaming's heart suddenly stirred. She actually felt a surge of security in this man? It's the first time since my parents died. At this moment, Qin Shen laughed and looked at the people present. I didn't say anything just now because I just didn't want to talk to you guys. But it's okay for you to bully me, not my wife. Saying that, Qin Shen looked at Gu Guohai. It's just as well for others. After all, Master Gu is old and confused in his old age, Gu Ming is young and doesn't know what he's doing, but you're also in your 50s, how come you still can't behave yourself? If ice could kill, I'm afraid Qin Shen would have died 7 or 8 times by now. With that statement, he scolded almost everyone in the room. What did you say? Qin Shen, I think you really don't know what's good for you and are looking for death yourself. Gu Guohai's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of killing intent seemed to flash by. In all these years, no one had ever dared to speak to himself in such a tone. What, no? Fine, then I'll convince you. Qin Shen let out a cold laugh, then picked up the open altar of Matai-aged wine and slammed it on the table. Snap. After a crisp sound, the altar shattered in response. Drinks and broken china mixed with leftovers flung right over the crowd. Ah! Qin Shen, are you crazy? My clothes! I think I've cut my arm. The crowd erupted in shock and the scene was chaotic. Gu Yaming was dumbfounded as she looked at the scene in front of her. Just now, when Qin Shen was good enough to drop the altar, he obviously took her into consideration and didn't affect her a bit. But how could she not expect that Qin Shen would dare to smash the altar of wine on the dining table? What's the difference between that and lifting the table? Oh, since you all have bad noses, I'll help you out. Qin Dust laughed. Qin Shen. How dare you? The old man's birthday, not only did you speak out of turn, but you even dared to ruin a table of food in public. I think you want to die. Gu Guahai's face grimaced. Qin Shen, do you know how much the wine you just spilled is worth? You can't even afford to buy a bottle with your entire life's salary. Gu Ming was heartbroken. Just now, Qin Shen had shattered an altar of wine, and the remaining one was also shattered, leaking wine all over the place. These 2 bottles of wine, which were something that had a price, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were sky high, but they were smashed just like that. What a waste. Gu Yaming, I'll give you half a day to divorce this maniac, or I'll expel you from the Gu family. This person being in my Gu family is a great disgrace to my Gu family. After expelling this person, the Gu family will use the entire clan to seal this person. Gu Jingde gritted his teeth and said with hatred. A birthday banquet had been turned into a farce. If this gets out, the Gu family will lose face. He couldn't wait to skin Qin Shen immediately. You guys? Gu Yaming stood by Qin Shen's side, wanting to protect him, but she was a little unsure of how to speak. Oh, honey, don't worry, I'll be fine. Qin Shen put his arm around Gu Yaming's shoulders and said with a smile. Gu Yaming was in a tense moment and didn't care about Qin Shen's movements at all. The 2 of them were intimate at this moment, allowing the crowd to see them, and another burst of anger. Dad, I'll leave this matter to me. I know some friends on the road. I'll let someone break his legs today to make amends to you. Gu Guojiang took the initiative and said. Breaking his legs is cheap, he should have his hands broken as well. Gu Yu looked at her skirt, which was covered in vegetable soup, and was furious. Feng Jun's face at the side was also filled with annoyance. He wore a customized suit worth $300,000 today, and he wanted to show off, but he didn't expect that he was now stained with an entire plate of vegetable soup, making him want to vomit. But cleaning up Qin Shen was a family matter of the Gu family, so he couldn't open his mouth, and could only stare viciously at Qin Shen. Oh, break my limbs? With your backgrounds, there is no hope in this life. Qin Shen extended a finger and waved it, his tone full of provocation. Still talking tough at the end of your life, I think you're tired of living. When you're on the ground like a dead dog, I hope you still have the guts to say that. Gu Guojiang said in a cold voice. Ugh, are you guys really such losers? I'm all queued up here and I can't smell it? Qin Dust said with a disappointed face. Hearing his words, the crowd was filled with confusion. But right at this moment, Gu Jingde suddenly changed his face and widened his eyes. This flavor is not right. Gu Jingde frowned and inhaled a few hard breaths, his face becoming more and more ugly. Chapter 119 Gu Ming's background. Dad, what's wrong? Gu Guahai asked with a frown. The flavor of this wine, it's not right. Gu Jingde's eyebrows were wrinkled together. The aroma of this wine is pure, there's nothing wrong with it. Gu Ming's words were just in mid-sentence when he suddenly froze. In just a few seconds, the rich scent of wine had almost completely disappeared, and in its place, there was a surprisingly sour odor. Vomit. A few of the women, who don't usually drink much, smelled the odor and dry-heaved. It smelled like rotten eggs that had gone bad for decades and were suddenly thrown out. It was better until I opened the window and ventilated the room. What's going on here? Gu Yaming asked in surprise. How could she not expect that in just a few moments, the wine scent had all but disappeared, turning into a sour odor? But just now she had also carefully smelled that wine, there was no problem at all. Didn't I just say that? The quality of this wine is really good, and after decades of cellaring, even if a little of the wine's aroma has evaporated out, most of the aroma has remained in the wine altar. And the scent overpowered the odor of spoiled wine, which is why people didn't notice it at first. After I broke the wine altar, the aroma of the wine evaporated quickly, and the smell of corruption this revealed itself. It's just that ordinary people didn't notice it, I just didn't expect it. There are a few here who claim to have tasted countless wines, but they didn't notice it either. It seems that they usually love to pretend quite a bit. Qin Dust sneered. Hearing this, a look of shame and indignation appeared on the faces of Gu Jingde and Gu Ming. They just said that they had drunk a lot of wine, and there was absolutely no problem with this Mutai aged wine. But I didn't expect to be hit hard in the face just 2 short minutes past. Qin Shen, you already knew that there was something wrong with this wine, yet you didn't say anything about it. Did you have to use this as an opportunity to cause trouble? Gu Ming said in a cold voice through clenched teeth. In his opinion, Qin Shen knew from the start that there was something wrong with the wine, yet he didn't say anything about it, and had to sneer and provoke himself and the others. Then Qin Shen took the opportunity to drop the wine altar and ruin the table. This was clearly playing on the opportunity, trying to bring the Gu family down. Gu Guahai also said in a cold voice, "That's right, you know that this wine has gone bad, just say so. But not only did you not tell us, but you also made use of the situation, first insulting the old man, and then deliberately mocking us, and finally ruining the meal while pointing out that the wine had gone bad, so that we had no way to play it up. Humph, to have such an evil mind at such a young age, I don't think the Gu family can keep you." Gu Jingde slowly sat down on the eunuch chair to the side and stared at Qin Shen. After a few seconds, he let out a cold snort. "Qin Xuan, do you think that this is enough to disgrace our Gu family and impress us with you? Wrong, you're very wrong. My Gu family, I don't need people like you with evil intentions. I won't take back my previous order, you don't deserve to enter my Gu family home." After saying that, he looked at Gu Yaming. "I'll give you a chance to divorce Qin Shen and I'll still recognize you as a member of the Gu family, otherwise, you'll get out with him." Gu Yamin froze. "Grandpa, what did you say? It was obviously Qin Shen who discovered the problem with the wine and saved your life, yet you want to kick him out of the Gu family? That's not fair." Gu Yaming rebelled. Qin Shen, however, smiled and said, "It's fine, wife, I've already thought of it. For the Gu family to produce 2 business geniuses like your father and you is definitely an accident of accidents. Look, the Gu family's head of the family and 2 loser sons, with this kind of pattern, how can they possibly accomplish anything?" Gu Guojiang immediately reprimanded, unbridled. "Asshole, shut up." Qin Shen laughed, not paying the slightest attention to Gu Guojiang, and continued, "Look at this, it's obvious that they were the ones who were hostile to me in the first place, and now it's my fault instead. I know why you guys hate me so much. Isn't it because my wife inherited the estate and you guys didn't get any money? You guys couldn't touch my wife, so you wanted to take it out on me. It's just that you guys didn't expect that I, Qin Shen, wasn't some soft persimmon, and not only did you fail to teach me a lesson, but you also lost face in front of me. Oh, pathetic, pathetic." These words immediately caused the faces of the Gu family to turn green and white. What Qin Dust said was indeed correct. They had no grievances with Qin Shen and were targeting him in such a way in order to suppress Gu Yaming. After all, in their eyes, if Gu Yaming hadn't married Qin Shen in a blaze of glory and inherited the inheritance, then the Gu clan group, which was worth billions of dollars, would already be in their hands. "Qin Shen, shut up. You eat and drink my Gu family's food, and without the Gu family's help, you're only worthy of being a security guard at." Qin Shen smiled. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Qin Shen's smile was somewhat creepy. This kid clearly had no background or cards, yet his tone of voice was so intimidating. Gu Ming, however, let out a disdainful sneer and turned to look at Gu Yaming beside Qin Shen. "Gu Yaming, listen carefully. Although we are cousins and related by blood, if you harbor this brat, don't blame me for not recognizing my 6 relatives and not giving you face. To tell you the truth, I've been transferred back from abroad as the vice chairman of Lingyun Group's Lingang branch. Jiancheng is right next to Lingang City, but it is less than 1/10 the size of Lingang City. With the influence of the Lingyun Group, as long as I give the order, I can directly pinch off all of the Gu Group's connections. At that time, there will be only one end for the Gu Group, and that is bankruptcy and liquidation. Think about it and don't do anything stupid." Gu Ming threatened in a cold voice. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Gu Yaming's face changed slightly. River City is adjacent to the city of Lincoln. The 2 cities have close trade relations. And if Gu Ming really became the vice chairman of Lingyun Group's branch in Lingang City, he definitely had the strength to target the Gu Group. At that time, as long as he let out the word, I'm afraid that the partners of the Gu Group would not hesitate to abandon the Gu Group and cut off all business dealings with the Gu Group. After all, no one would offend the Lingyun Group for the sake of a mere Gu Group. "Don't you dare," Gu Yaming said through clenched teeth. "Oh, if you don't believe me, try it." Gu Ming was emboldened and smug. He had suffered so much and struggled for so long, and today he finally raised his eyebrows. Chapter 120 Kim Hwan's appearance. "It's fine, there's no need to be afraid of him. Even if the chairman of the Lingyun Group was here, I wouldn't put it in my eyes, let alone a vice chairman of a branch like him." Qin Dust laughed. Gu Ming burst out laughing. "Qin Shen, you really are crazy enough. Do you know the weight of the Lingyun Group? The Lingyun Group has a market capitalization of trillions of dollars. You can be smashed to death 10,000 times with money alone. In front of the chairman of the Lingyun Group, you are a humble ant. Do you think you care what an ant thinks? Gu Ming scoffed. Qinshan shook his head. You're wrong, in fact, you're the ant. With your eyesight, you are destined not to see the wider world. A vice chairman of a branch of a group makes you so complacent, pathetic. Hearing Qinshan's mockery, Yang Yongmei could no longer hold back. Ever since he had learned that Gu Ming was going to take up the position of vice chairman of the Lingang branch, there had been a steady stream of people visiting the house. The family even dedicates 2 bedrooms to storing gifts from others. By her estimation, she had received over $1 million worth of gifts in just a few days. It was a great satisfaction too. Seeing Jin Huan, Gu Jingde hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Jin, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming so I could go greet you? Gu Jingde's attitude was respectful. Although Jin Huan was about the same age as Gu Guohai, he was the existence of the top 3 wealth rankings in Jiangcheng, and the Gu family was not even on the same level. I heard that today is Elder Gu's big birthday. I brought some gifts to celebrate his birthday, just this. Kim Huan looked at the mess in front of him, and an inquisitive look suddenly appeared on his face. If you run into any trouble, Elder Gu, just say so. I, Jin Huan, will definitely not stand by and do nothing. Kim Huan said with conviction. Gu Zhengde was relieved. Don't worry, Mr. Jin, it's just an ungrateful punk making trouble. Cleaning up this kind of person will not trouble Mr. Jin. After Gu Jingde finished speaking, he waved at Gu Ming again and called him over, introducing him to Jin Huan. Mr. Jin, this is my grandson Gu Ming. He just came back from abroad and immediately went to Lingang City to take up his position as the vice chairman of Lingyun Group's Lingang branch. I've heard that you're looking for investment lately. You guys talk more, maybe there's a chance for cooperation. Gu Ming had obviously heard of Jin Huan's great name. He shook Kim Huan's hand without being humble, with a hint of arrogance on his face. In his eyes, Kim Huan was coming for himself. After all, the Gu family and Jin Huan's status is different. Even if Jin Huan wants to celebrate his birthday, let the secretary come to deliver the gift is just, there is no need to personally come to the door. And he came here today for only one reason, and that was to try to flatter himself, and then let himself pull some strings to facilitate the cooperation between Jin Huan and Lingyun Group. In that case, one doesn't have to put one's head down. On the other hand, Qinshan saw Jin Huan and seemed to understand the other party's intentions. Kim Huan had said 2 days ago when he was on the phone with himself that he wanted to ask for his help in advising him on some business matters. Instead, he had been busy with the Gu group and hadn't had time to go over. It looked like Kim Huan should be using the birthday celebration as a pretext to find himself. Someone, clean up the room, don't surprise your guest. Gu Jingde faintly commanded. Several nannies came forward at once and cleaned up the messy floor. Immediately afterward, Gu Jingde let out a cold snort towards Qinshan. What's the matter? With all that garbage cleared away, do you, a piece of trash, still have the face to stay on? Hearing this, Kim Huan froze. This is Mr. Qin. This person may not look old, but he was by no means a pool animal. Just with that handful of feng shui techniques he displayed, he could be honored as a guest of honor by all the great clans. Even those ancient families in the imperial capital were no exception. Don't look at him as the top 3 billionaires in Jiangcheng's wealth ranking, but out of Jiangcheng, he's not even a. It's just that this person is arrogant and domineering. Not only is he not the least bit grateful to my Gu family, he also made a scene at my grandfather's birthday banquet. It will only take a few minutes for us to get this man out of here without delaying you. Gu Ming explained with a smile. Kim Huan nodded with difficulty, but in his mind he had already begun to vomit. The Gu family's son-in-law? I'm afraid that all of the Gu family's assets combined won't even catch Mr. Qin's eye. And you lied to Gu Yaming to get married? Gu Yaming is pretty, yes, but as long as Qinshan opens his mouth, I'm afraid that those big families will immediately send beautiful women of the right age from their families to propose to Qinshan and let him choose. As for kicking Qinshan out, it was even more nonsense. As long as Qinshan didn't want to leave, who could drive him away? But Jin Huan knew that Qinshan didn't like high profile, which was why he didn't take the initiative. Otherwise, with such a good opportunity, he would have already gone up to offer his services. Kim Huan didn't say anything and leaned back in his chair, quietly watching the show. Qinshan, the old man has moved with compassion and wants to let you off the hook. Don't be ungrateful, hurry up and get out. Gu Guojiang said in a cold voice. Chapter 121 Kim Huan leaves. Let me roll? Are you guys sure? Qin Shen glanced at the crowd with a smirk. Humph, you're still pretending. Let's put it to you this way, if your achievements can reach 1% of General Jin's, my Gu family will also treat you as a guest. It's a pity, you're just a worthless piece of trash, you can't even get into my Gu family's eyes. Gu Guojiang mocked disdainfully. That's a real compliment to compare him to Mr. Kim. This life is just like that, he can only mingle and die. So now he can't wait to hug Gu Yaming's high branch and wants to eat soft food. Zhang Ruishue laughed. Qin Shen laughed, the Gu family? I really don't put it in my eyes. You bloodsuckers who got rich by sucking the blood of the Gu group, you don't really think you have any power, do you? After saying that, Qin Shen stood up. He looked at the plate of food that had been eaten in front of him and said with satisfaction, even though you guys aren't very good, today's food was quite tasty. Although Gu Yaming didn't say anything, she also stood up and took Qin Shen's arm. There were some things that were not convenient for her to say in her position. Especially the group of relatives in front of them. Not only did they take money from Gu Group for 3 days during their parents' lifetime, but even after their parents died in an accident and their bones were not yet cold, this group of people were eyeing the inheritance again. Today, Qin Shen helped her to curse it out, and it was also considered to be a breath of fresh air for her. What a sharp-tongued brat. Gu Guohai snorted coldly, then looked at Gu Yaming. This punk can roll, you have to stay. Mr. Jin came to celebrate his birthday today, and you, as the chairman of the Gu Group, must accompany him. Jin Huan, but the chairman of the Radiant Jewelry Group, with hundreds of billions of dollars in his hands. With his status, coming to congratulate Elder Gu on his birthday flattered the crowd. More importantly, Kim Huan had just invested $20 billion in the Gu Group. If Gu Yaming left just after he arrived, what would people think? When it came to his own interests, he must not let Gu Yaming follow Qin Shen just like that. Uncle, let me remind you once more, Qin Shen is my licensed husband. You have humiliated him so much to drive him away, and I, as his wife, am naturally alone. Gu Yaming said faintly. If she hadn't wanted to tear her face off with this group of people at the beginning of today's banquet, now after this series of events, she no longer wanted to endure it. There were still a bunch of things waiting for her to deal with at the company, and she didn't want to keep spending her time on such meaningless things. There was also a very important point, and that was that although this group of people were targeting Qin Shen, her heart was extremely uncomfortable. As soon as Gu Yamin said this, the atmosphere became gloomy. Gu Jing sighed, alas, Yaming, you weren't like this before. How come you're a different person since you got married? If I had known that you would be influenced by a man to this extent, I would never have agreed to you marrying him in the first place. But it's not too late. I've already decided, you're going to go through the divorce procedure with this person today, and the Gu Group still put you in charge. But if you persist, I'll have no choice but to step in. Don't you forget that 20% of the Gu Group shares are in our hands, and I can inflict a heavy blow on the Gu Group whenever I want. Listening to Gu Jingda's threatening words, Gu Yaming's heart was overwhelmed with grief. In the past? In the past, before my parents died, the Gu family was naturally happy. But after they died, did you ever show any grief? My mom and dad are just in the ground, and you're rushing in to take the legacy they left behind. If it wasn't for my father leaving a will before he died, I'm afraid the Gu Group would have been taken away by you guys. Aren't you suppressing me and belittling Qin Shen just to take the Gu Group from me? Today, I'll tell you, Gu Group, unless I die, I won't let go. Gu Yaming said in a cold voice. Snap. Suddenly, Kim Huan stood up with a round of applause. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I never thought I'd come to celebrate my birthday and see this kind of scene. Hearing this, the Gu family looked embarrassed. Jin Huan, on the other hand, looked at Gu Yaming, worthy of being Miss Gu, others only see your beauty, but not your talent for business. Don't worry, if the Gu Group encounters problems, you can always come to me, I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. In the beginning, Jin Huan had invested in Gu Yaming purely for Qin Shen's face. After all, he hadn't known Gu Yamin when he decided to invest $20 billion in the Gu Group. However, judging from the actions of the Gu Group during this period of time and Gu Yaming's words today, he had unintentionally invested in a company with great potential. With Qin Shen secretly escorting them, I'm afraid it won't take long for the Gu Group to take off. By then, not to mention Jiangcheng, I'm afraid it will be ranked in the whole country. As for the Gu family group, well, sooner or later, Gu Yaming will be kicked out. Bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Jin Huan let out a mocking cry in his heart, then nodded slightly to Qin Shen. Today, he had wanted to use the name of birthday celebration to meet Qin Shen in advance, but he just didn't expect to come at the wrong time. Xiao Wang, bring back all the congratulatory gifts brought today, let's go. After saying that, Kim Hwan turned around and left. With this maneuver, not only were the people of the Gu family dumbfounded, even Gu Yaming was a bit confused. Is Kim Hwan sticking up for himself? Mr. Jean, this is a misunderstanding, don't leave. Mr. Jean, why don't you have a cup of tea before you go? The Gu family shouted in a hurry. But Kim Hwan left without looking back as if he didn't hear. Jean Dust smiled faintly. This Kim Hwan, worthy of being a businessman, does things in a tricky way. He came to celebrate his birthday, didn't say a single kind word, and took back the congratulatory gifts he brought. Not only did he not reveal his identity, but he also helped himself to the Gu family's face. This favor, he accepted. This Jean Hwan, he's also too rampant. Gu Ming slammed the table, his face filled with anger. Yes brother, letting you be his companion is already giving him face, but he didn't give you any face at all, isn't that a slap in your face? Gu Yu immediately stepped forward to arch the fire and said. As she said that, she also pulled on Feng Jun's coat. Feng Jun understood and nodded, echoing, not bad, even though I'm in Lingang, I've heard of this person's reputation. Earlier in life, I made my fortune by reselling jade, and over the years I'd been in the profiteering jewelry industry, and after I made some money, I didn't put anyone in my place. Gu Ming snorted coldly, a thug, what's there to be mad about? When I get to Lingang in the next 2 days, free up my hands and let him see the consequences of offending me. Chapter 122 Gu Guojiang breaks defense. Ignorant. Qin Chen shook his head. None of those who have been able to make their business so big in this day and age have done so by luck. In Gu Ming's case, it was estimated that 10 more would be no match for Jean Huan. What did you say? Gu Ming looked at Qin Chen, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Being ignored by Kim Huan is just fine, but even this kid dares to taunt him? I said you were ignorant. With that brain of yours, just go to work and earn some money, don't think of fighting with others, or you won't know how to die. Qin Chen laughed. Asshole, how do you talk? Gu Guahai slammed the table and stood up violently. It seems that you won't be able to remember until you've been taught a lesson today. Someone, drag him out and give him a good beating. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 bodyguards rushed in. The 2 of them slowly walked towards Qin Chen. Looking at this posture, they did not place Qin Chen in their eyes at all. Qin Chen sighed, I thought I had some means, so it's just 2 bodyguards? Gu Yaming, however, was a bit worried. Qin Chen, don't be careless, these 2 have practiced sparring, I've seen them strike, they're very powerful. Qin Chen comfortingly patted Gu Yaming's small hand, don't worry, just 2 unimpressive goods, give me 3 seconds and I'll solve it. Hearing this, Gu Guharm immediately laughed out loud, you can really blow it. 3 seconds, I'll see you. Before he could finish his words, suddenly his face froze, and the remaining words stopped in his throat, unable to be uttered in any way. Gu Guahai rubbed his eyes fiercely, as if he had seen some incredible scene. Just now, in the blink of an eye, Qin Chen disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the 2 bodyguards let out a muffled grunt and flew out in unison, falling hard to the ground. You. Gu Guahai pointed at Qin Chen and began to stutter in his speech. Oh, I told you, it'll be over in 3 seconds, believe me now? Qin Dust laughed. Unbridled. Gu Guojiang pointed at Qin Chen and cursed, you're a powerless junior who dares to hurt someone with your hands in the Gu family? I think you're tired of living. Don't think you can walk sideways just because you know some 3-legged kung fu. Let me tell you, the ones who drown are the ones who know how to use water, and with this amount of strength you have, be careful of walking at night and being made to die and thrown into the river. Hearing Gu Guojiang's threat, Gu Yaming immediately stepped forward, you dare. If you cause a death, none of you will escape. She was genuinely a little worried. This 3rd uncle of hers, who was not much of a student since he was a child, ran away early to hang out. Earlier in his life, he was also a tough guy who chopped people up on the street with a knife. In the past 2 years, with the dividends from the Gu group, Gu Guojiang had moved behind the scenes. Normally, he was in contact with a number of gang leaders. If he wanted to, he could definitely find outlaws to assassinate Qinduan if he offered some money. Oomph, what, forget what your 3rd uncle used to do? When a guy messed with me, on New Year's Eve, I went to his house with a knife and trashed his house, chopped off 3 of his fingers, and look at him, he dared to let out a single fart? Gu Guojiang said proudly to Gu Yaming. Then, he looked Qin Chen up and down, kid, with your strength, don't come out and disgrace yourself. I'll give you 1 day to file for divorce with Yiming and get the hell out of Zhongchang. If I see you again in the future, you're dead. Looking at the complacent Gu Guojiang, Qin Shen smiled disdainfully. I, for one, am a soft touch. If you really can take my life, I'm always welcome. But since you've been on the road, you should know that it's best to be prepared for retaliation before taking a shot at someone. I'm not going to let you off the hook just because you have the same last name as my wife. Qin Dust said indifferently. Unbridled. Gu Guojiang roared angrily. Gu Yaming also stood out at this moment. That's right, if you move Qin Shen, you are provoking me, and at that time, I won't stand by and watch. Gu Guojiang gave a mocking smile. Gu Yaming, you've indeed hardened your wings and dared to call my bluff? Have you forgotten that when you were a child, the sight of me made you cry? Now that you've found a man, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Don't forget, your parents are gone, and in the Gu family, if you want to live, be honest. Hearing Gu Guojiang's words, Gu Yaming's eyes instantly reddened. Parents, always a subject she was afraid to mention. After her parents left, she didn't know how much time and suffering it took her to recover slightly from her grief. But now, this matter had become a weapon for Gu Guojiang to taunt himself. Cuny, that's enough. Gu Zhengde said faintly. The one who died was, after all, Gu Zhengde's son and daughter-in-law, and Gu Guojiang was obviously furious, even daring to say such things. Dad, where did I go wrong? Back when second brother was alive, he looked down on me so much, saying that there was no future in mixing with gangs, and told me to follow him. I thought he was so nice to me, but he ended up making me work as a salesman. He just looks down on me and wants to humiliate me. Now that he's dead, her daughter wants to keep provoking me? How can that be? Gu Guojiang said with hatred. Of the 3 brothers in the Gu family, Gu Guohai was the eldest brother, usually bumbling around, not accomplishing much but never making any mistakes. Gu Guotao was the second brother and had the most business acumen, and he was the one who single-handedly built up the Gu group. Gu Guojiang is the third oldest, and stopped going to school when he was young to follow the gangsters. Since childhood, Gu Guojiang has been living in the shadow of Gu Guotao. Whenever other people mentioned the Gu family's brothers, they would definitely compare the two together, and then they would have to educate their own children not to learn from Gu Guojiang. When Gu Guotao died in a car accident, the one who was the happiest was not the rivals of the Gu group, but Gu Guojiang. He had thought that he was finally going to get rid of that shadow and even get a large share of the inheritance left by Gu Guotao. But I didn't expect that a Gu Yaming would come out halfway. This girl, not only had she inherited Gu Guotao's legacy and married a wild man of unknown origin, but now she was yelling at herself at the birthday banquet. This instantly reminded him of the days when he was suppressed by Gu Guotao. He didn't want to hold back any longer. Gu Yaming, let me tell you, even though your father is dead, you're still a member of the Gu family. You made a scene at the birthday banquet today and insulted the elders, so I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. With that, Gu Guojiang stepped forward and raised his hand to strike towards Gu Yaming's face. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Gu Yaming closed her eyes violently in fear. But after half a day, he didn't see Gu Guojiang's slap fall. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find that Gu Guojiang's wrist was being grasped in Qin Shen's hands. Chapter 123 The Active Gu Yaming. You let go! Gu Guojiang roared. He had almost used all his strength, but his wrist didn't move at all, as if it was clamped in an iron vise. Gu Guojiang was shocked in his heart. With his strength, under unusual circumstances, 3 or 5 ordinary people wouldn't be able to restrain him. However, in front of Qin Shen, he was like a child and an adult sparring. The power was simply worlds apart. He had lost before he had a chance to strike. I'm warning you, you can come at me for anything, don't take a shot at my wife or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Dust said indifferently. Although Qin Shen's tone was flat, and there was even a hint of a smile on his face, the crowd present felt an inexplicable chill. Gu Guojiang, who was the closest to Qin Shen, felt it the most deeply, and he shivered. The cold felt like it was drilling out from the depths of his bones, causing him to tremble. This is killing intent. Gu Guojiang's mind was shaken. When he was young, he once ran into a punk. The other guy had just gotten out of a fight and was covered in blood. At that time, the punk only looked at him and froze in place. It took several minutes to respond. Later, I heard that the gangster had killed someone and had a murderous intent in his body, so ordinary people didn't dare to go near this person at all. And today, he felt this strange yet familiar chill again. Could it be that this Qin Shen had also killed people? And there's more than one? Qin Shen sneered and gave a gentle push while releasing Gu Guojiang's wrist. Gu Guojiang sat down on the ground with a thud as if he were a paperman. You. Gu Guojiang's teeth chattered as he rolled and crawled backwards until Gu Yu and Feng Jun stepped forward to help him up. Go. Seeing that Gu Yaming was in a bad state, Qin Shen put his arm around her shoulders and walked towards the door. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he stopped again. I'm not a good drinker, but it's not for everyone. Qin Shen laughed, and the 2 bottles of wine he was carrying when he picked them up from the ground, he directly slammed them on the ground in front of the crowd. This sudden move caused the crowd to scream in terror. The shards of bottles and liquor scattered on the floor were like a slap in the face of the crowd, making them blush. Qin Shen, on the other hand, did not care at all and walked out of the villa with Gu Yaming in his arms. As soon as he went out, Qin Shen suddenly heard the sound of a low sob. Looking at Gu Yaming, who had her head lowered, Qin Shen felt a little heartbroken. Her parents had just died in a car accident, and before she could get over her grief, she was forced to marry a man she had never met. After you get married, you have to continue to watch out for these so-called relatives to save them from thinking about the inheritance. Today was even more outrageous. She came to celebrate her birthday only to have the sadness brought out again to attack her. If you want to cry, cry it out. I'll lend you my shoulder for a while. Qin Shen said heartily. Gu Yaming raised her head and glanced at Qin Shen. Only then did Qin Shen realize that Gu Yaming had long been teary-eyed. Woo! Gu Yaming suddenly jumped into Qin Shen's arms and bawled. Qin Shen could even feel Gu Yaming's tears soaking the clothes on his chest. Alas, it's hard to imagine how a girl with no one to turn to got through this most difficult time. I'm afraid that the high-flying image she usually displays is just her protective shell. After all, a girl in her 20s, if she didn't act strong, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to calm down so many old men in the company. Well, it's all in the past, and I'll be there in the future. Qin Shen said as he gently patted Gu Yaming's back. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Gu Yaming stuttered, then wiped the tears from her face and looked at Qin Shen, saying, I hope that you will keep today's incident a secret from me, and even to Ningyu, you must not mention a word about it. Qin Shen helped Gu Yaming wipe away the teardrops on her face. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't ruin your high-flying image in the eyes of others. Only, I wish you wouldn't force yourself so much when you're sad that you could at least talk to me about it. Don't worry, it's a secret between us, I won't tell anyone. Gu Yaming stared at Qin Shen, her eyes unblinking. Just as Qin Shen was puzzled, Gu Yaming suddenly closed her eyes. She tiptoed on her heels and her lips gently touched Qin Shen's mouth. Qin Shen's eyes widened and he was petrified in place. Thank you. After saying that, Gu Yaming blushed. Maybe she didn't know why she made such a crazy move. You go wherever you like tonight, don't come home, and let me cool off for the night. After saying that, Gu Yaming turned around and jumped into the sports car, roaring away. Only then did Qin Shen react, looking at the departing sports car and gently touching his lips again. There seemed to be a hint of lipstick scent lingering on it. Am I being forced to kiss? Qin Shen muttered. He had only wanted to comfort Gu Yaming. Unexpectedly, Gu Yaming kissed him. Normally, when Gu Yaming saw him, it would be good if he didn't have a cold face. He never thought that one day, Gu Yaming would make such intimate gestures with him. Although the two received a license, but has been a contractual couple, not to mention what intimate moves, even tonight this kind of mutual address husband and wife, but also simply not several times, but also all the play. It seems, and feels, pretty good. Qin Dust muttered. On the other side, Gu Yaming drove the sports car, her face burning. She took out her cell phone and dialed out to Qiao Ningyue. Hey sis, are you coming back soon? I'm bored out of my mind by myself. Qiao Ningyue complained. It's on the way. By the way, let me ask you a question. Gu Yaming hesitated. What's the problem? Qiao Ningyue instantly came to be curious. In front of her, Gu Yaming had never acted so forward-looking, and this was the first time. I just wanted to ask what you think of Qin Shen. Gu Yaming whispered. My opinion? Xiao Ningyue froze. He's just a big asshole, a big hooligan, what opinion can I have? Sis, you don't think you suspect me of having something with him, do you? Xiao Ningyue said sheepishly. Although the two didn't have that kind of affair, they did a lot of things behind Gu Yaming's back. There were even 2 close encounters by mistake. It couldn't be that his sister had found out about all this, or that Qin Shen had taken the initiative to give an account and sold himself out? No. How could I doubt you? I just want to ask, What do you think of this person, Qin Shen? Gu Yamin explained. Other than being a bit of an asshole, it's okay. After all, several times when the Gu group encountered crises, it was him who helped resolve them, and he's quite reliable. Xiao Ningyue replied carefully. She didn't know why Gu Yaming was suddenly asking this, so she could only answer truthfully. Aha! After saying that, Gu Yaming directly hung up the phone. Chapter 124 The Tea Room. Qin Dan. Gu Yamin muttered. She was also a little confused now. What was wrong with herself just now? Why was she bawling in Qin Shen's arms, and why would she take the initiative to kiss each other again? Thinking of that scene just now, Gu Yaming couldn't help but blush. Although there had been some intimate actions with Qin Shen before, they were just pretending to deal with others. When just at the entrance of the villa, but as if he was bewitched by a ghost, he ghostly took the initiative to kiss Qin Shen. It was the first time since she was a child that she had been so forthcoming with a man. Could it be that I'm falling for him? Gu Yamin thought of a frightening possibility. But then, she hastily shook her head and denied, no way, how could I even look at that asshole? Although this bastard is a bit capable, he has been womanizing outside and has entangled his relationship with several women, I can never look at this kind of man. Right, it must be because Qin Shen helped me maintain my face at the birthday banquet today, and I subconsciously wanted to repay him, so I acted like this. That's right, that's it, me and him, we're partners, we're not going to move the needle. The more Gu Yaming spoke, the firmer she became, as if she had found herself an excellent excuse. But on the drive back, she still had occasional flashbacks of the soft touch of her lips against each other. Luckily, there are not many cars on the road at this time of the year, or else they would have gotten into an accident due to distracted driving. Tonight, it was indeed a clear decision not to let Qin Shen come back. After a night of calm, tomorrow, the matter will be completely behind us. Gu Yaming said in her heart. On the other hand, Qin Shen, who was standing at the entrance of the villa, was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on in this woman's head? First, he cried all over himself in his arms, soaking his suit. And then to force a kiss on yourself before you could react? What kind of reasoning is that if you kissed it, you'd even tell yourself not to go home tonight? It's not like you're the one doing the wrong thing. However, it was a real fragrance on Gu Yaming just now. If Gu Yaming's group of followers knew that Gu Yaming had forcibly kissed her, I'm afraid they would have the heart to dismantle themselves. Qin Shen licked his lips and was just about to find a hotel nearby to make do for the night when a car stopped in front of him. Kim Hwan pushed open the car door and stepped down with a smile. Mr. Qin. Kim Hwan said respectfully. You didn't leave? Qin Dust was puzzled. Just after asking, he suddenly changed his face, just now, Gu Yaming and I. Jin Huan hurriedly coughed twice, Mr. Qin, but I didn't see anything. There is no silver in this place. How can you look like that when you haven't seen anything? But after thinking about it, he and Gu Yaming were at least a licensed couple, so even if they made out, it wasn't against the law, was it? The thought relieved him. I'm not going to hide it from Mr. Qin, but tomorrow I'd like to host a banquet for the members of the Xiqing Development Zone project at the Golden Dragon Hotel. After all, you guys have taken over $10 billion in projects, so I, the main contributor, have to mean something. Of course, in addition to the members of the Gu Group's West City development team, I've also invited quite a few business celebrities, just so that we can exchange information about the recent business opportunities well. I sent you an invitation earlier and you never replied, so I came to your door to invite you. Kim Hwan said smilingly. Qin Shen froze, banquet? After saying that, he directly called Zhuo Xia. Did I get an invitation to a party? Qin Shen asked with a frown. No. The words were not finished, Zhuo Xia suddenly shouted, there really is, sandwiched between several documents, I missed. Zhuo Xia took the invitation and after seeing the words on it, a layer of cold sweat seeped out of his back. For this banquet, the organizer was the chairman of the Radiant Jewelry Group, Jin Huan. The invitees, on the other hand, were all the members of the Gu Group's West City Development Project team. Most importantly, the banquet is tomorrow. It was fortunate that Qin Shen had given himself a call, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. You have half an hour to give notice of the banquet. After saying that, Qin Shen directly hung up the phone. Oh, there was a mistake at the assistance, not a big problem. Qin Shen turned his head to look at Jin Huan and said with a smile. Out of the way, out of the way. Kim Huan waved his hand back and forth. This banquet was meant to be a drunken party. The main purpose of his banquet for so many people was still to invite Qin Shen. Mr. Qin, it's not too late, why don't you go sit at my place? My tea room got a batch of top quality dahompo, and the quality is very good. Kim Hwan invited. Jin Shen was worried that he had nowhere to go, so he followed Jin Hwan to the car. Not long after, the car stopped in front of a tea room. Listening to the rain? Jin Shen looked at the plaque hanging on the tea room and smiled. Not bad, a bit interesting. Jin Hwan immediately became interested and asked with a smile, Mr. Jin, I wonder which is interesting. Jin Duan laughed. This piece of calligraphy, it cost a lot of money, didn't it? Jin Hwan looked impressed. Worthy of being Mr. Jin, I've entertained dozens of guests in this tea room, and you're still the first to see the mystery. I spent a lot of money to have a calligraphy master handwrite this piece of writing, it's unattainable. Jin Shen nodded. This is a strong and powerful character, Into the Wood, it is indeed a good character. You can't put a monetary value on a word of this caliber anymore, so if it's convenient, you might as well hang it in the tea room. Tea drinking, after all, is a matter of introspection. It is not in the spirit of the tea ceremony for you to be so flamboyant. Hearing Jin Shen's words, Jin Hwan was greatly shaken. The reason why he hung this piece of writing at the entrance was so that when the guests coming and going would see it and ask about it, he himself would explain the origin of the plaque in passing to satisfy his vanity. But today, after being told this by Jin Shen, he had an epiphany. What the ancients pursued was not to miss the sharp edge and to hide the cleverness and the clumsiness. He himself spent a lot of money to build a tea room and buy top-quality famous tea, in order to pursue the realm of the ancients. But now it seems that he has gone south and done exactly the opposite. Tot. Kim Hwan bowed. The secretary on the sidelines was outright dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen Jin Hwan being so respectful to another person. Well, no harm done, go on in. Jin Shen pushed the door open. Inside the tea room, it was extremely beautifully decorated. All the furniture and utensils were carefully selected by Kim Hwan. I'm afraid this unassuming tea room costs tens of millions of dollars. Mr. Jin, please sit down. Jin Hwan and Jin Shen sat at the tea table in unison. Afterward, Kim Hwan glanced at his secretary, who instantly understood and hurriedly retreated. However, a few seconds later, a woman in a hanbok slowly pushed the door open. Mr. Jin, this is a tea artist who works part-time in my tea room. The tea brewed is a masterpiece, you must try it. Kim Hwan seriously recommended it. Chapter 125 Kim Hwan's Invitation. Jin Shen looked at the woman in front of him and always felt that something looked familiar. The woman obviously recognized Jin Shen as well, and her expression stuttered. Oh, I remember, you're from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Jiangcheng University, what's your name? Jin Shen's brows furrowed in thought. When he was invited to give an internal lecture at the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine of Jiangcheng Hospital, there was once a girl who was not convinced and asked a lot of questions. Luckily, I usually read a lot of medical books, or else I would have really been stumped by the other side. Qingdai. Leaves Qingdai, come to think of it, is the name of an herbal medicine. Qin Dust laughed. Yi Qingdai blushed slightly and nodded, hello Mr. Qin. After that, she knelt down at the tea table and began to prepare the tea. So you two know each other? I was going to introduce the two of you to each other, but it seems superfluous. Kim Hwan laughed. Yi Qingdai seemed to be a bit shy and lowered her head to continue making tea. Jin Shen, on the other hand, changed the topic and asked, I don't know what Mr. Jin is looking for me for today? Kim Hwan sighed, alas, I was going to wait until tomorrow's banquet to talk to you, but unfortunately, there was an accident, so I had to come to you temporarily. The jewelry business in Jiangcheng is saturated, Radiant Jewelry Group must find a new direction of development. But I've tried quite a few investments, and all of them failed except for this one from the Gu Group. Do you think there was something wrong with that dragon turtle in the jewelry store before? When the two had just met, it was Jin Shen who had solved the problem of dragon turtle placement for Jin Hwan at his jewelry store, cracking the feng shui problem. After that, Jin Hwan's body weakness and dreaminess directly disappeared, and he also successfully invested $20 billion in the Gu Group. Although the Gu Group hadn't begun to make a profit yet, it had already gotten the right to develop the Xiqing development zone. It's safe to say that profitability is only a matter of time. But after that, he invested in several more industries and lost a lot of money. At that moment, he remembered Jin Shen. With Jin Shen's means, he definitely had a way to crack the situation at hand. That's why he was prepared to feast on Jin Shen, and even had his assistant prepare the share transfer agreement in advance, ready to pull Jin Shen into the fold. Mr. Qin, I'm prepared to take out $50 billion for investment, this is already all the money the Radiant Group can come up with in the near future. Here, it's the share transfer agreement. With that, Kim Hwan placed an agreement on the table. What does that mean? Chin Dust was puzzled. Mr. Chin, don't worry, this agreement is beneficial and harmless to you. All you need to do is provide some ideas for investment and I will transfer 50% of the investment to you. Kim Hwan said in a deep voice. When? Yi Qingdai was startled, and the teacup in her hand fell onto the table with a crisp clang. Sorry. Yi Qingdai picked up the teacup in a panic and put it aside before picking up a new teacup and continuing to pour tea. In fact, it's no wonder she was shocked. You know, for a $50 billion investment, a 50% stake is $25 billion. This Qindan only needs to give a little investment advice, and he can get money that ordinary people can't earn in 10 lifetimes? Such a large sum of money is already at a level that a number of public companies are unable to earn. Investment advice? Give me shares? Qin Shen frowned, apparently also not expecting Jin Huan to have such a large amount of money. Money doesn't do much for me. Chin Dust said indifferently. Hearing this, Yi Qingdai let out a bitter laugh in her heart. Jin Huan's initiative to give more than $20 billion had already made her dumbfounded, but this Qin Shen was even more unexpected, actually saying that money was of no use to him? I'm afraid even the richest man in the world wouldn't say that, would he? Jin Huan hurriedly said, I know Mr. Qin doesn't see such a small amount of money, but this is the greatest sincerity I can take out. If Mr. Qin has any conditions, feel free to put them forward. As long as Mr. Jin can do it, he will definitely satisfy Mr. Qin. Qin Shen just wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered something. I remember that I changed the feng shui of the jewelry store for you. Although there are losses and gains in business, you will never lose money one after another. By the way, did you find the person who assassinated you last time? Jin Huan sighed. To tell you the truth, the one who placed the dragon turtle for me is Master Washan, the city's famous feng shui master. I was going to go to the door to the theory, but Ken his identity will never admit this matter. Even if I stab this matter out, no one will believe me. I'm afraid of spooking the snakes. I just have my inner circle investigating in the dark, and I don't have any clues yet. Qin Shen laughed. A scum who secretly harms people can also be called a feng shui master. Ridiculous. When I have time, I will personally go out and remove such scum before I tarnish the reputation of this business. Jin Huan was pleasantly surprised. Then I'll trouble Master Qin. Qin Shen pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, I wonder if Mr. Jin has ever come into contact with Chinese medicine? Kim Huan froze. I've heard of it, but very few people around me have taken Chinese medicine, and as you know, in recent years, Chinese medicine has become synonymous with fraud. Hearing this, Yi Qingdai couldn't help herself. Mr. Jin, in traditional Chinese medicine, there are indeed quite a few reputation-selling liars, but not everyone is a liar. And it's simply ridiculous to follow the wind in black when the vast majority of ordinary people have never been exposed to the effects of Chinese medicine. In the face of Yi Qingdai's anger, Jin Huan didn't defend himself but smiled bitterly. Miss Yi, of course I know that not all Chinese medicine practitioners are crooks. After all, 10 or so years ago, it was your grandpa who prescribed a few medicines to cure me of my leg disease. But look at now, how many other TCM practitioners have the kind of strength that Master Yi has? The Jiangcheng hospital where you interned, I've heard it said that there aren't many patients in the Chinese medicine department either. That's always true, isn't it? Yi Qingdai was speechless and lowered her head. Jin Huan, on the other hand, explained to Qin Shen, who had a curious look on his face, Mr. Qin doesn't know, Miss Yi's grandfather is the famous Chinese medicine master in Jiangcheng, Yi Yudao. More than 10 years ago, the stubborn disease on my leg, which could not be cured by all the Western doctors I saw, was cured by divine Dr. Yi. Later, Dr. Yi wanted to promote Chinese medicine and established a company. Unfortunately, it later closed down due to poor business and ran up a lot of foreign debt. Miss Ye's parents fled abroad and have not been heard from since then, while Dr. Yi has been paying off his loans all these years by seeing patients. Miss Yi came here to work part-time, also to earn money and help divine Dr. Yi alleviate the pressure of paying back the money. Alas, I once offered to pay back those debts on behalf of divine Dr. Yi, but he has lived a life of integrity and was unwilling to accept my grant, so I can only repay him in this way. Yi Qingdai bowed slightly to Jin Huan. Mr. Jin is serious. In the beginning, Grandpa was just doing what a healer should do, and didn't want Chief Jin to return the favor. As the saying goes, if 10,000 bells are received without discernment of propriety and justice, how can 10,000 bells be added to me? That's what Grandpa he taught me growing up, so this money, we can't take it. However, Mr. Jin has already done me a favor by offering me a salary of $50,000 a month. Grandpa's health has been poor over the years, and his visits to the clinic have been much less frequent. If it weren't for your relief, I'm afraid Grandpa would not have been able to support himself. Chapter 126 Pharmaceutical Companies. Xin Shen nodded. I see, I didn't expect the two of you to have such a connection. But it's better this way. As I envisioned it, I needed an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner to sit in on it to make it work, and now this biggest trouble is solved. Hearing Xin Shen's words, Jin Huan and Yi Qingdai were both a bit puzzled. I wonder what Mr. Qin means. Xin Shen smiled. I want to set up a company that focuses on Chinese medicine. Is Jin interested? I have a few damn recipes in my hand. If they can be made into medicine, the market outlook should be very good. As for the investment, Mr. Jin doesn't need to be in a hurry. When the banquet is tomorrow, I'll bring over a pill, just see the effect then and make a decision. Before he came down from the mountain, he did not expect the Chinese medicine profession to be in such an awkward situation. It is the responsibility of every medical practitioner to disseminate medical skills, treat the sick and save people, and let Chinese medicine spread its branches and leaves. As a healer, Xin Shen was naturally obliged. However, teaching is not the only way to promote the medical skills of Chinese medicine. Producing several kinds of elixirs and making a name for themselves will spread the name of Chinese medicine just as well. And in his hands, he happened to have the prescriptions for quite a few famous pills. It was all memorized by the master who forced him to memorize it back when he was on the mountain. At that time, Xin Shen was still a bit indignant, thinking that these things were of little use. In hindsight, I was too young myself at the time. Since Mr. Qin has said so, then I'll wait to see Mr. Qin's methods. Kim Huan laughed. Xin Shen looked at Yi Qingdai, who was on the side. You said that your family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine, so you should have a medicine cauldron, right? Yi Qingdai froze, pondered for half a day, then hesitated. I have never seen Grandpa refining medicine for so many years. It is all about directly grabbing and dispensing the medicine. However, when I was a child, I once saw a small tripod-like object in my family's storehouse that looked so old that I wanted to use it to play with it and was reprimanded by my grandfather. At that time, Grandpa was looking incredibly despondent, saying something about his lack of talent, cutting off his inheritance, and being a great sinner of the family. I wonder if this is the same thing as the medicine cauldron Mr. Qin was talking about. Xin Dus nodded. It's highly likely that it's a medicinal cauldron, otherwise your grandfather wouldn't have attached such importance to it. In that case, I wonder if it would be convenient for the party to show me around now. Yi Qingdai looked at the time. It was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Going to your own house this late? However, she finally bit her lip and made up her mind. Okay, I'll talk to Grandpa now and take you back to take a look. Xin Dus laughed. Don't worry, if this matter comes to fruition, those outstanding debts of your family can be cleared in one fell swoop, and you can even get the shares of the company. Jin Huan also chimed in. Not bad. If this investment can really come to fruition, it will definitely require a Chinese medicine expert to sit in on the town. Looking at the entire Jiangcheng, I'm afraid that only your grandfather can take on this role. More importantly, I have known your family for many years and feel comfortable working with you. Hearing the duo's words, Yi Qingdai instantly became excited. The Yi family owes a debt of more than $30 million now. Even if she earns $50,000 a month, I'm afraid she won't be able to pay it back in her lifetime. However, if we really want to set up a Chinese medicine type of company, as the duo said, we definitely cannot lack the support in terms of technology. Self with a technology stake in the company might actually turn it around. Thinking of this, Yi Qingdai hastily made up her mind. Whatever it takes, make sure you take advantage of this opportunity. She went out to make a phone call, then returned to the tea room. Mr. Qin, Grandpa said that it was indeed an ancestral medicine cauldron, so if you want to use it, he can just prepare it. Yi Qingdai's voice was a bit agitated. Okay, there's no rush, so we'll be there in half an hour. Have a couple cups of tea first and let your grandfather get ready for a while. Xin Dus said. Jin Huan smiled. Mr. Qin, just now you were so focused on chatting that you didn't appreciate Xiaoya's tea ceremony, did you? I'm telling you, Xiaoya grew up to be good at all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy and painting, so it would be a waste not to appreciate it. Yi Qingdai slightly bowed her head in some embarrassment. Mr. Jin, you are too flattering. But although she said that, her hands didn't stop. Picking up the teacups and teapot, she began to perform a tea ceremony. The average person who drinks tea probably just boils water to make tea and then drinks it. But in fact, the tea is very delicate, but also developed a tea art, so an art. The standard tea ceremony, divided into a dozen or so steps, is quite tedious. And in ancient times, only among the gentry could one see such elegant skills. Watching Yi Qingdai in her ancient costumes, hands fluttering like butterflies and the tea and tea leaves constantly changing, Qin Chen also had a feeling of enjoyment. Just ask, a beautiful woman is in front of you to seriously make tea for you, and then finally serve it to you with your own hands. Even if it's poisoned inside, I'm afraid I can't bear to turn it down. Good tea. Qin Chen sipped a mouthful of tea and marveled aloud. Tea is indeed good tea, Jin Huan took out to entertain people. I'm afraid it has to be tens of thousands of dollars, one or two, to start with the very best tea. And coupled with Yi Qingdai's top-notch tea art, the flavor of it was brought out to 102%. Drinking tea this way can indeed be described as a pleasure. If Mr. Qin wants to drink tea in the future, you can call out to me at any time and I'll make tea for Mr. Qin. Yi Qingdai bowed her head and said. Jin Huan looked at the two people in front of him and laughed. Mr. Qin, you've made a lot of money with this. Xiaoye's tea ceremony is hard to find for $1,000. Yi Qingdai was in Jiangcheng University, which was originally one of the 4 school flowers, so it could be seen that her face value was high. Coupled with the fact that she had been exposed to Qin, chess, calligraphy and painting since she was a child, the aura on her body was even far beyond normal. Many famous tycoons in Jiangcheng had once explicitly or implicitly stated that as long as Yi Qingdai was willing to become its canary, the Yi family's debt was not a problem. In other words, just for Yi Qingdai as a person, someone was willing to offer more than $30 million in cash. If it wasn't for Jin Huan's constant covert protection, I'm afraid Yi Qingdai would have been forced to compromise long ago. After all, the Yi family had long been in decline, and it was easy for those rich people to deal with a girl. Then in order to be able to drink Ms. Ye's tea more often in the future, it seems that I still have to do this business. Qin Dust joked. After drinking the tea, Qin Chen drove his car and brought Yi Qingdai to a dilapidated villa in the suburbs. According to Yi Qingdai's introduction, this was the Yi family's ancestral home. When the Yi family was in its glory, it had also purchased a lot of properties in the prosperous areas of Jiangcheng. Unfortunately, after the company went bankrupt, it was all sold by Yi Qingdai's grandfather, Yi Yudao, to pay off the debts. After that, the girls had to move back to their ancestral home. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the villa, the two of them, Qin Chen, saw a silhouette. Grandpa, why are you out? Before the car could stop, Yi Qingdai hurriedly jumped out of the car and came to that old man's side. Chapter 127. Qin Chen instantly understood the identity of the old man. It was none other than Yi Qingdai's grandfather, Yi Yudao. This person was at most 60 or 70 years old, but his face was almost as vicissitudinous as those 100-year-olds who were on the verge of dying. Ahem. There are honored guests, going out to greet them is. Ahem. What one should do. Yi Yudao leaned on a walking stick and bent over, coughing as he did so. With his current physique, I'm afraid he can't even withstand a strong gust of wind. Elder Yi is really too polite. It's windy outside, it's better to go inside first. Qin Chen signaled, and Yi Qingdai hurriedly assisted Yi Yudao into the house. Alas, the family is in a state of decline, there's not much in the way of good tea, slacking off. Yi Yudao pointed to the coffee table. An incredibly cheap-looking teapot was sitting on the coffee table with a few pieces of broken tea floating in the water. Generally speaking, the worse the quality of the tea, the cheaper the price will be. This kind of broken tea is already considered the lowest grade of tea. Expensive teas are sold by the gram, and I'm afraid this kind of tea is sold by the pound. However, Qin Chen didn't care and just smiled. I'm a person who isn't picky. As long as I have tea to drink, there's no difference between tens of thousands of dollars for a pot of tea, and a few dollars for a pot of tea in my case. A trace of gratitude flashed in Yi Qingdai's eyes. How could Qin Huan not be able to distinguish between good and bad tea leaves? Just now, in Jin Huan's tea room, after just one sip, Qin Chen recognized that Jin Huan's tea was good tea. I'm afraid that I'm not pointing it out now because I'm saving face for my grandparents and grandchildren. Only after Yi Yudao sat down on the sofa did Qin Chen follow suit. He surveyed his surroundings and realized that the grandparents and grandchildren had it a little tougher than he thought. Don't look at this house that can barely be called a villa, but the furniture and furnishings inside have nothing to do with villas. As far as the eye could see, all the furniture within sight was broken beyond repair. But even so, the house was neat and tidy. It seemed that Yi Qingdai should have cleaned it from time to time. Elder Yi, it's too late today to delay your rest, so I'll make it short. As for me, I want to set up a pharmaceutical company, with Chinese medicine and elixir as the main selling point. But I don't want to focus on this company, so I need a Chinese medicine master to sit in the company. I'd like to ask you to come out, if you're willing. As for the payment, it's the Yi family's current debt. I can promise that your Yi family will take shares in the technology, settle the Yi family's debt at once, and then participate in the dividends every year. The exact percentage of the dividend will need to be discussed between you and Mr. Jin. Xin Shen opened the door and told Yi Yudao the results of the preliminary discussion he had just had with Jin Huan in the tea room. Even though Yi Qingdai had briefly talked about this matter on the phone, Yi Yudao still couldn't help but feel a little excited when he heard these words with his own ears. The Yi family is now owed more than $30 million. If this could be facilitated, there would be hope for the Yi family to turn around. Good. My Yi family fully supports it. Yi Yudao said seriously. But let's get the ugly words out of the way first. Although I have the Dan formula in my hand, I have yet to actually make a Dan pill. If it works out, there's still room to talk about this matter, but if I can't even make the pills, then the cooperation might have to be postponed or cancelled. Xin Shen said with a smile. Although he had been forced by the old man to memorize quite a few Dan recipes in the mountains before, he had never actually practiced them. Please rest assured, Mr. Qin, if this move fails, my Yi family will never dwell on it too much. Saying that, Yi Yudao took out a small tripod that had been prepared. This small tripod was black in color and seemed to be made of some kind of metal. After placing it on the coffee table, it actually gave off a faint fragrance. Not bad, this is the medicine cauldron. The small tripod was placed in front of him before Qin Shen confirmed its identity. The scent, it wasn't spices or anything like that. In the same way that an alabaster pot that has been brewing tea for decades will have a tea aroma, a medicine cauldron that has been used for a long time for alchemy seeps in the aroma of medicine. I'm afraid that the Yi family's ancestors are not ordinary. Xin Dust sighed. The medicine cauldron, he had only seen the portrait in the medical book the old man had given him, and this was the first time he had seen the real thing. After all, it is not easy to make a medicine tripod, and it also needs to be nourished with herbs for a long time, and only those families of Chinese medicine practitioners can afford to raise a medicine tripod. Elder Yi, do you have any herbs at home? I need the 3 kinds of medicines, danshan, xuanxiong, and saffron. Xin Dust asked. Hearing these words, Yi Yudao straightened his body and said confidently, Mr. Qin, if you're talking about money, I'm afraid my Yi family can't even take out $1,000. But medicinal herbs is the root of my Yi family. When the Yi family was at its most difficult, I didn't even sell the medicinal herbs, so naturally I have them. Xin Chen laughed. This Master Yi is a bit interesting. He had wanted to take care of the Yi family's situation, and the 3 medicinal herbs he wanted were all relatively inexpensive. In that case, it seems that several of the Dan recipes in his hand can be tried out today. He wrote down 4 Dan formulas and asked Yi Qingdai to fetch the medicinal herbs one by one, and then in the shocked gazes of the Yi family's grandparents and grandchildren, he gave a chair made of pear wood a direct split and used it as firewood to build a fire in the courtyard. According to the prescription, it must be wood for fire to be most effective. Xin Dust explained. After the fire was suitable, Xin Shen threw the herbs directly into the medicinal cauldron. Afterward, his hands were like birds in flight, flipping over the medicinal cauldron, changing the position of the herbs in the cauldron continuously. In an instant, a strong aroma rose from the medicinal cauldron. The Yi family's grandparents and grandchildren stared with rounded eyes, both shocked by the scene in front of them. Grandpa! This is pill refining? Yi Qingdai opened her mouth wide and asked with a shocked expression. It was the first time in her entire life that she had seen such a bizarre way of making medicine. Not bad. This is the best way to refine medicine in Chinese medicine. The soup we usually drink is only half finished. A physician of high level can leave as much of the medicinal effect as possible in the herbs by practicing them into a potion. When I was 4 or 5 years old, I once saw my grandpa use a medicine cauldron to make pills, exactly the same scene as now. Yi Yudao muttered, obviously also stunned by the scene in front of him. When refining medicine, the most important thing was not this medicine cauldron, but the technique of refining medicine. But not every physician learns the art of refining medicines. It takes extreme talent. Although Yi Yudao was known as a generation of divine doctors, what everyone didn't know was that Yi Yudao had also once learned the art of refining medicines. Unfortunately, his natural talent was insufficient, and after trying for several years, he was unable to produce a single elixir, and eventually had to give up. According to his ancestors, in order to successfully practice pills, not only did one need talent, but one also needed to practice day in and day out. Yet he was now seeing a young man in his mere 20s refining pills in front of him. How could this not be shocking? Chapter 128. There. After a full half hour, Xin Shen finally breathed a long sigh of relief and took out 3 dark red pills from the medicinal cauldron. The elixir was only the size of a soybean and appeared tiny in Qin Shen's hand. However, the strong medicinal fragrance emanating from it caused the Yi family's grandparents and grandchildren to freeze in place in shock. Mr. Qin, what? Is this elixir? Yi Yudao swallowed a mouthful of water, then asked with difficulty. This, which is considered the most basic type of elixir, is called the blood condensation elixir. As long as you take this elixir, you can quickly stop the blood from the injury. Qin Duan introduced. Yi Qingdai frowned, stop bleeding. Mr. Qin, only this effect? Medicine is advancing rapidly these days, and there are several ways to do it to stop the bleeding. Although Yi Yudao also had doubts in his heart, he did not open his mouth rashly, but looked at Qin Shen, waiting for him to explain. After all, an elixir formula that could be passed down for thousands of years could not be so cockamamie in its effects. You can do that even now to stop bleeding quickly? Then why do so many people die every year from hemorrhaging? Qin Dust was puzzled. That's because... Yi Qingdai was just about to explain when she suddenly remembered the efficacy that Qin Shen had just said. Wait, Mr. Qin, you just said stop the bleeding quickly, how quickly can it be? Yi Qingdai asked. In 5 seconds, I think. Hearing Qin Shen's explanation, Yi Qingdai was instantly dumbfounded. 5 seconds? Yi Qingdai's face was filled with disbelief. Is this a divine medicine, that it can stop the bleeding in such a short period of time? Qin Dust nodded, not bad, as long as they don't lose blood to the point of immediate death, I think they can be saved. Hearing this, Yi Qingdai's eyes instantly caught fire as she looked at these 3 unimpressive pills in Qin Shen's hand. Normally, the effects of this elixir may not be obvious, but if there is a hemorrhage during the operation, taking a pill of this elixir can save your life up. After all, in the event of a surgical emergency, a second that can be saved is one more second of hope to save the patient. You guys put this potion away while I continue. Qin Shen handed the elixir to Yi Qingdai's hand and then prepared the next elixir. As she watched Qin Shen pour out a pile of medicinal dregs from the medicinal cauldron, Yi Qingdai became even more admiring. To be able to refine the medicinal power out of a bunch of herbs and separate it from the impurities, such a means was beyond her comprehension. In the next 2 hours, Qin Shen refined 3 more pills. They are Bone Strengthening Pill, Qitong Pill, and Peaceful Mind Pill. Every time he heard about the effects of an elixir, it made the Yi family's grandparents and grandchildren's jaws drop. After refining the last type of elixir and putting away the medicinal cauldron, Qin Shen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Mr. Qin! The last thing Qin Shen heard was a scream from Yi Qingdai, and then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when I opened my eyes again. He lay on the bed and just wanted to get up, but woke up Yi Qingdai, who was lying on the side of the bed. Mr. Qin! Qin, you're awake? Yi Qingdai was pleasantly surprised. Head hurts a little. Qin Shen thought back, then smiled bitterly. This was his first time refining pills, and he was so excited that he didn't realize that he had overdrawn his stamina. After all, refining pills was a laborious and demanding job, and one had to put one's whole heart and soul into it. That's why he passed out after the pill refining was over. Don't worry, I'm just over refining pills and I'm a bit weak. Qin Dust explained. Well, I know. You scared the hell out of me when you fell down just now. Luckily, Grandpa checked your body and said you were overworked and it was nothing serious. Thinking of that scene just now, Yi Qingdai was still a bit scared. At this time, Qin Shen froze, suddenly realized that the quilt he covered seems to be a bit wrong. Pink quilt with several white bunnies on it. Isn't this a girl's quilt? There is a faint aroma coming from the quilt, it seems a bit familiar. Right at this moment, Yi Qingdai saw Qin Shen froze and hurriedly asked, Mr. Qin, are you alright? Only then did Qin Shen notice that the aroma on the quilt was exactly the same as that on Yi Qingdai. Could it be that he was now sleeping in Yi Qingdai's bed? That's it. There were only 2 people living in the Yi family now, and most of the family property had been taken to cover debts, so I'm afraid there were no guest rooms for guests at all. When he suddenly fainted, the Yi family's grandparents and grandchildren couldn't leave him alone, so in the end, he could only let himself rest in Yi Qingdai's bed. He was a little embarrassed at the thought. Ahem, thanks for taking care of that. With that, Qin Shen was about to get out of bed. What kind of thing is it for a man with a wife of his own to sleep in another woman's bed? However, Yi Qingdai pressed Qin Shen, Mr. Qin, you can rest here today, don't mind. It's only a few hours until dawn, and there's nowhere for you to go if you leave now. Hearing Yi Qingdai's words, Qin Shen also stopped moving. Indeed, Gu Yaming had already sent word that he would not be allowed to go home tonight. And he didn't have his ID with him, and at 3 a.m., I'm afraid he didn't have anywhere to go but to his car. Then. Thank you. Qin Chen awkwardly lay down again. I should, after all, you are now the Yi family's great benefactor. Yi Qingdai had wanted to make a joke, who knew that after saying this, the two of them suddenly fell into silence. Why don't you come up and sleep too? Don't worry, I'm sure I won't do anything to you. Put a quilt between the two of us as a boundary. Xin Dust said. Yi Qingdai's bed, a queen-sized bed, was more than enough to lie two people. Yi Qingdai wanted to refuse at first, but sitting on a small bench lying on the bed in this position was too difficult, and she had long ago gotten a sore back and legs. That is fine. Yi Qingdai slowly climbed onto the bed, while Qin Chen placed a quilt between the two, separating them. Neither of them tacitly said anything, and after a few moments of silence, they both went to sleep. Early the next morning. Sunlight poured in through the window. Qin Chen rubbed his eyes and was just about to prop himself up when he realized that there was an extra person in his arms. He stiffened in general and slowly looked down. Only to see that Yi Qingdai had already thrown the quilt that separated the two of them to the ground at some point and burrowed into his arms. The only thing that relieved Qin Chen was that both of them were wearing clothes and there was no skin-to-skin contact. Yi Qingdai tightly hugged Qin Chen so that even Qin Chen did not dare to move. It was the first time he had ever looked at a woman's face so closely. Someone once said that age is the best makeup for a woman. That's a true statement. Yi Qingdai's face was exquisite and flawless. It was slightly red at this point, like a white peach just starting to ripen. And the body fragrance emanating from Yi Qingdai's body caused Qin Chen to be a bit unable to hold back his heart. As if sensing something, Yi Qingdai also slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 129 Gu Yaming's Jealousy. From confusion to shock, the change of expression on Yi Qingdai's face only took 3 seconds. Even she almost shouted out, but fortunately, Qin Chen covered her mouth in time. Don't yell. Qin Duan panicked. He was honestly not doing anything. Yi Qingdai, this shouting, is not ruined his innocence? If Elder Yi saw the two of them lying on the bed cuddling together, at that time it would be really yellow mud off the crotch, unable to speak clearly. Just take it easy for a second, nothing happened between the two of us. And take a look, you're the one who came over and hugged me, but I didn't touch you at all. Xin Dust explained in a panic. After he finished speaking, he watched Yi Qingdai's emotions calm down a bit before he let go of his hand. Yi Qingdai looked at her position. Indeed, Qin Chen was still lying on his side, having squeezed himself over and hugged someone else. She checked her clothes again, fully dressed, no signs of being undone. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. Yi Qingdai hurriedly got out of bed and straightened up some clothes. Mr. Qin's talent is truly rare in the world. Qin Chen was a little embarrassed by the compliment. He got out of bed and was about to put on his shoes when he suddenly remembered that it couldn't have been this woman Yi Qingdai who helped him take off his shoes yesterday as well, right? Elder Yi, in that case, I'll bring the elixir with me today to talk to Mr. Jin about forming a company. You can't move well, so let Yi Qingdai go with me. But when the time comes, after the company is established, you'll still need to sit in personally. Xin Dust said. Yi Yudao sighed, alas, this old man of mine is already a waste of space and can't be of any use. When the time comes, I'll teach all my skills to Qingdai as soon as possible, so she can step in for my Yi family. Yi Yudao's face was filled with sadness. Although he wanted to personally see the Yi family rise again, he could not support himself for several years in his current physical state, I'm afraid. As a divine doctor in the mouth of the world, facing a body of injuries and illnesses but being unable to do anything about it and only being able to despair and wait for death is also a great mental torture for him. Elder Yi doesn't have to be so pessimistic. I've seen pretty much everything that's wrong with you. I'll do some more research in the next few days and dispense a few doses of medicine for you, and you'll be completely cured. You've got a tough body, you'll live to be 120 years old at least. Qin Shen said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Qingdai and Yi Yudao were shocked. Especially Yi Qingdai, who immediately went forward and grabbed Qin Shen's arm in excitement. Mr. Qin, are you telling the truth? Don't worry, as long as you can cure my grandfather, no matter what it takes. Yi Qingdai was too hard because of her excitement. Qin Chen could even feel the temperature of Yi Qingdai's chest. With a slight effort, he jerked his arm out. No need to be polite to me when it's a small matter. In this case, I'll go back to the company first, and at the banquet in the evening, you'll bring the elixir along with you, and we'll discuss the matter of cooperation. Yi Qingdai nodded seriously. Okay, I'll make some preparations in advance. Qin Shen left the Yi family villa and drove straight to the company. But Ye's family was in the suburbs, and Qin Shen was stuck in the morning commuter's convoy along the way without any temper. Eventually, half an hour late, he was able to finally arrive at the office. Just as he sat down in his office, Zhozha pushed open the door and walked in with a huff. Hey, I'm at least your boss. You don't knock when you go into your boss's office, do you? Qin Dust was dissatisfied. However, Zhuxia threw a lunchbox onto Qin Shen's table and coldly grunted, "The rice is already cold, love it or hate it." After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and turned around to leave Qin Shen's office. Qin Shen froze, and then remembered that the last time he sent Zhuxia home, he stayed at her house for the night, and then stopped by in the morning to eat breakfast at her house. During the meal, he cried that he did not have breakfast to eat, and then Zhuxia said that he would bring food for himself, and I did not expect her to take it seriously. Qin Shen opened the lunchbox, which contained a box of white porridge plus a small dish of salted vegetables, and even a peeled hard-boiled egg. Kinda attentive. Qin Shen laughed and took a big bite. The lunchboxes are insulated and the meals are still hot. Just now, I am afraid that Zhuxia thought that he was not coming, and he was angry with himself and said it on purpose. He was eating when the office door was pushed open again. Didn't I tell you, next time knock before you enter? Before the words were finished, the remaining few words were swallowed by Qin Shen right through the porridge. Standing in the doorway, it was clearly his legal wife, Gu Yaming, with whom he had received a license. He somewhat sheepishly pushed his lunchbox to the side. Ahem, I thought, who is it? So it's the chairman of the board. Why, looking for me for something? Gu Yaming stared at the lunchbox on Qin Shen's table with an indifferent expression. The lunchbox was pink with a love heart on it, and it looked like a woman's lunchbox. Qin Shen, this asshole, even has a woman to bring him breakfast? You're late today, aren't you? Deduct your bonus for 3 days, any comments? Gu Yaming said in a cold voice. No. No comment. Qin Shen replied in a small voice. The next moment, Gu Yaming closed the door with a bang and turned to leave. She didn't let Qin Shen go home yesterday, and today she had wanted to care about him and apologize in the meantime. But I didn't expect to see him eating breakfast from another woman as soon as I walked in the door. Thinking of this, Gu Yaming froze. Is yourself jealous? How is that possible? That bastard is a womanizer every day, how can he be jealous of him? Just then, Qin Shen pushed open the door and chased after him. Wait! Qin Shen took 3 steps to catch up to Gu Yaming's side. Gu Yaming snorted coldly and turned slightly sideways, not bothering to face Qin Shen. Qin Shen hesitated, then tentatively asked, "There's a banquet tonight, organized by Jin Huan, and I might have to leave a little early, or else don't deduct more from my money?" 3 days bonus deduction for being late, and another 3 days for leaving early, that's a lot of money to lose on your own. While Qin Shen was thinking about it, Gu Yaming turned to look at Qin Mu, her eyes filled with disbelief. She originally wanted to give Qin Dan a chance to coax herself, but she didn't expect Qin Dan to say anything about leaving early. Chapter 130 Big Brother Gathering. Deduct half a month's salary from you, you can resign yourself if you don't like it. Gu Yaming dropped a sentence and left the spot with large strides. Qin Shen looked at Gu Yaming's swaying figure and admired it for a moment before he suddenly felt remorseful again. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out to plead. I don't know what kind of wind this woman has drawn, punishing herself with half a month's bonus at once. It's true, this woman's face, just like the weather forecast, changes at the drop of a hat, not accurate at all. After returning to his office, Qin Shen hung his head and called Zhuxia to order the banquet down. He was also given a list of the members of the West Side Development Project team. The leader of the group is you, and for the vice leader, I secretly investigated for a long time, and ultimately chose this director called Mayu. Only after Zhuxia's introduction did Qin Shen understand the background of this person called Mayu. A director who has worked his way up through the ranks as a salesman. Unfortunately, it has been suppressed by the major shareholder, Liao, because it has not taken it. Okay, you keep doing this kind of thing in the future, I didn't see the wrong person. Qin Dust laughed. Zhuxia was helpless to the core. I don't know if it's good or bad to be in such a dumping ground. He even left such an important matter as the development team members to himself. Wasn't he at all worried that he was interfering with it? By the way, in a moment, notification will go down that all members of the development team will leave work an hour earlier. There's a banquet today, so let's take it easy. Qin Dust commanded. Good. Zhuxia hurriedly returned. Yesterday, she had informed down the matter. After all, she had almost left out the invitation, and it was only when Qin Shin called that she realized that Jin Huan had sent the invitation to the banquet a long time ago. What only puzzled her was that Jin Huan had invited the entire West Town development project team, only the top management of the Gu Group had not been invited. As far as he knew, even Gu Yaming, the chairman of the board, hadn't received an invitation. I'm afraid that Zuo Xia couldn't imagine even if he thought about it, today's banquet can be said to be for Qin Shen alone. After all, his real purpose was to rope in Qin Shen and help him make new investments. Qin Shen had been touching fish for a day, and near the end of the day, Jin Huan sent a bus and pulled the person directly to the Golden Dragon Hotel. Welcome, everyone. Kim Huan greeted the crowd at the hotel entrance early, flattering them. After all, Jin Huan was an investor in the company and one of the top 3 billionaires in Jiangcheng. It was simply too much face for them to go out and greet them with such a status. Jin Huan nodded to the crowd and then arrived in front of Qin Shen. Mr. Qin, Miss Yi will arrive later, let's go into the hotel first? Kim Huan whispered. Yes. The crowd took a step and entered the Golden Dragon Hotel with Jin Huan. The crowd couldn't help but gasp out in shock at the sight. The hotel's interior. Many people were coming to Golden Dragon Hotel for the first time. After all, this was the top luxury hotel in Jiangcheng, and the minimum consumption for a visit would be tens of thousands of dollars. The average hitman can't afford a meal that costs tens of thousands of dollars. Today, the Golden Dragon Hotel was chartered by Jin Huan, and dozens of waiters lined up on either side of the entrance. When they saw the crowd enter, they shouted in unison, "Welcome, honored guests." This stance was enjoyed by the crowd. "Oh, everyone just sit here," Kim Huan said, pointing to 3 tables not far away. These 3 tables are, obviously, a bit higher specification. Not only were the tables and chairs all replaced with mahogany ones, even the food looked more sumptuous than the other tables. "Thank you, Mr. Kim," the crowd chanted in unison. The people Qin Shen brought with him, exactly 20, sat at 3 tables. After taking their seats and looking around the table, the crowd couldn't help but murmur. "Look guys, on that table is the chairman of Lutong Transportation, worth tens of billions of dollars, I've seen him on the news before. That's the chairman of Starway Entertainment over there, hasn't he retired from his career? Mr. Jean even managed to invite him over? And the chairman of Heartland Entertainment, the chairman of Crowd Construction, and the chairman of Landmark Communications." Looking around at the circle of bigwigs, the crowd was shocked beyond belief. These people, take out any one of them, I'm afraid that their strength far exceeds that of the Gu Group. In front of others, one is not even an ant. Instead, the crowd was now sitting at a table that was even more luxurious and enjoying a meal that was even more scrumptious than the others. It made the crowd sit up a bit. Just then, Kim Huan walked right onto the stage. "Oh, I didn't specify today's theme when I sent you all the invitations, so you must be curious. As for today, it's mainly to announce that the Gu Group, which I've invested in, has taken the development project in the Western District, and today's banquet is a celebration of sorts." Kim Huan laughed. Hearing Jin Huan's words, Sun Jian, the chairman of Zhongjian Construction, laughed out loud. "Old Jin, you don't need to hide it. What kind of work style do you have that we're not clear about? West City Development Project, the initial investment is only $10 billion, it's nothing to you. Even if you want to open a celebration, you won't go to such great lengths to invite us over, right?" The crowd chimed in. All those present are bigwigs with tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars. Who doesn't have a few tens of billions of dollars in projects? Taking down a $10 billion project is indeed worth celebrating, but definitely not inviting so many bigwigs to come and join in the fun. "Old son, you're tearing me down?" "Ha, I do have something else to announce, but before that, allow me to sell a secret and invite a mystery guest to appear." As soon as Kim Huan's words fell, a woman in a long white dress slowly walked onto the stage. Upon seeing the person's face, Qin Shen was suddenly stunned. "Ninsi?" When Qin Shen was watching the news in the office earlier, he had seen a news item that said the actress Ning Shi was coming to Jiangcheng to participate in an event. At the time, he sputtered that he guessed someone had hired someone else at great expense. Otherwise, a national first-tier star would easily not come to a third-tier city like Jiangcheng to participate in an event.